With the passing of her master, Qin Yanjin has now inherited the Taoist temple, which, though ancient and solemn, is so impoverished that it cannot even collect offerings for incense. It is rumored that her master left behind a secret technique of their school, and upon examining it, Qin Yanjin discovered that it was, astonishingly, a live streaming platform. Recently, a fortune-telling live stream emerged on a certain platform, initially met with scorn by netizens, but eventually they found it utterly delightful. Master, please tell me about my fortune. Fated one, let us set aside your fortune for now. Rather, concerning your marriage. Your boyfriend is getting married, and the bride is not you. Little Taoist priestess, tell me when I'll strike it rich. Huh? Strike it rich? I fear you are more likely to rot. Dear netizen, how dare you, a notorious fugitive, enter my live stream? A report was made, and the live stream was promptly raided. Master, my husband is cheating and wants me to leave with nothing. I implore you to help me. Fated one, to speak candidly, your husband already has a boyfriend. The crowd of netizens exclaimed, is this something we can hear for free? The fortune-telling live stream skyrocketed in popularity overnight, with netizens eagerly tuning in daily to witness the unfolding drama. Master, please say more. Qin Yanjin, how about offerings for incense? Netizens, donate. Additionally, could you possibly offer more charms for peace and exorcism? Chapter 1. The Secret Technique. Qingfeng Mountain is situated on the southern foothills of the Great Xia Kingdom, where the peaks soar into the clouds and the spiritual energy is exceptionally abundant, making it a coveted haven for many cultivators. Unfortunately, we now reside in an age of dwindling spiritual energy, where cultivators are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, and with the advancement of technology and society, they have become mere legends. Yet, at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain stands a small Taoist temple known as Qinglian Temple. At this moment, within the temple, Qin Yanjin is holding her master's will. Disciple, my lifespan has reached its end, as destined by heaven. In my final moments, I have used my lifetime of cultivation to foresee the future, for I am deeply concerned that the world may descend into chaos. Thus, I pass on to you the true secret technique of our school, which defies the heavens and can unravel the mysteries of fate for your own use. However, this technique is exceedingly powerful. Should you stray from the principles of heaven and righteousness during your cultivation, you may face divine retribution, leading to your utter destruction. I hope you cherish this. After laying down the will, she knelt before her master's spirit tablet, resolutely proclaiming, Master, rest assured, I shall endeavor to elevate Qinglian Temple and will not betray your expectations. Qin Yanjin is an orphan. At the tender age of 5, her family perished in a car accident while traveling, leaving her as the sole survivor. A passing elderly Taoist nun, moved by her plight, took her in as a disciple. Thus, the temple has only consisted of her and her master. Just yesterday, her 130-year-old master passed away, leaving her as the sole heir of Qinglian Temple. After respectfully completing her kowtows, she hurriedly took up the technique her master had mentioned. However, upon opening it, she was taken aback. What lay before her was not the secret technique, but a mere string of IP addresses specifically stating, Tiger Leap live stream platform. Qin Yanjin thought. She believed she had made a mistake, but after flipping through it repeatedly and confirming, the only thing her master had left her was indeed this live stream account. A twitch of her mouth betrayed her disbelief. This was what her master referred to as the secret technique. She never imagined that at 130 years old, her master would still enjoy surfing the internet. A sense of disappointment washed over her, though she could not quite identify whether it was disappointment or something else, yet it felt rather unsatisfactory. Nonetheless, she followed the account instructions and logged in. It was still a new account. Upon opening the homepage, it boldly proclaimed, fortune-telling, auspicious predictions, exorcisms, and disaster relief. No fee if predictions prove inaccurate. Qin Yanjin was rendered speechless. When had she acquired such abilities? The only skills her master had imparted were the basics of fortune-telling. Nevertheless, being her master's account, she steeled herself and pressed on. After around 10 minutes with no viewers, she pondered for a moment and swiftly performed a luck-enhancing technique. Soon, the live stream welcomed its first user. Wow, the host is so beautiful. Are you sure you're not a celebrity? At this moment, Qin Yanjin wore a dark blue Taoist robe, her glossy black hair elegantly tied up, revealing a smooth forehead and exquisite features, exuding an ethereal charm. As the luck-enhancing technique took effect, more and more netizens flocked to the live stream. Oh, the host is a nun. What kind of eyes do you have? That's a Taoist priestess, or perhaps a fairy. Didn't you see her hair tied up? I just checked the host's homepage. Are you a fortune-telling master? Come on, the host looks only about 17 or 18. How could she be a master? Seeing that over 200 people had entered the live stream, Qin Yanjin smiled faintly. Dear fated ones, I am Qin Yanjin, the 78th generation leader of Qingfeng Mountain's Qinglian Temple. Today marks my first day of live streaming, and to express my gratitude for your support, I will randomly select 3 fortunate souls for complimentary fortune-telling. A gentle reminder, those who have committed wrongful deeds or are notorious villains should refrain from participating, otherwise, any revelations will be disclosed without responsibility. Hey, I don't believe in this nonsense. I'll join the draw. Haha, the young host is already out here scamming. If you're a leader, then I must be a principal. I must say, the host's approach to fame is refreshingly unique. I have a feeling she'll become popular. Free? Then I'm in. Ignoring their mockery, Qin Yanjin focused on the back-end selection mode, which revealed 3 fated individuals. Congratulations to Yosa, Jingtheban Li, and Icha. Let us first connect with the first fated one, Soon, the connection was established, revealing a woman with large eyes, a sharp chin, and a luminous complexion on the opposite side. I never expected to be chosen, master. Please, enlighten me about my career prospects. Qin Yanjin chuckled helplessly. I can foretell fortunes, but dear interlocutor, could you possibly deactivate the beauty filter? Otherwise, not even a celestial being could discern your features. The netizens erupted in laughter upon hearing this. Indeed, Yuyou, your eyes are twice the size of mine. Are you not concerned about sand being blown into them? With such a pointed chin, do you not fear puncturing your silicone? And your skin? It dazzles my titanium alloy eyes. How utterly amusing. Yuyou sheepishly stuck out her tongue. I apologize, I forgot. I shall turn it off immediately. Disabling the beauty filter, a woman of sweet countenance and exquisite features materialized before them. Is this acceptable, master? Qin Yanjin nodded and promptly activated her mystical powers according to the secret method of divination. However, to her astonishment, at that very moment, she perceived the entirety of Yuyou's life, from birth to the future. Suppressing the tumultuous waves within her heart, Qin Yanjin withdrew her powers and spoke. Dear interlocutor, I shall first delve into your past. This process will allow us to establish a foundation of trust. Otherwise, even if I reveal your fate, your disbelief would render my efforts futile. Very well, master. Please proceed. Your name is Tan Kurson. You are 25 years old, hailing from a wealthy family, with both an elder brother and sister. Your elder brother is married, and your sister-in-law is about to give birth. Am I correct? Yuyou gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Oh my goodness, master, you are truly remarkable. My brother and sister-in-law are currently at the hospital awaiting the birth. The doctor mentioned she would enter the delivery room tonight. Qin Yanjin continued. At the age of 5, you were abandoned by a malicious individual, your neighbor, an elderly lady. The reason is rather simple. You were deemed more intelligent and beautiful than her granddaughter. Yuyou nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. Indeed, indeed. My mother has recounted this tale. She said that at 5, I recited 7 or 8 Tang poems in one breath, while the children next door couldn't even count to 100. Qin Yanjin smiled faintly. You also faced a brush with death during high school when your class organized a spring outing. You fell into the water and nearly drowned, but fortunately, you were rescued in time, suffering only a few gulps of water. Yuyou gasped again, covering her mouth in astonishment. Master, you are undoubtedly a sage. Everything you say is accurate. I indeed nearly drowned, and it was the class monitor who saved me. We have been together for nearly 7 years, and in 5 days, we are to be wed. Yet, Qin Yanjin shook her head solemnly and stated, You are mistaken. Your current boyfriend is not the one who saved you. The true savior is named Xiao. Yuyou's expression shifted to one of confusion. The trust she had just begun to build was now precariously wavering. Master, there is indeed a boy named Xiao in my class, but at that time, everyone claimed it was the class monitor who rescued me. As for Xiao, he transferred schools after that spring outing. Master, could it be that you are mistaken? Chapter 2. Your boyfriend is getting married, and you are not the bride. The online community began to revel in schadenfreude. The host has truly stumbled, hasn't she? Being a fortune teller is no easy task. At the very least, one must master the art of deception. The slap in the face came unexpectedly. Perhaps the host should abandon her predictions and stick to singing and dancing. If all else fails, she could even delve into meditation. Nowadays, netizens are enamored with appearances. Lack of talent will not earn you ridicule. Enough already. If you keep this up, the young lady will start to cry. Qin Yanjin observed the netizens' jests without anger. Addressing Yuyou, if you don't believe it, you can call and confirm right now. Curious to uncover the truth, Yuyou inquired. Whom should I ask about this, the fortune teller? Qin Yanjin nodded. Tell him you stumbled upon a video, and that the person who saved you back then was Xiao. Let us see what he has to say. After a moment's contemplation, Yuyou retrieved her phone and nervously dialed. As she listened to the ringing on the line, an inexplicable fear began to stir within her. Hello. What's wrong? A deep male voice resonated from the other end. Yuyou inhaled deeply and feigned a heavy tone as she spoke. Lu Tao. I inadvertently watched a video today of the incident when I fell into the water years ago. Silence enveloped the line. Yuyou felt her heart plummet. It was Xiao who saved me. Since you're already aware, what more do you wish to ask? Yes, it was Xiao who saved you. But I wanted to save you too. I just wasn't as quick as he was. So many years have passed, it's time to let bygones be bygones. We're about to get married. You've even received the bride price. Just let this matter rest. Why? Why did you deceive me? At this moment, Yuyou could no longer contain her emotions and anger surged within her. Tan Curson, can you please stop being unreasonable? I'm very busy. I don't have time to argue about this. I'm hanging up now. A busy tone followed, and tears streamed down Yuyou's face. Upon witnessing the scene, the netizens were incensed. Goodness, I have never encountered such shamelessness. He deceives the netizens yet remains so brazen. Your boyfriend is inadequate. If he behaves like this before marriage, what worse might he do afterward? You should break up with him now. Let us encourage reconciliation rather than separation. Although your boyfriend has deceived you, so much time has passed. Isn't it unnecessary to dwell on it? Seriously. Does no one else feel that they are merely embellishing the show for effect? Stop crying, it won't help. Perhaps you should consider whether to go through with this marriage. Yuyou had not anticipated that matters would descend to such an awkward level. She wiped her tears and, sniffling, turned to Qin Yanjin. Master, what should I do? Can you guide me? Qin Yanjin consoled her. Destined one, do not weep. Your boyfriend is not your true love. Rather, he is a rotten peach blossom. Allow me to divine your future. All right. Master, please proceed. If we consider your marriage, your life post-wedding will not be filled with happiness. Your mother-in-law will impose exceedingly harsh demands upon you, insisting you resign from your job to prepare for childbirth, while also expecting you to manage both the kitchen and the parlor. Your love for your boyfriend will compel you to endure all of this. A year later, after you give birth to a daughter, your mother-in-law will insist that you continue having children until you bear a son. When you refuse and wish to return to work, she will spread rumors about you, claiming you lack virtue, asserting that you were no longer a pure maiden when you married her son. Unable to bear the humiliation, you will have a fierce argument with your husband, who, in a fit of rage, will strike you. Feeling deeply wronged, you will flee the house in tears, only to be struck by a vehicle while crossing the street, leading to your demise. The netizens gasped, that's rather far-fetched. Host, please do not frighten her. She has turned pale. Qin Yanjin shook her head, her expression grave. Destined one, I am not deceiving you. After your death, your husband will marry another woman, who will bear him a son. To avoid distressing the new daughter-in-law, your mother-in-law will deliberately abandon your daughter on the street, causing her to go missing. However, fate has a way of balancing itself. By chance, your mother-in-law will discover that her grandson is not biologically related to her son, and she will pass away from shock. Subsequently, the three of them will live happily ever after. The viewers in the live chat nearly burst into laughter. Are you certain that they are living a happy life? They aren't even related by blood. How can that be fulfilling? Though the plot is melodramatic, I must admit, host, you have successfully captured my attention. While Yuyou was skeptical about Qin Yanjin's words, she held a strong aversion to the topic of death. Master, if I choose not to marry, what will my fate be? Qin Yanjin smirked. Upon uncovering the truth, you will postpone the wedding, wishing to test your boyfriend's love for you. However, an unexpected business trip will arise, and upon your return, you'll discover your boyfriend is marrying someone else, and the bride is not you. Though romance may falter, this business trip will resolve an urgent issue for your company, leading to your immediate promotion to supervisor. Thereafter, your career will flourish. Hearing that her career would prosper offered Yuyou some comfort. She bit her lip and shyly inquired, "Master, if this current boyfriend is not my true love, then who is?" "Your true love," Qin Yanjin replied with an enigmatic smile. "You will receive a notice for a business trip today. If you go, you are destined to meet your true love. You must seize this opportunity. If you let it slip away, the next decade will be filled with rotten peach blossoms." No sooner had she finished speaking than Yuyou's phone rang. She glanced at it. It was indeed her supervisor calling. Under the watchful eyes of the netizens, Yuyou answered the call. The supervisor inquired if she could go on a business trip, and after a moment's hesitation, she agreed. After hanging up, Yuyou exclaimed, "Master, you truly are extraordinary. My supervisor really asked me to go on a business trip, and I've accepted. Therefore, before I leave, I will propose to delay the wedding. Thank you for revealing the truth. Otherwise, I would have remained in the dark for a lifetime. I must go prepare now, Master. I will end the broadcast." "Very well. I wish you all the best." After disconnecting, Qin Yanjin opened the line for the second destined one. The second destined one.
Ginny Bentley, Ello.
Upon connecting, the screen displayed a young girl with an innocent appearance, albeit at a slanted angle, clearly indicative of being filmed surreptitiously. "Hello, Master. I just saw how accurately you predicted. Is it for real? I may be young, but I'm not easily deceived." Qin Yanjin chuckled lightly. "Whether it's deception or not, you'll find out if you try. All right, Master. You need not delve into my past. Just predict what the essay topic for my upcoming exam will be." Chapter 3. Hello? Is this Yaoling? At this point, the netizens in the live chat were speechless. "Little sister, with the exam approaching, you still have time to watch a live stream? Little sister, look behind you. Your homeroom teacher is watching. Upstairs, you've reminded me of childhood traumas. This is undoubtedly an inescapable nightmare. Little sister, you might as well have the host predict your total score for this exam and your rank." Qin Yanjin, upon noticing the young girl's curiosity, paid it no heed and directly invoked the secret art of divination, commencing her calculations. As the events were imminent, the predictions flowed with remarkable ease, transpiring almost in the blink of an eye. "Fated one, your essay topic is spring rain. If you doubt this, we can wait and see together in 2 minutes." "All right." The girl instantly perked up. 2 minutes passed swiftly, and at the moment she received her exam paper, Jinlian Benli was utterly in awe of Qin Yanjin. "Master, you are truly remarkable. I should have asked something of greater significance. Now I must attend my exam and cannot continue the live stream. Farewell." Qin Yanjin smiled and nodded.
"Goodbye."
"Now, let us connect with the final fated individual, one Yuyou. Hello." As the video connection established, a rather corpulent and disheveled middle-aged man appeared on screen. At that moment, he was gnawing on chicken feet while sipping beer, burping drunkenly as he gazed at the camera. "Finally, it's my turn. Little Taoist. Calculate when I will strike it rich." His repeated use of "I" incited disdain and aversion among the viewers in the live stream. This man is exceedingly untidy. Just looking at him is discomforting. Indeed, drinking in a live stream? What an awful example for the children. Host, do not even bother reading his fortune. He doesn't seem like someone destined for wealth. Let us draw another fated person. Despite his intoxication, Yuyou had keen perception. Noticing the barrage of disparaging comments, he became incensed. "You all shut up. I was once wealthy. You poor fools. What do you know?" Instantly, the live stream chat exploded, with viewers hurling insults at Yuyou. Observing the chaotic atmosphere, Qin Yanjin furrowed her brow and spoke calmly. "Everyone, while minor transgressions may seem trivial, frequent offenses can lead to grave misfortune. Please choose your words with care." Her voice possessed an enchanting quality, instantly calming the impulsive and irrational individuals.
"Now,
I shall read the past of this viewer." Qin Yanjin swiftly employed her technique, and soon the scenes of Yuyou's life unfolded before her like a cinematic reel. The deeper she delved, the graver her expression became. It was hard to fathom how someone like him could meet such a fate. "Yuyou, please hold on. I need to attend to something urgently. I shall return shortly." Without waiting for Yuyou's response, she took her master's phone and exited the meditation room. "Is this the police? I wish to report a crime." "Yes, he is a wanted criminal named Lu Daqi from Liuozuan in Chuanshan County, involved in human trafficking and the illegal trade of hundreds of pounds of contraband, with 16 homicides to his name, evading capture for 17 years. I am the head of Qinglian Temple and possess some divination skills. He came to my live stream for a fortune reading, and I discerned his true nature. If you doubt me and allow him to roam free, he will continue his crimes, shattering the lives of families that should be happy. Can you bear the responsibility for that? Excellent, I assure you. You will not regret this. After hanging up, Qin Yanjin returned to the live stream with an impassive demeanor. Apologies for the wait. Now, let us read the past of this viewer. Go ahead. I'm eager to see what you can deduce. Yuyou, oblivious to the impending doom, sneered, but let me make it clear. If your predictions are inaccurate, you will owe me money. Not a small amount. Just a few million will suffice. Trash. Host, do not read for him. Such a person is clearly a societal scourge. Ban him. Do read. If the host truly possesses skill, let us see what he is made of. I have a feeling he is not a good person. Agreed. Read for him. It would be splendid to unveil his entire lineage, leading to his social demise. Qin Yanjin began. Your real name is Lu Daqi, from Liuzuan in Chuanshan County. 42 years old, a pig in the zodiac, with 6 older sisters, making you the youngest and the only male, hence your sisters indulged your whims. Yuyou boasted. Indeed, they are all worthless. They were born to serve me. The viewers gasped. What a despicable person. Why does such a being exist in this world? 6 sisters? Is there a throne to inherit? Qin Yanjin smiled faintly and continued. You have always been lazy and gluttonous, stealing from your family and framing your sisters. In a fit of rage, your parents sent one of your sisters away and then bought you a new outfit. She emphasized the word sent, and the viewers immediately grasped the implication. Good heavens, could they have sold her?
Shh.
Don't say it out loud. Those who understand will understand. What if the live stream gets banned? How atrocious. Such a person wastes air by living and land by dying. Seeing the viewer's indignation, a cold smile graced Qin Yanjin's lips. When your sister was sent away, instead of reflecting on your actions, you grew bolder, cunningly ensnaring your sisters with every vile means. For instance, you would incite your nefarious friends to bully your sister, forcing her into submission for your own gain. Or you would urge your parents to marry her off to an old man who offered a hefty bride price, spending that money on your own pleasures. You even went so far as to knock her unconscious and sell her, indifferent to whom you dealt with, as long as you received money in return. Later, you succumbed to gambling, squandering all the family's wealth. Your parents worked tirelessly to pay off debts, only to succumb to illness after a few years. With no source of income remaining, you turned your eyes to your relatives. Initially, they tolerated your demands, but as time passed, they cast you aside, even hurling insults at you. Consumed by malice, you brandished a knife that night. Shut up. Stop talking. If you dare to continue, I will find you and kill you. I will kill your entire family. Upon hearing these threats, Yuyou suddenly snapped to attention, his face paling as cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Pointing menacingly at Qin Yanjin. Qin Yanjin raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. I previously warned that those who have committed grave sins or heinous acts should not seek fortune-telling in my live stream. You are audacious, Lu Daqi. You shall not find wealth. Instead, what awaits you is the abyss of the 18 levels of hell. Shut up, shut up, shut up. I command you to be silent. Qin Yanjin smiled lightly as she located the link to the webpage of a fugitive and shared it in her live stream. I apologize. It was I who called the police just now. If anyone remains skeptical, you may search online for a murder case from 17 years ago. Here is the link. A viewer commented, I remember now. Just half a minute after the host left. Could that have been when the call was made? Qin Yanjin nodded. Indeed. I consulted the oracle and recognized him as a villain of the highest order, which prompted me to report him immediately. As the viewers clicked on the link and saw Lu Daqi's photograph, their expressions turned to confusion. Host, did you mistake him for someone else? This is not Lu Daqi. The image depicted a gaunt Lu Daqi, appearing rather refined, whereas the Lu Daqi they had just witnessed was corpulent and unpleasantly disfigured. If it were indeed the same person, it was no wonder the police had failed to identify him over the years. Such a transformation would likely render even his own parents unrecognizable. Qin Yanjin asserted confidently. He is indeed Lu Daqi. However, he has undergone double eyelid surgery, had his lips tattooed, and gained over 80 pounds, making recognition quite challenging. Goodness, I must say, the resemblance becomes striking, particularly with that prominent nasal hump, another viewer remarked. Master, Qin Yanjin, I am curious, if Lu Daqi had not been apprehended, what would his fate have been? Evil begets evil. Such a person would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Qin Yanjin, however, shook her head. Had Lu Daqi remained at large, within a few years, he would have become extraordinarily wealthy overnight, driving luxury cars, marrying a beautiful wife, and opening a thriving entertainment establishment. Is that even possible? What kind of luck is that? Why should he deserve it? Qin Yanjin explained. He consistently bought lottery tickets every day, borrowing money if necessary, and eventually, he won a grand prize worth millions. The viewers in the live stream were left feeling envious. This wretched individual actually won? Heaven is truly blind. They lamented. Did the divine favor his perseverance? At the moment of Lu Daqi's capture, a surge of celestial insight enveloped Qin Yanjin, coalescing around her in a gentle white mist. This mist represented spiritual energy. Startled, she quickly grasped her master's intentions. Her mentor had not deceived her. Overcome with excitement, she waved to her viewers.
All right.
Today's session concludes here. We shall reconvene at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please be advised, starting tomorrow, consultations will require a fee of 500 soft currency, limited to 3 individuals daily. With that, she hastily ended the stream. Qin Yanjin swiftly assumed a meditative posture, gradually refining the ethereal energy surrounding her. As she absorbed the energy, her body underwent a remarkable transformation, purging impurities while the remaining energy was stored in her dantian, gradually being refined. Meanwhile, Tan Kurson, having contemplated her decision all night, finally resolved to leave. Before departing, she sent her boyfriend a text message ending their relationship, regardless of her master's predictions. She no longer wished to continue. Reflecting on her thoughts, she boarded a plane. 2 hours later, Tan Kurson arrived at a company for negotiations. While waiting in the lounge, she unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Xiaoheng, she exclaimed, joyfully approaching the impeccably dressed man. Is that really you? Xiaoheng's assistant frowned at the scene and quickly interjected. Madam, please maintain a respectful distance from our CEO. Tan Kurson's expression faltered, and her heart sank as she instinctively stepped back.
I'm sorry.
I must have mistaken you for someone else. Please forgive the intrusion. Just as she turned to leave, she heard the man's deep voice call out, Tan Kurson. I hear you're getting married? Tan Kurson spun around, her eyes glistening, and affirmed, You're Xiaoheng, aren't you? The tall, handsome man nodded. Yes. You rescued me when I fell into the water in high school, didn't you? Indeed, she replied eagerly. Why didn't you say anything back then? Would it have mattered? Xiaoheng countered. Coming from a wealthy family, Lu Tao had been a privileged student, while he had been merely a struggling student. A word from Lu Tao could have cast him aside like a pariah. Yet, he refrained from sharing this truth with Tan Kurson, as she knew nothing of his past, and he felt he had no right to be beside her then. However, after all these years, once he finally felt deserving, he learned of her impending marriage. The news shattered his heart. How could it not matter? If you had said something, I wouldn't have. Tan Kurson started to speak, but fell silent upon meeting Xiaoheng's gaze. Wouldn't what? He pressed. Nothing, she retorted, unwilling to divulge that had she known, she would not have loved Lu Tao wholeheartedly. Yet, after such a long passage of time, she doubted Xiaoheng would believe her. Seeing her reluctance to speak, Xiaoheng shifted the conversation. I heard you're getting married. Congratulations. Tan Kurson offered a wry smile. What is there to celebrate? Just yesterday, someone informed me that you were the one who saved me, and I broke up with Lu Tao. Upon hearing the word breakup, Xiaoheng's eyes brightened, as if a dormant heart had been revived, and a smile crept onto his lips. Simultaneously, the moment Tan Kurson uttered the words of separation, the fates of her, Xiaoheng, and Lu Tao became irrevocably intertwined, their destinies rewritten, and the threads of fate soon descended upon Qin Yanjin. At Qingfeng Mountain, within the Qinglian Temple, Qin Yanjin had just absorbed the celestial insights bestowed upon her by the Yi when an even more profound revelation enveloped her. She promptly resumed her refinement, and when she opened her eyes again, she had ascended to the first level of Qi cultivation. Do not underestimate the power of this level. In an age devoid of spiritual law, even the 5th level could be deemed a terrestrial immortal. Moreover, she had achieved this in merely half a day's time. Considering this, Qin Yanjin's speed of cultivation could only be described as astonishing. Rising to stretch her limbs, she was suddenly assailed by an overwhelming, unpleasant odor. Looking down, her expression froze. During her body enhancement, her pores had expelled a significant amount of impurities, leaving her covered in a thin layer of muck. It was thoroughly discomforting. In a flash, she dashed to the lotus pond in the front yard and plunged in. Although the water was not particularly clean, it was a welcome reprieve compared to her previous state. After washing away the impurities and emerging from the water, she felt refreshed and cleansed. With her cultivation advancing, her entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation, exuding an ethereal aura as though she were a celestial being gracing the earth. Chapter 5. Your husband has a boyfriend. Qin Yanjin glanced at the clock. It was already 7:30 in the evening. At that moment, her stomach rumbled in protest, reminding her that she had not eaten since her master's passing. As the saying goes, a person is iron and rice is steel. One meal skipped leaves one feeling uneasy. Though she had embarked upon the path of cultivation, she was still at the beginning stages and had yet to reach the phase of fasting, thus needing to adhere to the habits of an ordinary person. With a basket in hand, Qin Yanjin ventured into the backyard to gather some fresh cucumbers and persimmons. She prepared a simple dish of scrambled eggs with persimmons and a cucumber salad, eating lightly before retiring for the night. The following morning, Qin Yanjin resumed her routine of morning exercises. The essence of morning lessons lies in cultivating tranquility, nurturing the mind and spirit, unwinding, and cleansing oneself of restlessness. After a span of 40 minutes, the morning session concluded. She seamlessly transitioned to her live stream, only to be astounded by the alarming count of over 5,000 followers. With her popularity soaring to over 1 million, all genuine fans. A surge of excitement welled up within her. Qin Yanjin had not anticipated such a remarkable outcome on her first day of streaming. This was indeed a stroke of fortune, having already experienced its benefits the previous day. Witnessing such a vast audience now was exhilarating. She accessed the live stream backend, where it indicated a total revenue of 700 yuan from the previous day, all derived from gifts since it was a free session. However, due to her not having signed with the platform, her actual withdrawable amount was a mere 30, totaling 210 yuan. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that the benefits she had gained far outweighed this, and as long as her abilities continued to flourish, financial gain would inevitably follow. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a torrent of viewers flooded the live stream. Master, does today still count for divination? I am prepared. Master, you're finally online. We've been waiting so long. Master, please draw for me. I have an urgent matter. With this, the person sent a rocket as a gift. Qin Yanjin raised an eyebrow and opened this viewer's profile. The user, with the handle, husband cheating, seeking divorce, had indeed sent a rocket, thus she decided to prioritize them. Shortly, the two connected via audio. On the screen appeared a woman, worn and disheveled, her eyes red and puffy from crying. Master, hello, my husband has cheated, but I can't find evidence. Now he wants a divorce and to leave me with nothing. Master, can you help me? The viewers perked up immediately. Now that's a topic worth discussing. Get the snacks and drinks. I'm ready for this drama. That man is utterly despicable. It's outrageous he expects her to leave empty-handed after cheating. At least they were once married. How could he be so heartless? Don't cry. Matters like this shouldn't be brought to a master. You really should consult a lawyer. They would be more than willing to take on such a case. A lawyer can't solve this as quickly as a master. A master can discern with a single glance whether a person is human or a spirit. Besides, I love watching family dramas like this. They're always so thrilling. The viewers engaged in a fervent discussion in the comments. Qin Yanjin smiled gently and inquired, Dear Seeker, how do you wish to proceed? Do you wish to salvage this marriage or claim your rightful share of the marital assets? Husband cheating, seeking divorce, choked back tears. I must go through with the divorce, but I don't want him or that mistress to get away with anything. Master, can you help me devise a plan? Qin Yanjin nodded. This is quite simple. If he is indeed at fault, not only can you reclaim all the expenses he has incurred for the mistress, but you can also secure a substantial portion of his assets. Thank you, Master. As long as it causes him financial pain, I will reward you with a treasure map. Husband cheating, seeking divorce, earnestly replied. Then, Dear Seeker, please provide a photograph of your husband, no filters, no edits, for accurate divination. Of course, just a moment. In mere seconds, husband cheating, seeking divorce, presented a clear ID photo. The man appeared to be in his mid-30s, clad in a sharp suit, exuding an air of corporate sophistication, undeniably handsome. The type likely to attract romantic attention. Wow, viewer, your husband is quite striking. With looks like that, infidelity seems inevitable. It's no wonder he strayed. Look at yourself. No wonder he would seek affection elsewhere. Relying solely on a man, turn a blind eye, and hope for the best. The comments ranged from supportive to critical. Qin Yanjin narrowed her eyes slightly, her fingers weaving through the air as she performed a subtle gesture on her phone screen, a flicker of light passing through. Those who dared to utter disparaging remarks either experienced technical difficulties or found themselves momentarily tongue-tied, a small measure of her method for reprimanding the petty. Once the comments quieted, Qin Yanjin invoked her secret art, swiftly discerning the complete truth about husband cheating, seeking divorce, as husband. Her expression turned serious as she carefully chose her words. Dear Seeker, your husband has indeed been unfaithful, but do you know who his mistress is? Or, do you have any suspicions? The viewer hesitated, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she shook her head. Master, truth be told, I have no idea. Though where? Qin Yanjin raised an eyebrow in surprise. How can you be so certain of his infidelity without knowing the cause? Could it not be a matter of marital discord? Intuition, she asserted firmly. Master. He never used to take photos, yet now he frequently snaps selfies and uses filters. He never engaged with WeChat, yet now he updates his status often. With ambiguous messages like, blue skies and white clouds, just want to embrace you. Is he embracing the sky? No, I believe he wants to embrace that mistress. As husband cheating, seeking divorce spoke, her anger mounted, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Dear Seeker, your husband certainly harbors significant issues, Qin Yanjin said gravely. A female viewer chimed in with her own tale. My boyfriend is the same. He ignores me while chatting and laughing with another man on his phone. I didn't think much of it until it escalated, so I took a peek while he was asleep. To my shock, the man was actually a woman. Her posts were filled with men, and I presumed she was a man. I immediately sent a picture of my boyfriend back to her and she replied, I want to see the front. This is disgusting. After that, I broke up with him and kicked him out. How dare he cheat after I provided for him? Women's intuition is remarkably accurate. The moment a man contemplates infidelity, he is bound to be caught. It's terrifying, truly terrifying. Another day of fearing marriage. Husband cheating. Seeking divorce lamented, Master, can you divine whether my husband has truly cheated and who the other person is? I just want to put my heart at rest. Qin Yanjin found the statement somewhat brash, yet she responded honestly. Dear Seeker, I must not conceal the truth from you. Your husband actually has a boyfriend. Chapter 6. The shock was palpable among the viewers. Wow, is this something I can hear for free? Master, are we mistaken? What you just said is true. I'm dying to know if the viewer's husband is gay. That's off topic. This is not the place for such discussions. Regardless, I just want evidence. Evidence. Master. You cannot defame a good person without proof. Yes. We demand evidence. Hilarious. Clearly, they just want to see some free romance drama. The viewers erupted in excitement, as if they had just stumbled upon a sensational news story, each one electrified with anticipation. Although Qin Yanjin rarely surfed the internet, she was not oblivious to the fervor of the audience and couldn't help but smirk at their enthusiasm. Ahem, evidence does exist. Yet the meaning of my husband is cheating and wants a divorce remains to be examined. The individual in question, my husband is cheating and wants a divorce, finds herself in a state of bewilderment, repeatedly contemplating the words spoken by Qin Yanjin, suggesting that her husband has a male companion, and questioning whether there might be some underlying issue. Master, could it be that you are mistaken? Though my husband exhibits despicable behavior, he does not strike me as that sort of person, and moreover, we already have a child together. Surely this cannot be a fabrication. You are overly naive. Who says that a 0 cannot transition to a 1? Qin Yanjin straightforwardly responded to her delicate inquiry with the vernacular of the internet. However, once her words were uttered, a tempest of reactions erupted among the online community. Beep beep beep. The innuendo arrived unexpectedly. I wish to hit the brakes. Goodness gracious, dear netizens. You cannot possibly forgive him. This constitutes marriage fraud. If we can procure evidence of his being a 0, he shall receive not a penny and may well find himself confined in a dark cell. Indeed, dear netizens, present the evidence, and we shall analyze it together. Subsequently, we shall dox him, ensuring his social demise. The fervor among the netizens escalated, with the comments section resembling a festive celebration. My husband is cheating and wants a divorce looked at Qin Yanjin with a face full of desperation. Master, where's the evidence and what should I do? She was genuinely perplexed, uncertain whether to reveal the evidence she possessed. To speak candidly, although her husband had been emotionally distant, he had never deprived her materially. Even if he were to leave her with nothing, he would still ensure that their son inherited the majority of their wealth. Her son is her lifeline. As long as he is well cared for, she harbors no regrets. The sole regret lies in the prospect of divorce. After confiding her innermost thoughts to Qin Yanjin, the netizens began to stir once more. Netizens, are you foolish? Your husband may leave the assets to your child, but what do you gain? Do you truly believe the court will grant custody of the child to you? In the end, will you not be left with nothing? I advise you to scrutinize the evidence first before proceeding. Yes, indeed. Examine the evidence. Once we have reviewed it, we shall continue our discussion. At this juncture, Qin Yanjin interjected, asserting firmly, Dear one, regardless of circumstances, you must initiate the divorce.
Why?
My husband is cheating and wants a divorce, inquired with skepticism. A sentiment echoed by the bewildered netizens. Qin Yanjin continued, Perhaps you have forgotten that your husband once purchased substantial accident insurance for you and your family, with your son as the beneficiary. Do you recall? Yes, indeed. Therefore, whether or not you choose to divorce, the outcome has already been predetermined. Unless you take the initiative to secure the evidence and ensure that both your husband and his paramour are apprehended otherwise. Otherwise what? She did not elaborate, but those who understood grasped the implication. It is astonishing that the husband of a netizen could be so ruthless, not only toying with her emotions but also seeking to endanger her entire family. It is utterly diabolical. What a tragic situation for this woman. Netizens, we shall refrain from advising you further. It is time for you to reflect on your situation. What is there to ponder? Hurry and have him imprisoned. Every minute of delay poses a risk. My husband is cheating and wants a divorce. Suddenly felt a surge of panic. The very notion of her husband harboring such unspeakable secrets sent chills down her spine. Observing her pale complexion and the terror in her eyes, Qin Yanjin quickly offered gentle reassurance. Fear not, dear one. Log into an online account at once. Here, you will find what you seek, including schemes that detail how to make your entire family vanish without a trace. After saying this, she sent her a private message containing the account details. Trembling, My husband is cheating and wants a divorce. Open the link, revealing a plethora of distressing videos. Before witnessing these videos, she had clung to the hope that Qin Yanjin was a mere charlatan. Yet, upon viewing the content, her stomach churned violently, and she retched without producing anything. Feeling as though all strength had been drained from her, tears streaming down her face. It seems that Master Qin's words ring true. Dear netizens, do not weep. It is not too late to turn back. At the very least, your life is preserved. Indeed, this is not the time for sorrow. Gather the evidence and consult a lawyer. Marriage fraud, conspiracy to commit murder. These are grave offenses that could result in decades of incarceration. Qin Yanjin reminded her, Dear one, quickly compose yourself and gather the evidence. Your husband is on his way back. But do not worry. He is unaware that you possess the evidence. His intent is merely to discuss the divorce with you. Maintain your composure, and then swiftly report to the authorities and seek legal counsel. Upon hearing that her husband was returning, my husband is cheating and wants a divorce, panicked, hastily wiping away her tears and copying the evidence from her computer. Master Qin, I am grateful for your life-saving assistance. This is my offering, and I must take my leave. With a resounding boom, 2 rocket emojis flew across the live stream as my husband is cheating and wants a divorce logged off. The audience was left astounded. Truly a grand performance. No novel would dare to script such a tale. Today, I finally witnessed the treachery of human nature. Suddenly, I recalled that my husband had seemingly purchased an accident insurance policy for me as well. Should I investigate? Otherwise, I would remain uneasy.
Oh my.
In light of your words, I remember my mother had bought one for me too. This is becoming increasingly absurd. How could there be so many insurance fraudsters in the world? Qin Yanjin no longer hesitated and addressed the live stream. Next, we shall connect with another destined individual. Master, pick me. To the one above, are you seeking punishment? Choose me. Qin Yanjin chuckled. Dear netizens, I must forewarn you that those I choose today are all victims. Are you certain you wish to proceed? What does that mean? Does the master imply that those selected are merely unfortunate souls? That is not misfortune. In the words of the master, it signifies an ominous portent. If I refrain from being chosen, will I then escape disaster? Utilizing her abilities, Qin Yanjin drew forth a hapless individual with whom she shared some connection. This person, searching for a Chong, is our destined soul. Hello, is it convenient for you to connect? After a moment's delay, approximately 2 minutes later, the other party accepted the connection. To her astonishment, The screen revealed a middle-aged woman nearing 50, appearing exceedingly haggard, with sunken eyes and a sallow complexion. An uninformed observer might assume she had succumbed to some illicit substance. Master, I beseech you, please help me find my son. He is missing. Chapter 7, A Kidney? Dear one, please do not weep. Could you share how your son went missing? Upon hearing Qin Yanjin's inquiry, the woman known as searching for a Chong managed to stifle her sobs and wiped her tears. Choking back her emotions, she replied, My son is named a Chong. He is 21 years old and a rather shy child. 2 months ago, the school suddenly called to inform me that a Chong had not attended for 3 days, inquiring whether he was ill. Upon hearing this, I panicked and rushed to the school. After some discussion, I learned that a Chong had gone missing. I was terrified and immediately reported to the police, but after a few days of investigation, they concluded that he had run away from home and ceased their efforts. To this day, he has not returned, and I have been plagued by nightmares, dreaming of my son being harmed, covered in blood. Master, please, I implore you, help me. He is my only son. Searching for a Chong sobbed uncontrollably, her body trembling violently, revealing the depths of her despair. The plight of parents is indeed tragic. Master, please assist her. The school must bear some responsibility, as this occurred within their premises. Now is not the time to debate accountability. We must first locate the child. Let us hope the master can discern the whereabouts of the netizen's son. Qin Yanjin inquired, Fated One. Do you wish to first contemplate your own fate to ascertain whether I am a true master or a false one? Or would you prefer to directly discern the whereabouts of your son? Please, master. Searching for a Chong, interjected eagerly, let's first uncover my son's whereabouts. I believe in your authenticity. Very well, present me with a photograph of your son. Of course, master. Please hold on a moment. Searching for a Chong, promptly rose and ventured into her son's bedroom, retrieving a photograph. She turned to the camera and asked, Will this suffice? Indeed. Qin Yanjin nodded, immediately channeling her energy to perform divination. Moments later, upon glimpsing a Chong's plight, her brow furrowed, and a grave expression settled upon her face. Seeing her countenance, searching for a Chong felt a pang of anxiety and urgently inquired, Master, what has happened to my son? Has he met with an accident? As she spoke, she clutched her son's photograph in anguish. Deep down, she had an inkling of the truth. Yet she had been self-hypnotizing herself into believing that her son was safe. Do not despair, Fated One. The situation is not as dire as you imagine. However, your dream may soon become a reality. Your son has been deceived and taken to a certain place, where he has been forced to undergo a grievous ordeal. Upon hearing these words, Searching for a Chong felt her heart leap. While she was relieved that her son was still alive, her heart ached for the torment he was enduring. She fell to her knees, weeping uncontrollably. Master, I implore you, save my son. I am willing to offer you 200,000 if you can rescue him. In truth, her family could not possibly produce such a sum, but she was prepared to sell her house. After years of paying off the mortgage, she could certainly manage to sell it for somewhere between 200,000 and 250,000. If the master could save her son, she would spare no expense to bring him back. Witnessing her plight, the online audience began to voice their support. Master, please assist her. She is utterly pitiful, exclaimed one. The power of maternal love is astounding. It has brought me to tears. Master, please help her. It was truly ludicrous. While their sympathy was commendable, why should they morally coerce the master? The master had already stated that a Chong was in a distant location. How could he possibly be saved from such a distance? Even if he could be rescued, flying there would take time, and it was quite possible that a Chong could face further misfortune in the interim. Do not speak without understanding the gravity of the situation. The master is merely a fortune teller, not a deity. Why burden him with such unrealistic expectations? Although searching for a Chong was indeed pitiable, the master was human, not divine. It would be far more prudent to report the matter to the authorities and seek assistance from the police. The online comments varied wildly, each user contributing their thoughts. Qin Yanjin, observing the support from some netizens, felt a flicker of warmth in her heart. She calmly addressed the crowd, There is no need to panic. I do indeed have a method to spare a Chong from this predicament. What method? To send a dream to your son. Send a dream? It said that only the deceased can send dreams? The audience was perplexed. Is that even possible? They, lacking in knowledge, were oblivious to the intricacies of such matters. Searching for a Chong, in her desperation, did not question Qin Yanjin. She viewed her as a last resort. Unable to afford skepticism, wiping her tears, she returned to face the camera. All right, master, what must I do? You need only gaze into the camera. If you feel drowsy, allow yourself to sleep. If you encounter your son in the dream, simply blow a breath towards him and tell him that he is dead. Do not say more than this. Upon waking within a day, he will call you. Qin Yanjin's method was a form of illusionary technique from her school as secret arts, simulating a death-like state through dreams. As the spiritual energy accumulated, her understanding of these secret arts deepened, revealing that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The true profundity encompassed myriad principles, including medicine, formations, talismans, and divination, an endless expanse of knowledge. Of course, as her own cultivation advanced, she discerned that her late master's realm was merely the threshold. Yet, the fact that such a rudimentary level of mastery could enable one to live to the age of 130 was a testament to the extraordinary nature of her school's secret arts. Without further ado, Qin Yanjin activated the secret technique, releasing a thread of spiritual energy. On the screen, spectators could see searching for a Chong gradually succumbing to drowsiness, her gaze losing focus. The audience, tense with anticipation, held their breath, their eyes glued to the screen. New viewers, unaware of the context, mistakenly believed this to be a live hypnotic demonstration and remained to see if they could glean any insights. Within mere seconds, searching for a Chong indeed slumped over her desk and fell asleep. The details of her dream remained unknown to the audience. They could only wait for her to awaken and share what transpired. The awakening came swifter than they had anticipated, as if less than half a minute had passed. When searching for a Chong opened her eyes, she appeared utterly drained, her complexion pale. Well, dear audience, did you see your son? What transpired? It feels as though the viewers have been drained of their energy. This is far too dramatic. I simply wish to know if the viewer encountered her son, and what his current condition is. This is absurd. It feels scripted. Yet, the performance by the viewer is far more compelling than many current stars lacking talent. To those above, the master is indeed a fortune-telling prodigy. We witnessed her abilities yesterday, so don't try to sway the narrative. At this moment, searching for a Chong, having regained her composure, suddenly burst into tears. Master, I saw my son. He has truly been subjected to a grievous ordeal. They are threatening to sell him in a slave market. Please, I beg you, save him. Chapter 8. I calculate that your boyfriend has a girlfriend. Goodness, is this real? The viewer's tears appear genuine. This is too outrageous. Even television dramas wouldn't dare to portray this. Surely you're not all just shills for the host? Regardless, let's report this incident. How absurd. Do you dare to report? I respect your boldness. Yesterday, someone caused a disturbance in the master's live stream, and I heard that those individuals faced some misfortunes. You dare to question the master? I can only chuckle at your naivety. I've heard about that too. A friend of mine was among those who faced misfortune. Her newly done nails broke, causing her to weep tears of pain. Let me tell you, I experienced this firsthand yesterday. I merely expressed a few complaints and suddenly, my fingers cramped up while I was using the restroom. My phone fell into the pit, and then it short-circuited and exploded, covering me in a mess. What a spectacle. Truly absurd. The comments quickly devolved into chaos, with discussions spiraling wildly. Observing, searching for a Chong, who seemed on the verge of fainting, Qin Yanjin swiftly infused her with a touch of spiritual energy to help her regain her composure. Fated one, do not panic. I assured you that your son will be all right. All you need to do is await his call. Searching for a Chong nodded fervently.
Yes.
Yes, I will heed your words, master. Perhaps due to the extraordinary nature of Qin Yanjin's methods, searching for a Chong now regarded her with the utmost reverence. Unwavering faith in her abilities. Very well. Until we meet again, fated one. Do not forget to settle the fee for the divination. Master, I promised you 200,000. I will pay you once I sell the house. There is no need for that. You are my fated companion, and a mere fee of 500 yuan will suffice. Excellent. With a single rocket launched, the connection is severed, and Qin Yanjin begins her search for the next destined individual. Master, choose me. Master, I wish to be selected as well. Draw me, draw me. Goodness, one might think that these online users are in a frenzy, one seeking to be chosen, the other insisting. I suspect you are merely jesting, yet I possess no evidence. Soon, Qin Yanjin finds another fated companion, and now, Let us connect with our next destined individual, the user, Benbo Ba. Benbo Ba is a lovely young girl in her blooming youth, with fair skin, hair styled high, and a smile gracing her lips, exuding an air of cheerful vivacity. Fortune teller? Can you predict when I will find a boyfriend? Qin Yanjin sits upright, nodding with gravity. Certainly, the fee is 500 yuan. Benbo Ba, having likely seen her live stream, promptly sends forth a rocket. Qin Yanjin closes her eyes, invoking the secret arts of divination. In but a moment, she opens her eyes, declaring, "Fated one, I have calculated, your boyfriend has a girlfriend." Instantly, the comments explode. Thank goodness. I almost thought I was destined to follow the path of, my husband is cheating and seeking divorce. Indeed, the fear lies in the master proclaiming, "Fated one, I have calculated, your boyfriend has a boyfriend." Suddenly, I realize I can somewhat accept the notion of my boyfriend having a girlfriend. What is happening? Oh, dear. The Master's words have shattered our perceptions without us even realizing it. Listening to the banter of the online users, Qin Yanjin feels utterly helpless. Yet, Benbo Ba stiffens, feigning composure as she responds, "Master, I do not have a boyfriend at all. Your divination is clearly inaccurate." Qin Yanjin, with an enigmatic shake of her head, replies, "Fated one, I understand your disbelief. Allow me to delve into your past, shall I?" Benbo Ba, having assumed Qin Yanjin is merely putting on a show for entertainment, readily agrees. Very well. Qin Yanjin activates her secret arts, and in an instant, Benbo Ba's life from birth to the next 30 years unfolds vividly in her mind. Your name is Yen Xiao. You are 27 years old, and have been a food broadcaster for 2 years, born into a well-off family, with loving parents. However, your mother and grandmother share a rather tumultuous relationship, to say the least. At the age of 7, you accidentally shattered your grandmother's vase, leading to a severe beating from her. Upon learning of this, your mother retaliated by striking your father. According to your mother, if you hit my daughter, I shall hit your son. One must admit, this approach successfully spared you from numerous beatings. Later, at 16, you dated a school bully who often dragged you into fights. Unsurprisingly, you both ended up in the police station facing a reprimand from the authorities. At 21, after your grandfather's passing, your grandmother intensified her demands, even pressuring your mother to have a second child to prevent the Yen family line from ending. Your mother, then in her 40s, refused, prompting your grandmother to introduce your father to a new girlfriend. The online users are left dumbfounded, regardless of its authenticity. One cannot overlook the grandmother's audacity in encouraging her son to stray. Quite a unique character indeed. At 25, you met your current boyfriend online. He is handsome, wealthy, and serves as a manager at a high-end club, am I correct? Benbo Ba is momentarily taken aback, excitedly slapping her thigh. Yes, master, everything you said is accurate. I am utterly astonished. If I were not certain I do not know you, I would believe you had installed surveillance on me. The online users burst into laughter. Now you believe the master is indeed a true sage, yet just a moment ago, you claimed to have no boyfriend. The slap of reality is unforeseen. In truth, skepticism is the norm, as many fortune tellers today are mere charlatans. Even when the master reveals her genuine abilities, I still find it hard to believe. Benbo Ba grows anxious, candidly stating, "Master, I do indeed have a boyfriend, but he is wonderful and shows no signs of infidelity." What did you mean when you said my boyfriend has a girlfriend? Fated one, I just mentioned, your boyfriend works in a club, which typically entails night shifts. Is that not so?
Yes.
So, what does he do during the day? Work? Occasionally returning for a brief visit. Master, is there anything wrong with that? Indeed, there is. Your boyfriend is not a superhero. How can he work 24 hours a day? Of course, hearing is one thing, but seeing is believing. I shall provide you with an address. You can investigate for yourself. Though still reluctant to believe, Benbo Ba recalls how accurate Qin Yanjin's previous reading was, compelling her to doubt. Very well, master. Please send me the address. Qin Yanjin swiftly types a few words and sends them privately. Upon receiving the address, Benbo Ba furrows her brow. Is this not the residence of my best friend? Could it be? She seems to realize something, her face paling as she turns to Qin Yanjin. Master, this is my best friend's home. Did you make a mistake? Qin Yanjin, speechless, thinks to herself how blatantly obvious this is. How can this girl still deceive herself? Whether or not it is true, you will know once you go. If you wish to avoid alarming the unsuspecting, I suggest you contact your friend and order her some takeout. When it arrives, you will undoubtedly find out. Chapter 9. The online users, seeking embrace, seeking affection, seeking love. Benbo Ba accepts the suggestion, retrieves her phone, and dials her friend, exchanging pleasantries before informing her that she has ordered takeout. After hanging up, she dresses, putting on a hat and mask, clearly preparing to catch her boyfriend in the act. Master, shall I hang up now? Before Qin Yanjin can respond, the online users protest. No, don't go. Benbin. We love to help others. Your friend is putting a green hat on you. Start a live stream, and we will ensure she faces social annihilation. We adore the pay-per-view segments, so please don't hang up. We merely wish to witness the aftermath. It is certainly not our intention to see your friend. The blatant fabrications are too obvious. Listening to the online user's encouragement, Benbo Ba ponders, since they have already betrayed her, why should she continue to shield them? It is all embarrassing, so let us all embrace the humiliation together.
All right.
I shall keep the live stream going. Benbo Ba arrives at the underground parking lot, presses the key fob, and with 2 beeps, a BMW X3 comes into view for the online users. So, Benbin is quite the affluent young lady. How enviable. As a food broadcaster, it is rumored she frequently undertakes impossible challenges, reaping both fame and fortune, so owning a car worth several $100,000 is hardly surprising. Suddenly, I no longer wish to strive. Benbin, dear sister, I am young and vigorous, endowed with ample capabilities. Might you consider me a fresh graduate? Oh, those upstairs. Line up, line up. Such a beautiful lady. Even if I have no money, I would still seek to visit her home for food, drink, and more. A group of men seeking to live off women. I disdain you. You truly bring shame to all men. Of course, I am different. Having been pampered since childhood, I developed a stomach condition, so I must rely on others. Sister, look here, look here. I am delicate and easily toppled. I seek embrace, affection, and love. Goodness. Can you be any more shameless? The online users chatter excitedly, and time swiftly passes. Upon just parking her vehicle, Benbo Ba found herself face-to-face with a delivery courier, who had also just halted his electric scooter and was making his way towards her best friend's building. She hastily exited her car and trotted after him, fortuitously sharing the same elevator. At that moment, the online community began to buzz with excitement. How exhilarating! Previously, she had only witnessed such scenarios on television, entertaining, yet ultimately unsatisfying. Now, she was about to witness a real-life rendition, and her anticipation was palpable. Astonishingly, during a live broadcast intended to catch her best friend in the act, she stumbled upon her friend and her boyfriend. What a significant revelation, albeit with a rather high sugar content. It was overwhelming. Initially devastated by the betrayal, Benbo Ba felt her sorrow dissipate as she read the absurd comments from viewers flooding the screen.
Ding.
The elevator doors opened, and the courier approached the designated doorbell, ringing it persistently. After approximately 2 minutes of unyielding silence, Benbo Ba, concealed in the hallway, grew anxious and whispered, "Master, why haven't they opened the door? Are they not home?" Calmly sipping her water, Qin Yanjin replied, "Do not fret. Your friend's legs are a bit weary, and she is currently leaning against the wall." Legs weary? The viewers exclaimed in disbelief. Is that what we think it means? Master, are you not a monk? How do you know such things? Please, a master practices the Tao, not Buddhism. There are no strict rules, and since the master conducts live broadcasts, it is evident he has experienced the secular world and understands such matters. By the way, where is Qingfeng Mountain located? If it's nearby, may I visit and pay my respects? Noticing a comment, Qin Yanjin promptly responded, "It is in Jiangyang City, Longxi Province, at Qinglian Temple on Qingfeng Mountain. Presided over by me, Qin Yanjin." Wow, Jiangyang City? That's where I'm from. How have I never heard of Qinglian Temple? I must ask my mother. I have heard of Qinglian Temple. It is a secluded place said to be inhabited by an elderly man and a young boy. The master cannot possibly be the young Taoist, right? After a brief online search, it was confirmed that such a place existed, though Qingfeng Mountain was known for its treacherous terrain, leaving uncertainty about whether it was indeed the place the master mentioned. Upstairs, it was indeed the master's Qinglian Temple, but it lay at the foothills of Qingfeng Mountain, requiring one to ascend 999 stone steps to reach the temple, though it wasn't particularly high. I'm from Jiangyang City, and tomorrow promises to be sunny. I'm going to ride my beloved scooter to Qinglian Temple to offer incense, pray, and perhaps consult the master for some fortune-telling. Viewers from other provinces expressed envy, while those from the same province rallied to form a group for the outing. Amidst the lively chatter, the door swung open, revealing a woman clad in revealing attire, her sultry gaze and flushed cheeks accentuated by a few strawberries adorning her neck.
Whoa.
This woman is quite striking. Wow, the intensity is overwhelming. At that moment, Qin Yanjin interjected, "Dear viewers, should you enter now? You might witness the unfolding of the scene." The viewers, reveling in the drama, urged Beng Bo Ba to rush in. She gritted her teeth, resolved, "All right, I'll go in." With that proclamation, she boldly stepped forward, pushing past her friend's shocked and panicked gaze, charging into the bedroom. The viewers erupted with excitement. "This is thrilling. It's my first time witnessing such a reality. I usually don't care much for men, but I must admit, I find my best friend quite beautiful." As her stunned friend regained her composure, she cried out, laughing, "Don't." Unfortunately, it was too late. Beng Bo Ba had already entered the bedroom, her eyes falling upon a man lounging on the bed, naked, with a cigarette in hand. The man's expression morphed into shock as their eyes locked, and just as he opened his mouth to explain, the cigarette slipped from his grasp, burning him and prompting an involuntary leap from the bed. The live stream captured the pivotal moment. Is this really something I can watch for free? This man is quite the sight. What a revelation. 2 tails? I'd wager 1.5. Hey, you're weighing it wrong. That's barely half a tail. Just as the viewers were jesting, the screen abruptly went black. The streaming platform issued a warning. Live broadcasting prohibited for 3 days. What just happened? A penalty so soon? This was indeed one of the most audacious live streams of the year, so a penalty was to be expected. Though the aftermath was now obscured, her mind was already crafting countless scenarios of retribution for the scoundrel and his accomplice. Upon witnessing her stream go dark, Qin Yanjin paused momentarily before breaking into a wry smile. How could she have forgotten this aspect? There's always next time to be cautious. Alright, dear viewers, this concludes today's broadcast. We shall reconvene at 8 o'clock in 3 days. And don't forget, Beng Bo Ba, please remember to pay for the fortune-telling. Goodbye. As she ended the stream and hadn't even begun to stretch, the revelations of the day descended upon her. Chapter 10, Fans at the Door. In truth, what Qin Yanjin hadn't disclosed was that had Beng Bo Ba not barged in to catch her boyfriend and friend in the act, they would have turned the tables and accused her instead. They would have publicly painted her as a scheming woman, attempting to blackmail them by drugging them and capturing video evidence to threaten them, portraying themselves as the unfortunate victims of betrayal. Consequently, she would have been inundated with online vitriol and blame, with malicious individuals even doxing her, dragging her family and sister into the fray. Tragically, when they left the city, they were run over by a large vehicle, leaving no survivors. It is often said that misfortune seeks out the most vulnerable. Beng Bo Ba had committed no wrong, yet fate had stripped her of everything, including her family. How profoundly unjust. Thus, it was for this reason that Qin Yanjin lured Beng Bo Ba to catch her friend in the act, allowing the vast online audience to bear witness, effectively severing their escape route. Her intervention directly altered the destiny of Beng Bo Ba and her family, making this revelation far more significant than the previous 2. As Qin Yanjin absorbed the revelations elsewhere, searching for a Chong paced anxiously with her phone in hand. When her husband returned home, weary yet still maintaining his pacing, he assumed her behavior stemmed from their son's situation. He gently embraced her, offering soothing words, "Do not worry, the child will be fine. A Chong is likely just out having fun and will return soon." Whether he spoke to her or himself, he continually prayed, willing to trade years of his life for the safety of his child. Searching for a Chong refrained from mentioning today as fortune-telling to her husband, knowing he had little faith in such matters. Discussing it would only add to their worries. Better to wait for a call from their son. No sooner had she thought this than her tightly clenched phone suddenly rang. Startled, she pushed her husband away and cautiously answered, "A Chong?" On the other end, a Chong's voice trembled. "Mom, I want to come home." Upon uttering those words, he clutched his mouth, silently sobbing uncontrollably, enduring the agony in his waist. Weeping as if his heart were being torn asunder, grateful for his continued existence and deeply appreciative of his mother's assistance in his dreams. If not for her urging him to feign death, he would not have escaped that inferno. "A Chong, tell Mom the address. She and Dad will come to fetch you. I am here, immersed in timeless cultivation." When Qin Yanjin reopened her eyes, it was already the dawn of the following day. She rose stiffly, stretching her limbs, the sound of cracking joints echoing from her body, a manifestation of her physical refinement through spiritual energy. Once she had completed her stretches, she instinctively reached for her phone, only to be met with a striking piece of news. It was a report released by the police at midnight, thanks to the vigilance of a concerned citizen. An S-class fugitive was apprehended early yesterday morning in a certain residential area. The individual, Lu Daqi, hailing from Liuzuan in Chuanshan County, was involved in human trafficking and the illegal trade of hundreds of pounds of contraband, with a staggering 16 murder cases attributed to him. He had been on the run for 17 years and has now been captured by the police of a certain district. Our gratitude goes out to the vigilant citizen for their report. This was anticipated. Qin Yanjin did not peruse the comments below, merely glancing at them before taking a basin to wash up. After completing her morning routine, she commenced her early lessons. Though she had transformed beyond recognition, she remained ever mindful of her master's teachings. Following the morning lessons, it was time for breakfast. Today, inspired, she steamed several plump buns accompanied by a bowl of egg drop soup and a plate of pickled vegetables. While not a feast of exquisite delicacies, it was a treat for her. Just as she was savoring her meal, a cacophony erupted outside the temple. Qin Yanjin furrowed her brows, placing down her bun, and gracefully donned her pristine robe, stepping outside. Standing before the main gate of the temple, she quickly discerned the commotion. The individuals outside were her fans. After she had disclosed her address yesterday, many curious netizens had driven over to catch a glimpse of the legendary fortune-teller. With a creak, the gate swung open. The crowd instinctively looked up to see a slender young woman emerging. Clad in a green robe, her lustrous hair was elegantly styled atop her head, revealing a smooth forehead and delicate features, exuding an ethereal grace that set her apart from the ordinary. She has come out. Master Qin, hello. We are here to visit you. He, and perhaps to have our fortunes told. Hello, Master Qin. I'm your fan. I've followed you since your very first live stream. Unfortunately, my luck has been poor and I've never been selected. So today I've come with fellow viewers to seek your guidance.
Wow.
Master Qin, I thought you looked beautiful with filters on your live stream, but in person, you are even more stunning. May I take a photo with you? The speaker was an adorable girl, her big eyes sparkling with expectation as she pulled out her phone. The group consisted of youthful individuals, both male and female, all under the age of 30. They referred to her as Master Qin, clearly devoted followers of her broadcasts, firmly believing in her divination skills. Observing their barely contained excitement, Qin Yanjin offered a faint smile and performed a fist salute. While the temple is a sacred place, if you kind souls wish to come to Qinglian Temple to light incense and pray, you are welcome inside. However, if your purpose is solely for photographs, I must decline. Of course, you may photograph the temple as architecture at your leisure. The young girl responded with a cheerful smile. All right. Although a bit disappointed, I can still capture screenshots from your live stream to worship and admire your grace daily. The gate opened wider, and a dozen individuals stepped inside. The temple was spacious, just as they had imagined, each corner immaculate and orderly. Despite the walls bearing the marks of time, they conveyed a profound sense of history. Venturing further, they encountered a beautifully adorned Qinglian pond, where numerous budding blue lotuses stood gracefully. Beside the pond grew a magnificent Bodhi tree, laden with round green fruits. In the pond, vibrant koi fish swam playfully, creating a delightful scene. While everyone admired the serene beauty surrounding them, the curious young girl furrowed her brow and inquired, Master, why don't I see anyone else? Others, intrigued, turned their gaze toward her. Currently, I am the only one in the temple, Qin Yanjin replied. Not wishing to elaborate further, she redirected the conversation, pointing to several hall doors and providing detailed explanations. Before long, she led them to the incense burner. Dear souls, if you wish to pray and light incense, please come this way. Also, this is the merit box. Donations are entirely voluntary. The young girl, upon hearing this, promptly produced 500 yuan from her pocket, beaming as she looked at Qin Yanjin. Master, you mentioned in your live stream that a fortune-telling is 500 yuan, he. Since I just donated 500 yuan, can you help me with my fortune? Qin Yanjin nodded silently. What matters do you wish to inquire about, fated one? The girl's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Master, I wish for you to reveal how my mother truly died. Chapter 11. You have a prison sentence. Qin Yanjin scrutinized the girl's features, discerning no signs of a tragic fate concerning her mother. However, the revelation that her mother had passed away raised suspicions. Contemplating this, She invoked the secret method of celestial insight, peering into the girl's life. The girl's name was Guan Mingju, and true to her name, her family adored her, treating her like a precious gem, never allowing her to suffer even the slightest grievance. Such a cherished child. It was hard to fathom that she had endured abuse from her mother since childhood, being pricked with needles, scalded with boiling water, and even, when no one was watching, nearly having her eyes gouged out. At that time, Guan Mingju was still an infant, barely a year old, oblivious to the horrors unfolding around her. Fortunately, her father intervened in time, averting that calamity. Subsequently, her mother was diagnosed with severe POS. She addressed the others, saying, "Esteemed guests, feel free to wander the front yard. But entry into the back garden is strictly prohibited." The back garden was a sanctuary cultivated by her and her master, filled with an array of vegetables, fruit trees, and a medicinal herb garden. The herbs, being rare and precious, were treasures she wished to keep hidden from prying eyes, as she sought to avoid unnecessary troubles. However, in her perspective, nothing was truly a trouble. "Fear not, dear master. Attend to your tasks while we explore at our leisure." Upon reaching the pavilion, Qin Yanjin poured a cup of fragrant tea for Guan Mingju, the aroma invigorating the senses. Strangely, although Guan Mingju noticed that the tea did not emit steam when poured, it was steaming hot once it reached the cup. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "Master, what sorcery is this?" Qin Yanjin calmly gestured for silence. "Let us keep this a secret. It is merely a simple trick. Transforming cold water into hot without any assistance is merely a trick." To deter further inquiries, Qin Yanjin adopted a serious demeanor. "Let us discuss your mother." Guan Mingju immediately set aside her distractions, sitting up straight. "Master, please speak. In truth, your mother has not passed away. She suffers from severe depression and has been confined by your father for treatment. Understand that such afflictions can inflict grave harm on those nearby. You may not realize this, but when you were young, your mother almost blinded you. Had your father not intervened in time, you might not be standing here whole." Guan Mingju sprang to her feet, disbelief etched upon her face. "No, it cannot be. Master, this cannot be true." Qin Yanjin sighed softly. "I understand your reluctance to accept this, but it is the truth. Your father has borne immense pressure over the years, especially from your resentment and your mother's madness, causing him to doubt his own decisions and his ability to persevere. Thankfully, his love for both of you has sustained him. Otherwise, it is hard to imagine the torment he has endured." Guan Mingju sank onto a stone bench, tears streaming down her face like pearls slipping from a broken string. "If what you say is true, then what have I done to my father all these years?" She sobbed, covering her face. "Your father has never blamed you. There is no need for you to feel guilt." Qin Yanjin, not particularly adept at offering solace, inadvertently deepened Guan Mingju's sense of remorse, prompting her cries to grow louder. Curious onlookers, having come to the temple for fortune-telling, turned their attention toward the source of the commotion. Qin Yanjin cleared her throat awkwardly. "Cease your weeping for now. Perhaps I possess a means to cure your mother's condition. Would you be willing to try?" Guan Mingju abruptly halted her sobs, excitement causing her hands to tremble. "Really, master? You can truly heal my mother? If so, bring her to me." Qin Yanjin considered for a moment before waving her hand. "On second thought, I will accompany you down the mountain. I happen to have some purchases to make." Guan Mingju hastily retrieved her phone. "All right, I will call my father to make arrangements." Qin Yanjin nodded. "Yes, go ahead. I shall attend to the others." Given that all present had come for divination, she felt it inappropriate to dismiss them. But to prevent unnecessary disturbances, she decided to establish a simple barrier to ensure that those without fate would not enter. It is not the number of worshippers that matters, but the sincerity of their hearts. Having temporarily resolved Guan Mingju's matter, Qin Yanjin beckoned to a handsome young man who was gazing at her intently. "Lu Jinghe, come here." Lu Jinghe was momentarily taken aback, then beamed brightly as he approached with a light jog. Before he even reached her, he began showering her with compliments. "Master, you are truly remarkable. You even know my name. Fortune-telling? Shall I read your fortune?" "Yes, yes, yes." "Master, do you have a code? I can scan it."
No.
"Just transfer the amount." "Master, may I add you on WeChat?" "Certainly." After adding her on WeChat, Lu Jinghe promptly transferred 500 yuan, then seated himself obediently across from Qin Yanjin. "Master, could you discern whether I will succeed in my postgraduate entrance examination?" Qin Yanjin nodded, activating the secret method of heavenly insight, glimpsing the course of Lu Jinghe's life. Uncertain if it was merely his imagination, Lu Jinghe felt the air around him solidify and become refreshingly pure as Qin Yanjin invoked her powers. Even the fatigue of climbing the mountain and the irritability from the sun's glare dissipated. It was truly remarkable. Though it lasted but a moment, the sensation was unmistakably vivid. Qin Yanjin inquired, "Shall we discuss your past to establish a sense of trust?" Lu Jinghe shyly scratched his head. "Master, perhaps not. I was a bit mischievous as a child, nothing worth mentioning. Besides, I trust you. I believed you the moment you called my name." Qin Yanjin nodded. "Very well. Allow me to be forthright. You will succeed in your examination." Lu Jinghe exuberantly pumped his fist. "Yes. I made it. Finally, I made it." Qin Yanjin's lips twitched. "Lu Jinghe, my dear fellow, I have not finished speaking. Your joy may be a tad premature."
Huh?
"Master, you're not jesting, are you? Am I not going to succeed?" "No. You will succeed, and you will enter the esteemed company of your dreams alongside your girlfriend. Alas, you will arrive at an inopportune time, becoming the scapegoat for others' misdeeds." Qin Yanjin's lips quirked again, a glimmer of sympathy flickering in her eyes. "Lu Jinghe, your face indicates that you are destined for imprisonment." Chapter 12. This master is not endearing. "Master, what is this? Just as I emerge, I am thrust back in. How tragic." Lu Jinghe wore an expression of despair. To him, emerging meant stepping out of campus life into the real world, while being thrust back referred to incarceration. Qin Yanjin smiled faintly. "There is little to be done. Timing is everything. You are new and somewhat naive, and your superior has naturally shifted the burden onto you." Lu Jinghe felt a twitch at his eye, sensing a grave insult to his intelligence, but he dared not voice it, instead looking at her with pitiful eyes.
"Master."
"How can I avoid this dire fate? It is quite simple. Keep your distance from your girlfriend. The farther, the better. Furthermore, I have greater faith in the company you rejected. There is a saying, it is better to be a leader among chickens than a tail among phoenixes. If you join that company within 3 years, you will ascend the ranks. Conversely, if you remain with your girlfriend at your previous company, in 5 years, you will still be a mere employee. So, after 5 years, will I have a chance for promotion?" Qin Yanjin shot him a glance. "What do you think will happen in 5 years? You will already be locked away, so where will the 5 years come from?" "Ah. If there are no 5 years, why use a metaphor?" Lu Jinghe awkwardly rubbed his nose, but suddenly a new question arose. "Master, why do you always mention my girlfriend? Is my incarceration related to her?" Qin Yanjin looked at him with pity, sighed. "You finally caught on. If you fail to comprehend this, I might question how you even gained admission to university." Lu Jinghe, receiving a crushing blow from Master Qin, found himself in a series of unfortunate events.
"Indeed.
You have been together since your freshman year. However, she clandestinely engaged in a liaison with your close roommate and brother-in-arms during the second semester of your first year, subjecting you to 3.5 years of betrayal. Should you doubt this, I can provide you with an account that holds the answers you seek."
Buzz.
Lu Jinghe's mind went blank, feeling as if the very fabric of reality was spinning uncontrollably, rendering him deaf to all sounds. Just as he was about to collapse, Qin Yanjin placed a firm hand on his shoulder, infusing him with a flicker of spiritual energy. "Young man, do not succumb to despair. A fleeting romance is hardly worth your anguish. Instead, you ought to count your blessings for discovering their true nature early on. Otherwise, your life could have been irrevocably marred." Lu Jinghe immediately jolted back to awareness, the dizzying sensation dissipating, leaving him considerably clearer-headed. "Master, you are indeed correct. I should be grateful that my girlfriend, nay, ex-girlfriend, did not accompany me or else." Before he could finish his thought, Qin Yanjin administered another jab. "She was out shopping with your close friend. So, she certainly had no time to join you for a hike." Lu Jinghe felt tears welling up. "Master, must you be so blunt? While I may not possess a fragile heart, I cannot endure such brutal honesty. Apologies, but I cannot bear to witness someone unable to see the truth about themselves. So, I offered assistance. No need for gratitude." "Gratitude? For what? I'm on the verge of tears here. Thus, it appears you are indeed a rather forthright master." Lu Jinghe had never felt so humiliated in his life. To avoid being metaphorically pierced by Qin Yanjin's words, he hastily shifted the conversation. "Master, you referred to her as my fleeting romance. What then of my friends? What is their status?" Qin Yanjin cast him a sidelong glance. "Ah, here we go again. That look. As if you were a simpleton." Lu Jinghe's face flushed crimson, wishing desperately for a crevice in the earth to swallow him whole. Qin Yanjin raised an eyebrow. They are capable of betraying you for both love and friendship, engaging in a secret affair for such an extended period. They must surely be a match made in heaven. Rest assured, their connection will extend far beyond yours. Lu Jinghe found this statement oddly unsettling. Master, that hardly seems fair. I have done nothing wrong yet bear such burdens. I refuse to accept this. Young man, I have already advised you to remain calm. When I say they are a destined pair, there is rationale behind it. Qin Yanjin elaborated, their emotional bond runs deep. The moment you deemed her your ex-girlfriend, their fates became intertwined, leading them to a future fraught with misunderstandings and jealousy, ultimately culminating in a tragic love-hate relationship. Of course, what she refrained from mentioning was that the misunderstandings and lingering shadows between them were also a consequence of him. After Lu Jinghe ended things with the girl, she felt a myriad of discomforts. Perhaps her pride could not bear the thought of being dumped by a man who had once betrayed her. Thus, she remained unwilling and resentful, often contemplating a reconciliation with Lu Jinghe, only to cast him aside again. However, as the saying goes, the unattainable always stirs restlessly. And those who possess something yet fail to cherish it only realize its worth after it is lost. Indeed, the girl regretted her choices. Alas! Lu Jinghe's close friend was not one to be trifled with. The two were entangled in a struggle, dragging each other down, ultimately leading to a dismal fate for both. Yet, there was no need for Lu Jinghe, the naive fool, to be privy to such knowledge, for it would only serve to intensify his worries. Lu Jinghe patted his chest, dramatically exhaling a sigh of relief. Phew! Knowing they are not faring well brings me solace. Hee, master, thank you. Without your guidance, I might have wandered down a far more convoluted path. Qin Yanjin waved her hand dismissively. Our meeting is fated. It all relies on your financial contributions. Lu Jinghe replied. Master, I have nothing further to calculate. I think I shall take my leave to enjoy the scenery. He feared that continuing the conversation would lead to his demise at the hands of the master. Go on, and be sure to summon Tang Yi. Understood. Lu Jinghe returned to the throng, his expression a mix of awkwardness and uncertainty, craning his neck to call out, Who is Tang Yi? I am Tang Yi. A young man enthusiastically stepped forward. Lu Jinghe scrutinized him, thinking, not as handsome as I am. He likely has a greater chance of being cuckolded, which oddly provides me with a sense of comfort. The master beckons you, also. Let me share a little secret. If you wish to consult her, it is best not to bring cash, as this could provide you with an opportunity to add her on WeChat.
Wow.
I can add the master on WeChat? That's fantastic. Tang Yi, hurry up. Don't keep the master waiting. His companions urged him. Tang Yi quickly patted Lu Jinghe on the shoulder. Thanks for the heads up, brother, I'm on my way. He jogged over to Qin Yanjin, pulling out his phone with a broad grin. Master, let us connect on WeChat. I'll transfer the fortune-telling fee. As Qin Yanjin retrieved her phone, she inquired, What do you wish to inquire about? Having successfully added her on WeChat, Tang Yi grinned widely. Master, I want to know when my family will come into wealth. I aspire to be a rich second generation. Qin Yanjin's lips twitched as she examined his features more closely. And to her surprise, he did possess some potential. Chapter 13. Disguised as a man? You shall never be a rich second generation. Tang Yi's spirit deflated at her words. Though he had already anticipated this outcome, he clung to the hope of serendipity, granting him an unexpected fortune. Qin Yanjin smiled subtly. Do not fret. While you may never become a rich second generation, your future girlfriend will certainly be affluent. As long as you remain devoted to her, your children shall inherit the wealth. Tang Yi's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Master, are you implying that I will end up as a kept man? Or perhaps become a son-in-law to a wealthy family? While those terms may not be flattering, if it means a life free from effort, it does not sound too terrible. He gazed expectantly at Qin Yanjin. Could you tell me how long it will take before I encounter my future wife? Goodness. They were already discussing wives. Qin Yanjin smiled slightly in truth. She is closer than you think. Before she could finish, Tang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Master, you wouldn't be referring to yourself, would you? With a loud thud, Tang Yi suddenly knelt before her, bewildered. What just happened? What is going on? He wondered. How did he end up on his knees? He struggled to recall, realizing that his knee had inexplicably gone numb, causing him to kneel. Qin Yanjin stifled a roll of her eyes, maintaining a facade of composure. Rise. It is merely a fortune-telling, no need for such reverence. Tang Yi, still dazed, got back to his feet, rubbing his sore knee. Innocently, he said, "Master, could it be that I am possessed by a spirit? My knee just went numb, and I collapsed. Can you help me? I'm not ready to die." Qin Yanjin waved her hand dismissively. "Rest assured, there are no spirits in this world. We are all modern youths. You must trust in science." Had those words come from anyone other than this fortune-teller, Tang Yi might have been convinced. "Master, you mentioned she is near at hand." Fearing Tang Yi might utter something inappropriate, Qin Yanjin quickly interjected, "The person with whom you most often clash is, in fact, your destined partner."
Ah?
Wang Yuan? Her?
But.
Tang Yi forced out a smile that was more pained than joyful. "We are merely friends, Master. You can't possibly be suggesting I pursue a romantic relationship with her. I have no intention of coming out." Qin Yanjin was nearly amused to the point of laughter. Yet she wished to maintain her ethereal persona, reluctant to let it crumble in front of others. "The bro you mentioned is actually a girl, merely disguised as a boy for various reasons. Furthermore, while you may regard her as a buddy, she may not necessarily reciprocate that sentiment."
What?
"She is a girl?" Tang Yi felt as though he had stumbled upon the most ludicrous joke in history, shaking his head in sheer disbelief. No, Master, that's impossible. We share the most intimate bond. After all, we use the restroom together daily. And you might not be aware, but that lad as well. Let us just say his little brother is larger than my own. How could he possibly be a girl? Believe it or not. But if you truly wish to live a life of leisure, relying on others for your every need, then you should firmly grasp the thigh of your brother. Your fortunate days are yet to come." Tang Yi opened his mouth, ready to speak but faltered, feeling as if the world had taken on a surreal quality. A brother who is even more of a brother than a brother, and he turns out to be a GSY? Who do I even address this to? Enough with the questions. If you wish to uncover the truth, meet at the place where you first encountered each other tonight at 7. The answer shall reveal itself then. Next, Fang Xinran.
Ah?
It's my turn? How delightful, sisters. I shall go ahead. Await my good news. A charming and adorable girl leaped with joy upon hearing Qin Yanjin call her name, bidding farewell to her friends before running over, lifting her skirt as she approached. She immediately bowed. "Master, greetings. I am Fang Xinran. It's a pleasure to meet you. May I add you on WeChat? I'll send a transfer." This implied that she too wished to seek a fortune. "Please have a seat and enjoy some tea." Qin Yanjin poured her a steaming cup of tea, this time concealing her abilities from the girl. As for Guan Mingju, she needed to showcase her skills to establish a sense of trust. Otherwise, discussing healing would seem impractical. "What would you like to inquire about?" "Well, Master, I came here with my roommate, and we are on the verge of graduating from university, contemplating starting a business together. Could you foresee our success?" Fang Xinran gazed at Qin Yanjin with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Qin Yanjin nodded. "Very well. Allow me to divine for you." A moment later, she lifted her gaze to Fang Xinran, who was anxiously awaiting her words, terrified that Qin Yanjin might utter a discouraging no or it's hopeless, leading to disappointment. "I can only say that even the closest of friends, once entangled in profit, may become enslaved by money. Do you understand what I mean?" "I understand. You mean we might betray our friendship for gain?" "Precisely. You two opened a small shop, yet instead of earning money, you incurred losses due to uneven distribution, leading you to part ways and lose contact."
What?
"So, our friendship is merely superficial?" "Not entirely. At least, the short-haired girl genuinely desires to be your lifelong friend. If you collaborate with her, your business endeavors will mutually benefit each other, and making money will merely be a matter of time."
Really? Thank you so much, Master.
"By the way, what about my other roommates?" "The superficialities are negligible." Upon hearing this, Fang Xinran ceased her inquiries, bowed in gratitude, and turned to leave. After divining for a few more individuals, Qin Yanjin sent them down the mountain. She felt a slight sigh of relief. It seems having too many people around isn't necessarily a blessing. It only heightens her need to prepare a grand formation. Guan Mingju, noticing that everyone else had departed, hurried to Qin Yanjin's side. "Master, my father has agreed. He said he would drive to pick us up. Is there anything you wish to convey, or any items you need?"
None.
After more than half an hour, Guan Mingju and Qin Yanjin descended the mountain. Just as they stepped off the last stair, Guan's father's phone rang. "Mingju, I'm already at the foot of the mountain. You two should hurry down." Guan Mingju stole a glance at the seemingly indifferent Qin Yanjin, thinking to herself, Master Qin's predictions are astonishingly precise. She even knows when my father will arrive.
Dad.
I can see your car. We're on our way. After hanging up, she pointed to a distant black Rolls-Royce. Master Qin, my father is over there. Let us go. Indeed. Beside the Rolls-Royce stood a tall middle-aged man, whose features still bore a trace of the handsome nobility from his youth, despite the passage of time. As they approached, Guan Mingju's eyes misted over, and she leapt into the man's embrace, sobbing pathetically. Daddy, I'm so sorry, I misunderstood you. Please, forgive me. The man stiffened momentarily, all tension vanishing from his eyes, replaced by overwhelming affection. Trembling, he reached out to stroke the girl's head, his voice nearly choked with emotion. Silly girl. How could I ever bear to be angry with you? I'm only happy to see you. Guan Mingju quickly turned her cherubic face to him, exclaiming, Thank you, Dad. I love you the most. She then rushed to Qin Yanjin, introducing her. Dad, this is Master Qin, the head of Qinglian Temple. She predicted everything about Mom. Isn't she remarkable? Chapter 14. Descending the Mountain. Guan's father, known as Guan Yunxiao, is the head of the Guan family in Zhongyang City. The Guan family oversees many enterprises, including 5-star hotels, restaurants, large shopping malls, and several chain supermarkets for fruits and vegetables, making them a leading family in Zhongyang City. When Guan Yunxiao looked at Qin Yanjin, his eyes were filled with contemplation and an almost imperceptible wariness. In his view, fortune-telling masters were merely charlatans or potential business adversaries. And the fact that she had revealed a long-hidden secret of his only heightened his caution. What could this self-proclaimed fortune-teller want by getting close to his daughter? Although he said nothing, Qin Yanjin was not one to miss subtle cues. Her master had forbidden her from divining the heavens or examining the fates of others. Yet during her training, she learned many rudimentary techniques for reading people. Thus, she was keenly aware of the hostility and wariness reflected in Guan Yunxiao's eyes. Unfazed, Qin Yanjin merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. Greetings, Master Qin. I am Mingju's father, and I wish to express my gratitude for resolving the misunderstandings between us. However, I must admit I am somewhat puzzled and wonder if the master might help me clarify. Though Guan Yunxiao's words were polite, the underlying distance and vigilance were palpable.
Speak.
Qin Yanjin's expression remained unchanged, her demeanor still cool and composed. Guan Yunxiao's gaze sharpened. Master Qin, how did you come to know about my wife? For so many years, I have concealed this matter, revealing not a whisper to anyone. How did you come by this information? Dad, I've already told you. The master is indeed a master. She surely divined it. Guan Mingju grew anxious, fearing her father might offend the master, jeopardizing their mother's rescue. Qin Yanjin casually remarked. As Miss Guan said, I divined it. Guan Yunxiao narrowed his eyes, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Then, Master Qin, would you mind divining for me as well? Qin Yanjin nodded. Certainly, 500. Guan Yunxiao was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, 500 for what? Guan Mingju looked exasperated.
Dad.
That's the fee Master Qin charges for her fortune-telling. Who would offer their services for free?
Oh.
Guan Yunxiao clearly understood this. A hint of embarrassment fleeting across his eyes, but it quickly dissipated. Master, I am making this payment on behalf of my father. Guan Mingju promptly transferred 500 yuan to Qin Yanjin, who nodded in satisfaction. What do you wish to calculate, head of the Guan family? Indeed, wealth facilitates conversation. Guan Yunxiao mused inwardly, yet he said aloud, Let us ascertain how long I have left to live. This was evidently a ploy to present Qin Yanjin with a formidable challenge. In his view, if she could truly discern his fate, she must possess genuine skill. However, Qin Yanjin regarded him with an odd expression. Head of the Guan family, even if I divulge this, how will you substantiate it? Guan Yunxiao's lips twitched. How could he have forgotten this crucial point? If Qin Yanjin were to casually suggest a certain age, how could he possibly validate it? Would he need to live to that age to prove it? He cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Then, Master Qin, why not predict the specific changes in my later life? But father, isn't that essentially the same? Guan Mingju was left speechless. How could her typically astute father falter today? Shouldn't you first allow the master to calculate your past experiences? This would help establish a sense of trust.
All right, fine.
Guan Yunxiao felt utterly humiliated. Qin Yanjin began, head of the Guan family, your name is Guan Yunxiao. Your family rose from humble beginnings selling goods on the street, later encountering a benefactor, transforming their stall into a storefront. From the day you were born, your family experienced a stroke of fortune. leading your father to believe you were destined for greatness, hence your name. At the age of 3, you nearly drowned, falling into a pool, but were fortunately rescued by your current father-in-law, and from that point onward, the two families became close friends. Guan Yunxiao shook his head, deeming this information too superficial. It could be easily discovered with minimal inquiry. Qin Yanjin smiled knowingly. Then let me reveal something even your wife is unaware of. The head of the Guan family once had a child, born before Guan Mingju. Guan Mingju's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to her father, her complexion paling. Instinctively loosening her grip on his arm and taking a step back. Father, you had an affair? You betrayed me and mother? Guan Yunxiao's heart sank, his gaze shifting to Qin Yanjin in shock, and then he hurried to comfort his precious daughter. My dear girl, this is not as you perceive. Please do not misunderstand. But Master Qin has stated you had a child. How can I trust you? Guan Mingju retorted, her anger palpable. Guan Yunxiao, in a state of panic, stammered an explanation. Oh dear, it's truly not as you think. Please listen to your father. The young girl covered her ears, shaking her head vigorously. I won't listen. I'm going to tell grandfather, and see how you maintain your devoted persona in front of him. Guan Yunxiao quickly turned to Qin Yanjin, hoping she would intercede. Only to meet her bemused gaze, and he suddenly realized her intent. She was deliberately seeking retribution for his earlier skepticism. An inner chuckle escaped him. Indeed, it is often the case that women and scoundrels are difficult to manage. Master Qin, I sincerely apologize for my earlier behavior. I kindly ask you to clarify this situation to Mingju, or else this little girl will surely cause a ruckus with my father-in-law. How amusing it was to find the esteemed head of the Guan family reduced to a mere daughter as slave. Qin Yanjin, thoroughly satisfied with his demeanor, turned to Guan Mingju. Mingju, that child belonged to your mother. In truth, you were meant to have an elder brother, but fate took an unfortunate turn. That child was a result of an ectopic pregnancy, unbeknownst to your mother. To spare her heartache, your father discreetly arranged for a procedure, thus ensuring his love for you and your mother remains steadfast. He is a good father and an even better husband.
Ah?
So that is how it is. Guan Mingju quickly glanced at Guan Yunxiao, her expression filled with guilt as she apologized. Father, I'm sorry. I should not have doubted you. At that moment, Guan Yunxiao's emotions were tumultuous. Should he feel elated or disheartened? His daughter believed in him, which brought joy, yet her belief stemmed from the words of an outsider, igniting his jealousy. Though he trusted Qin Yanjin's fortune-telling abilities, he remained skeptical of her medical skills. After all, there were no stipulations stating that fortune-tellers could necessarily heal ailments. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yanjin possessed not only medical knowledge, but also ancient healing arts, and even a fragment of the long-lost alchemical techniques. Of course, with her current cultivation, she could only unlock rudimentary alchemical methods and formulas. As her cultivation progressed, she would be capable of refining more advanced techniques. Seated comfortably in the opulent Rolls-Royce, Qin Yanjin exhibited no signs of discomfort. She was no longer an ordinary mortal, and the allure of mundane possessions held little sway over her. She merely appreciated the plush seating, the luxurious interior, and the absence of unpleasant odors within the vehicle. Without further conversation, the trio arrived at a secluded villa. The surroundings were enchanting, with fresh air and lush green bamboo flourishing around, complemented by a babbling brook, resembling a hidden paradise. At that moment, from the concealed bamboo grove, a robust man clad in camouflage emerged. Approaching Guan Yunxiao, he respectfully announced, "Boss, this is the bodyguard assigned to protect your mother." Guan Yunxiao explained to his daughter, "After all, we are in the suburbs, and I worry about your mother's safety here alone." Just then, a piercing scream echoed from the villa. Guan Mingju's face drained of color. Before she could react, Qin Yanjin darted out like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 15. Deeply in Love, Enduring Pain. Guan Yunxiao and the bodyguards widened their eyes in disbelief. They struggled to comprehend how a person could move faster than the blink of an eye. However, there was no time for astonishment. The scream had originated from Guan's mother. An incident had occurred. Guan Yunxiao rushed towards the villa, his eyes filled with worry and desperation, pleading with the heavens not to be so cruel as to take his wife away. Time was of the essence. Without a moment to ponder, Qin Yanjin leaped effortlessly onto the balcony of the second floor. In an instant, she spotted a frail woman huddled in a corner, cradling her head, trembling as if she had witnessed something horrifying, her face a mask of terror and helplessness. Rather than rushing in recklessly, Qin Yanjin flicked her fingers, sending an invisible force to strike the woman's neck, causing her to faint softly. She stepped inside, gently lifting the woman onto the bed, placing her finger on the tightly furrowed brow, gradually infusing a thread of spiritual energy, allowing the tense features to relax. Qin Yanjin narrowed her eyes slightly. She believed that no one falls into depression without reason. Unless that individual has undergone some form of traumatic experience, their consciousness remains tethered to the pain of that event. Over time, this leads to a mental breakdown, resulting in such psychological afflictions. To address this psychological ailment at its root, she needed to uncover the source of the suffering. While Guan Yunxiao and the others had yet to arrive, she swiftly activated the secret technique of Tianji, and in mere seconds, she glimpsed the entirety of the woman's life. With particular emphasis on the earlier years. The woman was named Xiao Qinghui, a name as elegant as her demeanor, embodying grace and gentleness. The Xiao family and the Guan family were close friends. She and Guan Yunxiao fell in love at first sight, transitioning from innocent childhood companions to sweethearts. Ultimately donning school uniforms and wedding gowns, nearly traversing the entire romantic journey that one could dream of. Their love was profound, capable of sacrificing everything for one another. Even life itself. After graduating from university, Xiao Qinghui fulfilled her wish by marrying the man she loved most. 2 months later, they welcomed their first child, which was, as Qin Yanjin had previously mentioned, an ectopic pregnancy. In truth, Xiao Qinghui was aware of her pregnancy, though her menstrual cycle had always been irregular. This instance was markedly different. She was suddenly beset by a dream, a small boy weeping and questioning her, asking why she had abandoned him, why she had shattered his fragile form. He was in so much pain and longed for his mother's embrace. Initially, the dream was vague, merely a distant echo of a voice she thought was a figment of her incessant thoughts. The nightmares were sporadic at first, but as time passed, particularly when she became pregnant with Guan Mingju, the harrowing visions grew more frequent and vivid. She beheld the forsaken infant, crying, pleading, writhing, ultimately transforming into a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. At first, Guan Yunxiao believed her anxiety stemmed from her pregnancy and sought the counsel of several psychologists, who offered similar assessments. Furthermore, Xiao Qinghui was reluctant to disclose the nature of her nightmares, allowing the issue to fester unchecked. Her condition deteriorated until, after giving birth to Guan Mingju, she succumbed to severe postpartum depression. The decision to publicly announce Xiao Qinghui's death was driven by her fervent request. She did not wish for Guan Mingju to witness the torment of having such a mother who had caused her pain on multiple occasions. Yet, the sight of Guan Mingju invariably conjured memories of the lost child, embroiling her in a tormenting struggle between nightmares and reality. Just moments ago, she seemed to hear the sound of a cat, which instantly reminded her of the child's cries. In fact, for one whose mental state is precarious, any sound capable of stirring their psyche can lead to a complete breakdown. Consequently, she succumbed to her affliction. Upon learning the truth, Qin Yanjin shook her head in resignation. Ultimately, this was merely fate's cruel jest. One could hardly fault Guan Yunxiao for his actions. After all, he was merely concerned for his wife's emotional well-being, fearing she might be engulfed by guilt and sorrow. Little did he know, Xiao Qinghui shared his sentiments. If she revealed the truth to him, he would undoubtedly be consumed by regret and self-reproach, potentially leading him to harm himself in his anguish. It was their profound love for one another that compelled them to conceal the truth. Though their love was undeniably touching, Qin Yanjin, who was wholly devoted to her craft, felt somewhat overwhelmed, stating that she could no longer bear the weight of it all. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the stairwell. It was Guan Yunxiao and the others approaching. Qin Yanjin opened the door, encountering them directly. "She is asleep. Please do not disturb her." "Asleep?" Guan Yunxiao replied, incredulous. Previously, it had always been psychologists who provided her with mental guidance or restrained her. When he was present, he would gently hold her, regardless of her attempts to strike, kick, or bite him. He would never let go. Only in moments of impending collapse would he resort to administering a sedative. Yet now, Qin Yanjin claimed, Xiao Hui is asleep? How had she managed to lull her to sleep in less than half a minute? Of course, this was not the moment for such musings. He anxiously inquired, "May I see her? I promise not to wake her." Without hesitation, Qin Yanjin stepped aside. Upon entering the room, Guan Yunxiao beheld his wife, serene and innocent in slumber, and his eyes misted with unshed tears. However, the tender moment was abruptly shattered by their daughter's voice. "Dad, are you crying?" Guan Yunxiao quickly retorted. I'm not crying. Something got in my eye. Guan Mingju sniffled, retorting that if he wasn't crying, he should be able to speak properly. Watching his wife sleep peacefully, Guan Yunxiao remained quietly by her side for a while. Then instructed Guan Mingju to stay put as he went to query Qin Yanjin about the situation. Downstairs, in the living room, Guan Yunxiao bowed deeply to Qin Yanjin. Master, I implore you to help my wife. Fear not, Master Guan. Your daughter has summoned me to treat your wife. However, let me be clear, I require compensation for my services. Qin Yanjin spoke without a trace of embarrassment. Though she was a Taoist priestess, donned in garments of ethereal grace, she was still human, necessitating sustenance and shelter. Moreover, earning a living through her skills was both reasonable and justifiable. Of course, Guan Yunxiao hastily replied. As long as the master can cure Xiao Hui, I will pay whatever it takes. Very well. Qin Yanjin appreciated his forthrightness. Shifting her gaze to him, she asked, Are you aware of the reason behind your wife's depression? Guan Yunxiao instinctively responded, Isn't it postpartum depression? With a weary sigh, Qin Yanjin replied, In truth, it is because of you. She revealed the unvarnished reality, leaving Guan Yunxiao reeling as if plunged into an icy abyss, his body trembling on the brink of collapse. Recognizing his distress, Qin Yanjin refrained from further provoking him, gently imparting a sliver of spiritual energy to maintain his consciousness. You both love each other too deeply, which has led to years of needless suffering. Remember, love should not be a burden but a responsibility. What you perceive as kindness may not align with her desires. Some truths must be laid bare to prevent lingering regrets. At that moment, Guan Yunxiao was already in tears, struggling to digest the revelation that his concealment had inflicted such torment upon his wife. Qin Yanjin's words rang true. What I believe to be good for her may not be what she wants. She fears your guilt and regret, and in her desperation to shield you from harm, she has chosen to conceal the truth. You know what actions to take and what to refrain from, correct? Wiping his tears away, Guan Yunxiao affirmed, I understand, Master. I will care for her as if I were her. Good. Here, take this. Chapter 16, Countercurse. Guan Yunxiao regarded the yellow triangular object she handed him with mild confusion. Master, what is this? It is a calming talisman, promoting tranquility, aiding sleep, and stabilizing the spirit. I shall also prescribe a tonic to strengthen her constitution. Within half a month, her health will be restored. Will this truly cure her depression? Essentially, yes. Qin Yanjin continued. For her to awaken fully, your cooperation is vital. Her emotional turmoil is tied to you. Once you clarify the truth, her ailment will naturally resolve. Guan Yunxiao hesitated, skepticism creeping in once more. Do you not believe me, Master Guan? Qin Yanjin inquired with a hint of a smile. Guan Yunxiao gritted his teeth. I believe. It can hardly get worse than it is now. I might as well try. As time wore on, Qin Yanjin abruptly remarked, the time has come. Just as Guan Yunxiao pondered her statement, Guan Mingju's urgent voice echoed from upstairs, Dad, Mom is awake. Hurry. Guan Yunxiao's heart raced as he dashed upstairs. Upon reaching the door, he paused to tidy his hair and collar, steadying his breath before calmly entering.
Xiao.
His voice was laced with sweetness. Behind him, Qin Yanjin shivered instinctively, exchanging glances with the equally startled Guan Mingju. The latter, quick on her feet, promptly closed the door. Master, my apologies. My father is not usually like this. He is actually quite the domineering figure, imposing and robust. Guan Mingju chuckled awkwardly after her explanation. 20 minutes later, the soft sound of a woman's weeping echoed from the bedroom. Moments later, the door creaked open as Guan Yunxiao slightly bowed his head to conceal his reddened eyes, saying, Master, Xiaohui has something she wishes to consult you about. Qin Yanjin entered, clad in a Taoist robe that rendered her ethereal and otherworldly, as though she radiated a halo of sacred light, illuminating the entire room. Xiao Qinghui expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Master, thank you. I have heard from Xiao that if it weren't for your intervention, I might still be languishing in the depths of nightmares, enduring relentless torment. Qin Yanjin smiled. I am merely fulfilling a request, and, mind you, I am compensated for my efforts. Xiao Qinghui gently shook her head. You are different. Many have treated my ailments, and they too were compensated, yet they only exacerbated my condition. Not wishing to dwell on the matter, Qin Yanjin asked straightforwardly. What is it that you wish to inquire about, madam? Hearing that she was a formidable fortune-teller, Xiao Qinghui requested, I would like to ask the master to divine the answer to my question. Certainly, but that will incur a different fee. Very well. I wish to know if the child I lost is truly beyond my reach. Xiao Qinghui shuddered, lowering her gaze to mask her emotions. Qin Yanjin continued, Madam. Sincerity breeds efficacy. If you earnestly anticipate his arrival, you must demonstrate your sincerity. Do not envision him as a malevolent entity. Deep down, you understand that your nightmares stem from your own perception of him as such. You must embrace him wholeheartedly, and all will transform into beauty. There is a saying, a heart that is tainted sees filth in all, a kind heart perceives goodness in all. It is fundamentally the same principle. Her feelings of guilt towards the child had morphed into a subconscious belief that she was the architect of his demise, thus regarding herself as a murderer, specifically, the murderer of her own child. Over time, this morphed into a living nightmare. This time, Qin Yanjin's visit was not in vain, receiving a generous remuneration of 10 million. In truth, her initial gesture of raising a finger indicated a request for 1,000. After all, calming talismans also require spiritual energy. And 1,000 is not an exorbitant amount. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon seeing her single finger, the other party promptly handed her a check for 10 million without further ado. While the difference between 1,000 and 10 million is merely a matter of zeros. This was exceedingly absurd. In previous excursions with her master, she typically earned only a few hundred to 1,000 on such ventures. And 1,000 was already a rare windfall. Yet, on her very first day of business, she had made 10 million.
Master.
Does this not signify a slight contribution to the glory of Qinglian Temple? With his wife's health improving, Guan Yunxiao could hardly bear to be away from her side, thus instructing the driver to escort Qin Yanjin back. Once in the car, Qin Yanjin recalled the purpose of her descent and promptly declared, Master, to the antique street. Understood. 40 minutes later, they arrived at the antique street, an ancient thoroughfare dominated by stalls, leaving little room to stand. Flanking the road were shops rich with historical charm. Predominantly antique stores, with only a few exceptional establishments, including divination shops, talisman vendors, and services for both joyous occasions and funerals. Upon alighting, Qin Yanjin instructed the driver. You may return. I wish to explore on my own. As you wish, master. The driver complied, and as soon as she departed, he called Guan Yunxiao.
Boss.
The master has arrived at the antique street and asked me to leave. What do you suggest? Then wait. You must personally escort Master Qin back to the mountain today. That is an order. Understood, boss. Meanwhile, Qin Yanjin made her way directly to the talisman shop. Upon entering, she spotted an elderly man with sparse facial hair leisurely entertaining a bird in a rocking chair. Upon seeing her, he greeted her with a warm smile. Ah, my young friend, it has been quite some time. Where have you ventured for your training? Clearly, they were familiar, sharing a camaraderie that allowed for jesting. Qin Yanjin replied with a smile, I took a trip to the northwest. I've been back for a while now. The old man jested, Oh? The winds in the northwest are not forgiving. Your master has a delicate constitution. It would be wise to avoid it in the future to prevent discomfort. By the way, where is she? Qin Yanjin's smile faltered as she replied, My master has passed away. The old man was taken aback, his smile fading. When did this happen? A few days ago. And you? It's all right, Tang Lao. Qin Yanjin quickly shifted the topic. I have come to purchase talisman paper and vermilion. Exiting the talisman shop, she then entered a stone gambling establishment, knowing that to set up a grand formation, jade stones were indispensable. However, just after leaving the talisman shop, the elderly man trembled as he took out his phone and dialed a number. Xiao Bin, I am passing the shop to you. You must guard it from now on. Inside the stone gambling shop, a dazzling array of jade stones dazzled Qin Yanjin's eyes. Yet, their exorbitant prices were easily dismissed as she made her way to the raw stone section. Observing her Taoist garb, onlookers were left speechless. In this day and age, does a Taoist really engage in stone gambling? Who knows, perhaps this young Taoist possesses wealth. She appears rather youthful. She must be here for leisure. No wonder the Taoist temples are declining. It seems this younger generation is leading them astray. Enough chatter, she asked, watching us. Qin Yanjin merely cast a cursory glance and paid no heed to their remarks. If she were an ordinary person, she might have shrugged it off. But she was far from ordinary. With a flick of her wrist, she enacted a counter-curse. A form of rebound magic that would cause those who attacked her to suffer backlash. The intensity of the backlash was contingent upon the practitioner's cultivation level. The higher the level, the more severe the repercussions. Consequently, those who had just disparaged Qin Yanjin found themselves inexplicably facing ruin, even accumulating substantial debts. As the saying goes, words can bring calamity, and there's a certain truth to that. Chapter 17. Ruinous Loss. Qin Yanjin arrived at the raw stone section, where the stones were stacked according to price. Those under 1,000 went largely unnoticed, accumulating dust in the corners, while those priced between 1,000 and 5,000 were similarly unremarkable. Following this were stones priced from 10,000 to 50,000, and beyond that, the prices were clearly marked, reaching into the hundreds of thousands and millions. Naturally, the value of a raw stone does not solely hinge on its price. The likelihood of containing jade is largely a matter of luck, with some individuals dedicating their lives to the study of stone gambling. However, without decades of experience, discerning quality is a formidable task. This was Qin Yanjin's first foray into stone gambling. Although inexperienced, she could sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy within the stones. The greater the fluctuations, the higher the quality of jade likely contained within. Her method of selecting stones was rather peculiar. She would simply tap the stones, almost as if asking, "Is this melon ripe?" Initially, onlookers paid her little mind, but her rapid and eccentric pace in selecting stones was impossible to ignore. Consequently, the ranks of the ruinous grew once more. Of course, there were kind-hearted souls who offered warnings, one of whom was a familiar-looking older gentleman. "Little girl, selecting stones is not akin to picking watermelons. You won't find anything worthwhile that way. Wouldn't it be wiser to save your money for finished products?" Qin Yanjin cast her gaze upon him. Judging by his appearance, this gentleman bore the ominous signs of financial loss, which would undoubtedly lead to setbacks in his career, likely due to monetary issues. In light of his kind-hearted warning, Qin Yanjin pointed to an unsightly and dark raw stone, saying, "Good sir, I believe this stone possesses great potential. What are your thoughts?" The gentleman instinctively glanced at the stone, his lips twitching involuntarily. The little Taoist priestess truly had a knack for jest. How could such an exceedingly ugly stone be considered good? Just as he contemplated inquiring further, he noticed that the little priestess had already completed her purchase and was departing, the shopkeeper having gifted her a small cart due to her bulk purchase. He shook his head in resignation, intending to leave, yet his peripheral vision was inexplicably drawn back to that hideous raw stone. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately decided to take a gamble. "Shopkeeper, please cut this stone for me." The shopkeeper readily agreed. "Sure thing." Half an hour later, a remarkably exquisite piece of jade with a smooth texture was unveiled before the audience. The gentleman was left dumbfounded. Without any effort, he had inadvertently earned a fortune of over 100,000. Wiping the fine sweat from his brow, he finally comprehended that the little priestess was not merely jesting. She had seen through everything. Qin Yanjin pushed her cart brimming with raw stones towards the exit, contemplating hailing a taxi to return home, when she spotted a Rolls-Royce parked outside the antique street. The driver, clearly having noticed her, alighted from the vehicle and respectfully stated, "Master, my employer has sent me to escort you back." Upon finishing his sentence, he took the cart from her hands and began transferring the raw stones into the car.
Piece by piece.
As they drove a short distance, a sudden surge of celestial insight washed over Qin Yanjin, and she realized that she had just altered the fate of that kind-hearted gentleman. A smile crept across her lips as she began to absorb the energy. By the time she had sufficiently gathered the spiritual energy, they arrived at Qinglian Temple. Upon returning to the temple, Qin Yanjin wasted no time in extracting the jade from the raw stones. What others perceived as mere stone lumps appeared to her akin to watermelon rinds, which she effortlessly peeled away to reveal the jade within. To her delight, the haul was exceedingly bountiful. There were pieces of glass like Xinjiang green, flecks of color, bean varieties, a piece of ink jade, and a fist-sized exquisite old pit glass type imperial green. Had people known that she had unearthed such a remarkable bounty, they would surely have been astounded. Qin Yanjin weighed the imperial green in her hands, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. "This one shall be kept for now. Once my cultivation improves further, I will set up a protective and spirit-gathering formation for the entire temple. That way, should any nefarious individuals intrude, we will be alerted immediately." As for the other jade pieces, she pondered for a moment. The ink jade could be crafted into a magical artifact, while the glass-type Xinjiang green could be arranged into a small spirit-gathering array. Without hesitation, she set to work, carrying the basketball-sized Xinjiang green to the front of Qinglian Pool. She manually broke off 5 similarly sized chunks and casually tossed them into the air. Then, with a flick of her finger, several strands of spiritual energy infused the fragments, which instantly emitted a soft, verdant glow, landing in 5 corners of the pool. At the moment they touched the ground, the fragments appeared to melt into the earth. Before long, a vibrant energy began to permeate the surroundings of Qinglian Pool. In no time, clusters of small grass began to sprout from beneath the stone slabs, and the blue lotuses in the pool slowly began to blossom. The fish within the pool energetically flicked their tails, seeming as if they were about to leap out. Even the nearby Bodhi tree reaped the benefits, with its fruits appearing as if they had been enhanced, each one plump and round, a delightful green, resembling glimmering emeralds. The entire spectacle unfolded like a fast-forwarded scene from a film, breathtakingly beautiful and utterly awe-inspiring. Observing such results, Qin Yanjin nodded in satisfaction. She took the remaining pieces of jade to the back garden, which housed medicinal herbs, fruits, and vegetables, alongside a scattering of small buds. Using the same method, she set up another spirit-gathering array. Once activated, the plants in the garden, such as herbs and vegetables, flourished at a visibly accelerated rate, with delicate blossoms bursting forth on the fruit trees in vibrant splendor. The vegetables grew as if under the influence of a stimulant, each leaf expanding beyond its original size, infused with the essence of life. Most astonishingly, the surrounding air seemed to have been purified, and with a deep breath, one felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. After completing this task, she proceeded to her meditation room, a solitary Zen chamber. Previously, her master had always meditated here, but with his absence, she made some simple modifications to transform it into her own cultivation space. She retrieved the flecked jade and placed it in several corners of the room, channeling her spiritual power until a spirit-gathering array was established in an instant. Savoring the flowing strands of spiritual energy in the air, Qin Yanjin contentedly made her way to the front of the temple. With a sweeping gesture, several chunks of jade thudded onto the ground, and as her spiritual power coursed through them, the isolation array gradually activated. This array would ward off all insincerity and unworthy visitors, ensuring that she would no longer need to worry about those with ulterior motives. Having labored throughout the day, she was now ravenous. However, just as she prepared to cook, a celestial insight descended upon her. Upon sensing it, she realized it concerned Guan Yunxiao and Xiao Qinghui. Their fates had been rewritten, with Xiao Qinghui returning to her life, now believing she had neglected her husband and resolved to bear him a child once her health improved. This would not only make up for the years of regret regarding children but also ensure the continuation of the Guan family line. As this thought took root in Xiao Qinghui's mind, the conception of a newborn became the grand celestial insight. Qin Yanjin hastily set down her kitchen knife and rushed back to her meditation room. When she emerged, her cultivation had ascended to the 2nd level of Qi training, and, remarkably, she was in the later stages. Should her next live stream commence, she might even reach the 3rd level of Qi training. Qin Yanjin experienced a fleeting illusion that cultivation might not be as arduous as it seemed. Should other cultivators hear this, they would likely scoff at her. The reason for her rapid advancement lay primarily in the extraordinary nature of the Celestial Insight secret method. Although her master had also practiced this technique, not everyone could truly grasp it. Even though her master had lived to the age of 130, he had only scratched the surface. Gazing at the star-studded night sky, Qin Yanjin smiled contentedly, but just as her smile began to form, it froze.
What is that?
Chapter 18. Bullying an Orphan and a Widow. Qin Yanjin had been admiring the stars in the night sky when she suddenly noticed 2 small whites plummeting from above.
What could that be?
Just as she pondered, a large white bird swooped down at a remarkable speed, seemingly intent on rescuing the rapidly descending whites. To make matters more intriguing, a large black bird followed closely behind, relentlessly pursuing its target, and as it drew near, revealed its sharp and menacing talons, launching a fierce attack. Despite the large white bird's attempts to evade the assault, it was evident that its speed paled in comparison to that of the black bird, which occasionally managed to rake its claws across the white bird's feathers, causing a few white plumes to drift to the ground. Squinting her eyes, Qin Yanjin discerned that the falling whites were, in fact, 2 fluffy little owlets, while the large white bird was their mother. The relentless predator, on the other hand, turned out to be a male falcon. Goodness! This falcon is utterly inhumane, or rather, unbirdlike. How could it dare to bully a lone widow and her orphan child? Truly, what one uncle can endure, an aunt cannot. She hastened forward, her toes barely touching the ground as she leaped gracefully atop the courtyard wall. Without pausing, she utilized the momentum to spring directly onto the eaves of the building, just as the two tiny owlets were about to plummet onto the jagged stone wall below. Qin Yanjin swiftly shed her robe and flung it out, enveloping the two fluffy bundles within its folds, catching them securely. Perhaps sensing the absence of malice in this human, the mother owl merely gave a single call before turning to confront the falcon. Though both were raptors, with the falcon being the epitome of aerial combatants. Maternal instinct transcends the boundaries of species, driving both man and beast to protect their young at all costs. Even battered and bloodied, the owl fiercely resisted, unflinchingly tearing a piece of flesh from the falcon, irrespective of whether its talons dug deeper into its wounds, inflicting harm upon its adversary. It bore the cost of its own injury. The falcon, howling in pain, abandoned its pursuit of the owl and fled. The owl did not chase after it, instead watching as the falcon vanished from sight, its wings weakening, its body plummeting from the heights like a lifeless kite. Qin Yanjin employed the same method to wrap the owl in her robe. Upon landing, she hurried to assess the owl's injuries. They were grave. Each wound was deep enough to expose bone, and the rise and fall of its chest was barely perceptible. It was hard to fathom how this mother owl had managed to endure such grievous injuries. Qin Yanjin sighed softly, her delicate fingers brushing lightly across the owl's head, as tendrils of spiritual energy gradually flowed into its body. Alas, it is still a life. I shall assist you in healing and safeguard your existence for now. Of course. What she did not articulate was her desire to avoid becoming a surrogate mother. Did she not see the two hungry owlets nearby? If the mother owl perished, who would care for these two fledglings? She had no intention of becoming a victim. Ensuring that the mother owl's vital signs posed no immediate threat, Qin Yanjin withdrew her hand and carefully transported it to the side hall, her resting place. She retrieved a restorative powder concocted by her master years ago and gently sprinkled it over the wounds. The owl seemed to sense a hint of discomfort from the treatment, flapping its wings slightly. Qin Yanjin stroked its head and spoke softly, "Endure a little longer. It will be over soon." Perhaps it understood her words. Or perhaps it was simply too exhausted. It ceased to move. By the time Qin Yanjin had bandaged all its wounds, the owl resembled a mummy. Goo-goo, goo-goo. Suddenly, the two little fluff balls at her feet began to call out, gazing up at her with their adorably large, soulful eyes. Qin Yanjin looked back in confusion, utterly perplexed by what these two little ones wanted. Goo-goo, goo-goo-goo-goo. The two youngsters flapped their underdeveloped wings and called out to her, one after another, their clamor giving her a headache. Indeed, mischievous little ones are universally so, regardless of species. Then, a rumble emanated from her stomach, prompting Qin Yanjin to rub her belly in exasperation. She had not eaten a morsel all day, and if she did not satiate her hunger soon, she might become the first cultivator in history to perish from starvation. Ignoring the two clamoring fluff balls, she dashed into the kitchen and, in record time, prepared a steaming bowl of plain noodles, gently blowing away the scallions and cilantro floating atop. She was just about to lift some noodles to her lips when something pecked at her foot. Looking down, she was met with two pairs of glistening eyes. And it dawned on her, oh, they were hungry. After a moment's thought, Qin Yanjin placed the two little ones on the table, then set a noodle strand before them, tapping the surface of the table. Here, we'll feast on vegetables today, and tomorrow, I shall treat you to meat. Though they could not comprehend her words, it did not hinder their ravenous appetites. Upon catching a whiff of the delicious aroma, they could not resist taking a bite of the noodle. Their little heads tilted, and the noodle slipped from the corners of their mouths. Qin Yanjin clearly perceived their disdain. Ah! Raptors feast on meat. These two little fluffballs were in their growth phase and must not go hungry. She glanced at the bowl of noodles, then at the two little ones cocking their heads at her. With a resigned sigh, she addressed the mother owl, now bandaged like a mummy. I will go hunt for you. Wait here. Rising, she took the bowl of noodles and stepped outside. How could she hunt on an empty stomach? When she returned, she bore two plump mice in her hands. It was only fitting that these mice met their demise at her hands. They had dared to nibble on the vegetables she had carefully cultivated, which had been her mental fortitude throughout the summer. It was unacceptable for them to devour her hard work. She resolved to reinforce the defenses in her backyard. Otherwise, when her crops, nurtured by spiritual energy, ripened, those little creatures drawn by the scent would surely wreak havoc. She dropped the mice onto the ground, and the two little fluffballs, starved and drawn by the aroma, pounced upon them, pecking furiously yet failing to tear any flesh, only ending up with mouths full of fur. Witnessing this, Qin Yanjin inhaled deeply, forming a sword gesture. And with a swift motion, she sliced through the mice's bodies. In an instant, the room was filled with a metallic scent of blood. Her expression darkened. She had miscalculated. Fortunately, the mother owl did not require her to feed it directly, which eased her mood somewhat. This room is yours. I shall take my leave to the next room. The adjoining space was the main hall, once the resting place of her master. Lying on the bed where her master had once slumbered, Qin Yanjin's thoughts drifted away, gradually leading her into the realm of dreams. At dawn, as the sky began to lighten, Qin Yanjin washed up and proceeded with her morning rituals. The morning session swiftly passed, and she picked up a jar of fish food. Heading towards the azure lotus pond. To her astonishment, she found the pond enveloped in a swirling white mist, resembling dry ice, the fog rolling beautifully. Was this the result of a spirit-gathering array? Although the spiritual energy was not particularly dense, it was visually appealing, providing a splendid advertisement for the Taoist temple. With a cheerful heart, she scattered fish food into the mist-covered water. Moments later, splashes echoed as several large koi, adorned in hues of red, white, and yellow, leapt from the water, gulping down the food before plunging back beneath the surface. What new attribute had been activated? Chapter 19. The Betrayal. After 3 days of her live stream being shut down, it had barely been a day since, and Qin Yanjin resolved not to sit idly by. She would venture down the mountain to hone her skills. Little did she know, the entire internet was abuzz with discussions about her. Particularly, the arrest of Yuyou had been publicized by the police, who had specifically commended a certain enthusiastic citizen named Qin. In addition to this, Searching for a Chong had expressed gratitude online for Master Qin's assistance, clarifying the events that had transpired, accompanied by a recording of the incident. Those who had witnessed Qin Yanjin's heroics, especially the netizens who visited the mountain the following day, all shared their accounts of what they had seen. For instance, the likes of Guan Mingju, Lu Jinghe, and Tang Yiji eagerly shared their personal anecdotes. Even Guan Yunxiao found himself embroiled in the fray. Before long, the names of Master Qin and Sister Qin surged onto the trending topics list, albeit at the very bottom. Yet this did not deter the fans of Qin Yanjin from rallying support. It is often said that fame brings with it a host of controversies, and she was not exempt. Due to a particular variety show, a rising starlet sought to bask in the limelight of a certain film emperor. To this end, she invested considerable resources and effort, ultimately crafting a sensational piece of gossip. She resorted to buying traffic, hiring internet trolls, and manipulating trending topics. Just as it seemed this starlet was on the verge of capturing the film emperor's attention, an unremarkable trending topic overshadowed her efforts. Consumed by jealousy, the starlet could not contain her emotions and resorted to passive-aggressive remarks on Weibo. Lu Huaying tweeted, "9 years of compulsory education has taught us to believe in science and not to indulge in superstitious nonsense. I implore the vast network of fans not to follow blindly." After posting this tweet, she had her hired trolls amplify the message, ensuring that the fans who admired Qin Yanjin would not overlook it. Indeed, keen-eyed netizens soon took note. For Lu Huaying was currently riding the coattails of the film emperor's popularity, thus her audience swelled. In no time, the comment section was ablaze. While her fans and those of the film emperor failed to discern anything amiss, anyone who had witnessed Qin Yanjin's livestream would understand the veiled jabs being directed at her. Although Qin Yanjin's fanbase was modest, each member was a devoted admirer. They quickly retorted, "Truly a performer, full of theatrics. Do you reside by the sea?" Riding on the film emperor's coattails while also attempting to latch onto the fame of Master Qin? You clearly do not regard the fortune teller with any seriousness. What a farce. How can you claim to discern the truth without having witnessed it yourself? It is undeniable that some matters elude scientific explanation. What will you use to substantiate your claims? When Lu Huaying's fans observed the comments below, they rallied to defend their idol, disparaging the admirers of Qin Yanjin. What a joke. Just a mere fortune teller, and she truly considers herself a master. Are the fans of Master Qin all fools? Our idol is merely trying to remind everyone not to be deceived. If that goes unappreciated, so be it, but personal attacks? Such a lack of decorum. Ha! So this is how you aim to elevate yourselves by stepping on our idol? And a fortune teller at that. Is deception so brazenly accepted in this day and age? Why does the official channel not intervene and curb this chaos? Perhaps due to the uproar, which touched upon themes of feudal superstition and false advertising. All remarks concerning Master Qin were swiftly regulated by Weibo. This only fueled Liu Huaying's fans further, as they sought to trample upon Qin Yanjin's supporters. Observing the vitriolic comments directed at Qin Yanjin on Weibo, Guan Mingju felt an intense fury rising within her, her eyes ablaze with indignation as she hastily dialed her father. Dad, you must see Weibo. I don't know where this little star has come from, but she seeks to elevate herself by belittling Master Qin. The insults hurled by her fans are unbearable. They infuriate me.
Dad.
Please have the PR department step in and give these scoundrels a proper lesson while fervently supporting Master Qin. Guan Yunxiao opened Weibo and frowned upon seeing the comments. Very well, I shall handle this. After ending the call, he promptly summoned his assistant and instructed, post a statement on the company's official website. We are grateful for Master Qin's assistance. We wholeheartedly support Master Qin. His assistant's lips twitched, pondering whether such a move was appropriate for a prominent enterprise in Zhongyang City. What are you waiting for? Go ahead and post it. Seeing the assistant's hesitance, Guan Yunxiao impatiently snapped. The assistant, not daring to delay, rushed out to notify the team. Before long, Zhongyang City's Qingyu Group issued a statement. We are grateful for Master Qin's assistance. We wholeheartedly support Master Qin. The internet erupted. On the other side, Liu Jinghe, having just returned to his dorm after breakfast, stumbled upon the online tirades against Master Qin. Upon tracing the roots of the vitriol, he discovered it stemmed from a certain celebrity's desire to gain attention by belittling Master Qin. Infuriated, he abandoned his studies and classes, furiously typing away on his phone. He single-handedly countered dozens of Liu Huaying's fans, his fingers nearly cramping, yet the impact was minimal. This cannot stand. The master is undeniably remarkable. I cannot allow these scoundrels to bully her. Furthermore, should these mindless fans unearth Master Qin's temple, it would place her in jeopardy. The severity of online harassment cannot be understated. Mere words can inflict profound harm. Weak-willed individuals may even find themselves driven to despair. Moreover, Master Qin has done no wrong. By what moral authority do these people criticize her? The more Liu Jinghe pondered, the more incensed he became. Just as he was about to send a voice message to Qin Yanjin, a video call interrupted him. It was his girlfriend, no, his ex-girlfriend. After Master Qin revealed the truth to him the previous day, he had promptly ended their relationship. She assumed he was merely sulking and paid little heed, but now, a day had passed without any word from him. Typically, he would have brought her breakfast, and upon noticing its absence, she grew anxious and resolved to confront him via phone. Yet, he had already found clarity. There was no comparison between a girlfriend and his studies or career. Most importantly, he truly wished to avoid jail. Without a second thought, he hung up the call and swiftly initiated a video call with Qin Yanjin. Master, there's trouble. Someone is maligning you online. It's a minor celebrity trying to step on you to gain fame. The entire internet is currently criticizing you. Shouldn't we clarify the matter? Qin Yanjin's serene visage appeared on the screen, her expression one of mild surprise. Maligning me? Yes. That starlet is likely envious of your rising fame. And since you are a newcomer, she thinks to use you as a stepping stone. Master, such behavior is common in the entertainment industry, but if we remain silent, those mindless fans will find a way to expose you online. You must think of a way to clarify, perhaps register for Weibo, and set the record straight? Liu Jinghe implored anxiously. Qin Yanjin chuckled. Fear not, Liu. This is hardly a grave matter, nor is there a need for clarification. I regard anyone bold enough to slander a fortune teller as a warrior. Remember, the power of yesterday's countercurse still lingers. The more fiercely they criticize, the more severe the backlash will be. Unless among them exists someone of greater prowess than I, which is highly improbable. What do you mean, Master? Do you have a plan? Sort of. I appreciate your concern, Liu. I shall register for Weibo at once. Soon, there will be a spectacle.
A spectacle?
Liu Jinghe's anticipation soared. Chapter 20. The Effects of Backlash. Upon hanging up, Qin Yanjin promptly registered a Weibo account. Following verification, she posted a statement. Qinglian Temple Headmaster Qin Yanjin v. Poor speech brings forth evil. Thus, in the name of the Tao, I shall punish the wicked. I urge all netizens to perform acts of kindness and accumulate virtue. She audaciously took a jab at Liu Huaying, disregarding the outcome, and swiftly exited Weibo, leaving the temple. Little did Qin Yanjin realize that her tweet had stirred a hornet's nest, attracting immense attention. Over half of the influx consisted of Liu Huaying's fans, who fervently descended upon Qin Yanjin's Weibo, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. I am amused to the point of laughter. I just searched online for this Qinglian temple and discovered that it does not exist at all. Could it possibly be a fabrication? It is not a fabrication. I am aware of this temple. It is said that the entire establishment has only 2 inhabitants, an elderly Taoist nun and a young Taoist novice. Recently, the elder nun passed away, leaving only the younger one, which makes her ascension to the position of head priestess rather unsurprising. TSK, TSK, TSK. With her as the sole occupant, does that not imply that the temple belongs to her? In other words, if the temple were to be sold, would she not stand to gain a substantial fortune? Listening to your words has suddenly cast doubt in my mind regarding the circumstances of the elder nun's demise. The online community has quite the imagination, as they hastily accused Qin Yanjin of the heinous crime of betraying her master and even threatened to form a group to stir trouble at the Qinglian temple. Witnessing these thoughtless fans frolicking on Qin Yanjin's Weibo enraged her supporters immensely. Lu Huaying's fans are akin to a pack of rabid dogs, attacking anyone in sight. They are truly despicable. These foolish individuals, despite the police having announced the capture of a wanted criminal yesterday, remain in disbelief. Are they devoid of reason? What perplexes me further is why the master does not defend herself. Does she not see the true nature of these people? I just reached out to the master, and she remarked that those who dare to malign a fortune-telling master are indeed brave souls. What does that imply? I sense an underlying tone in her words. I wonder if you recall when the master was live streaming, several netizens made rather excessive comments and those individuals subsequently encountered some misfortune, did they not? I am aware of that incident. The master had mentioned that speaking ill is a minor transgression. At that time, I was perplexed. But the following day during a live stream, I learned that those individuals hastily apologized after facing the repercussions. It seems Lu Huaying's fans will not be able to prance for much longer. I eagerly await the unfolding events. Jiang Ming is a high school student who recently developed an admiration for Lu Huaying after watching a variety show. Upon waking one morning and discovering that his idol had trended on social media, he initially felt quite pleased. However, it was not long before his idol posted a bewildering Weibo update, leaving him perplexed as he scrolled through the comments. Upon reading them, he was instantly incensed. What era are we living in that people still believe in fortune-telling? It is utterly ludicrous. Unable to tolerate his idol being bullied, he furiously flooded the comments section with derogatory remarks, hurling insults left and right. Where does this late-stage adolescent delusion come from? Thinking they can punish evildoers in the name of Taoist principles? They boast without a shred of evidence. Come on, if you have the ability, then punish me, you fool. I find it absolutely hilarious. This person truly thinks they are significant enough to impose punishment. Why not just ascend to the heavens? This is nothing short of insanity. Our beloved idol merely advocates for scientific belief, yet this so-called master leaps forth to garner attention like a jester. Do good deeds? To hell with your so-called good deeds. You have a mouth and all you do is chatter, yet I have yet to see you engage in any virtuous acts. I detest individuals who engage in moral coercion. This person is merely a buffoon, continuously seeking attention through dubious means, while failing to reflect on their own character. Head priestess indeed. I wager you are the only one in your temple. How shameless. Jiang Ming unleashed a torrent of comments, resembling a machine gun, providing no opportunity for others to respond.
Posting over 10 in rapid succession.
Once he finished, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Rubbing his sore neck, he noticed that his phone still had 10 battery left and hurriedly retrieved his charger, cursing as he charged his device. To his dismay, just as he was venting his frustrations, his phone suddenly exploded, sending countless shards of glass flying. Jiang Ming let out a harrowing scream, and his mother, who was cooking in the kitchen, rushed to the bedroom, nearly fainting at the sight of her bloodied son sprawled on the floor. An ambulance arrived promptly, and Jiang Ming was rushed into surgery. Following examinations, it was determined that he had permanently lost vision in one eye, suffered nerve damage to the left corner of his mouth, rendering him unable to smile in the future, and experienced varying degrees of facial disfigurement. Upon awakening and learning of his condition, Jiang Ming nearly lost his mind. His mental state deteriorated, and within 2 years, he was diagnosed with a psychological disorder. Of course, many others faced similar fates. Anyone involved in this incident suffered varying degrees of backlash. Some netizens received lighter reprimands, the backlash not being severe. Yet they recognized the ominous nature of events and promptly took to the internet to apologize to Qin Yanjin, sharing their experiences. Others, however, remained obstinate and continued to hurl insults. In mere moments, those who had previously been vociferously condemning were now crying out an apology. The disparity between their earlier ferocity and their current subservience was stark. Witnessing this, Qin Yanjin's supporters re-energized, finding an outlet for their frustrations, and proceeded to mock Lu Huaying's fans. Did you not scorn the fortune-telling master? Please continue your tirades. We will not retaliate. Whoever dares to rebut is merely a puppy. My goodness, this is terrifying. A roommate of mine just participated in this verbal skirmish, and she mistakenly chose the wrong side, viciously insulting the master. The moment she stepped outside, she was bitten by a stray dog, losing a substantial chunk of flesh, and was just sent to the hospital. What does this signify? I am a nurse at a certain hospital, and just moments ago, a boy who had been disfigured by a phone explosion was wheeled into surgery. It seems he had merely uttered a few harsh words about Master Qin online, resulting in the loss of vision in one eye, facial disfigurement, and severed nerves in his mouth, rendering him unable to smile in the future. It is utterly horrifying.
Good.
One should mind it is all their own doing. She continued. That Lu Huaying is even worse. It is said that the brand she just signed with terminated their contract, and news of her plastic surgery has surfaced. Even her past of having given birth has been unearthed. It is utterly satisfying. As she spoke, a beautiful girl came running from behind. She immediately waved her hand excitedly and called out, Xiao Sang, hurry up, the master is here. Qin Yan turned her head and, upon seeing the girl's features, her eyes suddenly sparkled. When the girl arrived before her, her eyes shone like brilliant stars, sparkling with enthusiasm. Perhaps overwhelmed with excitement and nervousness, her words stumbled out.
Master.
I am Xiao Sang Sang. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am your fan. You look even more stunning in person than on the live stream. May I shake your hand? Master and me. My name is Miao Fei. I also wish to shake your hand. The eager expressions on their faces reminded Qin Yan of the two little dumplings back at home.
All right.
Sang Sang extended her right hand, wiped it vigorously on her pants, and then cautiously shook hands with Qin Yan. Afterwards, she looked at her own hand and broke into a silly grin. I actually shook hands with the master. Miao Fei exhibited a similar reaction, even sniffing her hand as if Qin Yan had bestowed a touch of celestial essence upon her. Qin Yan found it quite amusing. Sang Sang, coming back to her senses, eagerly yet bashfully inquired, Master, could I ask you to tell my fortune? She quickly added, during the live stream, there were too many people and you were randomly selecting. It was difficult for me to be chosen. I would like you to help me make a decision, if that's all right. Qin Yan did not refuse, thinking that perhaps it was fate for this girl to encounter her. You understand the rules of fortune-telling? Yes, I do. It's 500 yuan, right? I have cash here. Sang Sang immediately retrieved 500 yuan from her small bag and handed it over. Qin Yan nodded. Let's find a place. I will read your fortune. The three of them settled onto a public bench surrounded by lush little trees, with the sweet chirping of birds filling the air. Qin Yan asked, would you like to delve directly into the future, or should we first explore the past? Sang Sang, with a serious expression, replied, Master, let us go straight to the future. I believe you are a true master. The trust established was indeed different. Very well, what would you like to know? Master, my parents are currently embroiled in a divorce. I don't know whom to choose. My father is a company supervisor, earning around 30,000 yuan a month excluding bonuses, while my mother runs a flower shop. But her business has been struggling, making it a bit difficult for her to support me. Logically, I should stay with my father to alleviate my mother's burden. But he has someone else outside, and I am unwilling to follow him. But my mother. Sang Sang, since you are unable to make a decision, I will speak of your future. Is that possible? Of course, it is, for you have no future. You will encounter misfortune tonight, and it will involve murder and the disposal of a corpse. When she spoke those last 4 words, Qin Yan's voice remained flat, as if she were discussing something trivial, leaving Sang Sang momentarily stunned. Miao Fei, however, turned pale with fear, her eyes wide with panic as she instinctively clutched Sang Sang's clothing. Sang Sang, realizing the gravity of the situation, was equally horrified. Her blood felt as though it had turned to ice, her voice trembling. Master, please do not frighten me. Master, what will happen to Sang Sang? Is someone trying to harm her? Miao Fei asked anxiously. Qin Yan softly reassured them, do not panic, as long as you do not go out tonight. This calamity can be avoided. There is nothing to fear. Sang Sang breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest in a show of gratitude. Phew, you scared me. It's good that nothing is wrong. Master, can you determine who that person is? Miao Fei, still shaken, wished to know the identity of the danger, so she could avoid running into them.
You need not worry about that.
Qin Yan clearly did not wish to elaborate further and turned her attention back to Sang Sang. If you choose your mother, I can make an exception and sell you a wealth-attracting talisman, effective for a year. However, if you choose your father, your life will not be so favorable. For he has a son now, and all that is yours will eventually go to your brother, including your future marriage. Miao Fei exclaimed indignantly, goodness. That is even more terrifying than murder and disposal of a corpse. Sang Sang, you should stick with your aunt. Do not seek out your scoundrel of a father. Song Song's expression shifted dramatically, as if she were battling an internal struggle, her fists clenched tightly. Finally, she exhaled, a glimmer of relief in her eyes. Thank you, Master. I know what choice to make now. By the way, how much is that wealth-attracting talisman? Qin Yan smiled broadly, spreading her fingers. Given our fateful encounter, it will be 5,000. I only have 2,000 on me. Fei, do you have any money? Please lend it to me, and I will pay you back later. Sang Sang did not perceive the price as exorbitant. In fact, she found it rather inexpensive, considering it was a wealth-attracting talisman. If it proved to be effective, earning back 5,000 yuan would be a breeze. Without hesitation, Miao Fei took out her phone and transferred 500 yuan to Qin Yan. With a shy smile, she said, hee, Master. Would you mind telling me my fortune as well? I would like to know if I have any ailments or disasters. Qin Yan quietly accepted the payment, glancing at her as she said, you are in good health, destined for great wealth, with a prosperous partner in your future. However, your father has liver issues. If he does not quit drinking, he may not live beyond 3 years. Miao Fei's heart sank, her lips quivering. If he quits drinking, will everything be fine? Qin Yan nodded. Yes, it is just a minor issue now, but if he continues, we cannot guarantee his fate. Phew.
All right.
I will make him quit drinking when I get home. Miao Fei stood up, pulling Sang Sang with her, and bowed deeply. Master, thank you. If we had not met you today, Sang Sang and I would have. No need to thank me. It is simply because you have the means. Qin Yan waved her phone with a smile and departed. Late at night, she stood alone under the dim streetlight, quietly awaiting something. Not far away, a man, exuding a sinister aura, staggered toward her, reaching out with an intent to grasp. Chapter 22, The Inferno. The man's expression was grotesque, his eyes bulging, veins protruding from his forehead, and his lips a dark purple, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. Qin Yan's gaze sharpened as she swiftly seized his wrist and twisted it upward, eliciting a chilling scream from him. Unlike a human's cry, his sound was grating and unpleasant, akin to metal scraping against glass, producing a nauseatingly jarring friction. This was evidently not a sound made by a mere human. Yet, Qin Yan could discern that he was undoubtedly human, albeit tainted by a chilling and bizarre power, an aura of malevolence. Such an aura poses a grave threat to the human body. In mild cases, it manifests as illness and lethargy. In severe cases, it leads to a loss of rationality, transforming one into a remorseless killer. This man was evidently in a dire state. If his malevolence was not dispelled soon, even rescuing him would render him a shell of a person. She had refrained from disclosing this to Sang Sang because this man was also a victim. With that thought, Qin Yan concentrated her spiritual energy into her palm and forcefully struck his back, causing a dense stream of energy to surge into his body. As the dark aura within him seemed to sense a threat, it surged outward in a frenzy. Tendrils of sinister energy escaped from every orifice, his nose, mouth, ears, and eyes. The man's previously contorted and anguished visage gradually relaxed, his murky crimson gaze becoming clear, and the overwhelming aura of dread surrounding him dissipated. He blinked vacantly, taking a moment to regain his senses, rubbing his temples. Where am I? How did I end up here? His voice was hoarse and filled with confusion. You were ensnared by malevolent energy, nearly leading to a disastrous fate. Qin Yanjin's voice came from behind him, startling him into instinctively recoiling before he turned to face her.
Who are you?
The one who saved you. Qin Yanjin inquired. Do you recall where you were before losing your wits? The man furrowed his brow in concentration. Uncertain of the identity of this young Taoist girl, her question still triggered a memory. In a hotel room.
Take me there.
What? The man's panic flared as he waved his hands. Are you in need of lodging? I can help you book a room. There are unclean entities in your room. Unclean entities? At first, the man did not comprehend, but disbelief washed over his face as realization dawned. Are you referring to that? Yes, she was a Taoist adept, specializing in vanquishing demons. It was no wonder he had felt an oppressive chill in the room, as if he were constantly being watched. He had assumed it was merely a hidden camera. A shiver ran down his spine, and the hairs on his body stood on end. What should I do? What if that thing comes looking for me again? No, I refuse to go back. I want to live a couple more years. The man shook his head vigorously. Terror etched across his features, unwilling to return under any circumstances. Qin Yanjin, understanding his fear, sighed. Just tell me the location. The room number will suffice.
Oh.
As long as you don't let it in, I'll show you the way. Through their conversation, the man revealed his name was Jiang Fuchuan, a resident of Lin City, employed as a salesman who had come to negotiate a business deal, only to encounter this bizarre incident. The two swiftly arrived at their destination. Jiang Fuchuan pointed to a window on the second floor of the hotel, adorned with protective grills. That's the room I stayed in, the one with the grills. However, to Qin Yanjin's eyes, a vague shadow appeared to linger before that window, seemingly watching them. Narrowing her eyes, she strode decisively into the hotel. Wait here. I'll go take a look. The proprietor was a plump, middle-aged woman, dozing with her chin propped on her hand at this late hour. Qin Yanjin chose not to disturb her, instead employing a secret technique to delve into her memories regarding the events on the second floor. It turned out that a decade prior, a young college student had perished in that very room. Reports indicated she had been drinking, accidentally igniting the bedsheets while lighting a cigarette, which subsequently sparked a fire that claimed her life. The police had corroborated this account. Yet, Qin Yanjin was aware that the truth was far more complex, especially considering the shadow she had just witnessed, shrouded in a dense aura of malevolence, if left unchecked. This place would know no peace. Taking a deep breath, she ascended to the second floor. Upon reaching the door of the room, her hand rested on the doorknob, gently pushing it open. The room was sparsely decorated, containing 2 beds and a table, upon which a laptop sat open, displaying an incomplete report. Aside from that, the room was devoid of any occupants, as if what she had just seen had been an illusion. Qin Yanjin knew it was still present, merely concealed in some corner of the room. She cast a discreet glance at the chandelier above, then feigned nonchalance as she seated herself at the computer. Her fingertips lightly tapped the desk, producing a rhythmic sound that thickened the atmosphere with tension. After a moment, she spoke softly. Tong Xhao, would you care to emerge for a chat? I am aware of your presence, and I understand your grievances. However, every grievance has its origin. And since you are entangled with the innocent, I cannot turn a blind eye today. Of course, I am not devoid of compassion. If you share your tale with me, I can assist you in seeking vengeance. What do you say? The room fell silent. The shadow remained elusive. Do you not wish to witness your enemies receive their just retribution? Do you not long to return home to see your family? And your mother, who is said to have suffered a broken leg in her quest to vindicate you? Suddenly, a chilling, grating laughter reverberated throughout the room, imbued with boundless hatred and resentment, instilling a profound terror that seemed to claw at the very soul. In an instant, a mass of black fog erupted from the chandelier, swirling and coalescing into a humanoid form. Moments later, a charred visage, grotesquely disfigured by flames, materialized before her. This was the horrific state of Tong Xhao in life, her body blackened, skin blistered and burst, revealing ghastly white bones beneath. The sight was both terrifying and grotesque. She had no eyes, only hollow sockets, yet it seemed as though she could see, fixating intently on Qin Yanjin, who met her gaze in return.
To be candid,
the creature's appearance repulsed her. Nevertheless, as she was here to hone her skills, she had to adopt a resolute stance. Although her master had not taught her the art of exorcism, this did not preclude her from earning merit. You can see me? Tong Zhou's voice was indeed unpleasant, likely a consequence of the malevolent energy, rendering it utterly eerie. Qin Yanjin adjusted her robe confidently, declaring, I am Qin Yanjin, the 78th head of Qinglian Temple. As you can see, not only can I perceive you, but I also wish to aid you in avenging your death, ensuring that those who conspired against you receive their due punishment. Only by persuading Tong Zhou to willingly depart could she accrue greater merit. Certainly, vanquishing Tong Zhou's spirit would yield some merit, yet it would pale in comparison to the rewards of her voluntary departure. Furthermore, she had no desire to allow those who had committed wrongdoing to evade justice. Do you believe I was killed by someone? Clearly, for your resentment is palpable.
No.
You cannot help me. They are wealthy and powerful. You cannot contend with them. Tong Zhozhou's malevolent energy ignited instantaneously, as if doused with gasoline, her overwhelming hatred rampaging wildly. This was her expression of fury. Qin Yanjin smiled confidently. No, I can. Chapter 23. Public Execution. What do you desire? Tong Zhozhou understood that the other party would not offer assistance without reason. Even in death, she was determined to seize the opportunity for vengeance, regardless of the cost, even if it meant her own obliteration. Moreover, she sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from Qin Yanjin, one potent enough to obliterate her spirit, which was precisely why she had sought refuge. Qin Yanjin smiled. I seek nothing for myself, but there is one condition. Once vengeance is attained, you must depart and return to where you belong. Agreed. As if fearing she might retract her offer, Tong Zhozhou readily acquiesced. Now, tell me your story. In truth, Qin Yanjin had already deduced everything. However, certain matters must be articulated by her own voice. Otherwise, after enduring such prolonged silence, even a ghost may falter. Tong Zhozhou inhaled deeply and commenced recounting the tale of her life. She was born a child of the mountains, and as the sole offspring of her parents, she was showered with affection and indulgence. Additionally, she exhibited remarkable intelligence from a young age, managing to secure admission to the best secondary school in the county after only 2 years of elementary education. Due to her outstanding academic performance and her status as a financially disadvantaged student, her education cost her nothing, and she even received financial aid to send back home. The school held high hopes for her, frequently instilling in her the belief that knowledge could alter one's destiny. She was well aware of this truth. Driven by the desire to provide her parents with a better life and to construct a road to prosperity for her village, she devoted herself to her studies, advancing grades swiftly and ultimately gained entrance to the prestigious Changsha Province First University of Science and Technology with the highest score in the city. This institution was a sanctuary for aspiring scholars, often deemed unattainable. And Tong Zhozhou's admission at the tender age of 13 could truly be described as a testament to her genius. She believed that her aspirations were within reach. However, unbeknownst to her, this was not the smooth path she had envisioned, but rather a treacherous abyss awaiting her. In her sophomore year, she and her dormitory mates embarked on a picnic, lodging in a hotel nearby. During the day, they hiked the mountains, and in the evening, they reveled around a bonfire at a farmhouse, indulging in barbecued skewers and beer, each one of them thoroughly enjoying the festivities. Tong Zhozhou was no exception. Perhaps it was due to it being her first experience with alcohol. After just 1 cup, she succumbed to inebriation. Her roommates escorted her back to the hotel while they returned to the farmhouse to continue their merriment. Before long, a fire erupted in the hotel, and Tong Zhozhou, incapacitated by her intoxication, perished in the flames. The grim truth, however, was that she had been forcibly intoxicated by several girls. Her body was doused in high-proof liquor, and with a small candle in her hands, any slight movement would cause the candle to topple, leading to her inevitable engulfment in flames. The candle burned swiftly, and soon it reached her fingers. Instinctively, she recoiled, igniting a fire that spread with alarming speed, consuming her in an instant. In that moment, she was powerless to resist, only able to struggle desperately, crying for help. It hurts. It hurts. The excruciating agony of being engulfed in flames is a memory that Tong Zhozhou dares not revisit, for even in death, the torment of that fiery inferno remains vividly etched in her mind. To her dying breath, she could not comprehend why they sought her demise. They had shared a close bond, treating her with considerable kindness, even knowing her status as a financially struggling student and often providing her with assistance under various pretenses. In her eyes, they were virtuous individuals. Yet, these so-called good people had cruelly extinguished her life in such a heinous manner. Following an investigation, the authorities deemed Tong Zhozhou's death an accident, and the matter was left unresolved. No one could fathom that this was, in fact, a premeditated murder. And the principal culprits felt no remorse. Instead, they frequently gathered to discuss the incident, displaying an alarming lack of conscience. Her parents, residing far in the mountains, were struck by the news of her death as if struck by lightning, hastening to the school overnight. However, they were denied entry and were summarily expelled by security. In their desperation, they turned to the police station, only to be involved in a car accident on the way. Her father died on the spot, and her mother suffered a leg amputation. Naturally, Tong Zhozhou was unaware of these developments at the time. After hearing her story, Qin Yanjin remained silent for a considerable time. Tong Xhao also refrained from speaking, and the two stood together in quietude, as if awaiting the other to break the silence. After a moment, Qin Yanjin inquired, "How do you wish to exact your revenge?" A fierce hatred ignited in Tong Zhou's eyes, a palpable aura of vengeance emanating from her. "I want them to experience the agony of being burned alive. I want them to acknowledge their wrongdoings, apologize, and turn themselves in. Ultimately, they must compensate my parents 5 million, not a penny less." Qin Yanjin furrowed her brow at this statement, her fingers tapping thoughtfully on the table. Tong Zhou, contemplating whether her demands were excessive, bit her lip and murmured, "Master, if that is not feasible." "No problem," Qin Yanjin suddenly interjected, "leave this matter to me."
With that,
She retrieved her phone and opened the Weibo app, only to be met with an incessant barrage of notifications, overwhelming her device. She initially thought her phone had frozen, tapping repeatedly to no avail. Is the phone broken? This device was a gift from her master several years prior. Though not expensive, she had maintained it meticulously, believing it should remain functional. "It seems as if it's receiving too many messages," Tong Zhou weakly remarked. Qin Yanjin blinked, suddenly recalling the notion of countercurse. Judging by the commotion, it was likely that numerous keyboard warriors were experiencing backlash. After a few minutes, Weibo returned to normal, and to her astonishment, she found her follower count had surged by 200,000, with retweets, comments, and likes soaring to an astounding 230,000. All of these were genuine followers. Even she had not anticipated such an influx in a single day. It seemed she had achieved a modicum of fame. Rather than perusing the comments and private messages, she swiftly composed a post. Qinglian Temple Master Qin Yanjin v. Li Qingzhu, Xiao Ke, Lin Xiuxin, Yao Yujin, by Li of Changxi Province First University of Science and Technology. 10 years ago you committed heinous crimes and evaded justice. 10 years later, I shall unveil your egregious misdeeds on behalf of the victims. I advise you, good deeds are rewarded, and evildoers face retribution. The time for reckoning has not yet come. In 2 days at 8 in the morning on Huiyue Live, do not miss it. Barely a second after posting, comments began flooding in. Wow, a master has been caught alive. I admire the brother above. Even a master is fair game for jokes. Can't wait for your misfortune.
What?
Aren't you all missing the point? The master is posting explosive content at this hour. Aren't you curious?
Ding.
Enthusiastic citizen Master Qin is online. Now that has something to keep me awake. It seems the master intends to publicly execute these individuals. Can't wait. Why is it in 2 days? Can it be sooner? Ha, you don't know? The Master's livestream was flagged for B-class violations, resulting in a 3-day ban.
Huh?
Is the Huiyue platform that formidable? Even the master can be banned. I wonder if the owner is still alive. If the owner of Huiyue were to read that, he would likely be in tears. Though he remained alive, his spirit had undoubtedly fled. Chapter 24. Boss of Huiyue. Master Qin is terrifying. When it comes to bad luck, the boss of Huiyue would claim second place, with no one daring to claim the first. Ever since Qin Yanjin began her live streaming, he had not enjoyed a single day of peace. From biting into a tofu and chipping a tooth to tripping over flat ground and being chased by dogs for 3 blocks, he barely managed to escape, only to be struck by a female driver and suffer a fracture. He thought that lying in the hospital would spare him from further calamity. But he nearly ended up in the ICU due to a mix-up with his medical records, almost being wheeled into surgery, which left him so agitated that he was hospitalized in the ICU. Of course, these were merely the events of the first day of Qin Yanjin's broadcast. The following day was even worse. The company's server crashed, resulting in substantial losses for Huiyue, nearly leading to bankruptcy. Consequently, he truly ended up in the ICU. When he finally regained consciousness, he was on the verge of tears. He could not fathom why, in a state of normalcy, he had encountered such misfortune. Heaven knows what he had endured in just 2 days, leading him to question whether he had become a mere vessel for ill fate. Just as despair began to engulf him, the director of Tiger Leap rushed in to inform him that he had offended someone, an individual of no ordinary standing. The director elaborated on the events that had transpired on Weibo the day before, spinning a tale so elaborate that it left him bewildered.
So,
my misfortune stems from intercepting a substantial portion of the fortune-telling fee from someone else's divination? The boss, on the brink of tears, wondered what on earth was going on. Here's what you should do. Personally take the S-grade contract to Master Qin and set the revenue share at 90-10. No, scratch that. Let's forego the revenue share entirely. As long as she can remain in the live stream, we desire nothing in return. The director looked utterly perplexed. But what about the violation? The boss erupted in anger. Violation? With my current predicament, you dare mention violations? Unseal her account immediately and ensure that no matter what Master Qin streams in the future, it shall not be banned. Do you understand? Is it her account that is being sealed? The one who has truly lost his mind is me. The director hastily agreed, rushing back to the office to print the contract and swiftly purchasing a ticket for a flight. Of course, this was merely a minor interlude. Returning to the matter at hand, the Weibo post by Qin Yanjin had already stirred a considerable uproar online. The vast army of netizens, now wide awake, leaped from their beds like detectives, unearthing the basic information of those mentioned in the Weibo post.
Oh, dear.
I stumbled upon a rather intriguing piece of news. Does anyone recall the case from a decade ago where a 13-year-old prodigy and her roommate met a tragic end in a fire? The individuals Master Qin mentioned are all former roommates of this little genius.
Ponder that.
Is this not glaringly obvious? The master has declared them as deeply sinful, and the death of the prodigy must certainly be linked to them. But wasn't it reported as an accident back then? Someone from above interjected, "You are too naive. They all went out together. Why were those people absent when the fire broke out? It's clear there's something amiss." In my view, these individuals were envious of the prodigy. They fancied themselves as favored by heaven, yet were overshadowed by a mere 13-year-old girl. And their psychological imbalance is what truly haunts them. However, I am somewhat perplexed as to why the master suddenly took an interest in a decade-old case. Did you not catch her remark about representing the victim? Is not the victim the prodigy herself? Yet, she has been deceased for 10 years. Who could have summoned the master for assistance? Surely, it cannot be the victim's family. It is said that the prodigy's family was impoverished, and her parents rarely ventured far from their home, let alone have the opportunity to meet someone of the master's caliber. Speaking of which, if anyone knows these individuals, should we not offer them a warning? After all, if the master were to publicly execute judgment, the audience would be present while the implicated parties are absent. Would that not be a tad disrespectful? They would surely thank you and your entire lineage profusely. It's simple. Let us push the Master's Weibo post to trending status and allow the enthusiastic netizens to dig up information. They may be lacking in many areas, but unearthing such matters is their forte. Ha ha ha, enough chatter. Let us simply await the live stream in 2 days. However, I have heard rumors that Tiger Leap has encountered some issues, and I wonder if that will delay our viewing. According to whispers, the CEO of Tiger Leap has been hospitalized, even in the ICU, which leads me to suspect that this is poetic justice. How audacious to seal the master's account. This CEO is no ordinary person. I believe that Tiger Leap's owner has brought this upon himself. The fees for fortune-telling are derived from the heavenly insights, and the owner is but an ordinary person who cannot bear the weight of it. He fears the heaven's wrath for merely cursing the master. Competing with the master for divination fees is akin to lighting a lamp in a bathroom to find excrement. The owner of Tiger Leap is clearly hanging himself from the old birthday star, digging his own grave. The owner of Tiger Leap lamented, "Who have I offended? I merely charge normal fees." Observing the mockery he faced online, the owner, hidden away in his hospital room, felt an overwhelming urge to weep. He genuinely feared offending this fortune-telling master. The terror was palpable. "Master, is this truly feasible?" Tong Xhao asked, looking at the Weibo post she had just sent out. Torn between doubt and curiosity, Qin Yanjin nonchalantly replied, "There's nothing amiss. They will appear." Tong Xhao could not comprehend the source of her confidence. Just as she was about to inquire further, a sudden curiosity struck her. How did this master know the names of those individuals? Had she perhaps heard about the incident from 10 years prior? It must be so. Otherwise, the master would not be here. Nor would she have guessed that the situation was one of injustice. Just as she had reassured herself, she witnessed Qin Yanjin produce a piece of talisman paper from seemingly nowhere. "This is a revealing talisman. Once affixed to them, they will be able to see you. You are the primary victim in this matter, and it is imperative that you invite them personally. Should they refuse to come to the live stream, take good care of them. Do you understand?" Tong Xhao looked utterly bewildered, shaking her head vigorously. "No, I do not understand. Master, my soul has been confined here since my death. I cannot leave." "Now you can," Qin Yanjin replied with a faint smile, showing her the basic information that netizens had unearthed. "You should be able to find them, right?" Tong Xhao, sensing that she was not jesting, felt her spirit tremble with excitement. Glancing at the address on her phone, she tentatively attempted to pass through the wall. Instead of being rebuffed as before, she seamlessly flowed through, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Qin Yanjin. In an instant, she zipped away, as if released from a cage, darting through the air with a joyful, tinkling laughter. Qin Yanjin felt a pang of annoyance, sensing that this spirit might repay kindness with malice. Fortunately, it was a spirit that ordinary people could neither see nor hear. Remember to find me at Qingfeng Mountain, Qinglian Temple, when your task is complete. The following day, Qin Yanjin boarded a bus back to Qinglian Temple early in the morning. Upon arriving at the temple entrance, she noticed a somewhat balding middle-aged man, panting and seated on the stone steps. Qin Yanjin paused momentarily. This individual has managed to enter the barrier, indicating he is a person of sincere heart. Good sir, do you have business here? The middle-aged man looked up and, upon seeing Qin Yanjin's elegant and unadorned visage, stood in awe. Greetings, Master Qin. I am the director of Tiger Leap Platform. I have come, rather presumptuously, to seek a contract with you. He hastily produced the contract, trembling as he presented it. Our boss has stated that we will offer you an S-grade contract, without requiring any share from you, granting you full authority. Qin Yanjin raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is this not equivalent to a gift?
But why?
Does the Tiger Leap owner wish to have his fortune told? Unbeknownst to her, the director of Tiger Leap began recounting the misfortunes that had befallen his boss. What a tragic man, Qin Yanjin thought. Chapter 25. Have I been attached? What could Qin Yanjin say? Naturally, she agreed to sign the contract. However, considering that the Tiger Leap owner was an innocent party in this matter, she discreetly produced a talisman for healing. This is a healing talisman. It can alleviate illnesses and ailments for a duration of 1 year. Take it back to your boss and have him carry it on his person. Remember, this talisman is only effective for him. Others who wish to use it must come back to purchase their own. Upon hearing this, the Tiger Leap director immediately accepted it with both hands, carefully tucking it away in his pocket. After a moment of contemplation, he mustered the courage to ask, Master Qin, what other talismans do you have? May I purchase one? At present, there are only various talismans available such as the Peaceful Charm, Disease-Repelling Charm, Calmness Charm, Evil-Repelling Charm, Peach Blossom Charm, Career Charm, Fortune-Transferring Charm, Wealth-Attracting Charm, Spirit-Supporting Charm, and the Harmonious Charm. Which one would you desire? The others are quite self-explanatory, their names hinting at their purposes. However, what exactly is this Harmonious Charm? Adhering to the principle of inquiring when in doubt, he sheepishly asked, Master, what does this Harmonious Charm signify? Qin Yanjin smiled lightly and replied, It fosters a harmonious relationship between couples, preventing excessive quarrels over trivial matters. Director Yuyou instinctively exclaimed, I'll take this one, Master. Please, one of this. Immediately after, he found himself blushing profusely. He scratched his head, mumbling an apology. Forgive me, Master. I got overly excited and lost my composure. Qin Yanjin waved her hand dismissively and produced a Harmonious Charm. 5,000. Master, I have no cash on me. Can we do a WeChat transfer? After completing the transaction, Director Yuyou dared not linger, bidding a hasty farewell as he departed. As Qin Yanjin pushed open the door, 2 fluffy white creatures suddenly flitted toward her. Although their flight was unsteady and awkward, they ultimately landed on her, their sharp little claws gripping her clothing tightly.
Coo.
She noted that the feathers of these 2 little beings appeared to have thickened slightly. Pulling one down, she examined it closely, tugging at its wings and claws, and then locked eyes with the creature, deep in contemplation. Just the day before, this little creature had been a mere ball of fluff, its downy feathers sparse, yet now, after just 1 day, it had grown so much. What could have gone awry? Her gaze drifted thoughtfully toward the nearby Qinglian pond, and upon observing the rich spiritual energy swirling above the water's surface, she momentarily froze. Her eyes instinctively rose higher. There, atop the Bodhi tree, she spotted a somewhat chaotic nest that could barely be classified as a nest. The corners of her mouth twitched in disbelief. She vaguely recalled that owls typically nested in caves, burrows, or tree hollows. They rarely crafted nests in such peculiar and unapproachable styles. It seemed that this creature was likely a novice at nesting. Qin Yanjin couldn't help but chuckle at the thought, am I being ensnared? However, witnessing the owl mother finally nesting indicated that its injuries had nearly healed, and it could at least fly again. She mused inwardly. When did Master S medicine become so remarkably effective? Come here. She beckoned to the owl mother. It seemed to understand. unfurling its wings and soaring toward her. Its pristine feathers still stained with specks of blood. Despite this, its fierce demeanor remained untainted. It landed firmly on the stone pedestal opposite her, head held high. Gazing at her with an air of pride, then tilted its head, its black pupils nearly consuming the entirety of its golden eyes, transforming from a majestic raptor into an endearing creature reminiscent of an oversized puppy. How am I to chase away birds now? Qin Yanjin pondered. Oh well, it won't consume too much. I might as well keep it. Meanwhile, concerning Tong Xhao, the first person it sought out was Li Qingzhu. Previously, Tong Xhao and Li Qingzhu shared a close friendship in the dormitory, often dining together in the cafeteria and waiting at each other's classroom doors after classes. They would occasionally share a bed, whispering the secrets of young girls. Tong Xhao recalled how, when Li Qingzhu dated, she would always bring back delectable treats and luxury cosmetics to share. In Tong Zhou's memory, although Li Qingzhu's family was affluent, she was never arrogant, speaking softly and always being the first to remember those who had shown her kindness. Yet, on that fateful night, she was the first to seize Tong Zhou's hair and force a whole bottle of strong liquor down her throat. At that moment, Tong Zhou's face was etched with disbelief, as if witnessing the transformation of such a gentle girl into one displaying such a fearsome expression. Confused by her actions, Tong Zhou pondered why Li Qingzhu harbored such animosity toward her, even going so far as to disguise her feelings for 2 years. What could be the reason? For 10 years, she had been unable to comprehend. Fortunately, she now had the chance to seek clarity. However, before Tong Zhou could confront Li Qingzhu, kind-hearted internet users had already provided her with information. At a high-end beauty salon, Li Qingzhu was reclining with her eyes closed, enjoying a massage from a young, handsome masseur. Her face adorned with an expensive mask worth hundreds. She felt utterly relaxed and at ease. Suddenly, her phone, placed nearby, began to ring. The masseur, while gently kneading her muscles, inquired softly, "Sisterly, your phone is ringing. Should I answer it?" Li Qingzhu, without opening her eyes, merely murmured in response. The masseur promptly handed her the phone. "Hello? Qingzhu, something has happened." The voice on the other end was fraught with urgency and fear. "Is that you, Xiao? Due to the incident involving Tong Zhou, they had not been in contact for several years. Even though they had each other's contact details, they had mutually chosen to refrain from communication unless absolutely necessary. The sudden call from Lin Xiao signified something of great importance. Li Qingzhu's heart raced. "What is it?" "You need to search online for a Weibo user named Qin Yanjin, the master of Qinglian Temple. Something from 10 years ago has resurfaced." Lin Xiao's voice trembled with anxiety. Li Qingzhu quickly covered the phone's receiver and said to the masseur, "Leave. Do not return without my permission." The masseur, sensing her serious expression, obediently stepped out. "Calm down. Nothing was discovered 10 years ago. I refuse to believe that evidence will emerge after a decade. Don't jump to conclusions. The one bringing this to light is a fortune teller, reputed to be highly accurate, never having made a mistake. Moreover, this master is rather ominous. Anyone who curses her will find themselves in misfortune." "You." "Ha ha ha, Lin Xiao, you called just to tell me this?" "Li Qingzhu, I know you are skeptical, but I have a strong intuition that we are in for trouble this time." "Silence. Do not mention this matter again. If there is nothing else, do not contact me." With that, Li Qingzhu hung up and tossed the phone aside, her mind swirling with Lin Xiao's words. She scoffed derisively. "A fortune teller? I see only a desperate fraud seeking fame, daring to use my name to create a spectacle. Let us see if she is what it takes." Disregarding the matter further, she called out to the masseur outside, "Come in." Suddenly, a chilling wind swept into the room, causing Li Qingzhu to shiver involuntarily. She furrowed her brow, adjusting her bath towel, muttering about the excessively cold air conditioning and the declining quality of service. She considered lodging a complaint with the manager. Yet, a strange black mist began to seep through the door's crack, coalescing and growing denser, swirling ominously before her, sending shivers down her spine. Li Qingzhu's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart racing with fear, nearly suffocating her. As the black mist gathered, it ultimately coalesced into a humanoid figure, and upon recognizing this figure, Li Qingzhu fainted, her body going rigid. Before losing consciousness, she thought to herself, "This dream feels so real. So real, in fact, that she believed that person had come to claim her life." Chapter 26. Tong Zhou arrives at the door. Without even making an entrance, she fainted, lacking the ferocity she had displayed when she had nearly killed her. Had she known just how easily she could be frightened, she would not have affixed the manifestation talisman beforehand. Nevertheless, since it had come to this, she could not let this opportunity to make an impression go to waste. You fainted and now you think you can escape?
How naive.
Upon uttering those words, a swift whoosh penetrated into Li Qingzhu's body. No, it should be said, into her dream. Li Qingzhu, you are unharmed. In the dream, Tong Zhozhou's laughter was particularly eerie, although her visage remained grotesquely charred. Li Qingzhu could unmistakably discern that this figure was indeed Tong Zhozhou. Tong Zhozhou, did you not perish? Why have you returned to seek me? Is it because you lack funds in the afterlife? I shall burn you paper offerings. Whatever you desire, I will provide. I implore you, do not haunt me. I am aware that we wronged you in the past, yet you are deceased. Can you not grant me mercy?
Li Qingzhu knelt in terror, trembling uncontrollably.
Too paralyzed to move or raise her gaze, her forehead bloodied from repeated prostrations. Li Qingzhu, do you comprehend the agony of being consumed by flames? It is excruciating. Oh, so excruciating. My flesh sizzled and melted, my eyes burst from the heat, and you think a mere plea for mercy will absolve me? I acknowledge my transgressions. I beseech you, spare me. This lifetime, I have wronged you. In the next, I shall serve you like a beast, if only you would forgive me this once. Zhozhou, we were once good friends. I implore you, let this go. The mere mention of this matter ignited Tong Zhozhou's malevolence, overwhelming and infernal. Her voice pierced the air, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit clawing its way from the depths of hell. Indeed, Tong Zhozhou was precisely that, a malevolent specter. She surged closer to Li Qingzhu, as if a familiar companion, whispering into her ear with a chilling and sinister tone, brimming with unfathomable hatred. You dare to claim we were friends?
Li Qingzhu.
When you took my life, you did not regard me as a friend. I have long pondered how you could be so cruel. Li Qingzhu's complexion drained of color as she shut her eyes and fervently shook her head. No, it is not my fault. Enveloped by the bone-chilling aura, she seemed to catch a whiff of death itself, trembling and stammering. It was Bai Li who envied you, constantly overshadowed by you. Her sole desire was to eliminate you. If you seek vengeance, let it be upon her. She is the true culprit. Humph. Do you think I am easily deceived?
Li Qingzhu.
You appear to be oblivious to your current predicament. Tong Zhozhou hissed ominously. I am now intertwined with you. Should this continue, my malevolence will render you a simpleton. Ah, compared to being burned alive, perhaps being a fool is quite agreeable. Would you not concur? No, I beg you, Zhozhou. It was not intentional. I implore you, spare me. I do not wish to become a fool. Li Qingzhu, overwhelmed by dread, abruptly opened her eyes, only to meet the featureless visage of Tong Zhozhou, her pupils constricting in terror. In that instant, she was jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat, a pool of foul liquid beneath her. Gone was her former grace. She crawled to the corner like a wretched insect, gasping for air, eyes darting warily around. Not seeing the apparition, she began to relax, believing it was but a dream. When once again, a chilling voice pierced the silence, accompanied by an otherworldly coldness. Are you searching for me? Do not approach, do not approach. Li Qingzhu nearly lost her mind, screaming desperately, her hands flailing as if that could banish Tong Zhozhou's presence. Tong Zhozhou had no desire to hasten her demise. The master had plans to execute. Since the master had instructed to take matters into her own hands, a mere fright would suffice.
Li Qingzhu.
Remember to stream live at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Otherwise, I shall return to tear you apart piece by piece. As her voice faded, Li Qingzhu collapsed lifelessly to the ground, akin to a defeated animal. Just then, the door swung open, and Li Qingzhu, fearing Tong Zhozhou's return, rolled her eyes and fainted. Miss Li, the master gasped, urgently calling for help from outside. Someone, come quickly. Miss Li has fainted. Tong Zhozhou hastily departed from Li Qingzhu and swiftly made her way to Bai Li. Bai Li, after all, was the most privileged in the dormitory, her family possessing their own enterprise. Her father held 51% of the shares, while her mother served as the CEO of a foreign corporation, wielding influence not inferior to her father. She also had an indulgent brother who had always shielded her from the consequences of her actions, including tampering with the autopsy report of Tong Zhozhou's charred remains. Thus, it could be stated that Bai Li was indeed the architect of Tong Zhozhou's demise. At this moment, Bai Li received a call from Lin Qiuxin. Unlike Li Qingzhu, she was not dismissive. Instead, she retrieved Qin Yanjin's Weibo account and dialed her brother Bai Su. Brother, please help me investigate someone. I wish to uncover her entire background. Who could possibly captivate our esteemed young lady's attention? A Taoist, named Qin Yanjin. Little sister, do not fret. She is merely a fraud aiming for fame. A wretched internet celebrity. I shall handle this matter. Do not draw attention to it. After hanging up, Bai Li felt an unsettling sensation that the situation was far from simple, particularly as nearly 500,000 comments had accumulated beneath Qin Yanjin's Weibo post. These comments were evidently not from paid commentators, compelling her to ponder further. As she was lost in thought, a subtle noise emerged from beneath her bed, startling Bai Li, who instinctively lifted the bedsheet, only to lock eyes with Tong Zhou's hollow sockets. Tong Zhou, filled with mischief, grinned widely, her head twisting at a grotesque angle. Bai Li rolled her eyes in fright, not even having time to scream before she fainted. Tong Zhou's smile faded. TSK. Even Li Qingzhu could withstand a minute. This one is even more pathetic. She effortlessly slipped into Bai Li's dream. Upon encountering the disfigured Tong Zhou, Bai Li was overwhelmed with fear, trembling violently as she cautiously inquired, Tong Zhou? Bai Li, you have caused me great suffering. I am so bored down here. Come, and keep me company. Seeing Tong Zhou beckoning her, Bai Li nearly lost her mind, her heart racing and scalp prickling. She wished to flee. Yet her feet felt as if weighed down by lead, unable to move an inch. Drip, drip. A warm liquid trickled down from her thighs. Tong Zhou bared her ghastly teeth, her chilling laughter echoing ominously, her gaze fixed on the puddle of yellow-brown liquid at Bai Li's feet, filled with disdain.
Bai Li.
I heard from Li Qingzhu that it was jealousy that drove you to murder me. Is that true? Bai Li dared not meet Tong Zhou's gaze, hastily shutting her eyes and trembling lips barely forming a response. And no, that is not true. Then tell me, why did you kill me? Tong Zhou suddenly leaned in, their faces nearly touching, her malevolent aura stifling Bai Li's breath. As Bai Li remained silent, Tong Zhou's eyes widened, and she shrieked, Speak. Chapter 27. Game over? Bai Li collapsed to the ground, paralyzed with terror, unable to utter a word. An uncontainable dread consumed her, akin to a drowning person surrounded by icy waters, making it difficult to breathe. Bai Li's teeth chattered, her courage failing her as she fumbled for words, unable to articulate the truth. Tong Zhou's dark aura abruptly dissipated, only to reappear as she seized Bai Li by the throat, lifting her slowly into the air.
Bai Li.
I shall not take your life. Such an act would be far too merciful for you. Instead, I intend to torment you daily, relishing the sight of your terror and disarray. However, the interest must still be collected. With that, a sharp crack echoed as I snapped two of her fingers. An agonizing pain surged through her hand, prompting Bai Li to emit a piercing scream, beads of sweat cascading from her forehead like pearls. Witnessing her contorted expression of agony, Tong Zhou erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, Bai Li, tomorrow morning at 8, I expect to see you in the Tiger Leap livestream room. If you fail to appear, I shall break the remaining fingers on your hand. No, should you disobey, I will shatter every bone in your body. With that, her voice faded into the distance until it was no more. Bai Li awoke from her nightmare, letting out a harrowing scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. She shot upright, her eyes wide with fear and trepidation, instinctively clutching her broken fingers, only to discover they were whole. Yet the piercing pain lingered, becoming even more pronounced. Unable to contain her cries, she wondered if that horrifying scene had merely been a dream and hastily reached for her phone to call Bai Su. Hello, brother. Next.
Xiao, qu'est-ce qu'il dit?
Tong Zhou recognized that Shiao was nothing more than a fickle ally. Her father was an employee at Bai Li's family company, and in her quest for her father's promotion and raise, Shiao had become Bai Li's sycophant, often assisting her in navigating troublesome situations. Back in the dormitory, Shiao had bullied Tong Zhou mercilessly. Although Bai Li would feign neutrality, she always tilted the scales in her favor, often alluding to her family background. Tong Zhou, acutely aware of her inability to confront these individuals, poured herself into her studies. Ironically, this only deepened Bai Li's animosity toward her. As before, Tong Zhou resorted to stealthily affixing a revealing talisman to her, subsequently adopting a terrifying approach to manifest. In truth, Tong Zhou was merely a 15-year-old child, at the height of her innocence and exuberance. despite having existed as a spirit for many years. Her persistence was driven not solely by a desire for vengeance, but also a yearning to compel these individuals to compensate her family. Although she had perished, her parents continued to live, and her only aim now was to secure a better future for them. However, she was unprepared for the fact that Xiao Ke was utterly inept. The moment she emerged from the shower, Xiao Ke was so frightened that she met her end. How could one proceed under such circumstances? Tong Xhao scolded her fiercely, adopting the most fearsome expression and baring her stark white teeth. Hey, Xiao Ke can't handle it.
Can you?
Get up, she bellowed. Don't play dead. I'm here to collect a debt, not to witness your performance. Are you even listening? As Tong Zhou's frustration reached its peak, Xiao Ke's spirit drifted out, her once novice demeanor now painted with disbelief. She was oblivious to her own demise, desperately yearning to return to her body, yet each attempt resulted in failure, and she wept uncontrollably. Tong Zhou crossed her arms, observing her. Xiao Ke, stop wasting your energy. You are dead now, and a dead person must accept their fate. Xiao Ke suddenly turned to her, shielding her head and screaming, "Ah, a ghost. There's a ghost." Tong Zhou, being called a ghost by a ghost herself, felt a sense of indignation. Consequently, she delivered a thorough beating to Xiao Ke, a genuine thrashing. And quite a forceful one at that. This served as a cathartic release for her pent-up anger. As she sought to collect her due, Tong Zhou, in a moment of impulse, brought Xiao Ke along. Faced with Tong Zhou's overwhelming presence, Xiao Ke had no choice but to follow, albeit begrudgingly. How can you be so useless? I merely made an appearance, and you frightened yourself to death. You must have committed many wrongs in life. Tong Zhou chastised her, her tone laced with disappointment. I expected you to be formidable, yet when the time came to finish me off, you were nowhere near this cowardly. As they floated toward Yao Yujin's residence, Tong Zhou could not help but berate Xiao Ke, her expression a mixture of frustration and scorn, leaving Xiao Ke trembling. Her lips tightly sealed, a look of profound grievance and guilt etched on her face. Previously, in her living days, she would have proudly wielded Bai Li's name to dominate, never allowing Tong Zhou a chance to retort. Yet now, with a furtive glance at Tong Zhou's looming aura of malice, she could only lower her tail and submit. No. Become a ghost instead. While Tong Zhou eagerly sought out Yao Yujin, Qin Yanjin was not idle either. Aware that an owl would be taking refuge in her temple, she resigned herself to crafting a makeshift nest for them. Otherwise, she felt an unsettling premonition that this unreliable owl mother might engage in some mischievous act. Like digging into her Bodhi tree, she located a sturdy support point, feeling that the space was ample, and proceeded to secure the wooden boards, hammering them together with a rhythmic clatter. Beneath the Bodhi tree, a large owl and its two chicks tilted their heads, wide-eyed, watching Qin Yanjin with an air of supervision. After a half-hour of back and forth, just as she contemplated a break, an immense surge of spiritual energy coursed through her, flowing like a gentle stream within her. Qin Yanjin paused, her brow furrowing as she calculated the source, a smile blossoming at her lips. It turned out to be the heavenly secrets bestowed by Zhang Sang and Jiang Chuanfu. The former had not only escaped assassination but had also returned home to confront her mother, seeking to leave with her. This pivotal decision altered the fates of both her and her mother, as well as her father's subsequent remarriage. As for Jiang Chuanfu, though he retained a vague memory of the events that transpired that night, he had avoided calamity and was not apprehended by the authorities nor confined to a psychiatric hospital. He had thus evaded death by substances. These were vibrant lives, and naturally, the divine secrets granted to her were abundant. As she silently absorbed the rich energy surrounding her, the koi in the pond seemed to sense something amiss, leaping joyfully from the water in a flurry of splashes. However, in her peripheral vision, Qin Yanjin caught sight of a startling spectacle. A white shadow, racing like lightning, darted forward and snatched a large koi. With a resounding thud, it tossed the fish beside the two little rice dumplings. The koi, rebellious in spirit, flailed and thrashed, but was swiftly subdued by the owl mother's claw. Qin Yanjin widened her eyes. So this fellow is a robber? Chapter 28. The live stream resumes. Qin Yanjin, with a serious expression, leaped down from the Bodhi tree to confront the large and two small creatures before her. Is this how you express your gratitude for staying at my home? As guests, do you truly find this behavior appropriate? The large and small creatures tilted their heads in unison, as if engaging in a silent protest. Do not think that by merely being adorable you can evade responsibility. From this day forth, we must establish 3 rules. Qin Yanjin pointed sternly at the mother owl, stating that as a parent, one must lead by example and not corrupt the young ones. Moreover, since your injuries have nearly healed, it is time to catch mice in the backyard. If you fail to do so, venture outside to hunt. Do not gaze longingly at my koi. Should I discover that even one koi is missing from my pond, I shall expel you. Do you understand? You too shall be responsible for feeding the fish from this day onward. If my koi go hungry, I shall feed you to them. Do you comprehend?
Owl.
Tilt your head. Qin Yanjin snorted coldly, brushed aside the mother owl, and cradled the ailing koi in her hands, gently infusing it with a hint of spiritual energy. As she observed the fish gradually regaining its vitality, a faint smile graced her lips. She returned the koi to the pond and turned to confront 3 pairs of golden-black eyes filled with a sense of grievance. Unmoved, she pointed at the mother owl and proclaimed, "From this day forth, you shall be known as Bandit, you as Daya, and you as Erden." Perhaps understanding her words, Bandit flapped its wings vigorously, nearly sending Daya and Erden tumbling away. Its actions resembled a protest. Qin Yanjin decisively waved her hand, declaring, "Protest is futile.
Now.
Go find something to eat. I am also hungry and must prepare a meal." Just as she turned to leave, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Upon checking, it was another voice call from Lu Jing. "Master Qin, have you seen Weibo? It's exploded again. You must take a look. Someone has died." Qin Yanjin raised an eyebrow and opened Weibo. Lo and behold, just like last time, the site was down. Reluctantly, she used her Master's phone number to apply for a new Weibo account. Upon seeing the prominently featured post about Master Qin supposedly killing someone from afar, she couldn't help but touch her nose, questioning her own abilities for a fleeting moment. Have I truly become so formidable? To the extent of being able to kill from a distance? How was I unaware of this? Clicking on the trending topic, she was confronted with the sight of Shiao, who had been scared to death, along with the time of death and a photo of the deceased. With her eyes wide open, reflecting the sheer terror she had experienced. Soon after, netizens, with their idle curiosity, speculated whether Shiao's death was connected to the trending topic involving Qin Yanjin. Naturally, those fearful of backlash dared not openly accuse her, as they were not keen on becoming examples themselves. Thus, the matter eventually circled back to the incident from 10 years prior, when a fire claimed the life of a genius. It must be noted that netizens are often sharp-witted and relentless. If they take an interest in a matter, they might unearth the most obscure details of your ancestry. Before long, an insider recounted the events from a decade ago. Initially, he had planned to go hiking with his girlfriend, but she had to leave abruptly due to a phone call. Feeling particularly bored that night, he consumed some alcohol. Later, engulfed by a thick smoke that made him cough, he realized there might be a fire and rushed outside. He recalled glancing at a locked door, thinking it was unoccupied, and thus joined the throng of panicked people fleeing the scene. To be honest, had he known there was someone inside, he would have smashed the lock and rushed in. It wasn't he about showcasing his heroism. He simply believed that he could not act with such cold-blooded indifference. Immediately, a netizen posed a crucial question. "So, who exactly was your girlfriend speaking to on the phone?" Same question. This is significant. Bro, you might have a bit of green on your head. In other words, was the talented young woman murdered? Otherwise, how could the lock be explained? This implies that the police had overlooked the lock during their investigation, right? Perhaps it was relevant. How could such a substantial clue be dismissed as an accident? Is this a reflection of moral decay or a distortion of human nature? Qin Yanjin was thoroughly entertained by the various speculations and analyses from netizens, finding this generation of online commentators rather easy to engage with. At that moment, she sensed something amiss and turned her gaze towards the door. A moment later, a wisp of black mist drifted in, settling before her. Tong Xhao appeared like a child caught misbehaving, nervously stating, "Master, I'm sorry. It seems I've caused a mess." I didn't anticipate that Shiao would be so easily frightened. Its voice dwindled to a whisper, eventually becoming unintelligible even to itself. The mere mention of Shiao was already terrifying enough, as the malevolent aura surrounding her was capable of consuming Tong Xhao. However, upon seeing Qin Yanjin, it experienced a profound and soul-stirring fear. The oppressive force that bore down upon it instilled a sense of suffocating terror, causing it to curl up and tremble uncontrollably. Qin Yanjin expressed little regarding Shiao's demise. She cast a glance at the small creature hiding behind Tong Xhao and calmly remarked, I have stated before. Karma is cyclical. Those who participated in this affair will not escape unscathed. She was merely fortunate. Neither Tong Xhao nor Shiao could comprehend her words. It was only the following day that they grasped the true meaning behind her statement, sending chills down their spines. The next day, at 7:55 a.m., just as Qin Yanjin logged into her live streaming account, her fans received notifications of her broadcast. Eagerly anticipating this moment, they surged into the live stream like a flood. There were also some netizens who had been waiting in the stream, and upon seeing the live stream icon light up, gifts began to pour in as if they were free. A considerable portion of them were loyal fans who had previously watched Qin Yanjin's streams, while others, having experienced the backlash of curse-breaking, offered gifts as a form of indirect apology. Noticing that she had gained over 500,000 followers in just 3 days, Qin Yanjin felt a momentary surprise. Suddenly, a user named Brilliant Pearl sent 2 treasure maps, causing the fans to erupt with excitement, enthusiastically taking on the role of treasure hunters. Boss, you're generous. Wishing you thriving business and success. May your family be joyful and blessed with many children. Qin Yanjin raised an eyebrow, immediately recognizing this individual as Guan Mingju. Glancing at the time she addressed the live stream, in 2 minutes, we will connect with individuals related to the malicious arson incident from 10 years ago. If you wish to keep secrets, it is best not to act inappropriately.
Li Qinzhu.
Bai Li Lin Qiuxin, Yao Yujin, I am aware that you are all present in the live stream. I can assure you, should you refuse to connect, that individual would be more than willing to pay you a visit. Upon hearing this, netizens were once again set loose with their wild imaginations. What does the master mean? Who is that individual? Let us speculate. If the master is a Taoist, does that imply they can summon spirits and exorcise evil? Upstairs, the master is a Taoist priestess. And have you forgotten what the master's profile states? Fortune-telling, seeking auspiciousness and avoiding misfortune, exorcising demons and dispelling calamities. So, Xiao Ku apparently died from fright. Why do I suddenly feel a chill running down my spine? Stop talking. If you continue, it will be classified as a Type A violation. Calling out to boss who. Dawn has arrived. Are you afraid of bankruptcy? Is this something we can observe in the mortal realm?
Chapter 29. Bailey's absurdity.
2 minutes swiftly passed. And Qin Yanjin, directly connected to 4 user accounts, lost a screw. So sorry. 123 Wooden Man and Old Fan.
Li Qinzhu, Bailey, Elayena Kyuxin.
And Yao Yujin's eyes widened in disbelief, resembling those who had encountered a ghost, utterly shocked. As they regained their composure, they realized their backs were slick with sweat, clearly terrified. This person is too sinister. What should we do? Must we really connect with her? What if? Lin Xiuxin frantically covered her head, her complexion devoid of color, her eyes filled with dread. There's no escaping. We cannot evade this. I no longer wish to behold that thing. I truly do not want to see it again.
Let's connect. Let's connect.
Within a lavish bedroom, for women, shaken to their core, stared blankly at the incessantly ringing connection request. The sound resembled a death knell echoing from the depths of hell, sending shivers down their spines, causing every inch of their skin and every pore to tremble violently. What shall we do? Are we to remain in this state indefinitely? Bai Li, this is your fault. Had it not been for your jealousy towards Tong Xhao, we would not have ended up in this predicament. Now you're blaming me? At the time of our actions, I did not witness any mercy from you. Moreover, the money you've spent over the years was purchased with Tong Zhou's life. Do you truly believe you can extricate yourselves?
Dream on.
Bai Li, seething with rage, let out a furious roar and immediately accepted the connection. In an instant, the faces of all 4 appeared in the live broadcast room. What do you want? You are but a foul sorcerer. Do you even know who I am? Furthermore, you are to delete your Weibo immediately, or I shall sue you until you are penniless. She stood there, a furious lioness, powerless, yet seething with rage. Qin Yanjin smirked coldly. Upon seeing her, she activated the secret technique of fate and unearthed Bai Li's past. Bai Li, born into a wealthy family, was showered with affection from a young age. At the tender age of 3, she blinded a servant in one eye merely because the servant possessed striking glassy eyes. To conceal this incident, your family falsely accused the servant of stealing their jewelry and threatened her with broken legs if she dared to speak of it. Hearing this,
Bailey gasped in horror.
The online audience was equally taken aback. My goodness, is there something wrong with my ears? The master claims this woman was so vicious at 3. I can hardly fathom it. How could a child of such an age commit such heinous acts? They say, a child at 3 shows their future, and if she was already so cruel, then murder must be second nature to her. I finally understand what it means to have a heart as cold as a serpentess. It truly sends chills down my spine. Baile's face paled drastically as she vehemently retorted, "You're talking nonsense. What does a 3-year-old understand? You merely wish to gain fame through slander. I assure you, Baile is not someone you can bully at will." Qin Yanjin remained unperturbed, continuing, "At 5, you secretly pushed your 2-year-old cousin into the water, drowning her, simply because you coveted her crystal hairpin, which you still possess to this day." Baile's lips trembled, her body swayed, as if ready to collapse. She desperately wished to shut down the live broadcast, but felt as though she had been paralyzed, unable to move. Her eyes widened, filled with terror. My goodness, a beast. A 5-year-old committing murder? How can such a heartless creature still draw breath? I am increasingly convinced that this woman is indeed the mastermind behind the demise of that young prodigy. This is utterly inhumane. I can only imagine how the parents of that cousin would react upon witnessing this broadcast. Such a person deserves no sympathy, Master. Expose her past entirely and ensure she faces the consequences. What should we do? My fists are clenched. Fortunately, it's just my fists that are clenched. At 12, you developed an infatuation with the boy. To capture his attention, you bribed several delinquents to inflict violence upon him. However, just as help arrived, a twist of fate occurred, and the boy fell for another girl. Consumed by jealousy, you irrationally believed that girl was seducing him, leading you to have those same delinquents violate her. The girl, unable to endure the humiliation, ultimately took her own life. The audience felt their scalps tingle at Qin Yanjin's recounting. How could a person, let alone a young girl, sink to such depths of depravity? Did she possess no shred of pity or compassion? At 12, I was merely playing marbles with my classmates. At 12, I feared holding hands lest I end up pregnant. At 12, I was too chubby to have friends. Yet she, at that age, dared to commit murder. No. To be precise, she was a demon at just 3 years old. Goodness, even I, a deviant, find her repugnant. The father who raised such a child must surely be no paragon of virtue. I recommend the police investigate the Jiangyang City Public Security Bureau. A concerned citizen. A fan of Master Qin. As Baile's murderous gaze bore into her, seething with rage, it was evident she longed to leap through the screen. Qin Yanjin chuckled coldly. At 15, you indulged in extravagance and debauchery, lacking any sense of propriety. You toyed with youth, even hiring private detectives to capture numerous compromising photographs and videos, threatening to release them online if they did not comply. The audience buzzed with renewed energy, their minds involuntarily conjuring vivid and scandalous images. Oh my, how explosive! Indeed, when a woman turns lascivious, men are rendered inconsequential. Such a squandered opportunity for a wealthy girl. She played her hand poorly, simply revolting. I find such women utterly filthy. Master, please continue revealing her disgusting deeds. By the way, why is she so still? Shouldn't she be terrified enough to disconnect? I've noticed, she only glares at the master. And those 3 behind her haven't moved a muscle since the broadcast began. Unbeknownst to me, this is exceedingly bizarre. As Baile listened to the most humiliating aspects of her life being laid bare, she trembled violently, her face as pale as a ghost, her mind buzzing with chaos. In truth, she would prefer Qin Yanjin expose her murderous deeds than endure this. Qin Yanjin nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, they are indeed unable to move. To prevent them from shutting down the broadcast, I must temporarily allow them this discomfort. However, I did not summon them merely for their excuses. I wish to unveil the truth and subsequently demand an apology before administering punishment. Nothing more. What punishment? Master, let us report her to the authorities and have her imprisoned until death. I trust the master. Perhaps he has a more fitting punishment in mind. Allowing them mere imprisonment seems too lenient. Indeed, that would be too lenient. Perhaps you'll even end up using umbrellas produced by them. And what follows? Is the crux of the matter upon us? Qin Yanjin did not keep them in suspense, detailing, at 17, you fell in love with a teacher who, knowing your family was wealthy, was willing to engage in a clandestine affair with you. However, their indiscretions were witnessed by a female classmate, and to silence her, you slipped a drug into her drink, something akin to a submission serum. Afterward, you hired a few drunken men to Chapter 30. Can the wealthy truly act with impunity? If it were not for Qin Yanjin revealing her filthy facade, many would undoubtedly be deceived by Bai Li's appearance. Qin Yanjin called out across the airwaves. Officer Yuyou in the livestream, you would do well to investigate a certain nightclub and a particular club, as both clandestinely engage in the trafficking of such items. Focus your inquiries especially on an individual named Sun Feng. He has blood on his hands. In the live stream, an astonished Yuyou, who was on a break, spluttered his tea, disbelief etched across his face. Goodness, is this truly a master at work, or is she merely guessing? After some thought, he found the situation peculiar. How could she possibly know his name unless she were indeed a genuine master? He decided to dismiss his doubts for the moment, choosing to believe in the possibility rather than the contrary, and promptly called his captain to report the matter. Bai Li was drenched in cold sweat, her heart racing uncontrollably, perplexed by how Qin Yanjin seemed to know everything, as if she had installed surveillance in her home. It was all too uncanny. She swallowed hard, silently praying that Qin Yanjin would not continue, for if she did, the Bai family would be utterly ruined. If the Bai family fell, what chance would she have of survival? In her recollection, no matter her transgressions, her parents and brother would always come to her aid. But that was predicated on the stability of the Bai family. If the authorities truly caught wind of this, her family would indeed be finished. Qin Yanjin smiled now. Let's discuss the arson incident from a decade ago. This incident was indeed instigated by Bai Li, who was a narcissistic and obsessive individual, incapable of tolerating anything more admirable than herself. Particularly, the prodigious Tong Xhao, who overshadowed her in every aspect, igniting her murderous intent. They first replaced Tong Xhao's drink with a potent liquor, deceptively sweet and seemingly harmless at first, yet with a significant kick. They carried Tong Xhao back to the hotel, fearing she might wake and flee, and force-fed her an entire bottle of white liquor, even splashing some on her clothes. After completing their heinous act, they produced a few centimeters of candle, knowing that once it burned down, the tiny flame would ignite the liquor on her. At this point, the viewers shuddered, goosebumps prickling their skin. They were at a loss for words, questioning whether such actions were even human. If only Zhou had chosen a different school, she might have lived a fulfilling life, perhaps even become a pillar of the nation. I now dread whether Bai Li harbors any mental illness. If she were to get away with this, would she feel no remorse in taking lives in the future? How terrifying. Normal individuals simply do not commit such atrocities. At that moment, Qin Yanjin's expression was grave, akin to the heavens above, her gaze fixed upon Bai Li, exuding an air of formidable authority.
Bai Li.
Are you aware of your crimes? Bai Li was rendered speechless and immobile, left with no means to retort, her only response a venomous glare directed at Qin Yanjin. Qin Yanjin nodded, her demeanor calm. Your silence speaks volumes. Excellent. I shall now mete out punishment for those you have cruelly murdered. Are you willing to accept your fate? The online audience murmured. Did the master not just declare that she could not move? What could she possibly say? This is clearly a trap. Suddenly, it dawned on them that the master seemed to surpass even this twisted individual. Bai Li's heart sank, her spine chilled as she tensed, fearing that Qin Yanjin might unleash her dark arts upon her. Qin Yanjin meticulously counted. You have committed numerous heinous acts, merciless and ruthless, disregarding the law.
Today,
I shall strip you of 40 years of your lifespan and inflict 1 minute of your soul's burning, allowing you to experience the despair that Tong Xhao felt. Both Bai Li and the viewers were momentarily taken aback. This punishment seems rather juvenile. To strip away 40 years of life and inflict 1 minute of soul burning? Such theatrics are rarely seen even on television. However, in the next moment, the audience witnessed Bai Li's appearance aging at a discernible pace. First, her skin began to sag. Then her hair turned gray, her figure deteriorating, and even her once straight posture began to hunch. The viewers were left in shock. They were utterly dumbfounded, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Can anyone explain this scientifically? Did we not agree to trust in science? Why is Master evolving without us?
goodness.
Is the Master a deity? No, she must be a celestial being. Is this something mere mortals can achieve? This is astonishing. She can simply strip away another's life. What if the Master decides to take a dislike to someone in the future? The audience was filled with trepidation as they witnessed Bai Li, a woman who valued her beauty above all else, being transformed into an elderly hag in the blink of an eye. Who could withstand such a fate? Speaking of the 1 minute of soul burning, I find myself somewhat intrigued. Could it be that the master intends to incinerate her soul? But how does one even burn a soul? Does such a thing truly exist? Perhaps, given the master's evident mastery over life itself. I timidly wonder where the lives taken by the master go. Is it possible she has found a way to extend her own? But that cannot be. If the master truly wished to prolong her life, she wouldn't be broadcasting live, and given her prowess, she must be engaged in some form of cultivation. Higher cultivation leads to a longer life. The discussions among the viewers intensified as they bore witness to Bai Li's transformation from a youthful beauty to a frail old woman. The sheer impact instilling a profound fear of Qin Yanjin within them. Bai Li felt dizzy, her chest tight, her body devoid of strength, and an appalling stench wafted from her, an odor reminiscent of her grandmother, the scent of old age. The evident changes struck her like a lightning bolt. Her head buzzed, her eyes fixated on Qin Yanjin, filled with rage and a desire to rend her asunder. Yet in an instant, flames erupted around Bai Li, engulfing her as if the fire sought to consume her entirely. Her pupils dilated sharply, veins bulging on her forehead, the sudden searing pain making her wish for death. The fire felt as if it were melting her away, causing her very soul to tremble. Her eyes widened in horror, beads of cold sweat trickling down her temples. Her complexion pale as a ghost, her once hateful gaze now filled with dread and agony. Logically, given the excruciating pain, Bai Li, a pampered heiress, would likely have crumbled. Yet she remained silent, her body rigid and unyielding. The viewers gasped at the sight of the flames, their eyes glued to the screen. The fire has consumed her. Is she truly unharmed? Does this count as murder? Did you see that the master started the fire? How did the master manage to ignite it from a distance? If I knew, would I still be here, munching popcorn with you? Isn't this a bit cruel? Were you even thinking? She has harmed others since she was 3 and committed murder by 5. Does your sympathy carry any weight? As the barrage of comments flooded the screen, a minute finally elapsed, and the flames enveloping Bai Li gradually dissipated, extinguishing into nothingness. To the astonishment of the onlookers, she stood there unscathed. Chapter 31. The main event begins. Is the master performing a magic trick? One wondered. Such a fierce fire, yet not a single hair was singed. Is this a case of burning or not? Is that all there is to it? Thunderous noise but little rain. Weren't we supposed to punish the wicked? Not even a hair was burned. How amusing. Just moments ago, so many self-righteous souls deemed it cruel, and now, upon realizing the master did not burn her at all, they feel he was too lenient. You all are quite meddlesome. However, in their eyes, Bai Li appeared completely unharmed. Yet, in the eyes of Qin Yanjin, Tong Xhao, and Xiao Ke, Bai Li's demeanor was far more terrifying than Tong Zhou's, sending shivers down Xiao Ke's spine. She cowered like a timid little creature, cautiously inching behind Tong Zhou. In a hushed tone, she asked, "So, when the master said I was fortunate, was he referring to this?" Tong Zhou gazed calmly at the screen, a sinister smile creeping onto her lips. Perhaps. Xiao Ke shivered, suddenly grateful for her own death, a death devoid of any sensation. In the live broadcast room, Qin Yanjin smiled faintly. Now, let us calculate the fate of the next individual, Yuyou. Upon hearing her name, Yuyou felt a heavy weight settle in her heart. She had been watching intently, witnessing Bai Li's transformation from youthful beauty to a figure engulfed in flames, shattering her perception of reality. Why? Is this Taoist priestess a celestial being? Or is this all the result of some arcane technique she employed? Before she could ponder further, Qin Yanjin continued. Yuyou, your ancestors were landlords, but your family's fortunes waned during your childhood. Your mother was a mistress, and upon being recognized by the family, you were met with disdain. In your bid to usurp the rightful daughter, you conspired with an admirer to deceive him, resulting in his lifelong infertility. Yuyou's face turned ashen. Panic surged within her as she longed to refute the claims, yet her body betrayed her, rendering her immobile as she could only widen her eyes in desperation. If the Yao family were to discover her sordid deeds, her days of comfort would be numbered. The thought of losing her grand house, her chauffeured car, endless money, exquisite clothing, and the envious gazes of others sent her spiraling into despair. Yet, she forgot that having taken a life, how could Qin Yanjin and the police possibly let her off the hook? Qin Yanjin continued. 3 years ago, you had an affair with your uncle, resulting in a son. In your quest for power, you secretly sabotaged your aunt, even bribing a doctor to fabricate her infertility, making your son the sole heir of your uncle. The audience erupted in outrage, their comments flooding the screen. What a grand drama of the elite. This is truly chilling to hear. I've consumed more gossip today than in an entire year. Is the elite world truly this chaotic? An illegitimate daughter. Ungrateful and malicious. It feels like a complete distortion of values. Well, bad apples come from bad trees. Qin Yanjin turned her icy gaze upon Yuyou, her tone devoid of mercy. 10 years ago, you accepted 500,000 from Bai Li to partake in the conspiracy against Tong Xhao. Afterward, not only did you show no remorse, but you also orchestrated a car crash that claimed Tong Xhao as father's life and left her mother disabled. Since you have evaded justice for so long, today I shall, on behalf of Tong Xhao, strip you of 20 years of your lifespan, subject you to 1 minute of soul burning, and sever your limbs. Do you concede? Yuyou screamed in her heart, her eyes filled with urgency. She desperately wished to cry out no, but not a sound escaped her lips. The audience, ever eager for spectacle, perked up at the mention of a lifespan being revoked. Here it comes. The main event is upon us. Though it seems somewhat cruel, it inexplicably ignites my very essence. What is this nonsense? I actually find the master's punishment quite justifiable. At least it allows those who deserve it to experience the anguish of the victims. Otherwise, merely imprisoning them would be far too lenient, especially for those who have tormented others to death. The perpetrators find protection in prison. It's utterly unfair. Indeed. The grievances and suffering endured by the victims often go unaddressed, leading to lifelong psychological afflictions. Yes, imprisonment is far too lenient. They should truly experience the pain and despair of their victims. As the viewers engaged in fervent discussion, Qin Yanjin began to strip Yuyou of her lifespan. In truth, within the arcane techniques of Taoism, there exists a method for extracting lifespan. However, this technique is exceedingly powerful and requires numerous conditions to be met. For instance, the target's cultivation must be inferior to that of the executor, or they must be truly heinous individuals with a malevolent aura about them. Most critically, the heavenly Tao oversees it, ensuring no personal gain is extracted from the process. Fortuitously, all of these individuals met such criteria. Hence, the audience bore witness to another astonishing scene, as Yuyou, much like Bai Li moments prior, began to visibly age at an alarming rate. 20 years of lifespan may not seem like much, but for a beauty-conscious young woman, even a single year could lead to despair. This effect surpasses any special effects I've ever seen. Indeed, witnessing the master's supernatural methods makes me feel as though he is not of this world. Or perhaps I have never truly understood this world. Am I the only one who finds this terrifying? Can someone with such power truly restrain themselves? Perhaps. But I wish to believe the master is not a senseless killer, and moreover, I feel these individuals are most deserving of their fates. One cannot counsel others to be virtuous without having endured their suffering. Following the deprivation of Yuyou's lifespan, the next ordeal was the burning of her soul. Soul burning is, in fact, a Taoist technique, regarded as an advanced forbidden art, wielded against malevolent spirits or practitioners of evil. As for the severing of the soul's limbs, while it may not be visible at first glance, in reality, the soul becomes maimed, causing physical pain in the real world with the slightest movement, akin to the agony of rheumatism. However, the audience remained oblivious, believing that Qin Yanjin was merely putting on a show, hence their casual demeanor. Once Yuyou's fate was sealed, the focus shifted to Lin Xiaoxin. Lin Xiaoxin, apart from her involvement in the Tong Xhao incident, had committed no other sins, yet she had made the gravest of errors. Qin Yanjin addressed the already terrified Lin Xiaoxin, saying, "Had you not locked that door, perhaps none of this would have transpired. By sealing the door, you inadvertently trapped Tong Xhao's soul within that room, allowing the malevolent energy to intensify. Do you realize how many lives would have been lost had I not passed through that small town? Those who entered that house would be afflicted by its malevolence. Mildly, they would lose their minds, otherwise, they would face death. Therefore, your punishment is also 20 years of lifespan, 1 minute of soul burning, and 10 years of soul confinement." Soul confinement is a form of punishment wherein the physical body remains free, yet the soul is sealed, retaining awareness, but devoid of freedom. This means that for the next 10 years, Lin Xiaoxin will exist as a fool with a clear consciousness. In the future, she will remember every moment of her descent into folly, forever haunted by this dark and unbearable memory. Qin Yanjin then turned her gaze to the final woman. Next, we have Li Qingzhu. You are perceived by outsiders as the epitome of a well-behaved girl, gentle, generous, and always speaking in a soft, soothing tone. Little do they know, you possess a fierce jealousy, a keen sense for manipulation, and an exceptional talent for disguise and persona creation. Allow me to share a rather intriguing matter. She suddenly turned her gaze towards Bai Li, Lin Qiuxin, and Yao Yujin, a playful smirk curling at her lips. Did you not notice, during your time as roommates, that the water in your cups carried a faint, unpleasant odor? Chapter 32. The most mysterious fortune teller on the internet. Goodness, did I truly think that? To the person upstairs, be a little bolder and drop the question mark. I suddenly realize how sinister the master is. After all these years since graduation. To bring this up now is truly a heart-wrenching blow. Master, you're so wicked. I quite adore it. Goodness, how revolting. More nauseating than our roommate spitting. In comparison, I feel I've been far too merciful. Yikes. I've dodged a bullet. I shall never drink dormitory water again. Master, do not frighten me. I am currently sipping water, and does it too carry that faint odor? Is it merely my imagination? To the person upstairs. Why not have everyone in the dorm take a sip and see who refuses? Speaking of this, I'm no longer sleepy. Upon uttering this, Qin Yanjin noticed the simultaneous pallor on Bai Li's trio, their faces contorting in pain, perhaps stunned that Li Qingzhu dared to confront them in such a manner. Reflecting on the 4 years of college, drinking this very water, her stomach churned violently, a rising tide of nausea threatening to overwhelm her. Moreover, Bai Li's college boyfriend was also a pawn of Li Qingzhu, whose intent was to capture a video of her and upload it onto various foreign websites, earning her a significant commission in the process. Master, we cannot take your word for it, unless you provide us with the website link. Good heavens! I considered you a roommate, yet you regarded me as a mere tool for profit. The dorm of the little genius is indeed filled with hidden talents, making it utterly unpredictable. Li Qingzhu, behold my purse, acquired through your sacrifice. Qin Yanjin then turned to Yao Yujin, a hint of mockery glinting in her eyes. Do you recall how you lost your thesis? She stole it, sold it, and lent you the proceeds. Netizens, this kickback is quite sophisticated. Qin Yanjin continued to unearth the sordid deeds of Li Qingzhu, exposing one repugnant act after another. This scene was akin to a grand public shaming spectacle. Yet, in the grand scheme of life and death, these matters were trifles. In the end, Li Qingzhu was stripped of 20 years of her life, enduring a minute of soul burning, a punishment that could be deemed relatively lenient among the living. As for Shiao, Qin Yanjin spared her no mercy, even in death. Her fate was justly deserved. Throughout her life, Shiao had bullied numerous female classmates, leaving behind a significant psychological scar, but given her passing, this matter could be put to rest for now. Of course, next, you must apologize to Tong Xhao and his family, releasing a video online. Although this apology comes a decade late, the heavens are watching. Should you fail to apologize, Tong Xhao's nightmares may forever haunt you. And it will be up to you to endure the consequences. Lastly, I must emphasize one point. Life for a life, debts must be repaid. Since you conspired to bring about her demise, you must surrender to the police and provide substantial compensation. Should you fail to comply, you will undoubtedly not survive the next 3 days. I'm merely trying to scare you? Deep down you know the truth. I trust you do not wish to follow in Xiao's footsteps. Well then, today's broadcast concludes here. You have 3 days to contemplate your options, remember. This is your only opportunity for survival, so cherish it. Upon concluding, Qin Yanjin addressed the viewers once more, stating that today's live stream had been lengthy. Thus she would refrain from divination. Tomorrow morning at 8, we shall present some benefits, seeking those fortunate souls who have not been beset by calamity. She pondered briefly and then smiled, declaring, tomorrow's theme shall revolve around good fortune and wealth. Those blessed with luck and prosperity should prepare. Until then, let's not miss each other. As Qin Yanjin finished, the live stream abruptly went dark. The viewers, eager to engage with the master, found themselves denied any opportunity. Nevertheless, today's live stream experience was unprecedented. Even after her departure, the viewers lingered, reluctant to leave. Some, in a fit of excitement, began showering gifts. The reasoning simple, they had enjoyed themselves immensely. The gossip had been thoroughly delightful. Some confused newcomers stumbled in, witnessing a flurry of gifts and mistakenly believing a prominent figure had appeared. Upon inquiry, they discovered the host had signed off. Good heavens! Have the viewers become so extravagant in their spending? The host has departed, yet you throw gifts at whom? However, this also attests to how this unparalleled livestream catapulted Qin Yanjin into the status of the most enigmatic fortune teller on the internet. After signing off, Qin Yanjin instantly felt a surge of profound cosmic energy enveloping her. Ethereal mist swirled around her, shrouding her entirely. For a fleeting moment, she nearly succumbed to the overwhelming spiritual force, quickly centering herself and sitting cross-legged to gradually assimilate the chaotic energy within her. As she immersed herself in this experience, Tong Xhao and Shiao were nearly sent into a frenzy by the sudden influx of potent energy. The two spirits tumbled out of the room in a panic. Phew, what a formidable pressure. That was perilously close to an unceremonious second death. Heavens, what is that surrounding Master Qin? Why does it instill such dread within me? Tong Xhao, irritated, propelled Shiao away with her dark aura, admonishing, "Do not inquire about matters best left untouched. Hurry back and have your parents gather funds. And do not forget to publicly apologize to me. But I am already dead." Shiao protested, her expression filled with grievance. "You frighten me to death. Surely we are even now." "Even? Very well. I shall inform the master, allowing you to experience 1 minute of soul burning, for I assure you, my demise was far more tragic than yours. I too have suffered greatly, being scared to death. That is your misfortune. Do not blame me. This is the Master's manifestation symbol. Affix it to your parents, and they will be able to see you. Hurry back and gather that money. And do not even think of fleeing. If I catch you, I shall crush you without hesitation." Tong Xhou's dark aura erupted suddenly, and the terrifying force made Shiao cower, repeatedly agreeing. "Very well, off you go." Once Shiao had departed, the expression on Tong Xhou's face fell. It dawned on her that after her death, her family had faced such significant turmoil. Her father gone, her mother disabled, she was left utterly alone, unsure how to survive. If only she had not revealed her brilliance from the outset, perhaps none of this would have transpired. Lost in thought, she was abruptly drawn back by a distant cooing sound, growing nearer. She spotted a large white owl flying towards her, clutching 2 tiny ones in its talons. Adorably clumsy, it appeared irresistibly petable, yet regrettably, she could not reach out to touch it. Watching them enter the room with unerring precision, they settled neatly beside Qin Yanjin, basking in the ethereal white mist with expressions of sheer delight. This scene, reminiscent of someone leeching off another's Wi-Fi, struck Tong Xhao as oddly humorous. Observing this peculiar tableau, a sense of the uncanny enveloped her, as if the Taoist temple harbored some enigmatic aura. Truly, one can discern the character of a pet by the nature of its owner. Chapter 33. The Extraordinary Bureau. At this moment, the entire internet was in a frenzy. Qin Yanjin's live broadcast ascended to the top of trending topics with meteoric speed, her enigmatic techniques meticulously edited into short clips that flooded social media, leaving onlookers baffled. Is it the case that even special effects have become so competitive these days? What film is this from? What is going on today? Why is this video dominating the internet? Who is the protagonist? At that juncture, a fan of Qin Yanjin stepped forward to clarify. This is not a film. It is a true event. Today, Master Qin personally intervened to punish certain lawbreakers, and the local police have since arrived to verify the facts, reopening a decade-old arson case. It won't be long before the truth of that year is unveiled. Everyone should take note. The Bai family has issued a statement severing ties with Bai Li, and it is said that Bai Li has already been taken into custody by the police. Is it a case of abandoning the handsome to protect the car? Do they believe that severing familial ties will ensure their safety? How naive. Earlier, Qin Yanjin had addressed a certain officer Yuyou in her livestream. It is likely that the Bai family is now in disarray. Moreover, over the years, the Bai family has offended numerous individuals. The family of the 2-year-old child who died due to Bai Li's negligence has already reported the Bai family for various illegal activities, including unfair competition and tax evasion. The law is tightening its grip. Their days ahead are bound to be tumultuous. The Li Qingzhu family is in a similar predicament. I know her and have made a special trip to her neighborhood to witness the unfolding drama. Their family has become like a rat in the street. Everyone is clamoring for their downfall. I recently captured footage of Li Qingzhu being roughly handled by her father, only to be whisked away by the police before the situation escalated further. I am not concerned about their fate. I merely wish to ascertain if they truly suffered burns. Why are there no visible wounds? This is exceedingly bizarre. I suspect the blogger is not a fortune teller, but rather a magician. unable to explain the inexplicable aging. It sends shivers down one's spine. Some skeptics, undeterred, meticulously analyzed the footage, yet failed to discern the methods employed by Qin Yanjin. Their ignorance does not imply that others are equally uninformed. There exists an official organization known as the Extraordinary Bureau, dedicated to handling special or supernatural cases. The individuals within are far from ordinary. However, being extraordinary does not necessarily mean they possess supernatural abilities. They are cultivators, albeit with differing lineages. For instance, Qin Yanjin's lineage is rooted in Taoist teachings. Within the Extraordinary Bureau, there are array masters, alchemists, and perhaps even Taoist practitioners, though not necessarily fortune-tellers. As Taoist arts encompass a myriad of forms, and certainty is elusive. Now, witnessing Qin Yanjin's prowess, they collectively inhaled sharply. "Boss, I cannot fathom this individual's strength," mused one man, brow furrowed in contemplation. After a moment, he stated, "This matter must remain discreet. Let us observe from the shadows for a time. If she is indeed a cultivator of good character, we shall find a way to recruit her. Otherwise, we shall eliminate her." Yes. When Qin Yanjin opened her eyes again, it was the dead of night. Her gains were substantial, having directly advanced to the 6th layer of Qi cultivation, with merely 3 layers remaining to ascend to the foundation establishment stage. However, what she did not anticipate was that the lifespan she had previously forfeited was now restored to her, augmenting her existence by an additional 80 years. In truth, she felt little in the way of sentiment. As a cultivator, she had transcended the mortal realm. With each elevation of her realm, her lifespan naturally extended. Given her current level of cultivation, she could expect to live at least 300 years. Thus, she harbored little interest in matters of lifespan. With a gentle exhalation, Qin Yanjin surveyed the pitch-black night. Since embarking on her cultivation journey, her senses had sharpened significantly, and the oppressive darkness did not hinder her vision in the slightest. Just then, her stomach emitted a low growl, and she ruefully patted her belly, murmuring, "It's so late. I suppose I must find something to eat once more." Since her master's passing, her life had lost its rhythm. Even meals were sporadic, a tale that seemed both pitiable and absurd. As she contemplated stretching her limbs, she heard a series of soft clucks beside her. Lowering her gaze, she found the bandit, Daong, and Erden all staring at her with wide, glistening eyes, exuding a charming yet foolish innocence. They even tilted their heads in unison. Her expression darkened, and she scolded them sternly. "You 3. Are you neglecting your duties in favor of idleness?" The bandit, with an impassive demeanor, flapped its wings, creating a gentle breeze that ruffled Daong and Erden's feathers. Before Qin Yanjin could voice another remark, her gaze involuntarily drifted to the bandit's wings, her eyes narrowing slightly. She had not anticipated that this creature, which had been on the brink of death just 3 days prior, now bore healed wounds, the flesh flourishing in a tender pink hue. It was astonishing. She understood that the bandit's rapid recovery was a testament to the power of spiritual energy, yet the speed of its healing was beyond her expectations. Quite remarkable. "In a few days, you shall be fully restored. Now it's getting late. I must procure something to eat." With that, Qin Yanjin released the bandit and rose to her feet. The door creaked open, revealing Tong Xhao and Shiao hovering in midair. "Master, you have finally emerged," Tong Xhao exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Qin Yanjin nodded and said, "Tong Xhao, I shall grant you 2 days to bid farewell to your family. Upon your return, I will escort you away." "Thank you, Master. I shall return on time," Tong Xhao responded, elated and eager. Qin Yanjin then turned her gaze to Shiao. "I am prepared to send you away now. Do you have any objections?" Shiao, trembling, dared not utter a sound, shaking her head in panic, and no. "Very well. I shall send you away now." As Qin Yanjin spoke, she formed a complex hand seal, reciting an incantation. A gentle breeze began to swirl around them, intensifying until a vortex resembling a black hole materialized in the air. The vortex expanded, ultimately revealing a pathway leading to the underworld. "Go forth, to where you belong." Shiao floated forward, trembling, casting a final wistful glance at the vibrant world outside, pursing her lips and letting out a soft sigh before departing. As she vanished, the vortex gradually closed, restoring the world to its prior tranquility. Suddenly, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping Qin Yanjin in its radiant embrace. She felt as though she were bathed in a sacred luminescence, cleansing the sorrows of the world. The golden light transformed her into a celestial being, resplendent and captivating, drawing the gaze of all who beheld her. Having just broken through to the 6th layer of Qi cultivation, she now found herself at the 7th layer. It was astonishing to think that merely sending off a small spirit could yield such immense benefits. It seemed she ought to seek out more wandering souls in need of salvation. After all, these were all merits accrued. That night, Qin Yanjin remarkably prepared 2 dishes. After satisfying her hunger, she began to draw talismans. She spent an entire night meticulously crafting over 200 talismans, all of which were common symbols that did not fall within the realm of offensive magic. Thus, the creation of these talismans did not consume an excessive amount of her spiritual energy. After carefully storing away the finished talismans, she anticipated that there would undoubtedly be visitors to the mountain soon. Tomorrow, she planned to sell these talismans at the front gate, catering only to those who were destined to possess them. Surely, they would sell well. Little did she know, her remarkable abilities displayed during the live stream had already attracted numerous admirers. Chapter 34. Fortune and Wealth Arrive. Early the next morning, Qin Yanjin completed her morning rituals and began to prepare breakfast leisurely. Suddenly, a bandit appeared, tossing a plump rabbit onto the ground, which let out a few guttural sounds. Qin Yanjin picked up the rabbit, which weighed at least 34 pounds. She smiled as she patted the bandit's feline head, praising, "Ah, splendid. You've not been raised in vain, you've even learned to share." The bandit blinked its large, captivating eyes and affectionately nudged her palm. Just as Qin Yanjin believed this creature was merely attempting to curry favor with its master, it released its grip, and a triangular talisman appeared on the table. Qin Yanjin's smile faltered as she comprehended its intent, and she asked, somewhat amused, "You wish to exchange this safety talisman for your catch?" The bandit nodded its furry head. "Very well. In light of your earnestness, I shall carve a jade ring for you shortly, inscribed with a safety talisman, an offensive talisman, and a power accumulation talisman. This way, you shall not find yourself at a disadvantage against those fierce birds in the future." By 8 o'clock, Qin Yanjin promptly opened her live streaming channel, Yuyou. Upon witnessing the influx of fans, she was taken aback. Yesterday, she had a little over 500,000 followers, and even at its peak, it had only reached 800,000. Yet today, the number had more than doubled, leading her to feel as if she had truly become a sensation. After a brief moment of daze, she greeted everyone with a smile. "Good morning, everyone." The screen was instantly flooded with greetings from the audience. "Good morning, Master Qin. Today, we shall not be selecting those plagued by misfortune. Instead, let us seek out the fortunate ones blessed with wealth and good fortune." As Qin Yanjin spoke, she navigated to a function on Weibo. There was a 1 yuan lottery project. She set it up, instructing her viewers to participate, assuring them that she would calculate the results for 3 lucky individuals, thus ensuring fairness for all. The online community erupted in excitement, eagerly rushing to the lottery section. At that moment, a username caught the attention of the viewers, who used Tiger sent a gift of 5 treasure maps. As the treasure maps flooded the screen, it became nearly impossible to see anything else, overtaken by the extravagant gifts. It is worth noting that each treasure map was valued at 10,000 soft currency. This individual had just entered and gifted Qin Yanjin 5. Either they were truly wealthy or merely putting on airs. However, Qin Yanjin recognized who this person was. With a smile, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you to the CEO of Yuyou for the 5 treasure maps. I never expected my boss would also be here." Yuyou's tiger sent a flustered emoji. "What do you mean by boss? Please do not elevate me to such heights, Master Qin. I am here to thank you for the talisman that cured my ailments. Were it not for your talisman, I would not have been discharged from the hospital so swiftly. I am truly grateful." Qin Yanjin smiled gently. "It is my duty. After all, the fact that Hu boss could lie in a hospital bed was also due to her intervention." The viewers prepared their snacks, sunflower seeds, peanuts, and bottled water, and settled in, eager to hear the gossip between the two, especially since the CEO of Hu spoke to Master Qin with such humility. They felt a thrill, as though a curious cat had scratched at their hearts. "Hu boss, you should assert your authority. After all, you are Master Qin's superior." To which Yuyou's tiger promptly retorted, "Kid, please do not put me in such a position. I would never dare to claim the title of Master Qin's boss. If I could, I would wish to acknowledge Master Qin as my ancestor, but alas, I do not share the surname Qin, and I cannot find a plausible reason to claim kinship across 5 centuries." This boss was certainly not what they had imagined. Why did it feel as though Master Qin was the one in charge, while he was merely a humble employee? Do you understand how difficult it is to invite a deity, but even harder to send them away? A master is indeed a master. Who would dare to disrespect her? Perhaps who boss was the most unfortunate boss in the world. Am I the only one curious about what that talisman for curing ailments entails? And what did Master Qin mean by it is my duty? There seemed to be something more to this. A great deal more. As the banter continued, viewers did not hesitate to spend money on the lottery. Some spent 1 yuan, some 5,000, and others even extravagantly tossed in 10,000, all in hopes of being selected. After all, today Master Qin was drawing for fortune, such a delightful phrase that they certainly could not miss out on.
Moment latte.
3 lucky individuals were revealed. Qin Yanjin announced, "Alright, the next individuals we shall connect with are, I want to be quiet, adorably cute lowly voice, and infatuated male second lead. Let us first connect with the fortunate one. I want to be quiet." Soon, a somewhat melancholic man appeared on the screen, possessing a hint of rugged handsomeness and maturity. He sported a beard and had a cigarette dangling from his lips. Though somewhat unrefined, it exuded a captivating charm.
Wow.
The young man is quite handsome. His aura of melancholy is perfectly portrayed, especially his manner of holding the cigarette. Ah, so charming. While he seemed merely average, his eyes carried a depth of experience, suggesting he had stories to tell. I want to be quiet had not anticipated that a casual 1 yuan expenditure would lead to his selection. Only upon the connection did he begin to grasp the reality of the situation. Hastily extinguishing his cigarette, he addressed the live stream apologetically. "I'm sorry, Master Qin. I never expected to be chosen." At that moment, Qin Yanjin was astonished to discover she could actually perceive the aura of popularity. Popularity, as the term implies, refers to a person's aura. This aura manifests in various colors: red, white, purple, black, and through the color changes of the aura, one can infer the trajectory of a person's life. Moreover, while a person's popularity may fluctuate over time, it is generally more precise than traditional fortune-telling. A mere glance can reveal imminent occurrences in that individual's life. This was the remarkable nature of popularity. As per our usual practice, let us first delve into the past. Are you comfortable with this? Go ahead, Master. I can handle it. The audience erupted in laughter at his response. It seemed he might indeed possess something intriguing. I love hearing about others' childhood embarrassments, especially those who are more handsome than I. Indeed, you speak to my heart. Seeing the viewers reveling in the drama, Qin Yanjin shook her head, a smile on her lips. Gao Yi, as a child, you were quite the mischievous one, climbing trees to steal bird eggs, fishing in the waters, shooting slingshots at windows, and even setting off firecrackers in the latrine. Your childhood was undeniably colorful. It was either being scolded by your mother or en route to receiving a scolding. Of course. Aside from your occasional mischief, your greatest virtue is your altruism. At the age of 12, while playing on the hillside near the railway, you witnessed a landslide ahead. To prevent a train collision, you bravely stepped forward, waving your crumpled red scarf to halt the train. After that incident, you developed an addiction to doing good deeds, often helping others anonymously. On the day you came of age, you enlisted in the army, where you not only excelled but also displayed remarkable bravery, often stepping up during critical moments for your comrades. Thus, you possess merit, and those blessed with merit typically enjoy favorable destinies. I wish to remain quiet, remarked with a weary smile, self-deprecatingly adding, Master, I must confess, I do not feel particularly fortunate. Rather, I find myself nearly suffocated by the trials of fate. He continued, Master, do you truly believe that good fortune and wealth will arrive? Qin Yanjin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, congratulations, kindred spirit, your wealth is at hand. Your grandmother and mother's ailments shall find remedy. I wish to remain quiet, widened his eyes in excitement, his lips trembling. Master, do you truly mean it? Chapter 35. The topic exceeds expectations. Kindred spirit, do you recall the lottery ticket you purchased 7 days ago? Lottery ticket? I wish to remain quiet, pondered briefly, recalling that he had indeed bought one not long ago. A bitter smile crossed his face as he recounted, I was left with no choice. Both my mother and grandmother fell ill. My mother's surgical expenses amount to 220,000 yuan, and even if I exhaust all our savings, the subsequent treatments will still be a significant burden. Thus, I casually bought a lottery ticket. However, I have been too busy lately to check its status. Master, are you implying that I won? His voice quivered with excitement. Qin Yanjin nodded. Congratulations, you have won the grand prize, 10 million. I wish to remain quiet leapt to his feet, overwhelmed with emotion. Master, are you truly serious? I won 10 million? This was indeed an astonishing revelation. Just a moment ago, he was distressed over his financial plight, and now he found himself a millionaire. Anyone experiencing such a dramatic turn of fate would be exhilarated. Not only was the protagonist swept away by emotion, but even the online viewers shared expressions of shock and envy. I truly wish to refrain from uttering those two words any longer. It feels as though I've turned this phrase into a catchphrase in the Master's live stream. What extraordinary luck. I have been buying tickets for years, fantasizing about winning a few 100,000, and now I might have the means to end my marriage with my wife. Oh dear. The gentleman upstairs seems to harbor a rather precarious mindset. Surely, he spent a fortune to marry his wife, and now he wishes to divorce her? You shall lose both your wife and your fortune. Truly, this is a windfall, enough to make one weep with envy. I wished to remain quiet. Hurriedly began to search for the lottery ticket he had forgotten, but after searching for quite some time, he could not find it. Panic set in, and sweat beaded on his forehead, tears threatening to spill. Master, what should I do? It seems I have lost the ticket. He flailed about like a headless chicken, utterly flustered. Qin Yanjin quickly reassured him, do not panic, check the washing machine. The ticket should be in one of the dirty pants. Luckily, you haven't done laundry yet, otherwise, you would truly be bereft of 10 million. I wished to remain quiet. Felt a wave of dread wash over him, swallowing hard as he replied, I was indeed about to do laundry. But I never imagined I would be selected by the master, which delayed my chores. This is 10 million we are talking about. What if it is washed away? I would be utterly despondent. What a lifesaver this is. Fellow viewers, do not forget to reward the master. Truly a matter of life and death. Had it not been for the master's reminder, I would have been in a state of utter turmoil. By the way, if you were to receive 10 million, what kind of girlfriend would you seek? A delicate little kitten or a fierce tigress? The gentleman upstairs, your query exceeds the boundaries. Indeed, with 10 million at stake. Is it not permissible to seek companionship? Why the fixation on animals? Ha ha ha. What a ridiculous notion. It is utterly hilarious. Before long, I wished to remain quiet. Unearthed the forgotten ticket from the washing machine, instantly transforming into a whirlwind of joy, his earlier gloom dissipating as he beamed with radiance. Master.
Thank you.
Had it not been for your reminder, our family might have fallen apart. Do not overthink it. Today marks your fortunate windfall. Your selection signifies our connection.
Now.
Dear kindred spirit, do you have any further inquiries? None at all. Thank you, Master. I wished to remain quiet. Was now eager to claim his winnings to fund his mother and grandmother surgeries. Qin Yanjin did not forget to remind him, kindred spirit, do not forget to offer a token of gratitude. I wished to remain quiet. Smacked his forehead, exclaiming, had you not mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten. I shall send a generous rocket immediately. After dispatching a rocket, he exited the stream, and the barrage of comments filled with jealousy ensued, though they were merely jesting. Next, we connect with our second kindred spirit, cute lowly voice. The live stream was suddenly graced by a plump, radiant girl. She appeared to be around 23 years of age. With a voluptuous figure, a round face, and long hair adorned with bangs that slightly obscured her visage, lending her an air of youthful charm. Her smile was sweet, her eyes sparkling with brilliance, exuding an aura of vivacity and cheerfulness. Hello, Master, I am your fan. As soon as she spoke, the men in the live stream erupted in excitement. Oh my, that voice sends shivers down my spine. I had expected a mere average appearance, yet her voice is regal. I am positively covered in goosebumps. Hey sister, say a few more words. I've got the tissues ready. Keske, look at you lot. Utterly pitiful. Is it merely a lowly voice that has you in such a frenzy? Is it really necessary?
You all sound like you've taken something.
That voice is indeed intoxicating. If only it could wake me up each morning, perhaps I would no longer be perpetually late. Qin Yanjin cleared his throat. Dear viewers, this is a live stream. Please choose your words wisely. Once she spoke, no one dared to dissent. Cute lowly voice responded nonchalantly. Master, I am unfazed. I have grown accustomed to the daily discussions.
It does not bother me.
In a jesting tone, she continued, Master, am I to embark on a journey of wealth today? Qin Yanjin smiled gently. Shouldn't you first consider your past? No need to calculate. I have faith in the Master. Very well, Qin Yanjin nodded. Then let us delve into your fortune.
All right.
Did you purchase a bracelet from a street vendor yesterday? Indeed. This one, it appears quite lovely. Although made of glass, the craftsmanship is exquisite, and it feels pleasantly warm to the touch. Cute lowly voice lifted her wrist, revealing a vibrant green bracelet, grinning widely. To be fair, this one truly does carry some allure. Had you not mentioned it was glass, I would never have guessed. Since the master has chosen her and specifically mentioned the bracelet, could it be a genuine article? If it is indeed authentic, wouldn't cute lowly voice strike it rich? Not to mention, it cannot compare to the previous gentleman's 10 million. Hey now, don't move. I am the general manager of the Yuyou Pavilion. Based on the bracelet's quality and hue, it appears to be authentic. However, without seeing it in person, I cannot be entirely certain. Wow, is this what they call a lucky find? May I inquire how much you paid for it, dear sister? I am feeling envious. Compared to the series of fortunate events, I prefer the trials and tribulations. I cannot bear to see others prosper. The dragon roars, awa. I also wish to turn dark. This program is utterly unentertaining. Watching the rapidly scrolling comments, Qin Yanjin chuckled. It seems the viewers have deduced the truth. Indeed. Dear kindred spirit, your bracelet is a rare treasure, an antique piece of old pick glass of imperial green. Should it be sold at market price, it would fetch no less than 10 million. The viewers were thoroughly agitated, lamenting, does that mean we must spend 10 million to seize this opportunity? What shall I do with my 9,999,000? I must give this live streaming experience a poor review. It brought me not only a lack of excitement, but also a stomach full of frustration. Jealousy can distort one's appearance. I can hardly recognize myself anymore.
Sobi.
Chapter 36 Fan 1. Adorable lowly voice, excitedly covering her mouth, her already small eyes widened to an unprecedented size, as if she had never opened them so wide in her life. Really, master, is my bracelet truly that valuable?
Ami dreaming.
I can hardly believe it. Indeed, if you wish to sell it, inquire in the live chat if anyone is interested. If not, it could serve as a cherished heirloom, came the reply. I will sell it, of course. Keeping it makes my heart race. Selling it is better, so I won't have to keep thinking about it, the adorable one quickly asserted. At that moment, user, Brilliant Pearl, sent a treasure map. Adorable, I will buy your bracelet for 30 million. If anyone outbids me, we can engage in competitive bidding. Upon her declaration, surprisingly, no one else in the live stream made a bid. Although the chat was bustling with numerous netizens, including many wealthy business owners, few could match the audacious offer of 30 million from Brilliant Pearl. Alas, this live streaming session left me feeling stifled. Why is it that some people can casually throw around tens of millions while I toil day and night worrying about a mere $200 salary increase? Is this the disparity between people? Hearing the 30 million, I silently penned my contact information on a missing person notice, hoping my billionaire father would swiftly come to whisk me away to the grand castle. I awakened from a 10-meter-wide bed, with 20 dashing butlers dressing me, before being driven to a dining hall where a 7-star chef prepares an extravagant feast for me. Upstairs, please send over the IP address of that dream. I'll see if there are 20 cat girls ready to dress me. Jealousy 1. Master Fan 1.
Oh, dear.
Master Qin Fan 1. Fan 1. Are you all putting on a performance for the master? Qin Yanjin was also amused by this current batch of netizens, saying, don't think you're alone. I feel a tinge of envy too. It turns out the master is just a mortal after all. I wonder if the master can foresee the next life. I would love to see if I could be reborn into a wealthy, powerful, and beautiful family. If the master can divine, may I reserve a spot in advance? Note. Choose a prestigious surname, please. Master Qin, with a flick of my fingers, I foresee you will be surnamed Long, as in Long Out Yen. Master Qin, with a flick of my fingers, I foresee you will be surnamed Sun, as in Sun Wukong. Master Qin, with a flick of my fingers, I foresee you will be surnamed Ju, as in Ju Beiji. What on earth is happening upstairs? Ultimately, the final selling price was 30 million, and they would conduct the transaction privately. Perhaps due to the trust in Qin Yanjin, the adorable one directly share her home address with Brilliant Pearl. The transaction was completed that very day. With those 30 million, the adorable one had completely turned her fortunes around. Qin Yanjin reminded fated ones, do not forget to offer a fee for the divination. Failing to do so is not disrespectful to me, but detrimental to yourselves. Netizens, we understand. How could we not? Even Boss, who has been admitted to the ICU, who among them would dare to compare themselves to the master? Boss who? Is this never-ending? Stop dragging him out to beat a dead horse, alright?
I know, Master.
Adorable lowly voice nodded vigorously, sending a large rocket emoji. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she bashfully asked, Master, do you have any talismans? Can I request one? Qin Yanjin nodded. You are a fated one. Of course you can. However, my talismans do not come cheap, so think it through. The Master's words seem a bit inappropriate, considering the adorable one now possesses 30 million. I too wish to purchase a talisman from the Master. Could we arrange an online transaction? I sense there is a high demand for such items.
Sigh.
As a single dog, I wish to buy a love charm to try my luck. I wonder how much the Master's love charm costs? I would like a safety talisman for my grandmother. Observing the netizens' requests, Qin Yanjin shook her head. Talismans are only sold to those who are fated.
They will not be sold online.
However, I will draw 10 lucky recipients every week during the live stream to gift them for free. The talismans available include safety talismans, beauty talismans, illness-repelling talismans, love charms, and harmony talismans. It will be a matter of luck for everyone. Of course, if someone truly wishes to purchase other talismans or jade tokens, they may come directly to Qingfeng Mountain's Qinglian Temple to find me. Let it be known. Sincerity is essential. Only the fated may enter. If sincerity is lacking, even if you arrive, you will not gain entry to the temple. Upon hearing this, the netizens transformed into eager admirers, fervently showering the screen with admiration. Adorable lowly voice asked, Master, do you have any weight loss talismans? I wish to lose weight, but I cannot control my appetite. I can't move my legs, I'm both lazy and greedy. So I was wondering if you have any talismans that allow me to lose weight while lying down. Qin Yanjin's lips twitched slightly. Unfortunately, I do not have that at present. Weight loss requires exercise to burn fat. Wanting to eat while lying down is simply not feasible. But being overweight is truly unbearable. In summer, I sweat profusely, even when lying down. How about this? I have a diligence talisman which, as the name suggests, helps you maintain focus while exercising to achieve the desired results. Isn't that still requiring exercise?
Allrecht.
If you wish to lose weight, I will research a body sculpting elixir. It can restore your physique to its optimal state and shape your body accordingly. That sounds wonderful, Master. You truly are a blessing for us girls. Adorable lowly voice continued. Master, may I add you on WeChat? I want to buy other talismans for my whole family. Of course. Once connected on WeChat, they could discuss matters after the live stream. However, at this moment, the netizens were growing anxious, particularly the girls in the chat. Master, I also want the body sculpting elixir. This ISNTA talisman, so it should have fewer restrictions, right? Oh my, I almost turned myself into a rabbit for weight loss. Living on nothing but greens. I'm now suffering from severe malnutrition. Master, please have mercy and release this benefit online. Yes, weight loss is excruciating. Especially for us office girls. We have no time and must drink high-calorie coffee to stay awake, leaving us with no choice but to resort to dieting. Not just the girls, we boys want it too. Master, as the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. We are mocked for our weight. If we can truly slim down, our fates will be rewritten. According to your Taoist beliefs, this counts as a great merit. Can we plead, considering we are your fans, to have the body sculpting elixir available online? We'll pay any price, please, Master. Seeing so many people desiring the body sculpting elixir, Qin Yanjin felt a twinge of difficulty. After some contemplation, she ultimately opted for a compromise. It's not that I won't sell online. It's just that I am but one person and lack the time and energy to manage it all. But do not worry. I will concoct 100 pills every week. As per usual, we will hold a live draw. If you do not want them, you may sell them to others, but only at the original price. Otherwise, the pills will self-destruct. Wonderful. Long live the Master. Master forever. Qin Yanjin helplessly responded. All right, next we invite the last fated one. Infatuated male second. Goodness, how flattering to call him the infatuated male second. In truth, he is just another sycophant. The fervent admirer, endlessly devoted, believes that in the end, he will possess everything he desires. Is there any light above? A verdant glow? Is it Digga? Chapter 37. The House of Glory. Qin Yanjin connected to the call. And soon, a boy wearing black-framed glasses appeared on the opposite end. He was relatively young, merely 178 years old. His appearance was quite average, not handsome, yet not unattractive, falling into the realm of mediocrity. Greetings, Master Qin. I am your admirer. I am thrilled to be the third fortunate soul, he exclaimed with a sunny disposition, radiating a warmth that rivaled the previous charming individual, exuding an aura of approachability. Qin Yanjin smiled and replied, "Hello, kindred spirit. Would you like to reflect on the past first?" The infatuated boy nodded without hesitation. "Absolutely, I'm open to it. The House of Glory, his father and uncles were martyrs. He being the sole heir, blessed with the potential for greatness. His mother, a dedicated physician, recently faced a medical dispute. In her attempt to save an elderly man, she inadvertently caused him harm, resulting in a back injury. Instead of receiving accolades, she was met with blame from the man's family, who shifted all responsibility onto her.
Now,
They faced exorbitant compensation costs, and the hospital, prioritizing its reputation, dismissed her without a word of defense." The boy's smile gradually faded. His thin lips pressed together as anger and resentment clouded his expression. "Master, my mother is a good person, yet it seems that kindness goes unrewarded. His father often said that one must act with a clear conscience, regardless of others' opinions. As long as one is true to oneself, it is a worthy pursuit." His mother, despite her fear of pain, had become courageous through her marriage to his father. Wronged in this instance, burdened with a 300,000 yuan compensation claim. Their already modest family was further strained. Yet, his mother voiced no regrets, stating that if given another chance, she would make the same choice. Qin Yanjin shook her head in resignation. From the moment she laid eyes on him, she sensed the aura of merit he radiated, an inheritance earned through the sacrifices of ancestors, meant to ensure prosperity for future generations. Yet, in the end, they were still defeated by the harshness of reality. Upon hearing this, numerous netizens expressed their sympathy for the boy. "It's outrageous. The current societal climate is suffocating. Clearly, no wrongdoing occurred, and the intentions were pure. Yet one discovers that some individuals are truly unworthy of such efforts. Indeed, in the past, one would dare to assist an elderly person who had fallen, while now, one might feel compelled to record the act before extending a helping hand. It is not the elderly who have become malevolent, but rather the wicked who have aged." "But your mother saved a life. How can they turn a blind eye to that?" questioned another. "And what of that hospital? Isn't the director concerned?" exclaimed yet another. "Humph. If they want to take action, we shall. Let us not forget, we are fans of Master Qin, and must uphold a sense of justice. We shall expose that hospital and initiate reports." Countless voices rose in indignation, and many netizens began to take action to investigate. Perhaps the internet dwellers had too much idle time on their hands. Qin Yanjin shook her head and said, "Calm down, kindred spirit. This matter will soon take a turn for the better. During the medical dispute, someone recorded a video. If you can find them, they will provide you with it." "Really? That's fantastic." The boy's previously dejected expression transformed into one of delight. "There were too many people around at the time. We couldn't capture the moment of my mother saving the man, only the scene of her accidentally pushing him down. If we obtain that evidence, my mother won't have to pay compensation, and the hospital won't dismiss her." Qin Yanjin shook her head. "You are rejoicing too soon. Even if the truth comes to light, your mother will still be dismissed."
why?
The boy asked anxiously. "Your mother is fated to encounter petty individuals. Recently, a position for deputy director has opened at her hospital, and she is the most likely candidate. Hence, eliminating her as a competitor would provide them with more security. What should we do? Do you know who that petty individual is?" "I could advise my mother to avoid them." Qin Yanjin pondered for a moment and responded. "That would be futile. Avoidance is not a lasting solution. If you truly wish to resolve this, you should purchase a talisman against petty individuals, which can mitigate slander and malice for a year. During this period, anyone harboring ill intentions will face retribution of varying degrees. Please send me the address after we finish the broadcast." This was her first time promoting talismans during a live stream, not out of a desire for profit, but because she could not bear to see a martyr's family suffer such injustice. Before the boy could respond, the comments exploded with activity.
Me.
"Master. Look at me. I've been encountering petty individuals as well. May I have one too? Oh, great master. Could you furnish me with 10? There are always schemers plotting against me. Without protective talismans, I cannot find peace. Are you planning to buy in bulk?" Another quipped. "By the way, Master just mentioned that talismans aren't sold online, but one can request them at her temple. Tomorrow is Saturday. Who will join me to visit? I went 2 days ago, but couldn't enter. I was puzzled until Master said that those without fate cannot enter. Now I understand that not everyone can gain access. I'm from Jiangyang City. I've visited Qingfeng Mountain before, but never Qinglian Temple. I'll take the opportunity to see it tomorrow. Noticing the overwhelming interest, Qin Yanjin considered her upcoming alchemy practices and monthly excursions. If she were to stream daily, she feared she would fall behind on many things. After some contemplation, she decided to adjust her streaming schedule. Let us change my streaming time moving forward. I will host a session every Saturday morning. After all, I need time to refine elixirs, draw talismans, and embark on monthly journeys. I may not have the capacity for daily broadcasts. As for the previously mentioned free talismans, they will be distributed during Saturday streams, and of course, elixirs will also be available at that time. Additionally, if kindred spirits wish to ascend the mountain, you are always welcome. What do you all think? The consensus among the netizens was less than enthusiastic. Though reluctant, they acknowledged her need for time to practice alchemy and craft talismans. After all, she was but one person and could not be stretched too thin. Let us heed the master. She has been working hard. One supporter chimed in. Yes, the temple is solely run by the master. It must be exhausting for her. We shouldn't be too greedy. Qin Yanjin did not wish to bicker with her fans. She had not forgotten her primary purpose and turned her gaze toward the infatuated boy. I will send you that individual's phone number. You can reach out to him for the video. Also, I took the liberty of divining a bit about your future. May I ask why you chose the name Infatuated Boy too? Instantly, the boy's face flushed crimson, and he stammered, unable to articulate a coherent explanation. Observing his shy demeanor, the netizens erupted in laughter. Haha, what else could it be? Clearly, the lad has a crush. Another chimed in. To be at such a youthful age. Back in my day, I was too busy playing basketball and socializing to consider romance. Now, I can't even find a partner. Since he calls himself Infatuated Boy too, it indicates unrequited love. Young man, heed my advice. In the narrative, the second male lead is often the devoted admirer, bound to remain in the shadows. Perhaps you should rethink your aspirations. The boy pondered for a moment, then mustered the courage to reply, I just picked it at random. She has a boyfriend, and we are merely friends. As he lifted his gaze, he met Qin Yanjin's eyes, which sparkled with a hint of mischief. He felt disheartened. Well, I do have a secret admiration for her, but she has recently been quarreling with her boyfriend and often confides in me about her woes. I believe I still have a chance. Chapter 38. A word is mightier than a word. Qin Yanjin was at a loss for words. Has she reached out to you lately? The lovesick second male lead shook his head, pondering for a moment before conjuring a plausible excuse. Not recently. Perhaps my family has been going through some troubles, and she didn't want to disturb me. Qin Yanjin and the multitude of online viewers were equally perplexed. Finally, they understood why there were so many foolish characters and stories about domineering CEOs. Now it made sense. Young man, do you consider it a disturbance? Why was it not a disturbance when she came to you to weep? Think carefully. Your mind should be employed more wisely. By the way, master, weren't we discussing wealth today? It feels like the topic has veered off course again. Hey, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. How did we end up back at the victim's narrative? The lovesick second male lead felt somewhat puzzled. The previous two didn't seem as responsible as he was, as they had simply spoken of good fortune arriving. Yet here he was, though he didn't voice it, his eyes were filled with confusion. Qin Yanjin smiled. I just calculated your future. Your mother will not only receive a compensation payment, but the hospital will also reinstate her, allowing her to assume the position of deputy director. Moreover, your family possesses an antique valued at 15 million, a genuine masterpiece from the Song dynasty, passed down from the imperial palace. However, the reason I inquired about the origin of your name was to understand your connection to that girl. To put it bluntly, she is your romantic calamity. And you are merely one of the many fish in her pond. Once I divulge the information about the antique to you, if you reveal this to that girl, she will feign drunkenness to stay overnight at your home, then steal that exquisite piece. In truth, the act of stealing wouldn't be so grave, but fearing exposure, she'll turn on the gas in your house. I needn't elaborate on the consequences, right? The online viewers were like sharks scenting blood, fervently flooding the chat with comments. Good heavens, another scandal of the century. I say, young brother, do you not understand that wealth should not be flaunted? My word. That girl is truly nefarious, resorting to murder to silence witnesses. It's no wonder the master skirted around the subject of your name. He was waiting for this revelation. How terrifying. It's another day to fear marriage. Behold, this is the fate of a lovesick fool, who ends up with nothing in the end.
No.
It should be considered a complete ruin. The lovesick second male lead's complexion drained of color as if he had heard something unbelievable, his eyes widening in shock. Master. She is very gentle. Could you have made a mistake? As he seemed inclined to argue his point, the online viewers quickly grew dissatisfied. Hey, second male lead. Can you not use your brain? Don't disgrace your ancestors. The master has already read your fortune. Do you not trust him? Exactly. The master wouldn't harm you. Moreover, when he intervenes, he can strip away decades of your lifespan. You, a mere fish, have nothing of value. Young man. It's time for you to change your glasses. You ought to consider not just yourself, but also your mother. Do not sacrifice your family for a rotten romance. Heed the wisdom of the master. Do not be foolish. The lovesick second male lead's heart sank. The moment he contemplated the fate of himself and his mother, his gaze sharpened, and with newfound determination, he declared, Master, I understand. I will no longer harbor feelings for her, nor will I allow her to approach me. I know what I must do. As he uttered these words, the intertwining aura of virtue and a trace of death dissipated gradually, leaving behind only pure virtue. Simultaneously, the secrets of fate descended upon Qin Yanjin, and for a fleeting moment, the viewers in the live stream perceived a haze enveloping the screen, while the figure on the other side became increasingly indistinct. What is happening? Is my phone malfunctioning? It seems blurry. Oh, I feel the same. I even wiped my screen, yet I still can't see Master Qin's face. It must be an issue on Master Qin's end. It should clear up shortly. While absorbing the spiritual energy, Qin Yanjin informed the lovesick second male lead, the antique I mentioned is located in your kitchen. The jar used for pickling vegetables is the one. The viewers exclaimed in unison, what a flavorful antique. The lovesick second male lead hurriedly aimed his phone at his family's pickling jar, blinking in disbelief. Master. This was purchased by my mother for 20 yuan at a flea market. At the time, it seemed perfect for pickling, so we've used it for 3 years. I never imagined it was an antique. Master, may I ask if anyone in the live stream is interested in purchasing it? I feel it might be too hot to keep in the house now that everyone knows I possess a 15 million antique. If anything were to happen, the consequences would be dire. No sooner had he spoken than Brilliant Pearl generously gifted a treasure map, declaring, I'll buy it. The details of the transaction would be settled among themselves, as Qin Yanjin announced her next week's livestream topic, Romantic Calamity. We'll see you all next week. After concluding the livestream, her phone buzzed with the addresses of Cute Lowly Voice and the lovesick second male lead. After some consideration, Qin Yanjin decided to descend the mountain tomorrow to send the talismans. However, for now, her focus remained on her cultivation. Once she reached the foundation building stage, establishing a teleportation array would make delivering packages a trivial matter. Hastily, she entered her cultivation chamber to refine the newly descended spiritual energy. This time, the influx of destiny was not as overwhelming, but sufficient for her to digest over time. When she opened her eyes again, dusk had settled. As anticipated, the bandit had returned with Dia and Air Dan to absorb spiritual energy. Remarkably, after a period of absorption, both little creatures had undergone noticeable changes. Firstly, their fur had grown denser, and in a few places, it appeared as though feathers were beginning to sprout. Secondly, their sizes seemed to have increased significantly, albeit somewhat exaggerated. Yet it was indeed a fact. The most remarkable transformation was that of the bandit. Qin Yanjin had always sensed a hint of intelligence in the bandit, but through these days of observation, it resembled a seasoned schemer, bringing its offspring to partake in the spiritual energy. Perhaps it realized that this energy could enhance their bodies, making them not only stronger, but also more agile. Hence, to absorb this ethereal essence, it had constructed its nest above the pond, where a spirit-gathering formation was located. Qin Yanjin affectionately ruffled the bandit's head. You're quite clever. The bandit seemed to comprehend her words, nuzzling its small head into her palm, its golden black eyes adorably gazing at her, reflecting its own image. Its 2 offspring eagerly fluttered around her, vying for affection, brimming with vitality. A smile crept onto Qin Yanjin's lips. Given your obedient behavior, I shall concoct some elixirs for you tomorrow. Her secret technique for summoning spirits contained some marginally effective methods for nurturing beasts. While she might still lack some experience with spirit beasts, raising ordinary animals posed no issue at all. The following day, after completing her morning lessons, Qin Yanjin commenced gathering herbs suitable for refining body-enhancing elixirs in the backyard. Perched atop a fruit tree, the 2 little ones diligently held their posts, surveying their territory from a lofty vantage point. Quite a scene indeed. Qin Yanjin offered a faint smile and resumed her collection of herbs. At that moment, a bandit flitted by, calling out before soaring towards the temple. Could it be a visitor? Chapter 39. The Unfilial Son. Qin Yanjin stepped outside with a basket of herbs, dressed in simple, unadorned white attire. Her long hair was elegantly twisted into an intricate bun, held in place by a solitary wooden hairpin. This unpretentious appearance, devoid of the Taoist maiden's charm, nonetheless exuded an ethereal quality, as if she were a celestial being descending upon them in divine light. Only 2 visitors had arrived today. They stood before the Qilian pond, gazing at the blooming lotus flowers, shrouded in a delicate veil of mist, while the bandit, locked in their gaze, seemed entranced. One of the visitors, an elderly gentleman with a long-standing stature, began to stir the mist with his hands, yet failed to disperse it. Beside him was a middle-aged man, reminiscent of a steward, providing support. "Sir," this pawn the steward began, but the elder's attention was captured by the sight of Qin Yanjin approaching in the light. Narrowing his eyes, he bowed slightly to the young woman, showing no sign of condescension due to her youth. Rather, a hint of respect flickered in his demeanor. "Greetings, Master Qin. I apologize for the intrusion, but I seek your guidance and divination, if you would be so gracious." The steward cast a surprised glance at Qin Yanjin, but quickly concealed it. Noticing this man, Qin Yanjin raised an eyebrow. He was enveloped in a golden aura, with a faint purple energy swirling around him, indicative of immense wealth and nobility. From his features, she immediately discerned the nature of his inquiry. "Old Master Fu, do not fret. The Qinglian Temple was established to alleviate the suffering of the world. Thus, there is no intrusion here," she reassured him. The elder's keen gaze sharpened momentarily, then glimmered with a flicker of hope. "Indeed, you are a sage, recognizing my surname at a glance. Surely you understand my purpose for visiting?" Qin Yanjin smiled lightly, dismissing his probing with ease. She gestured towards a side hall. "Old Master Fu, please, feel free to rest there while I freshen up." Seeing her basket of herbs, with her fair, jade-like fingers still bearing traces of soil, he noted that even in their slight disarray, her hands retained an allure. "No need to hurry, Master Qin. Please, take your time." Before long, Qin Yanjin returned, having also brewed a pot of tea. Just as she intended to serve them with grace, the perceptive steward interjected, "Master Qin, allow me to take care of that." Not wishing to refuse, Qin Yanjin turned to old Master Fu, her voice softening. "Are you searching for your long-lost son?" Old Master Fu sprang to his feet, his voice trembling with excitement. "Master Qin, your insight is truly remarkable. Initially, I harbored doubts, but after watching your live stream, I knew I had come to the right person." "Do not become overly agitated. Your health cannot withstand it," Qin Yanjin cautioned gently. "Master, my son." Old Master Fu hesitated, grappling with how to articulate his thoughts. Qin Yanjin raised an eyebrow, offering reassurance. "Fear not, he is alive and well, surrounded by a thriving family." Upon hearing this, tears welled in old Master Fu's eyes, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. "Good, good. As long as he is safe, please, sit down and compose yourself. We have much to discuss." Yes. I lost my composure there. Please forgive me, Master." Understanding the depth of a father's concern, Qin Yanjin continued, "However, I must inform you that from the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed a lingering misfortune surrounding you. Upon further contemplation, I deduced that this misfortune does not stem from you or your current family, but rather from the lineage you have lost." Old Master Fu's expression shifted to one of urgency. "What shall I do? What does this misfortune entail? Will it have significant repercussions?" "Misfortune is not as dire as it seems," Qin Yanjin explained. "It is merely a form of tainted energy, a corrupting influence that can afflict those who cross its path or linger too long in its presence, leading to a dispersal of fortune. The Fu family, with its wealth and auspicious signs, will not suffer from this taint for long. However, during this period, your immunity may wane, rendering you susceptible to illness." "Illness? It cannot be something trivial." Old Master Fu, astute as he was, recognized the gravity of her words. If she mentioned illness, it must be of significant concern. Qin Yanjin nodded, her gaze penetrating. "Indeed, you have encountered what should not have been touched, yet you inadvertently resolved it. Though minor ailments may arise, it is fortunate that no severe harm has occurred. However, as the old saying goes, once the arrow is released, it cannot be recalled. Some actions, once taken, are challenging to retract. This time, you have been fortunate. Next time may not be so. After all, taking a life is still taking a life, whether one or two. And in pursuit of an objective, one must forge ahead regardless, he mused, shaken, as a shadow of pain and regret flitted across his features, aging him in an instant. It is my fault, entirely my fault. I have not been a good father, burdening my eldest with responsibilities for the sake of wealth, when he is but a child. How could I have the heart to make him care for his younger brother? Old Master Fu lamented, striking his chest in despair. What is the value of the fortune I amassed, if I cannot even safeguard my own children? His heart ached further at the realization that his second son had found the first, yet disclosed nothing, even resorting to violence against his elder brother for the sake of inheritance. How could my second son be so heartless? He was the one targeted by traffickers, and it was my eldest who risked his life to protect him. Yet, the second son shows no gratitude and seeks only to eliminate him. That wretch. Old Master Fu ground his teeth in fury, a newfound resolve igniting within him. The steward, having served the Fu family for over 20 years, understood the intricacies of their affairs. Observing the elder's expression, he could not help but sigh inwardly, fearing the second son's fate was sealed. Taking a deep breath to quell his tumultuous emotions, old Master Fu inquired, "Master, do you know the whereabouts of my eldest son?" Qin Yanjin replied, "In Qin City, under the name Shiao." Old Master Fu was momentarily taken aback, then comprehension dawned upon him. No wonder I could not find him after all these years. He has changed his name and taken his mother's surname. Urgently, he turned to the steward. "Inform everyone that I wish to see him tonight." The steward glanced at Qin Yanjin, considering the possibility of unforeseen complications, but old Master Fu shot him a fierce look. "What are you staring at? Hurry and go." "Yes, sir." Once the steward departed, old Master Fu turned to Qin Yanjin. "Master, may I request another divination?" Qin Yanjin was not surprised by his request. "You wish to know if your second son will commit further harm against your family? Or would you prefer to inquire directly about him?" "Let us inquire about him." Old Master Fu recognized her profound abilities, recalling how she had miraculously reunited a woman with her son during her live stream, employing methods beyond comprehension. He retrieved his phone, squinting as he searched for his second son's photograph. Qin Yanjin raised her hand. "Old Master, there is no need for a photograph. I can tell you plainly, he is beyond salvation. Not only does he harbor a deep-seated animosity towards his elder brother, but he has also taken a grudge against you. For all these years, you have devoted your thoughts to locating the eldest, and it seems you have even mentioned in private that you would bequeath 60% of the family's wealth to him. Do you truly believe that his obsessive nature would allow him to spare you? Are you suggesting that he intends to take action against me?" Mr. Fu's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Yanjin's lips curled into a slight smirk. What was so surprising about it? He covets power. Yet you have willingly handed over his most cherished possession to the very person he despises the most. His murderous intent towards you has long been established.
Mr. Fu shuddered,
his face contorting in distress, and he forcefully struck his cane against the ground. This ungrateful wretch. Chapter 40. Where did this short-lived fiend come from? Mr. Fu must be quite tormented over how to deal with his wayward son. Observing Mr. Fu's conflicted expression, Qin Yanjin smiled gently and offered, "If you wish, I happen to possess a rather effective method." "Please, Master, enlighten me." Qin Yanjin replied with a beaming smile, "I have a backlash jade talisman. As long as you drip the target's blood upon it, any misdeeds they commit will rebound upon them, with the severity of the backlash determined by the gravity of their transgressions. In other words, should he attempt murder, the backlash could very well render him a mere vegetable or lead to his immediate demise. Isn't that somewhat perilous?"
Mr. Fu hesitated,
his advanced age making him increasingly fearful of death, and the mere thought of his son harboring murderous intent sent a jolt through his heart. If Mr. Fu feels uneasy, another jade talisman can be procured, inscribed with 3 protective symbols, one of which is a fixed peace charm, while the other 2 can be chosen at your discretion. Is there a difference between the 2 talismans? The backlash jade talisman is offensive in nature, while the 3-symbol jade talisman serves a protective purpose. Their natures are distinctly different. Very well, I shall take both types. After a moment's contemplation, Mr. Fu continued, "Is it possible to acquire a few more? I wish to bestow them upon my eldest son as well." "Of course, that is entirely feasible." Qin Yanjin maintained a calm facade, though internally she felt a surge of delight. After all, the prices of jade talismans and symbols are worlds apart, and given Mr. Fu's affluence, This endeavor promised to be quite lucrative. The jade talismans recognize their master through blood. Only the one who has dripped their blood can activate them. Moreover, the peace talisman is not inexhaustible. It can protect against 10 dangers, shattering with each instance. However, as the saying goes, a person nurtures jade, and jade nurtures a person. In the absence of peril, the talisman will gradually restore itself. Very well, Master. I shall initially request 15 of each jade talisman. Seeing his extravagant request, Qin Yanjin's eyes sparkled with glee. Certainly, Mr. Fu. Please wait a moment while I gather the necessary tools for our on-site creation. Excellent. When Qin Yanjin returned with the jade and carving tools, the butler had also made his way back. Due to the isolation array at the temple, Mr. Fu's bodyguards were unable to enter, and the butler would not have been able to either had he not accompanied Mr. Fu. Is this a type of glutinous jade? Mr. Fu was taken aback to see Qin Yanjin using such fine jade for the talismans. Though glutinous jade was trivial to him, he was nonetheless astonished that Qin Yanjin would utilize such high-quality material. After all, the temple appeared to possess little of monetary value. So the presence of glutinous jade was quite remarkable. Qin Yanjin nodded and then, under the watchful gaze of both men, gently snapped off a piece of the glutinous jade. The sharp crack echoed, the resilient jade breaking apart as easily as a cookie. Holding the piece of jade up for Mr. Fu to see, Qin Yanjin casually inquired, Mr. Fu, how does this quality suit you? If it does not please you, feel free to select a piece that catches your eye. The bewildered master and servant exchanged incredulous glances. What had they just witnessed? When did jade become as brittle as a cookie? It's acceptable. Very well. What symbols would you like? This booklet contains descriptions of the talismans, including their functions. Please select 2, and I will inscribe them for you immediately. Qin Yanjin produced a small book and lightly tossed it to Mr. Fu. After perusing its contents, Mr. Fu quickly formed a decision. How about this? I would prefer if the master could assist in selecting for me, as I am not well versed in these matters. His meaning was simple. Since Qin Yanjin was capable of divining the most suitable choices, she would be the optimal candidate for selection. Very well. Qin Yanjin worked swiftly. After each inscription, a faint golden light would flicker and vanish. Initially, Mr. Fu and the butler thought they might be mistaken, but with each flash of golden light, their excitement grew. This was undoubtedly the work of a master, though they had been aware of Qin Yanjin's prowess as a fortune teller. Witnessing her actual skills was far more impressive than mere words could convey. Curiously, Mr. Fu asked, Master, why does the jade talisman emit a golden light? It naturally radiates light once the symbol is inscribed, Qin Yanjin replied matter-of-factly, continuing her work. Before long, 16 jade talismans were completed. She pointed to one of them. This is the backlash jade talisman. The others are here, along with a child's enlightenment talisman, which will awaken their intellect. After a brief introduction, she pushed the talismans toward him. Upon receiving the talisman, a warm current flowed into Mr. Fu's body, gradually coalescing in his stomach. And a long-forgotten sense of comfort spread throughout his being. He was astounded. This item was truly extraordinary. Had he not experienced it himself, he would have found it hard to believe. Suppressing his astonishment, Mr. Fu asked, his voice trembling, Master, how much does each jade talisman cost? Qin Yanjin answered nonchalantly. 1 million each. 16 will amount to 16 million, plus 500 for the divination fee. Today has been quite a bountiful harvest. Mr. Fu thought he had misheard. Such precious jade talismans were only 1 million each? A large piece of glutinous jade alone was worth over 100,000, and with the addition of the 3-symbol integration, it was clear that Master Qin was offering an incredible bargain. Had she been aware of his thoughts, she might have tearfully added a few million more. After bidding farewell to Mr. Fu, Qin Yanjin began her alchemical preparations, spending the entire afternoon in the alchemy chamber before emerging. A smile gracing her lips as she gazed at the slender body-enhancing pills within the porcelain vial. Bandit, guard the house. I'm stepping out for a moment. She intended to send a package to adorable lowly voice and infatuated second male lead, while also making a trip to the stone gambling location. Qin Yanjin planned to set up a teleportation array, making it convenient to descend the mountain and travel anywhere. In the future, once her cultivation reached the foundation establishment stage, she could lay down teleportation arrays in every city she visited, allowing her to teleport effortlessly to any destination. As she spoke, she gathered her belongings and descended the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, she noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance, chattering animatedly. Upon closer inspection, she learned that due to the isolation array, none of these individuals could ascend. Shaking her head in resignation, it was clear they were merely there for amusement. Not wishing to confront them, Qin Yanjin opted for a shortcut. She leapt onto a large tree and, using its trunk for leverage, propelled herself to another tree 20 meters away, and then again to a tree 40 meters distant. The temple was situated on the outskirts, over 20 kilometers from Jiangyang City, with a wide road separating them. This area served as a national highway, primarily frequented by vehicles heading to Jiangyang City, resulting in scarce traffic. Qin Yanjin mused that if she could not catch a ride, she would have to run, though it was not a long distance, merely a 15-minute journey. She began to rummage through her belongings for an invisibility charm, when suddenly, a thunderous roar of a sports car echoed nearby, followed by a piercing screech of brakes. Qin Yanjin instinctively lifted her gaze and found a fiery red Porsche halting before her. A sun-kissed youth leaned casually against the car, propping his head with one hand, his demeanor exuding an effortless charm, his eyes shimmering with admiration. "Hey, beautiful, where are you headed? Let me give you a ride." Qin Yanjin observed the young man, sensing an ominous aura enveloping him, causing her lips to twitch involuntarily. Who is this reckless soul? Is he seeking to drag someone down with him in his folly? Although these thoughts crossed her mind, she appeared unperturbed, beaming as she slid into the car. "Then, I shall trouble you." Chapter 41. The Unremarkable Rich Second Generation. Once inside, the youth caught a whiff of the faint, cool fragrance emanating from her. Stealing a glance at her profile, he noted her exquisite features, delicate brows resembling distant mountains, lips slightly upturned, radiating an air of mystery and nobility. Her mere glance, though fleeting, instilled an indescribable sense of pressure in him, a palpable awe that rendered him momentarily speechless. An inexplicable tension welled within him, yet he stifled the peculiar emotion. With a charming smile, he inquired, "What is your name?" "Gorgeous? Where to?" Qin Yanjin turned her face towards him and succinctly replied, "Qin Yanjin to the city." "Qin Yanjin?" The youth savored the name, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to place it. "What do you do?" "Your name sounds so familiar," he ventured cautiously. Qin Yanjin responded nonchalantly, "Perhaps my name is too common." The youth, somewhat at a loss for words, recognized her reluctance to divulge more and refrained from pressing further. With a playful grin, he reminded her, "Buckle up, beautiful. We're about to take off." Qin Yanjin leisurely fastened her seatbelt, and the car surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, accelerating rapidly. The youth's expression was one of exuberance and confidence. "Little beauty, how about some thrills? Let me show you my driving skills." "Don't worry, I'm a professional." Unexpectedly, Qin Yanjin replied coolly, "Qiao Yangyuan, if you wish to avoid death, drive carefully." Qiao Yangyuan was taken aback. "Wait, you know me? How come I don't know you? Your name sounds so familiar. Could it be that we've met before?" He seemed to recall something, leaning in closer with a cheeky grin. "You didn't used to have a crush on me, did you? Or perhaps you are my ex-girlfriend. Though I may not remember you, if you can't forget me, I might just reluctantly agree to date you. What do you say?" Qin Yanjin couldn't help but smirk. "You are the most narcissistic person I've ever met." Qiao Yangyuan tilted his chin, one hand on the steering wheel, the other resting on the car window, flaunting his charm. "This isn't narcissism, it's confidence. Come on, tell me where we knew each other from. Or were you secretly in love with me? It's impossible for someone as beautiful as you to go unnoticed by me." Qin Yanjin began to speak. Qiao Yangyuan, 25 years old, born into a wealthy family, raised in luxury, spoiled by 2 older sisters. You, however, have no ambition, spending your days in idleness, either fighting with children or bullying girls. At 6, you fell into a cesspool while paying respects to your grandfather in the countryside, crying all night, wishing you didn't have this body. At 7, you developed a crush on a girl, only to discover she was a boy. At 8, you embarrassingly blamed a dog for wetting the bed, and at 9. She intended to continue, but Qiao Yangyuan's scalp tingled. "Beautiful lady, big sister, no. Esteemed lady, who exactly are you? I haven't wronged you, have I? How do you know all these embarrassing childhood stories?" Qin Yanjin smiled sweetly. "Qiao Yangyuan, I am a fortune teller. Would you like me to read your fortune? My services are quite affordable, just 500 for a reading, anything you desire." Qiao Yangyuan was taken aback. "You're a fortune teller? So, all those things you just mentioned were from your readings?" He suddenly remembered something, his eyes widening in realization. "You must be Master Qin." Yes, you are definitely Master Qin. This is Qinglian Temple. It's no coincidence to encounter you here. The thought of having previously jested about Master Qin made him feel as if he could collapse from embarrassment. He shifted uncomfortably, his expression a mix of panic and regret. Master Qin, I apologize. I didn't recognize you earlier. Please don't hold it against me. Qin Yanjin chuckled. Do I seem like someone petty?
Ah, no, no.
It was my narrow-mindedness. Xiao Yongyuan hastily laughed it off. To ensure safety, he gradually reduced the speed of the car, his eyes sparkling with a newfound clarity, devoid of the earlier arrogance of a rich second generation. Master, you mentioned helping me with the reading. Can we do that now? Of course. Qin Yanjin replied with a beaming smile, a hint of mischief playing at the corners of her mouth. For reasons unknown, Xiao Yongyuan felt an unsettling premonition upon seeing her smile. What would you like to know? Well, let us see when I'll have a girlfriend. The kind of true love that lasts a lifetime. In truth, Xiao Yongyuan intended to inquire about other matters, but the words twisted at the last moment. Sensing that Qin Yanjin's earlier grin was somewhat disconcerting, so he opted for the most inconspicuous question. After all, being a wealthy heir, finding a girlfriend would be a matter of mere minutes. To his surprise, Qin Yanjin simply replied, none. Xiao Yongyuan was taken aback, failing to comprehend the situation. He quickly clarified, no, master. I meant girlfriend, or rather, future wife. What do you mean by none? I know, Qin Yanjin said innocently, spreading her hands.
Qin Yanjin instinctively countered, impossible.
I'm rich and handsome, with six-pack abs, standing at 188 meters. There are countless girls who adore me. How could I possibly not find a girlfriend? Qin Yanjin replied matter-of-factly, because you're going to die soon. What girlfriend would a dead man have? A jarring screech of brakes pierced the air. Xiao Yongyuan's expression shifted from shock to panic, then morphed into a woeful gaze directed at Qin Yanjin. Master, I realize I might have spoken without thinking earlier. Please don't hold a grudge against me. I'm just an unremarkable rich heir. Having never committed any heinous acts in my life, I've merely indulged in food, drink, and leisure. I never intended to rebel against society. Please don't frighten me. Qin Yanjin gently reassured him. It's all right. You'll merely encounter a car accident. It won't be too painful, just a tad undignified. Don't be afraid. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yongyuan clutched at her sleeve, weeping as if he had lost his parents. Master, master, you are my dearest master. Are you certain you're comforting me? Dignified or not is secondary. The key is I haven't lived enough yet. I don't want to die. You must save me, for I am still but a child. A 300-month-old child. I have never encountered such a thing. Master, you cannot stand by and watch me perish. Though I may not have made significant contributions to society, I also want to be a hindrance. Please, save me. Listening to his lament, Qin Yanjin couldn't help but find it amusing. All right, since I'm in the car with you, how could I possibly let you die? Xiao Yongyuan's cries abruptly ceased, as if his intelligence had returned to him. Oh, it seems that makes sense after all. He then cast a resentful glance at Qin Yanjin. Master, you are rather cruel. Why frighten me like that? You nearly made my legs give way, and I almost wet myself. The last remark he muttered under his breath, believing that Qin Yanjin would not hear. Little did he know, she heard him clearly. The car continued its journey, and with Master Qin's assurance, Xiao Yongyuan's courage surged, prompting an increase in speed. Just then, a silver Audi zoomed past him, streaking by like a flash of lightning. Startled, Xiao Yongyuan slammed on the brakes, the car nearly colliding with the nearby guardrail. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, deftly steering the wheel. His heart raced as he glared at the rear of the car ahead, cursing furiously. Damn it, are you blind? How dare you provoke me? Driving a piece of junk Audi and still daring to challenge me? Just wait until I overtake you. I'll wipe that smug look off your face. In the midst of his tirade, Qin Yanjin's voice floated in, suggesting nonchalantly, well, go ahead and overtake him. It might hasten your demise. Xiao Yongyuan froze, a shiver coursing through him, and his previously brash demeanor deflated, leaving him looking pitiable. He sheepishly rubbed his nose and chuckled. Master, I was just joking. I had no intention of genuinely pursuing him. Qin Yanjin smiled. You may pursue him, but only if your safety is assured. Rest assured, master. I will complete the task. Xiao Yongyuan declared, as if bestowed with a divine mandate, a newfound sense of mission igniting within him. He saluted Qin Yanjin with military precision. then fixed an intense and serious gaze on the receding Audi, flooring the accelerator. The sports car roared forward like a beast unleashed, racing towards the Audi ahead. As he chased furiously, he honked incessantly, the blaring horn echoing deafeningly along the roadside. However, the Audi driver mistakenly interpreted this as retaliation for his earlier provocation. Snorting derisively before flooring the accelerator, the two vehicles quickly widening the gap between them. It was not that Qin Yanjin's car couldn't keep up, rather, the Audi driver, emboldened by the sparse traffic, recklessly swerved to block him. The driver even resorted to serpentine maneuvers, determined to prevent Qin Yanjin from overtaking, and brazenly extended his hand to flash a middle finger.
Damn.
This fool is courting death. Qin Yanjin pounded the steering wheel in frustration. Qin Yanjin glanced at the time and shook her head with resignation. Enough of the chase. Qin Yanjin, visibly anxious, pleaded, Master, don't. I can catch up to him. Truly.
Just give me a moment.
Qin Yanjin calmly replied, each has their fate. This is his. Slow down. The time is drawing near. Uncertain feelings swirled within Qin Yanjin. Yet he obeyed Master Qin's command, moderating his speed to a point where he could stop at any moment. Soon, he nervously scanned his surroundings. Observing his demeanor, Qin Yanjin frowned. Focus on driving. Danger is imminent. As if on cue, Qin Yanjin felt the ground tremble slightly beneath him, not severely but eerily, as if some colossal entity were barreling towards them. In truth, it was indeed a massive object. A concrete-laden truck hurtled towards them, swaying violently, exuding an ominous aura as it rushed forward, seemingly intent on crushing every obstacle in its path. It narrowly brushed past his vehicle. Qin Yanjin jolted, nearly losing control of the steering wheel as he broke into a cold sweat, an overwhelming dread enveloping him. Master, this, yes. Qin Yanjin's gaze remained indifferent, betraying no emotion. Simultaneously, as the truck whizzed by, an ethereal revelation descended upon her, enveloping her in a faint aura of spiritual energy. Fortunately, Qin Yanjin, shaken from the near miss, remained oblivious to this phenomenon. His voice trembled, Master, shouldn't we intervene? He recognized Qin Yanjin's mysterious powers. Perhaps she could salvage the situation. Qin Yanjin shot him a glance. He is already dead. Indeed, the truck driver had succumbed to exhaustion, while the Audi's owner was a nefarious individual, engaged in human trafficking. His demise was far from tragic. Initially, she had contemplated saving him, wishing for him to face the consequences of his actions, yet he seemed unwilling to accept such fate. Thus, she let it be. One must always be accountable for their deeds. Qin Yanjin's eyes widened in shock as he opened his mouth to speak, only to witness a scene that sent chills down his spine. The roaring truck was heading straight for the Audi. The Audi driver frantically honked and swerved, attempting to evade the impending collision, but the truck driver had already passed away. In a chaotic swerving motion, the truck collided with the Audi, flipping over, with tons of concrete crashing down upon it. The Audi vanished beneath the weight of the cement bags. Witnessing this, Qin Yanjin's pupils constricted in horror, his heart racing uncontrollably as he instinctively slammed the brakes. Panic etched across his face. After a long moment, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his heartbeat gradually returning to normal. Master. His voice quivered, teeth chattering as guilt flashed in his eyes. If only he had tried a little harder. Perhaps he could have saved him. Sensing his guilt, Qin Yanjin waved her hand dismissively. No need to feel remorse. He deserved his fate. He was a trafficker. You need not bear the burden of guilt.
Oh.
Then, it's all right. In that instant, Qin Yanjin's feelings of guilt and remorse dissipated. After reporting the incident to the authorities, they departed the scene. Qin Yanjin dropped Qin Yanjin off in front of a courier company. Master, I hear you can open welfare channels for those destined to cross paths with you. Since we are fated, may I request a talisman? Indeed. What kind of talisman do you seek? Surprised by Qin Yanjin's prompt acceptance, Qin Yanjin sheepishly scratched his head. Master, could you elaborate on the types of talismans available? Qin Yanjin briefly described a few. Oh, I also have a jade tablet embodying the Trinity. It includes a peace talisman, a disease-repelling talisman, and an auspicious talisman, along with several other significant charms. The peace talisman can withstand 10 crises, and similar to today's situation, it can endure 7. Qin Yanjin gasped, suppressing the frantic beating of his heart. That one. Master, I want that. 1 million each. All right, no problem. Without hesitation, Qin Yanjin pulled out his phone and called his mother. Mom, I urgently need 3 million. Could you transfer it to me? You little rascal. What are you up to now? Do you realize you've exceeded your allowance this month? Don't say I didn't warn you. Your father will surely give you a good thrashing if he finds out. The voice on the other end was laced with a mix of concern and schadenfreude. Xiao Yangyuan quickly replied, Mom, I almost got hit by a car just now. If someone hadn't saved me, you might never see me again. I'm using this 3 million to thank them.
What?
Son, are you alright? Where are you? Your father, and I will come find you. Such was the bond of family, that upon hearing of his danger, her quips were forgotten. Mother, I am fine now. I will discuss this matter with you later. Please send me the money quickly. Alright, I will do so immediately. Moments later, a notification chimed on his phone, and Xiao Yangyuan hurriedly opened it to find that his mother had generously transferred 5 million, far more than his father's miserly contributions. He gleefully approached Qin Yanjin, grinning, Master. May I request 5 jade tokens? The jade tokens, once bound by blood, could only be worn by the designated individual, rendering them ineffective for others. Certainly, she replied. In this manner, Qin Yanjin had effortlessly earned another 5 million while merely hitching a ride. Observing the serene balance of 37 million in her account, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. Well, it seems I have made a substantial profit. I shall seek an opportunity to donate some of it later. Thus performing a virtuous deed. At that moment, Xiao Yangyuan suddenly spoke up. By the way, Master, do you have any other matters to attend to after sending the package? I would like to ask for your assistance. Chapter 43. The poisonous soup. After dispatching the package, the two drove to a villa complex. Xiao Yangyuan quickly exited the vehicle and opened the door for Qin Yanjin. Master Qin, he is inside. Let us proceed. Nodding, she surveyed the surrounding feng shui. The overall layout appears largely unobjectionable, yet the positioning of the fountain, fish pond, and swimming pool collectively forms a negative energy formation. Prolonged residence here will undoubtedly lead to a restless household and chronic illness. She shook her head slightly. Xiao Yangyuan, having noticed her gesture, immediately inquired, Master, is something amiss? Qin Yanjin replied candidly, the feng shui here has already manifested as detrimental energy. Inhabitants are prone to irritability and health issues. Should they continue to reside here, minor ailments will escalate into serious conditions. He nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Indeed, my friend is quite the volatile individual, and initially, he suffered from mere cold symptoms, only to learn 2 days ago that he has developed a gastric condition. The doctor warned that if left untreated, it could evolve into gastric cancer. He was not always like this. He used to be quite amiable, yet in recent years, it seems as though he carries a metaphorical bomb, eager to explode at anyone he encounters. Master Qin, if he utters anything unpleasant, please do not take offense. Just then, a dark, thunderous voice erupted. Xiao Yangyuan, are you speaking ill of me again? Do you believe I won't kick you to death? Turning towards the source of the voice, Qin Yanjin beheld a young man clad in casual attire emerging from the villa. He appeared to be of similar age to Xiao Yangyuan, with strikingly handsome features and a chiseled profile that exuded an air of arrogance and gloom, emanating a palpable aura of defiance. It was as if his forehead bore the words, "Do not disturb me." However, to Qin Yanjin's eyes, this young man was enveloped in a formidable aura of resentment, his fury akin to a bloodthirsty beast, radiating waves of chilling terror. Who is this? Have you found a new girlfriend? The word new was particularly well placed. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Qin Yanjin with a judgmental gaze, mockingly stating, your taste has evidently improved since your previous choices. Though this woman's gaze leaves much to be desired for settling on someone like you, yet, to be fair, she possesses exquisite features and an ethereal grace, an air of sanctity that seems untouched by the world. If she were to enhance her appearance, she would surely outshine many. Xiao Yangyuan's face paled abruptly, cold sweat streaming down as his legs trembled. Brother, we are sworn friends. Do not betray me. This is the master I have invited, a fortune-teller. You ought to speak cautiously, as I wish to live a few more years. Yu Junyi, taken aback, retorted, a fortune-teller? Her?
No offense.
But where did you find this fraud? Did she swindle you out of money or something else? I have a better eye than that. Qin Yanjin maintained a serene smile. Xiao Yangyuan, feeling aggrieved, thought to himself that he was not lacking in worth either. Mimicking Yu Junyi's earlier scrutiny, Qin Yanjin assessed him. Yu Junyi, born into a wealthy family, lost his mother at a young age, and his father remarried. His stepmother brought her own child into the marriage and bore a daughter a year later. Despite being a stepmother, she treats you better than her biological children. Presently, your family appears harmonious, does it not? As Qin Yanjin recounted his background with such clarity, Yuyou was left in awe. Yes, master, you are truly remarkable. My father indeed remarried. However, what do you mean by presently harmonious? Is there potential for conflict? Qin Yanjin cast a sympathetic glance at Yuyou. The concept of killing with kindness should not be unfamiliar to you. The more your stepmother indulges you, the more your half-siblings will resent you. She is shrewd and patient, poised to exploit every resource at her disposal to gradually undermine you. Your fate rests entirely in her hands, and she harbors a malevolent heart, secretly employing unscrupulous tactics against you. Yuyou's expression darkened, his anger boiling over. Who are you to spout such nonsense? Yuyou, did you bring her here? Get her out of my house. She is not welcome. With a mocking smile, he added, how laughable. The Yu family is vast and affluent. A simple online search would reveal everything. Do you think I am foolish enough to believe in your so-called mastery? Calm down, Yuyou. We have been brothers for years. I would never harm you. This is Master Qin, the well-known fortune teller from recent live broadcasts. I went to great lengths to invite her here. If you drive her away, I will sever our friendship. Besides, if your stepmother truly poses a threat, you may not even realize the danger until it is too late. Are you asking for a beating? Yuyou glared, fists clenching. Ignoring Yuyou's foul demeanor, Yuyou turned to Qin Yanjin, seeking to placate her. Master Qin, my brother's mind has been clouded. Please do not take offense. Is it true that his stepmother wishes him harm? Qin Yanjin, ever gracious, merely smiled gently. Mister, you appears to harbor doubts regarding my integrity. However, I can share some insights that are not readily available online. Do you recall the words your mother spoke to you on the day of her passing? Yuyou's impatience was evident. As a child, he had hardly retained such memories.
What are you talking about?
I was just a kid. How could I remember everything? I was too busy crying. Qin Yanjin disregarded his unpleasant attitude, while Yuyou, concerned about offending her, cast furtive glances. Your mother advised you to trust no one, not even your father, and to take charge of your own life. She left you an inheritance and a contract. The inheritance was meant for you to access at 20 to start a business, while the contract pertains to shares in your father's company. Though it may not grant you a seat on the board, the annual dividends are substantial. Of course, she had not divulged every detail, which explained Yuyou's disinterest in the matter. I believe I do recall her saying something along those lines. But she never mentioned any contract or inheritance. Yuyou's expression turned bewildered. What? Annual dividends amounting to billions? Goodness, brother, we would all have a share of that. Had I not invited Master Qin, who knows where that fortune might have gone? Yuyou, ever the opportunist, swiftly embraced his brother's neck, his laughter ringing hollow, as if the money were his own to squander. Now, does Mr. Yu still trust me? Asked Qin Yanjin. Yuyou yearned to retort, yet the evidence lay starkly before him, rendering disbelief a near impossibility. Observing his silence, Yuyou, ever the enthusiastic supporter, chimed in eagerly. Master, regardless of his faith, I believe in you. By the way, you mentioned earlier that his stepmother was up to something. What exactly is going on? Qin Yanjin elevated his chin slightly. That is a question best directed at him. Yuyou, have you not noticed that since you took up residence here, your temper and health have deteriorated day by day? You frequently suffer from insomnia and occasionally have nightmares? Initially reluctant to respond, Yuyou ultimately nodded, spurred by Yuyou's subtle prodding. Perhaps I can't quite recall. No need to remember, Yuyou pressed on. Does your stepmother not regularly deliver nourishing soup, after which you feel an overwhelming warmth and subsequently head for a shower?
How do you know that?
Yuyou inquired, astonished, before casting a dubious glance at Yuyou.
Did you tell her?
Flustered, Yuyou retorted. Do I look like I have nothing better to do?
How would I know what soup you drink?
Suddenly, a grave expression crossed his face as he turned to Qin Yanjin. Master, what is this nourishing soup? It can't possibly be a slow-acting poison, can it? Is my brother in danger? Yuyou's expression darkened, and he kicked Yuyou. Mind your words. If you can't speak wisely, then kindly hold your tongue. Their camaraderie was unmistakably genuine. You imply that the soup is problematic? Yuyou scoffed, the trust he'd just begun to build now teetering on the brink of collapse. What makes you think that soup is harmful? After drinking it, I always feel revitalized and invigorated. Such a miraculous soup could hardly be dangerous. It seems to me that the real problem lies with you. Xiao Yangyuan exclaimed in frustration. Why are you so resistant to reason? I've told you that Master Qin is indeed a master. If you continue to be obstinate, I swear I'll slap you into next week. His words, though fierce, belied his true feelings. He ignored Yu Junyi's fiery glare and turned to Qin Yanjin, his expression a mix of exasperation and disappointment. Master, my friend here is not the brightest. Perhaps too much water has seeped into his brain. Please, don't hold his ignorance against him. But what exactly is this nourishing soup you mentioned? What effects does it have on him? Qin Yanjin nodded. It does have effects. In less than half a month, he will meet a tragic end. Xiao Yangyuan was immediately drenched in cold sweat, stammering, So, the soup is indeed poisonous? Qin Yanjin regarded Yu Junyi with pity. Are you certain you wish to hear? Is it not permissible to listen? Chapter 44. The Soup of the Purple River. Have you heard of the Purple River? The soup is brewed from the vengeful essence of the Purple River, more terrifying than poison itself. Purple River? What is that? Some sort of poison? Xiao Yangyuan was utterly bewildered. He had no clue what a purple river was, but he knew cherries were fruits, sweet and rather delightful. Could it be that the purple river was another type of fruit, albeit one laced with toxins? After all, both names contained the character for river. Qin Yanjin cast him a complex glance before explaining, the purple river, also known as the placenta, and I assume I need not elucidate what a placenta is. Yu Junyi's pupils dilated, his face paling instantaneously. Although he was uncertain about the contents of the nourishing soup, or whether this young master was indeed credible, it did little to quell his imagination. For a fleeting moment, he found himself tormented by the thought that if he had indeed consumed the purple river, then, suddenly, his stomach churned violently. Ugh! He staggered to the side, retching violently, his insides convulsing with anguish. Even as he tried to deny that his stepmother had fed him the purple river, his mind spiraled into dark thoughts. Once more, his stomach roiled. Is it really that grotesque? Master, what consequences arise from consuming such a thing? Xiao Yangyuan was aghast. His face contorted as though he had swallowed a fly. He was no fool. The very notion of this substance sent chills down his spine. And with Qin Yanjin's ominous words, it was clear his brother was in peril. As for the consequences, Qin Yanjin elongated his tone. Currently, he is plagued by vengeful spirits, and the so-called nourishing soup is concocted using the remains of non-viable and premature fetuses. His original aura and fortune have been severely compromised, and it won't be long before he is consumed by this vengeful energy, leading to a most tragic demise. Non-viable purple rivers are alarmingly easy to procure, with hospitals' obstetrics and gynecology departments yielding them almost daily in considerable quantities. Thus, the warmth he felt was merely the accumulation of vengeful energy within him, compounded by the gathering of malevolent forces, which served as his water source. He was perilously close to death. Master, is there any hope for him? Xiao Yangyuan implored. There is hope, Qin Yanjin affirmed with a nod. As long as there is hope. Xiao Yangyuan's anxieties began to ease. Master, I beseech you, save him. I ask for nothing more than his survival. Qin Yanjin shrugged. I can help, but we must first discuss the fees for divination and exorcism. Money is no object. He possesses ample funds. Xiao Yangyuan declared grandly, eager to contribute. After all, his brother had wealth to spare, better to spend it now than risk losing a life that could be saved. Yu Junyi glared incredulously. He had yet to consent to any of this, and here they were brazenly plotting his finances. Was there no sense of justice? Xiao Yangyuan shoved him, gesturing impatiently. What are you staring at? Hurry and fork over the cash. Yu Junyi clenched his teeth. How much? Both turned to Qin Yanjin in unison. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yanjin raised a single finger. Let us go with this figure. 1 million? 10 million? Xiao Yangyuan and Yu Junyi echoed simultaneously. Xiao Yangyuan, who mentioned 1 million, had calculated that the divination fee was merely 500, and with the exorcism added, 1 million seemed about right. Yu Junyi, on the other hand, exhibited the audacity of a wealthy heir, treating 10 million as merely a number, and thus offered it without hesitation. Qin Yanjin's expression remained grave. In truth, she sought only a paltry sum of 1,000 for a simple divination and exorcism, a task easily accomplished with a wave of her hand. Yet, she hadn't anticipated these two naive fellows inflating the figure so extravagantly. What if her method of exorcism proved too simplistic, leaving them to feel their expenditure was unjustified? It seems that when performing the exorcism later, one must exhibit a bit more diligence and not act too casually. After all, this is hard-earned money. And one ought to at least make it seem worthwhile. 10 million, and I shall also assist in adjusting the feng shui of your residence. Indeed. The master mentioned upon entering that the feng shui here is unfavorable and requires rectification. Qin Yanjin gestured towards the courtyard's feng shui. The swimming pool, fish pond, and fountain, with their reflective surfaces, create a gathering place for malevolent energies. Moreover, every time you bathe after consuming supplements, you carry with you resentment. The clash of malevolence and resentment will soon lead to a series of unfortunate events, and death is merely a matter of time. Yuyou clenched his fists in silence, realizing that the swimming pool, fish pond, and fountain were all alterations made by that woman, who claimed they enhanced aesthetics. I did not object. And now it appears she had ulterior motives. Just have someone fill in the fish pond or dismantle the fountain. That is easily remedied. As for the resentment within you, I shall need to draw talismans to dispel it. Qin Yanjin said this while retrieving talisman paper and a vermilion brush from her bag. At that moment, Xiao Yangyuan remembered that they had been standing outside all this time without inviting Master Qin inside. This was rather impolite. Apologies, Master. We became so engrossed in conversation that I forgot to invite you in. Let us proceed indoors now. Qin Yanjin waved her hand, declining the invitation, stating that surveillance cameras made it inconvenient. Just fetch a stool. I only need to prop myself up a bit. Xiao Yangyuan nodded in agreement and hurried inside. Yuyou felt another blow to his confidence, his face paling. He whispered incredulously, surveilled? But you haven't even entered the house. How could you know? Qin Yanjin wore a beaming smile, yet her words nearly caused Yuyou to wish for a hole to hide in. Is it strange that I know? I am a master after all. Besides, I even knew how long you took the first time, 3 seconds, so this should be trivial. At that moment, Yuyou genuinely believed in Qin Yanjin's mastery. A master who specializes in unearthing personal secrets. He abandoned his earlier cynicism and clasped his hands in a pleading manner. Master. You truly are a master. I must confess, I failed to recognize your greatness. Please do not hold it against me, and do not reveal this matter to Xiao Yangyuan. If he finds out, I would truly be too ashamed to face anyone. Rest assured, I am not so idle. Master, is the one surveilling me that woman as well? Qin Yanjin leaned back comfortably in her chair, shaking her head with an air of composure. What ill intentions could she have? She merely wishes for your demise. The truly malevolent one is your father. He monitors your every move to seize the fortune your mother possesses, which is why he married that woman and allows her to harm you. Yuyou thought to himself, how can this master be so casual? Furthermore, he did not share her optimism, lamenting, but I forgot where my mother hid the things. His admission was a true acknowledgement of Qin Yanjin's capabilities as a master. Yet with each recognition, he felt increasingly distressed, especially as he recalled the matter of the forbidden book. Qin Yanjin, with a smirk that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, remarked, just a meter beneath your family's ginkgo tree. I trust you remember that spot? Yuyou certainly recalled it, as it was where he had hidden the forbidden book. Although it was not his, he had discreetly concealed it there to avoid misunderstandings. The mere thought that his mother might have discovered that book made him feel utterly unwell. Chapter 45. Trust in Science. At that moment, Xiao Yangyuan scampered back with a chair. Master, please right here. Qin Yanjin produced the prepared talisman paper, dipped her brush in vermilion, and with a flow of spiritual energy at her fingertips, the talisman was swiftly formed with a flourish. As she completed the final stroke, a flash of golden light illuminated the space. The golden glimmer passed, and the ink dried instantly. Following this, she produced another piece of talisman paper and wrote once more, the same golden light appearing again. Xiao Yangyuan's mouth dropped open in astonishment. It glowed. It glowed again. Master, what is happening? Yuyou was equally astounded, no longer doubting Qin Yanjin's authenticity as a master. The talismans glow upon completion. Qin Yanjin stated matter-of-factly as she lifted the 2 talismans. This talisman is for repaying Yin debts, capable of transforming misfortune into good fortune, while this one is for liberating infant spirits, having consumed too many infant spirits. This talisman will help alleviate the resentment within you. As she spoke, she tossed the first talisman into the air. It seemed to possess a spirit of its own as it seamlessly entered the villa, firmly adhering to the front door. Then, before their eyes, the talisman gradually disappeared as if it were merging with the wall. The two men gazed in disbelief, instinctively swallowing hard, their hearts racing, eyes fixed intently on the wall, as if the talisman might re-emerge at any moment, whether it was merely their illusion or not. As the talisman integrated with the wall, the entire villa seemed to come alive. The previously oppressive aura of death was replaced with a newfound vitality, exuding an invigorating energy that uplifted their spirits. Yuyou felt this transformation acutely, as if a heavy burden had been lifted, leaving him exceptionally light. He couldn't help but express his astonishment. Qin Yanjin elucidated. This house is under your name, binding you to it, hence the dispelling of malevolence affects you. Yuyou nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Zhou Yangyuan remained fixated on the wall, his emotions surging with excitement and exhilaration, barely able to contain his enthusiasm. He even found himself curious enough to reach out and touch the wall. Master, this is truly miraculous. Is this sorcery? Are you one of those legendary cultivators? Qin Yanjin rolled her eyes. You must trust in science and read more. There are no cultivators in this world. You've watched too many dramas. Cut back on them. Zhou Yangyuan and Yuyou exchanged glances. They too wished to believe in science. But if not for the earlier spectacle, they might have easily accepted that notion. However, it seemed as though Master Qin regarded them as fools. Qin Yanjin remained unconcerned with their internal musings and produced another talisman, approaching Yuyou. Do not move. This will dispel the resentment within you. Yuyou, feeling a bit anxious, nodded and stood still. With that, Qin Yanjin aimed for his chest and delivered a light but firm slap, directly embedding the talisman into his body. With a flick and a strike, this was what she meant by being worth the price, and not being casual. Zhou Yangyuan was left in shock. It went inside again? The moment the talisman entered Yuyou's body, the resentment within him reacted as if confronted by a formidable flood, desperately seeking to escape. While the spiritual energy of the talisman zealously devoured the resentment, the energy acted like a janitor, gradually cleansing him of all lingering negativity. As the resentment dissipated, the dark aura surrounding Yuyou lessened, transforming the once brooding youth into someone with a hint of subdued sunshine. At the instant the resentment vanished, a sudden clarity descended upon him, and Qin Yanjin sensed her own realm shift slightly. However, now was not the time to absorb it. She would consolidate her gains later upon returning home. Next, I will prepare some herbal remedies to restore your health. You have depleted your yang energy far too quickly over the years, leading to an imbalance of yin and yang. You must undergo proper adjustments, or you will find yourself lacking in energy for anything in the future. While preparing the medicine, Qin Yanjin couldn't help but cast a fleeting glance at Yuyou, whose handsome face flushed crimson, wishing fervently for a hole to hide in. Zhou Yangyuan failed to discern anything amiss, and hurriedly pressed Qin Yanjin for clarification. Master, is this all there is to it? Are there no further dangers? By the way, could you perhaps sell this fellow a jade token? Let us secure his life first. Otherwise, I genuinely fear he might be devoured by that family, leaving not a single bone behind. Having cleared the resentment lingering on him, Qin Yanjin proceeded to divine for Yuyou once more, fully aware that he would encounter more perils, and thus nodded affirmatively. I do not possess a ready-made jade token. I must procure raw stone from a jade shop. How about this? Let us first acquire the raw stone, and I shall fashion one for you on the spot. What do you say? All right, we shall heed the master's words. Both men replied in unison. Meanwhile, Tong Xhao, guided by recollection, finally floated back to her hometown. The village remained unchanged, with the little bridge at the entrance still intact. The only difference was that the earthen path of yesteryears had transformed into a sandy road. Although still riddled with potholes, the sandy road after rain was far superior to the muddy one she had once imagined returning in glory. Yet now it felt as though she had crossed into another realm. Upon her return to the village, tears began to flow uncontrollably. They say ghosts do not weep. Yet Tong Zhou's tears were relentless. Drifting along the familiar path, she encountered many faces from her past. A decade had swiftly passed, leaving those once familiar visages aged. And she even spotted former classmates from elementary school. They had long since become parents, shaped and driven by the mundane grind of life. Yet their faces bore none of the anxiety and uncertainty characteristic of urban dwellers. Instead, they radiated tranquility and contentment. If only she had chosen a life of mediocrity, remaining in her hometown to enjoy carefree days, perhaps such misfortunes could have been avoided. Of course, were she granted another chance, she would still choose this path, albeit with the wisdom to temper her brilliance until her wings were fully formed. As she followed the path home, Memories of her childhood surged forth like a vivid lantern show, from her first babbling words to the moments of being escorted to school, encompassing an abundance of joyous recollections. Yet her heart grew heavier. Until, in her line of sight, a frail figure, leaning on a cane, stood beneath the hawthorn tree at her doorstep. She could no longer contain herself and broke down in tears. It was her mother, her beloved mother. She was so gentle, so nurturing, in her youth. She had been the belle of the village, courted by many suitors. Now, however, she was missing a leg, her hair a stark white, the burdens of life pressing down upon her slender shoulders, bending her once straight back into a stoop. At barely 40, she bore the frailty of someone much older, as though her life were slipping away. Heaven, open your eyes and see what you've done. She had already lost her daughter, her husband. Why must you torment her further? Tong Zhou's heart felt as though it were being torn apart, her anguished cries echoing like a caged beast, helpless and desolate.
Zhou?
A soft, hoarse voice reached her, imbued with longing and hope. Is my Zhou, my darling Zhou, returning home? Feeling the gentle breeze caress her cheek, the elderly woman slowly extended her hand. Her gaze unfocused, yet drifting toward the hawthorn tree, tears cascading down her cheeks. Tong Zhou trembled, cautiously drifting before her mother, gazing upon her face etched with wrinkles and sorrow, her heart aching.
Mom.
Her voice quivered, tender and soft, as if fearing to frighten her. In that moment of temporal intersection, it seemed they could see one another. Chapter 46. The boss won't tell you whether it's worth the risk. The gambling stone market. This is the largest stone gambling market in Jiangyang City, boasting over 500 vendors, with foot traffic that is nothing short of staggering. Qin Yanjin observed that each stall was bustling with people selecting stones, unearthing them, buying and selling, where fortunes could be made or lost with a single cut, eliciting either wild laughter or heart-wrenching sobs. She had witnessed the myriad facets of life. Master, over here is the market. If we cross through, we'll reach the stone shop on the other side, where the quality of the stones is superior to here, with a higher chance of finding jade, Qiao Yanyuan explained. Shall we proceed to the shop? Qin Yanjin shook her head and casually approached a vendor, feeling a recent raw stone, deciding to observe before making any commitments.
All right.
Qiao Yanyuan and Yuyou followed her like eager acolytes, yet when they witnessed Qin Yanjin's method of selecting raw stones, they fell into a profound silence. Not only were they silent, but even the watermelon vendors and stone sellers stood in awe. With an awkward whisper, Qiao Yanyuan remarked, Master, that's not how one selects raw stones. The boss won't tell you whether it's worth the risk. Ignoring his words, Qin Yanjin continued to examine the stones, occasionally pulling out one or two, her expression revealing her dissatisfaction. After perusing several stalls, she ultimately purchased only 6 pieces. Let us go. I'm satisfied with today as haul, she declared, opting not to continue browsing. Yuyou was taken aback and uncertainly asked, Master, aren't we going to unearth them? What if they don't yield jade? Wouldn't that mean we came for naught? This is sufficient. Let us head back. Seeing her resolute demeanor, Yuyou ceased to press the matter, and the group returned to his villa. Along the way, Qiao Yanyuan inquired whether they needed to purchase a stone-cutting machine, only to be met with Qin Yanjin's refusal. Upon their return, they soon understood her reasoning for not acquiring a cutting machine. Gaping in astonishment, they watched as she meticulously peeled away the exterior of the raw stone, her actions seemingly as effortless as peeling a banana. Unyielding, Qiao Yanyuan surreptitiously grabbed a piece of the discarded stone skin and squeezed it with all his might. It didn't budge. He exerted even more strength, but still, it remained immovable, leaving his fingers sore and red. Yuyou, witnessing his comical struggle, couldn't help but roll his eyes, pretending not to see it as he continued to watch Qin Yanjin at work. Before long, the inner beauty of the stone was revealed, a vibrant green emerging before their eyes. Master, you can't possibly have divined the stone as fortune and deduced it contained jade, could you? How else would you explain your method of selection? Qiao Yanyuan inquired, despite the absurdity of the question. Qin Yanjin merely smiled enigmatically, hastening her task. In a short time, she unveiled a jade stone the size of a basketball. Have you decided on the talismans you wish for? Yuyou asked. Let us go with the peace talisman, the illness-repelling talisman, and the fortune-turning talisman. Excellent. Qin Yanjin agreed, then broke off a piece from the jade, and to their utter disbelief, directly fashioned a jade token with her fingers. Yes, just like that, she exclaimed, finishing her work and promptly placing the jade pendant into Yuyou's hands. He instinctively grasped it, and upon contact, a warm current surged into his body, coursing through his limbs and finally settling in his stomach. Having long suffered from severe gastric issues, he now felt a comforting warmth in his abdomen, as though his body's pores were opening, invigorating him entirely. His expression turned to one of astonishment. This was truly remarkable. Stop dawdling and blood-bind yourself to the jade talisman, the master urged. From now on, the jade pendant shall belong solely to you. Even if it were to fall into someone else's hands, it would hold no power for them. Furthermore, this talisman possesses the ability to ward off danger tenfold. Should it develop any cracks, it can be gradually restored, making it a true heirloom to pass down to future generations. Observing Yujunyi's hesitance, Yongyuan hastily elaborated, even biting his own finger to emphasize his point. Yujunyi grimaced in pain, his face flushed with anger, and he clenched his teeth, yearning to strike this incessant chatterbox. As a drop of blood fell upon the jade pendant, it seamlessly merged into the stone, reminiscent of the miraculous tales found in novels. It was indeed astonishing. Having lingered here for a while, Qin Yanjin prepared to take her leave. Master, we shall accompany you. Yongyuan and Yujunyi volunteered eagerly, and she accepted without hesitation. First, I need to make a stop at the courier company.
Huh.
The master still has a package to send? Qin Yanjin shook her head, choosing not to elaborate. Upon arriving at the courier company, she grasped a handful of jade beads, making her way to a secluded spot devoid of surveillance. With a casual flick of her wrist, she tossed the jade beads, which landed with a series of soft thuds, forming a small circle. Suddenly, a miniature tornado whipped up around the circle, swirling gently before dissipating into tranquility. The jade beads vanished without a trace. Witnessing this spectacle, Yongyuan was left in a state of utter bewilderment. He and Yujunyi had encountered so many astonishing moments today that it had completely reshaped their understanding of this world. Master, what on earth are you doing? Summoning a tornado? Yongyuan asked, his expression one of naive curiosity. Qin Yanjin replied candidly, No, I merely set up 2 inconspicuous formations. Setting up formations? The brothers were taken aback, once more.
Come on, we have eyes. Don't spout nonsense.
You simply tossed a few marbles. How is that setting up formations? And 2 at that. They were not fools, merely easy to deceive. Qin Yanjin, uninterested in their thoughts, climbed into the car and returned to Qinglian Temple. At that moment, the steps outside Qinglian Temple were crowded with people, all of whom had tuned into the live stream. Some were merely curious to catch a glimpse of the legendary Master Qin, while others were there for the sheer excitement, a casual outing. Only a select few had traversed the barrier to stand at the temple's entrance. Many found it astonishing and began posting on social media. From a distance, Yongyuan was equally surprised by the throng. Why are there so many people? Are they all here to seek blessings? Why aren't they approaching? Yujunyi, unfamiliar with Qin Yanjin's live stream, was puzzled. Yongyuan scoffed. The master said only those with fate can enter. These people are clearly just here for the spectacle, lacking genuine intent. As their vehicle halted at the foot of the stone steps, onlookers craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the imposing Hummer, whispering amongst themselves. When the car door swung open, Qin Yanjin and her companion stepped out. Look, it's Master Qin. The crowd erupted with excitement. Master Qin, I'm your fan. Can I take a photo with you? Master Qin, me too. I'm here for a fortune-telling. Could you please read for me? The throng surged forward, their enthusiasm akin to fans meeting their idol. However, when they rushed to the front, it was as though an invisible barrier halted their advance, rendering them unable to draw near. With each step Qin Yanjin took, the crowd seemed to retreat, as though pushed back by an unseen force. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the spectators. Standing upon the stone steps, Qin Yanjin addressed the crowd. Thank you all for coming. Qinglian Temple is open only to those with fate. Those without should turn back. With that, she entered the barrier without a backward glance, followed closely by Yongyuan and Yujunyi, who clutched the jade raw stones. Gradually, the trio vanished from sight, leaving the spectators in awe. Chapter 47. The Return of the Soul. Upon reaching the Sandmen Hall, Qin Yanjin encountered several individuals who approached her eagerly. A couple, eyes filled with hope, implored, Master Qin, I seek your guidance in fortune-telling. Please assist us. Suddenly, a pair of elderly individuals hurried forward, carrying a comatose 3-year-old girl on their backs, their faces etched with urgency. Master, could you please check on my granddaughter? She has been unresponsive for days. No matter how we call her, she remains asleep. The hospital merely says she's in a deep slumber, but she cannot be awakened. Behind them, 3 others stood, including a young couple who seemed to wait patiently. Not in a rush. Qin Yanjin nodded. Dear kind souls, do not fret. Let us discuss this further inside. Yes, yes, let's go in, they responded eagerly. Upon entering the temple, they were greeted by the ethereal beauty of the Qinglian pond and the lush Bodhi tree, alongside the ruffian and its 2 offspring. As before, upon seeing Qin Yanjin return, Dia and Dan soared towards her, their flying skills having markedly improved, landing gracefully in her hands. Wow, how adorable! Qiao Yangyuan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Master, do you raise these little ones? Do you have a fondness for animals? With a reluctant nod, Qin Yanjin replied, I suppose so. She tossed the 2 creatures into Qiao Yangyuan's embrace, instructing, feel free to explore or you may leave. I must attend to the visitors first. Qiao Yangyuan quickly reassured her. Master, don't mind us. We will entertain ourselves. Qin Yanjin turned to the visitors. You fortunate souls, please accompany me to the side hall. In the side hall, as Qin Yanjin examined the unconscious little girl, the elderly couple appeared anxious and apprehensive, barely daring to breathe for fear of disturbing the master. When she paused her examination, their hearts raced with trepidation. Master, how is my granddaughter? She has lost her soul due to excessive fright. Indeed. I suspected it was a matter of her soul being lost. Otherwise, how could she be in such a state of unconsciousness, with even the hospital unable to diagnose her? Qin Yanjin casually inquired. What frightened her? The elderly woman gritted her teeth. It's all Zhao's fault. He is a large dog. When my granddaughter passed by, the chain snapped, and it scared her terribly. Qin Yanjin nodded in understanding but furrowed her brow. The time since the child lost her soul is quite lengthy. I cannot ascertain if her spirit remains. If it has departed, alas, I am powerless to help. The couple felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing this. Master, I beg you to save my granddaughter. I will offer any amount you desire. Just please help her. The grandfather implored, tears brimming in his eyes as he fell to his knees. The grandmother, equally distraught, knelt beside him, her voice breaking as she pleaded, Master, please save my granddaughter. She is so young. If she cannot awaken, how shall I endure? Qin Yanjin swiftly raised her hand, an invisible force lifting the 2 from the ground. Please, do not rush. Allow me to attempt this first, and if it proves ineffective, we shall explore alternative solutions. The elderly couple felt a surge of excitement as they observed Qin Yanjin's remarkable abilities, realizing that she was indeed a master of her craft. It was as if they had clutched onto the last lifeline in their desperate hope. With her eyes closed in concentration, Qin Yanjin formed intricate hand seals and murmured incantations. An invisible wave emanated from her, expanding outward. Suddenly, she channeled her spiritual energy into her fingertips, delicately pressing them against the child's forehead. A faint, almost ethereal thread emerged from the child's mind and began to extend outward. This thread represented the girl's soul, invisible to ordinary human eyes. A gentle breeze swept through, tousling the child's hair, and she slowly opened her vacant eyes, resembling a marionette. It was a disconcerting sight. Master, how is my granddaughter? Has she awakened? As Qin Yanjin withdrew her spiritual energy, she responded softly, please wait. The minutes stretched into an agonizing eternity, and the elderly couple fidgeted restlessly, akin to ants on a hot skillet. After what felt like an eternity, just as their anxiety reached a breaking point, an inexplicable gust of wind swirled around, lifting the child's hair and garments. Before they could comprehend the phenomenon, Qin Yanjin reached out with an empty hand and patted the little girl on the head, as if she were grasping something intangible and forcefully inserting it into the child's mind. In truth, she had guided the child's soul to reclaim what it had lost. The strange wind was the result of 2 souls intertwining as they rushed to reunite, which she had captured and swiftly integrated into the child's body. As the soul found its rightful place, celestial forces descended once more. Qin Yanjin had no time to refine this energy and had to absorb it within herself for the moment, intending to refine it later. Master. The couple gazed wide-eyed at the child, their hearts inexplicably tense. Moments later, the child's eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes sleepily like a kitten just roused from slumber. Upon seeing her grandmother's face, she eagerly reached out for an embrace, her innocent voice filled with a childlike sweetness. Grandma, I'm so sleepy. Can I cuddle with you to sleep? The elderly woman was overwhelmed with joy, embracing the child tenderly and soothingly. My dear, sleep now, and when you awaken, Grandma will take you out for a meal, and afterward, we shall play. The little girl peacefully closed her eyes, and in no time, soft snores began to escape her lips. Thank you, master, thank you. The old man attempted to kneel before Qin Yanjin, but she quickly assisted him back to his feet and gestured towards a guest room. Elder, the child is still resting. You may take a moment to recuperate in the adjoining room. The elderly gentleman nodded respectfully, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, master. By the way, how much do I owe you? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yanjin replied, 1,000, please. Fortunately, the child's soul remains intact. Had it been lost, the cost would have started at 50,000. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. 1,000? Isn't that a bit low?
Low?
It's practically a gift. They had spent half of their retirement savings on hospital visits, yet Master Qin only asked for a mere 1,000. She was truly a master of integrity. Qin Yanjin smiled faintly. Elder, this child's condition was a simple task for me, requiring minimal effort. Rest assured, 1,000 is more than sufficient. The elderly man nodded, discreetly wiping away tears as he hastily produced the money for her. Once they retired to the guest room, Qin Yanjin turned her attention to the young couple across from her. The couple hurriedly approached, their expressions clouded with worry. Master, could you possibly divine when we might conceive a child? Qin Yanjin scrutinized the woman's aura, frowning slightly. Before your marriage, did you consume anything peculiar? Chapter 48. Mother. This is all for your own good. They were a newlywed couple, having been married for 3 years, Kong Weiyuan and Yuyou. From their school uniforms to wedding attire, they were the envy of many in their circle. Yet, 3 years into their marriage, they remained childless. Initially, the mother-in-law was understanding and allowed them their privacy. But as time passed, her impatience grew. The couple felt it was time to start a family, but after a year of trying, there was still no sign of pregnancy. Frustrated, they visited numerous hospitals, only to be told that all their tests came back normal, yet conception remained elusive. Upon learning of their struggles, the mother-in-law began to criticize and belittle Yuyou, showing her no mercy even in front of friends and family. Behind Kong Weiyuan's back, she even sought out new romantic interests, but thankfully Kong Weiyuan remained steadfast, preventing their relationship from crumbling. Yuyou, filled with doubt, inquired, Master,
What do you mean by that?
I didn't eat anything strange on my wedding day. She strained to recall, but her memories were hazy, given how exhausted she had been on that day. Master, is this the reason we cannot conceive? Kong Weiyuan asked anxiously. Qin Yanjin nodded. To be precise, someone does not wish for you to bear children. Even if you manage to conceive, the child would likely be a monstrosity. A monstrosity? The couple's breath caught in their throats, exchanging anxious glances, their expressions quickly turning grave. Master, what exactly is happening? You likely ingested a corpse worm before your wedding, a type of parasitic creature nourished by corpse water. Consuming it not only affects fertility, but also diminishes one's lifespan. Qin Yanjin turned her gaze to Yuyou, a flicker of pity in her eyes. Though you appear unchanged on the outside, your lifespan has already been reduced by 20 years. With the corpse worm's affliction, you may have no more than 5 years left, and even if you do have children, they would most likely be half human, half spirit. Yuyou's eyes widened in disbelief, her complexion turning as pale as a sheet, her body trembling. Kong Weiyuan was equally affected, his face drained of color. His mind buzzed with confusion as he instinctively supported his wife, immediately kneeling before Qin Yanjin in a posture of desperation. Master, I implore you to save Shiao. She is a good woman, kind-hearted and innocent. She does not deserve this fate. Please, I would do anything to save her. Anything? Qin Yanjin's gaze pierced through him. Even if it meant sacrificing your mother's life? Kong Weiyuan hesitated, confusion clouding his features. What does my mother have to do with this? Upon meeting Qin Yanjin's enigmatic gaze, a realization dawned upon him, and his expression shifted to one of horror as he tentatively asked, Are you implying that my mother is behind Xiao's plight?
Liyaro Shuaya.
Disbelief etched across her face as she instinctively retorted, That's impossible. My mother-in-law treated me well when I married Yuan. She could never do something so vile. Master, surely you must be mistaken. Qin Yanjin shook her head in resignation, casting a meaningful glance at Kong Weiyuan, her eyes glimmering with an inscrutable intensity. Am I right? You can call to confirm. Just ask her directly. The corpse goo is harmful not only to women but also to men. It may be that I can never have my own children again. Let us see what she says. Calm Wei Yuan gritted his teeth, stood up, and, after a moment's hesitation, took out his phone to call his mother. On the other end, it seemed she was playing cards, the clattering sounds of mahjong echoing in the background.
Mom.
Today I met a master who told me that you gave Xiaoru something called corpse goo. Is that true? A loud crash sounded as the phone fell to the ground. Hey Yaji, what's wrong? Your face looks terrible. Yes, the phone is broken. Why did you leave? Hey Yaji, are you still playing? After a brief interval, Calm Wei Yuan heard the sound of a door closing, followed by a hushed voice. Where did you hear that from? Mom. The master said that Xiaoru can't conceive because of that thing, and the master also mentioned it affects me too.
Mom.
I might never be able to have my own children. Another crash echoed. No, that's impossible. The person said it only affects women.
So.
You must have encountered a fake master. You're so healthy. How could you not have children? The person on the other end became increasingly frantic, their voice rising in pitch. No, it doesn't matter. Even if I can't have my own children, it's fine. No one will ever take you away from me. You will always be my good son. Besides, that wretched woman is dead. It's for the best. I'll find you someone younger and more beautiful. Calm Wei Yuan felt a chill settle in his heart, nearly collapsing as he shouted in despair. Mom, what do you want? Xiaoru is my wife. Why are you treating her this way? Liyaru, listening nearby, covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Initially, her mother-in-law had treated her kindly, but later, when difficulties arose, she only attributed it to her mother-in-law's disdain for her inability to bear children. However, she never imagined that her mother-in-law had never liked her from the very beginning.
But why?
She couldn't comprehend, her tears falling freely, her expression heart-wrenching to behold. Calm Wei Yuan, remember, you are my only son. I raised you with great difficulty. You cannot love anyone else. I know you like that wretched woman, which is why I allowed her to stay by your side for a few years. What more do you want from me? The voice on the other end grew increasingly agitated, sharp and piercing, cutting through the heart like a knife. Liyaru's tears flowed uncontrollably as she witnessed the disappointment and sorrow in her husband's eyes, her heart feeling as if it were being torn apart. Calm Wei Yuan broke down in tears. Mom, I won't have my own children anymore, and Xiaoru will die. Are you satisfied now?
So.
It's alright if you don't have children. You still have me. I will be with you for life. If you truly want children, I can help you adopt one. Besides, when I purchased that thing, the seller said it only affects women and their fertility, not men. Perhaps the master you mentioned is just a fraud. Why, Mom, what is the reason for this? Son, we have always relied on each other. You are all I have. You can't abandon your mother. But Xiaoru is going to die. That wretched woman can die. Once she is gone, I will find you a younger and more beautiful one. I've already identified someone. She is a director at a large company and said she has feelings for you. Son, listen to your mother. I'm doing this for your own good. You are not my mother. I cannot accept a mother like you. Calm Wei Yuan shouted vehemently before hanging up the phone, covering his face as he wept. He never imagined that his mother could be a demon, shattering their once happy home for her own selfish desires.
Xiaoru, I'm sorry.
I had no idea. I didn't know what my mother was doing. What should I do? Xiaoru, I don't want to lose you. It's all my fault. If I hadn't married you, you wouldn't be in this state. Liara bit her lip, tears glistening in her eyes. She didn't want to die. She was still young. The very thought of death sent shivers down her spine, plunging her into an abyss of fear. It was a dread of mortality. The master, yes, the master. Calm Wei Yuan seemed to recall something, kneeling down once more. Despair etched on his face as he looked towards Qin Yanjin. Master, please save Xiaoru. I will do anything if you can save her. I asked you. If it meant exchanging your mother's life, would you still be willing? Calm Wei Yuan instantly fell into despair, collapsing to the ground. Master, after all, she is my mother. In that moment, Liara felt as if all her strength had been drained, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Chapter 49, Disguise for Life. Master, never mind. Don't make it difficult for him. Liara suppressed the bitterness in her heart, forcing a smile. Perhaps this is fate. Qin Yanjin shook her head inwardly. This girl was truly kind to the point of being heartbreaking. It was a pity. She cast a fleeting glance at Calm Wei Yuan, a hint of mockery flashing in her eyes. There is indeed another way to save her. The question is whether you are willing. Liara suddenly looked up, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Calm Wei Yuan also lifted his gaze to Qin Yanjin, his face filled with desperate yearning, though a barely perceptible emotion lurked beneath. I am willing, master. I will do whatever you ask, as long as Xiaoru can live, even if it means exchanging my life. Witnessing her husband's unwavering vow, an overwhelming sense of emotion surged within Liyaru, washing away the bitterness and fear that had weighed on her heart. She felt that marrying this man was the most correct decision of her life. Qin Yanjin's immaculate eyes rippled with a shallow wave, her tone remaining cold and indifferent. Very well, I shall grant your wish. Without waiting for Kong Weiyuan to react, she swiftly transferred his life force and vitality to the bewildered Liyaru. Qin Yanjin's speed was astonishing, leaving no time for either of them to respond. Kong Weiyuan felt a chill within him as a mysterious vitality withdrew from his body. He stiffened, his face turning pale, terror and agony contorting his expression. In an instant, it surged into his wife's body. Liyaru felt an overwhelming sense of ease, an inexhaustible strength coursing through her. At that moment, a peculiar comfort enveloped her entire being, a wave of vitality flooding her limbs. Her pale face gradually blooming with vibrant color. Conversely, Kong Weiyuan turned even paler, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clearly enduring immense pain. Realizing what was happening, he could no longer contain himself, crying out in madness. No, no, that's mine. That's mine. Give it back to me. Time seemed to stretch infinitely for Kong Weiyuan, the agony of separation enduring like an eternity before finally dissipating. He collapsed to the ground, his body twitching spasmodically. His eyes filled. Why, Xiaoru, you love me, don't you? Quickly speak to Master Qin, and ask him to return my lifespan, will you? If you restore it, I shall treat you twice as well. Whatever you desire, I shall grant, all right? Kong Weiyuan, as if grasping at a final lifeline, hurriedly crawled to Liyaru's feet, clutching one of her legs and pleading pitifully. Liyaru stood in confusion, utterly unaware of the unfolding drama, her eyes pleadingly searching for Qin Yanjin. Do you not understand? This is the grand scheme devised by this mother and son duo. He was never meant to live long. In his desperation to extend his life, he resorted to dark sorcery, surreptitiously stealing your lifespan. The moment you perish, his theft will be complete. Qin Yanjin smiled faintly. I am merely returning to you what he has taken. Nothing more, nothing less. Liyaru's eyes widened, instinctively wishing to retort, yet finding herself at a loss for words. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to Kong Weiyuan's protection, to his tender affection, yet she had never fathomed that such love demanded the ultimate sacrifice of her life. If love meant willingly sacrificing herself for him, perhaps she would have acquiesced, but his actions, akin to a thief's, left her indignant. If Qin Yanjin's words bore truth, then Kong Weiyuan was indeed unforgivable. Taking a deep breath, she fixed her resolute gaze upon Kong Weiyuan. Yuan, is what the master says true? All the kindness you've shown me these years was merely a ploy to claim my life, was it not? Kong Weiyuan averted his gaze, guilt-ridden. Yet the thought of his own demise without Liyaru's life spurred him to look back with yearning eyes. Xiaoru, trust me, I truly love you. If you love me too, can you not return your life to me? Liyaru's heart sank. Having known Kong Weiyuan for so many years, she was all too familiar with his penchant for deceit. Yuan, you have disappointed me profoundly. I severed ties with my family for you, endured countless remedies for your sake, and even contemplated allowing other women to bear your children, as long as they were yours. Tears streamed down her face, uncontrollable like a burst dam.
Kong Weiyuan.
Let us divorce. No, Xiaoru, I cannot bear the thought of divorce. I admit my mistakes. Please forgive me. Let us return to how we once were. I shall comply with your every wish. Please do not leave me. Liyaru shut her eyes, forcefully pushing him away, her red-rimmed eyes turning towards Qin Yanjin.
Master.
If I leave him, can I regain my lifespan? Qin Yanjin nodded, explaining, indeed, he has merely temporarily siphoned it. He has not yet truly consumed it. Only upon your death will the stolen years become his. The dark arts of witchcraft and longevity had long since faded, yet fate had brought her face to face with it once more. In her youth, she had encountered it during a training expedition with her master, who had suffered severe internal injuries in the process, taking years to recover. The thought of eradicating such malevolence lingered in her mind. Upon hearing Liyaru's intention to divorce, Kong Weiyuan panicked, struggling to rise but failing repeatedly, his face flushed from exertion. No, Liyaru, you cannot divorce me. I am your husband. If you dare leave, I will upload all our videos from these years online. This was his trump card. Since she had shown no mercy, he would not either. In a desperate act, He resorted to blackmail, wielding their past against her. With a thunderous crash, Liara's face blanched in disbelief as she stumbled back. She could scarcely comprehend that the man she loved could stoop to such depths. Kong Weiyuan, you are shameless. Seeing her fear, Kong Weiyuan's spirits lifted. As long as you do not divorce me, I promise not to release the videos. We are husband and wife, Xiao. In this lifetime, I have wronged you. But in the next, I shall serve you faithfully, never to deceive you again. Will you not consider it?
Dream on.
Liara trembled with rage, her disdain for him deepening, yet she felt a sense of relief for having come today, otherwise, she would have remained oblivious to her own demise. It was both lamentable and infuriating. Qin Yanjin's gaze was piercing. Rest assured, he cannot harm you. He will delete all videos and agree to the divorce, leaving without a penny. This is what he owes you. These words reverberated in Kong Weiyuan's mind, gradually altering his demeanor. His expression softened as he looked at Liara, nodding gently. Xiao, I will grant your wish. I will divorce you and leave without a trace. This is my debt to you. Chapter 50. Is it my posture that's wrong? After Kong Weiyuan and Liara departed, a young man in his mid-20s remained. He was of fair appearance, tall and upright, exuding a quiet dignity. However, Qin Yanjin perceived a profound sense of loneliness emanating from him. Master, I wish to know if my father is still alive. Qin Yanjin sighed lightly, gesturing to a chair. Please have a seat. The young man, sensing the underlying tone, paled slightly but complied with Qin Yanjin's request.
Xiao.
Your father was a hero, a protector of our people. Though he departed quietly and without recognition, his spirit continues to inspire us. This was his choice, his mission. He has no regrets. His only sorrow lies with you and your mother, for loyalty and filial piety are often at odds. He hopes you live on, bearing the weight of this family. Qin Yanjin spoke plainly, yet his respect for these unsung heroes was profound. Xiao clenched his fists, lowering his gaze. His lips pressed tightly together, already reddening around the edges of his eyes. I would have preferred him to be an ordinary man. Qin Yanjin understood his sentiment well. Xiao inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to weep, his voice breaking. Where are his remains? Qin Yanjin fell silent. Remains? They had long been dismembered by those ruthless criminals and fed to dogs. There were no remains. Seeing her silence, Xiao Yi's heart plummeted. Master, my father. His remains were lost at sea, with nothing left behind. This was the only time Qin Yanjin ever lied, although her master had taught her against deceit. A benevolent lie was unlikely to invoke reproach. Xiao Yi's lashes fluttered slightly, as if this outcome was bearable. He took a deep breath, lifting his head with determination. Master, can you locate those responsible? Do you seek vengeance for your father? Qin Yanjin glanced at Xiao Yi, abruptly lifted his gaze towards her, his eyes rimmed with red. I humbly seek your guidance, master. Qin Yanjin shook her head gently. I cannot divulge my plans at this moment. Please return home. I shall visit you in an hour. Xiao Yi fixed his gaze upon her for a few seconds, pressed his lips together, uncertain of what to say, and simply nodded before departing. Qin Yanjin rubbed her temples, a faint melancholy clouding her features. It seemed that a bit of trouble was brewing this time. As she exited the side hall, she happened upon Qiao Yangyuan and Yu Junyi playfully teasing Daya and Er Dan, while the bandit maintained an aloof demeanor, entirely indifferent to their antics. Only when Qin Yanjin approached did the bandit tilt its head, its large golden-black eyes widening, rendering it irresistibly adorable. Master, they are simply too delightful, so full of spirit. As if they can comprehend our words, Qiao Yangyuan exclaimed, his vivacious nature prompting him to bounce with excitement upon seeing Qin Yanjin. Qin Yanjin produced 3 pills and tossed them to the bandit. This is your dinner for the 3 of you. Keep an eye on the temple. I shall return later tonight. The bandit swiftly caught all 3 pills in its mouth, chirping at her before flapping its wings to summon the 2 little ones back to their designated spots. Are you going out, master? Yu Junyi inquired eagerly. We were just about to leave. Shall we accompany you? Yes, let us go together. Qiao Yangyuan chimed in eagerly. Feeling fortunate to be in the presence of the esteemed Master Qin, they were unabashedly sycophantic. Qin Yanjin smiled and shook her head. No need. I can manage on my own this time. She then extracted several jade beads from a piece of emerald and tossed them casually. With a series of thuds, a familiar whirlwind materialized before dissipating, along with the jade beads. I shall take my leave now. You may descend the mountain at your leisure.
With that,
Under the watchful eyes of Qiao Yangyuan and Yujunyi, she stepped into the teleportation array, channeling her internal spiritual energy, and vanished from their sight. Whoa. The master has vanished? Qiao Yangyuan exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment as he rushed to the spot where Qin Yanjin had just stood. Curious if he too would disappear. After waiting for a while in vain, he stomped his feet in disbelief, as if trying to awaken some latent power. Wait, that's odd. The master clearly vanished from here. Why can't I? He pondered whether his posture was incorrect and attempted to mimic Qin Yanjin's stance, but still did not disappear. He turned to Yujunyi, a look of dismay crossing his features. Why can the master do it, but I cannot? Because the master is the master. Meanwhile, Qin Yanjin was teleported directly to the express station. Thanks to a concealment spell, her sudden appearance went unnoticed. She hailed a taxi and provided an address. Upon arrival, she scanned to pay, exited the vehicle, and walked straight into an old residential complex. Though the complex was aged, a security guard was still on duty at the entrance. Fortune smiled upon Qin Yanjin as the guard was dozing, allowing her to slip in unnoticed. Following Xiao Yi's memories, she arrived at the 7th floor and stood before his door. She produced 5 jade beads, tossing them into the 4 cardinal directions, and inscribed an intricate pattern in the center. This was the beast binding formation, specifically designed to ensnare wild beasts, regardless of their ferocity. As long as the caster's cultivation surpassed that of the beast, escape was impossible. Qin Yanjin chose this formation because it contained mechanisms that preyed upon those with inner demons. Typically, it would lead to self-inflicted harm among the trapped, thereby diminishing their combat capabilities. Once the formation dissipated, the beasts inside would be utterly exhausted or meet their demise. Since Xiao Yi made that fateful decision, she knew individuals would inevitably come to seek him out. However, she was unwilling to wait and could only resort to the most direct method to draw them in. She dialed Xiao Yi's number, without hesitation. His voice came through, chillingly cold. Hello, who is this? After 8 p.m. tonight, you and your mother must remain indoors. Do not open the door, no matter what sounds you hear. And remember to call the police. It would be wise to contact your father's colleagues as well. Master Qin? Yes. Once you capture those individuals, the evidence will be hidden within one of their dental braces, proof of murder and drug trafficking, including their hideout. Thank you, Master Qin. After this, will you still pursue being a narcotics officer? Yes, I want to follow in my father's footsteps and fulfill his dreams. Master Qin. I wish to walk the same path as my father and inherit his legacy. His voice was resolute and passionate, as if the valiant figure of his father materialized before him, tall and heroic. Unbidden, tears streamed down his cheeks. Qin Yanjin sighed. I shall send you a jade talisman for your safety. Xiao Yi choked back his emotions. Thank you, master. After ending the call, Qin Yanjin felt that this was all she could do for now. The rest would have to wait. Chapter 51. I am a fortune teller. When Xiao Yi returned, he had deliberately purchased a surveillance camera to install at the peephole. His mother, puzzled, asked Xiao Yi, "What are you doing? Mom, do you believe me?" Xiao Yi hesitated to reveal the truth, fearing it would frighten her, so he spoke in a cautious tone. His mother nodded earnestly. Of course, you are my son. I naturally believe in you. All right, Mom. No matter what happens tonight or what you hear, do not open the door. Seeing her son's serious demeanor, Xiao Mama's heart began to race with anxiety, and her expression turned apprehensive. Xiao Yi, is something wrong? Is someone bullying you? Her eyes brimmed with worry as she clutched his arm. Xiao Yi hastily reassured her, No, Mom. Don't overthink it. I'm not someone who can be easily bullied. You know I've trained hard all these years, and most people can't easily overpower me. Yes, my son is very capable, just like your father, Xiao Mama said tearfully. Xiao Yi quickly embraced her, offering comfort. Mom, don't cry. I will protect you just like Dad did. The wait felt interminable and fraught with tension as Xiao Yi stole glances at the time. The closer it got to 8 p.m., the more violently his heart raced. He had no idea what Qin Yanjin had done, but he was certain that Master Qin was a person of great skill. Trusting her was certainly the right choice. Time dragged on, and finally, amidst the torturous anticipation, the clock struck 8. Xiao Yi stared fixedly at the surveillance feed on his phone. Suddenly, several figures appeared at the entrance, brazenly standing before his door. The leader, a burly man with a fierce demeanor, bore a deep scar across the corner of his left eye, rendering him both menacing and terrifying. He gestured discreetly to one of his companions, who promptly stepped forward to press the doorbell. As the doorbell rang, Xiao Mama, engrossed in her television show, instinctively stood up to answer the door.
Mom.
Don't open the door.
Why?
Xiao, what is wrong? You look so pale. Noticing her son's distressed expression, she reached out to check his forehead. Finding no signs of fever. Why does your face look so dreadful? Mom, look at this. Xiao took a deep breath, pondering for a moment before finally showing her the phone. On the surveillance screen, several imposing figures appeared, their demeanor unmistakably sinister. Before Xiao Mama could comprehend the gravity of the situation, Xiao spoke directly. Mom, these individuals are ruthless criminals. They are right outside our door. If you open it, we might all be in peril. Xiao Mama's face drained of color instantly as she clamped her mouth shut to stifle any sound, her eyes wide with panic and fear. Mom, do not be afraid. They cannot enter, Xiao quickly reassured her, wrapping his arm around her shoulders gently. Realizing the severity of the situation, Xiao Mama lowered her voice and asked, Son, did you know about this from the start? Otherwise, why would you have installed the cameras beforehand? However, she could not fathom why, knowing these individuals were dangerous, her son chose not to contact the authorities directly, but instead lured them to their home, a perilous decision indeed. The thought of what might happen if a neighbor encountered them was too dreadful to contemplate. Mom, rest assured, they will not escape, Xiao promised. Fearing that her son might take reckless actions, Xiao Mama grasped his arm tightly. Son, please do not do anything foolish. You are my only child. If something were to happen to you, I could not bear to live. Just as he was about to comfort her further, they heard shouting and the sounds of a struggle from outside. Hastily, he grabbed his phone to check the footage. On the monitor, several fierce men were engaged in a violent brawl for reasons unknown. 2 of them lay bloodied on the ground, lifeless in a pool of red, while 2 others, wounded and trembling, continued to attack each other as if driven by an ancient grudge. The most formidable among them was the scar-faced leader. His muscles taut and emitting ominous creaks, his eyes glinting with predatory ferocity, ready to pounce on anyone who posed a threat. What is happening? Xiao Mama asked. Disbelief etched across her face. Xiao it must be a dispute over the spoils, he surmised, quickly dialing his father's former colleague. Uncle Wang, a group of criminals has gathered at my doorstep, armed with knives and engaged in a violent altercation. Can you bring more people?
What?
All right.
Xiao.
Do not panic. I will dispatch officers immediately. You and your mother must stay inside and wait for me. Under no circumstances should you open the door until I arrive. Understood, Uncle Wang. After hanging up, he glanced outside again. The scar-faced man stood ominously at the door, having been wounded in the shoulder, his black t-shirt soaked in blood. His expression was devoid of pain, merely exuding a calm indifference. Yet, even in his apparent tranquility, he furrowed his brow menacingly at the sound of police. Once he was apprehended, Uncle Wang knocked on the door of Xiao Yi's home. Xiao Yi, it's me, Uncle Wang. Upon opening the door, Xiao Yi leaned closer and whispered, Uncle Wang, these men are the ones who murdered Dad. This man's dental brace conceals evidence. The following morning, Qin Yanjin awoke from her meditation, completed her morning lessons, and was met with a knock at the door of the Taoist temple. She sighed, shaking her head, realizing they had indeed come to find her. Upon opening the door, she found 2 uniformed men standing outside, their eyes filled with scrutiny and astonishment. The leading man immediately inquired, Are you Miss Qin Yanjin? Without surprise, she nodded yes. I am Captain Wang Changming of the Criminal Investigation Unit. Based on the clues provided last night, may I ask you a few questions? Of course. How did you obtain these individuals' phone numbers? It was evident that their swift arrival was due to someone tipping them off, someone like Qin Yanjin. However, Wang Changming could only speculate. After all, if Qin Yanjin wished to remain hidden, who could uncover her secrets? I am a fortune teller, she replied, regarding him with an expression akin to disbelief. As if to say, as a fortune teller, shouldn't I know? Wang Changming was momentarily taken aback. Then how did you know there was evidence hidden in his dental brace? Qin Yanjin maintained her incredulous gaze. Officer Wang, I already told you, I am a fortune teller. Wang Changming's eyes widened in disbelief. What does that mean? Should a fortune teller know everything? In his mind, such individuals were often categorized as charlatans. His voice grew cold, a forced smile barely concealing his irritation. Miss Qin, if you refuse to cooperate, we have the authority to arrest you for questioning. Please assist us. Qin Yanjin shook her head helplessly. I am cooperating. It's just that you do not believe me. Nonsense. Merely stating that you are a fortune teller is not cooperation. It clearly appears as an attempt to evade responsibility. Wang Changming took a deep breath, his expression turning grave. Ms. Qin, please answer my questions directly, without attempting to obscure the truth. Qin Yanjin, with utmost seriousness, replied, I knew you would not believe me. How about this? You pay me 500 yuan, and I will give you a reading. If it is inaccurate, you need not pay. Thus, 10 minutes later, Wang Changming, his face flushed, awkwardly stated, Today, my visit has been rather intrusive, master. We shall withdraw. Just as he turned to leave, he hesitated, rubbing his hands together nervously. Master, may I request a talisman? Qin Yanjin smiled warmly, of course. Chapter 52. A Connection with the Celestial Realm. After Wang Changming departed, Qin Yanjin retrieved her phone and booked a flight ticket to Yunhai City online. Yesterday, she had traced the memory of Kong Weiyuan to a nefarious practitioner involved in the trade of corpse poison. While she had no concrete leads, she could surmise his whereabouts. Determined to eradicate this societal menace, Qin Yanjin resolved to confront him personally. She speculated that this malevolent practitioner was closely linked to the one who had injured her master. If she could apprehend them both, it would serve as retribution for her master. Turning back, she tossed a vial of beast essence to the bandit. I will be away for 2 days. Remember to guard the house. In truth, the temple was quite secure. She had set up a defensive formation the previous day. Anyone harboring ill intentions who dared to trespass would face dire repercussions, ensnared by malevolent spirits. Thus, she felt confident disappearing from the temple, only to reappear at the familiar express delivery station. 40 minutes later, Qin Yanjin found herself in the airport restroom, just as before, casting an emerald bead to establish a teleportation array once more. It would serve as the ideal exit point in the future. On the plane in business class, as soon as Qin Yanjin settled into her seat, the chubby girl beside her gasped in shock, covering her mouth, her eyes sparkling with excitement, her short, stout legs shaking restlessly. Her enthusiasm was palpable. Master, is that you? The girl whispered eagerly. Yes, Qin Yanjin replied softly. Upon receiving the answer she sought, the girl nearly leapt from her seat, her voice trembling with exhilaration. Master, I am your fan. I absolutely adore you. Especially that moment when you punished the wicked during a live stream. You are like a celestial being descended upon the earth. Master, are you human or divine? How are you so extraordinary? She gesticulated animatedly, her cherubic face brimming with excitement and admiration, her eyes shimmering as if sprinkled with stardust. Meow meow, what are you doing? On the other side of the aisle, a middle-aged woman furrowed her brow at her daughter's unrefined behavior. The chubby girl's body quivered with excitement for a fleeting moment before she composed herself, adopting a graceful demeanor as she offered a faint smile to the middle-aged woman. Mom, I just had a bit of a cramp in my limbs, so I was stretching. Naturally, her mother was skeptical, but mindful of their public surroundings. She merely shot her a glare before resuming her typing on the laptop. The chubby girl playfully stuck out her tongue. Master, it's a pleasure to meet you. May I request your assistance in telling my fortune? She quickly elaborated. During a live broadcast, it's hard for me to get selected, and I have little freedom when I go to Qingfeng Mountain. Master, considering our encounter, I implore you. She pressed her palms together, her expression one of earnest pleading. Despite her features being somewhat squished due to her weight, she was not unattractive. Rather, she possessed a certain cuteness, especially in her soft, almost childlike voice, which had grown even softer than her previous adorable lowly tone. Qin Yanjin pondered for a moment. After all, flying could be quite tedious. And it wouldn't hurt to earn a little extra. She promptly raised 5 fingers. 500. No problem. The chubby girl discreetly retrieved 500 yuan in cash, carefully glancing at her mother beside her. Fortunately, while her mother was strict, she was generous with her pocket money. Qin Yanjin chuckled softly and then scrutinized the girl's features. The young lady had an excellent facial structure, indicative of great prosperity. However, to Qin Yanjin's surprise, the girl exhibited a touch of ethereal fortune, particularly associated with the renowned wealth-bringing spirit, the good fortune boy. This meant she was a veritable treasure doll. As long as she was treated well and loved sincerely, the other party would receive corresponding wealth in return. In simpler terms, her fortune influenced those around her. Anyone harboring even a hint of malice would find their finances inexplicably dwindling. If their malice was profound, they might very well lead a life of poverty. Master, what do you see? Am I doomed? The chubby girl asked anxiously when Qin Yanjin remained silent. Had it not been for the glimmer of envy in Qin Yanjin's gaze, she might have lost her composure. Qin Yanjin shook her head enviously.
No.
Your features are splendid. Indeed, very splendid. Let us do this. Since the flight is rather dull, I will first recount your past. Yes. Please, master. Your name is Lu Miao Miao, with Lu as in the willow tree. Your parents are divorced. Your father has remarried, and your mother raised you alone. You are quite intelligent, possess a lovely disposition, and are very filial and understanding. From a young age, your academic performance has been exceptional. However, at the age of 10, you faced a turning point in your life. You fell ill and gained weight due to hormone treatments. Your classmates have shown hostility towards you, and even your father, now with another child, has treated you poorly. With each word from Qin Yanjin, the glimmer in Lu Miao Miao's eyes brightened, clearly indicating her recognition of Qin Yanjin's genuine mastery. Master, you are truly remarkable. Just a glance, and you can discern my family's circumstances. During the live broadcast, I thought it was scripted. Although I eventually believed it, I still found it hard to trust without personal experience. Now I am genuinely impressed. She continued, You are right. My father treats me terribly. The last time, his son bullied me and spread rumors about me at school. After the teacher reprimanded him, my father called to scold me. As she spoke, Lu Miao Miao felt a pang in her heart, as if a lump of cotton had lodged there all day. Master, could you tell me when my mother will find a partner? She has been tirelessly working for me all these years without considering her own lifelong happiness. I fear that when I go to college, she will be left alone, and solitude is quite lonely. Yet, I worry that whoever she finds might be like my father. I am quite conflicted, master. Could you help me find a stepfather? Qin Yanjin glanced at Lu Miao Miao's mother before invoking her secret divination technique, quickly discerning the future. Tonight, your mother will meet a very important client, a mature, responsible man who is widowed and has a son. He suffers from mild agoraphobia. As you and your mother discuss cooperation tonight, keep a close eye on that young boy. When he is at his most vulnerable, offer your assistance, and this union will come to fruition. Moreover, a marriage between your families will propel both your mother's and his career to new heights. So, my future stepfather is destined to be prosperous? Lu Miao Miao's eyes widened in excitement. Not that he has a prosperous fate, but rather you do. You are connected to the ethereal realm. Anyone who treats you genuinely will experience increasing fortune, while those who are unkind will only find themselves impoverished. Lu Miao Miao blinked in realization. No wonder my biological father's family is growing poorer. It turns out the issue lies with me. And my mother? Your mother simply lacks the time to accompany you. She truly cares for you. Otherwise, when she divorced your father while renting a house, how could she have moved into such a grand villa now? Indeed, master is correct. My mother appears strict, but she has a heart of gold beneath her harsh words. Yes, your mother worries about your innocence and fears you might be deceived, which is why she is so strict. However, you should leverage your own advantages to test whether others truly care for you. Master is right. In the future, anyone who is poor does not deserve to be my friend. Qin Yanjin, with her A-level comprehension, nodded. Master, could you see if I might be able to purchase that body slimming pill you mentioned in the last live broadcast? Lu Miao Miao gazed at her eagerly. Is that possible? Qin Yanjin replied, 5,000. Deal. Chapter 53. Pressure. Yunhai City. After disembarking from the plane, she waved goodbye to Lu Miao Miao and hopped into a taxi, heading straight for the secluded abode of the wicked cultivator. It was a quaint town steeped in traditional charm, where one could see houses adorned with blue stones and tiles, and cobblestone paths that evoked the serene melodies of Jiangnan as depicted in landscape paintings. Walking along the cobbled road, it felt as though she had traversed into a bygone era. Qin Yanjin strolled along the stone path, holding a freshly bought oil paper umbrella. She was already a picture of beauty and grace, clad in the white attire of a Taoist robe, her natural elegance accentuating her ethereal presence, making her appear like a fairy stepping out from an ink-wash painting. Tourists, captivated by her appearance, discreetly snapped photos of her with their phones. Yet upon reviewing the images, they always found her face indistinct. This puzzled them greatly. Some even uploaded her photos to their Weibo accounts, and before long, the comments on that post surged wildly. Wow. Is this a fairy? Why do I feel such an elusive and unattainable aura? So beautiful. Even though I can't see her features clearly, I instinctively know she must be stunning. I need her entire profile within a minute. Unbeknownst to Qin Yanjin, she had garnered a wave of attention on Weibo while she strolled down a bustling street. Suddenly, An elderly, hunched woman buying vegetables caught her eye. The woman was clad in coarse linen garments, carrying a basket of vegetables, moving slowly as she glanced at the produce around her. Qin Yanjin noticed her due to an overwhelming aura of misfortune surrounding her. Through her divination technique, she discovered that this woman was the wife of the wicked cultivator who had once battled her master. To her astonishment, the woman had aged into an old crone, while the wicked cultivator remained youthful. Together, they presented a stark contrast, with the wife now serving as a caretaker for their son. Having transformed into a mere housekeeper for the two of them, Qin Yanjin followed the old woman all the way to a residential compound. The courtyard was unremarkable, no different from the others around it. When the old woman pushed the door open, the scene inside was revealed. In the small courtyard, a young man was fiddling with something. When he casually lifted his eyes, his gaze collided with Qin Yanjin's. He froze for a moment, and the door slowly began to close. "Don't close it," the young man shouted sharply and rushed forward, taking 3 steps in 2, pushing the door back open. But the woman in white was already walking away. Without hesitation, he followed after her, his eyes fixed tightly on Qin Yanjin's back. Sensing the burning gaze behind her, Qin Yanjin curved her lips faintly, her eyes filled with cold indifference and ridicule. After so many years, his appearance had not changed in the slightest. Yet around him swirled countless traces of human vitality. These auras carried not only dense resentment, but also a suffocating evil. This was the unmistakable sign of stealing others' lifespans to extend one's own. "Hey, miss, please wait." He jogged forward and blocked her path. His pitch-black, gloomy eyes flickered with wicked excitement. Rubbing his hands together, he gave a leering smile. "Hello, my name is Duan Wenbin. Nice to meet you. Are you here on vacation?" Qin Yanjin frowned and stepped back a few paces, her expression turning cold. "Sorry, I don't know you, and I don't want to." She went around him and continued forward. Duan Wenbin, of course, had no intention of giving up. He had been hiding in this small town for over 7 years. Every woman in town had already been played with. Now that a top-tier beauty had finally appeared, how could he let her go? "Don't be nervous, miss. I'm not a bad person. I just noticed your skin is really good and wanted to introduce you to a special skincare product." Lowering his voice, he continued, "This product can keep you young forever. Look at me, I'm already 36, but I'm still as well-maintained as a young man. What do you think? Interested in trying it?" Qin Yanjin gave him a look that clearly said, "You must think I'm an idiot," disgust and mockery flashing in her eyes. "Sir, this kind of pickup line is really nothing new. It's revolting. Please step aside. You're blocking my way." As if he had anticipated this response, Duan Wenbin didn't get angry. Instead, he calmly took out a tiny green flying insect. With a casual toss, the little bug seemed to receive an order, spinning a few times before landing on Qin Yanjin. Just as it opened its mouth to bite, Qin Yanjin flicked her finger. An invisible burst of energy shot out, knocking the insect away and blowing it apart. Duan Wenbin's face went pale with shock. Alarm bells rang in his head as he stumbled backward, trying to put distance between them. But how could Qin Yanjin let him escape? She released her pressure directly, enveloping him. Duan Wenbin felt as though a mountain had crashed down on him. His breathing became labored, his heart pounded violently, and after a wave of dizziness, he collapsed to his knees with a thud. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, his eyes growing unfocused. Qin Yanjin looked down at him from above. "Duan Wenbin, long time no see. I never expected that after all these years, in order to prolong your life, you would abandon wealth, luxury, and indulgence, and hide in a little town like this. Truly surprising. Who are you?" Duan Wenbin was filled with terror. He could feel his life slipping away and panic surged in his heart. "You're not worthy of knowing who I am," Qin Yanjin said coldly. "Duan Wenbin, you spent your life scheming for wealth and murdering others, stealing their lifespans without consent. Today, I carry out heaven's justice and take your life. Your soul will never be reincarnated, doomed to eternal hell. In your next life, be a beast." As soon as she finished speaking, she unleashed an overwhelming wave of pressure. With a choking sound, Duan Wenbin spat out a mouthful of black, foul-smelling blood. His knees could no longer hold. With a sharp crack, his kneecap shattered. His eyes bulged with hatred as he let out a heart-rending howl. A sickly sweet taste spread through his mouth. Another mouthful of rancid black blood spilled out. Qin Yanjin sneered and waved her hand, directly stripping away 80 years of his lifespan. Those years had all been forcibly stolen from young women. Now, he would taste that suffering himself. "No. Watching his face rapidly age and his lifespan vanish, Duan Wenbin wished he could tear Qin Yanjin apart alive. His eyes were bloodshot. His expression twisted. If you've got the guts, kill me. Otherwise, even as a ghost, I won't let you go. As he hurled threats, he secretly activated the goo insect hidden in his pocket, his natal goo. In truth, his goo techniques were mediocre. Back then, he had only learned them out of desperation to endlessly prolong his life. If he had been as obsessed with raising goo as his son, he would never have been humiliated like this. Qin Yanjin saw all his little tricks clearly, her gaze filled with disdain. You think your petty tricks matter to me? Don't bother. It's useless. I came here to wipe out your last remaining bloodline. You have half an hour left. Use it well, and think about where you want your grave. Remember to choose a spacious spot. Your son will come looking for you soon. Hearing that he still had half an hour left, Duan Wenbin spat out another mouthful of black blood. His heart was flooded with unwillingness and terror as his sinister eyes locked onto Qin Yanjin. He pulled his lips into a vicious curve. First he chuckled, then burst into mad laughter. Thick black blood streamed from his eyes, nostrils, ears, and mouth, his crazed appearance resembling a vicious ghost. Ha 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 ha, you think you've won? Just wait. My son will avenge me. You're dead. You're dead. Qin Yanjin shook her head lightly. If it weren't for the fact that your death still has some value, I would be ended you already. She cast an obscure glance in a certain direction, let out a soft laugh, and turned away. Chapter 54. Breakthrough to the Foundation Establishment Stage. Qin Yanjin went up the mountain.
Duan Wenbin Duan
Was cultivating goo techniques on the mountain. With snakes, insects, rats, and ants everywhere, it was the most suitable place for training. Based on Duan Wenbin's memories, she quickly located him. At that moment, Duan Haiyang was controlling a large swarm of bees, arranging them into various formations. After forming a few shapes, he reached his limit. When the bees dispersed, he began analyzing the reasons for his failure. To be fair, with his level of diligence, given another 10 years or so, he would definitely achieve something. Qin Yanjin's lips curved slightly.
Clap, clap, clap.
In the silent mountain forest, crisp applause rang out, startling Duan Haiyang, who was immersed in his goo arts. Who's there? At the same time, Fat Wu, I feel like she's discovered us. Her cultivation seems to have improved a lot. One tall and thin man, one short and fat man, emerged from the shadows and approached the dying Duan Wenbin. After being on the run for 65 years, Duan Wenbin never expected she would even find this place. The tall, thin man stared pensively at Duan Wenbin, who was writhing like a maggot.
Yes.
Back then, we spent enormous manpower and resources searching for him. Who would have thought that after all these years before the short, fat man could finish his sigh, a black blur suddenly shot toward him at lightning speed. Both men were startled and immediately retreated, circulating spiritual energy to defend themselves. The black shadow seemed extremely sensitive to spiritual energy, darting straight toward their vital points. Shocked, the two men quickly adjusted their positions and activated their energy, engaging it head-on. With a resounding bang, the spiritual energy collided with Duan Wenbin's life-bound goo, the intense recoil causing both to spurt blood simultaneously. Although Duan Wenbin's abilities were limited, his life-bound goo had been cultivated by his father for decades, thus possessing formidable power. However, Qin Yanjin was simply too powerful, so overwhelming that he couldn't even summon his life-bound goo. Ultimately, both had underestimated their opponent. Unbeknownst to them, the reason Qin Yanjin had refrained from eliminating Duan Wenbin's life-bound goo was merely to test the waters. Calculating that they would only sustain minor injuries, she chose to depart, leaving the two overconfident individuals in a state of shock. They believed their prowess was sufficiently high, holding significant positions within the Anomaly Control Bureau. Yet they were astounded to realize that someone who could subdue them effortlessly was nearly their undoing. They swallowed hard in disbelief. Fortunately, Duan Wenbin could only persist for half an hour. His life-bound goo lost its vessel and quickly disintegrated into dust. They breathed a sigh of relief, grateful they had not rashly tested the depths of Qin Yanjin's capabilities. They needed to inform their leader. Indeed, this Qin Yanjin, or rather, Master Qin, is undoubtedly a formidable presence. Just as they had dealt with Duan Wenbin, Qin Yanjin was receiving 3 strands of heavenly secrets from different sources. One was from Duan Wenbin, another from Duan Haiyang, and the last from Lu Miaomiao, whom she had encountered on the plain. To her astonishment, Lu Miaomiao's heavenly secret was not in the slightest inferior to the nefarious Duan Wenbin's. No wonder it is said that matchmakers engage in a noble act of merit. It seems she ought to ponder this aspect more deeply in the future. While immersed in such thoughts, a surging torrent of spiritual energy enveloped her, prompting Qin Yanjin to quickly sit down and begin absorbing the energy. Time slipped by, and eventually, a thunderous clap resonated through the sky.
Boom.
A bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, struck directly above her head. Her pupils constricted, and she slightly shifted her body, causing the bolt to strike beside her. The shockwave from the lightning toppled her, but fortunately, she sustained no substantial harm.
Boom.
Another bolt of lightning descended. Drawing from her previous experience, Qin Yanjin narrowly evaded it once more, a bitter smile gracing her lips. I have merely broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Must it be so ruthless? Thankfully, it was the end of the era of magic, and the power of the heavenly Tao was somewhat diminished. Otherwise, had she been struck by those 2 bolts, she would undoubtedly have been reduced to nothing. Typically, 3 bolts of heavenly lightning descend upon the foundation establishment stage, but for reasons unknown, perhaps due to the decline of the heavenly Tao, only 2 managed to strike before vanishing. She took a deep breath, her eyes sparkling with determination. At the foundation establishment stage, one can indeed fly, with a sword. However, she currently lacked a suitable weapon. Recalling that she had previously acquired a piece of jade, it seemed she would need to craft a fitting weapon upon her return. Glancing at the time, she noted that it was now the early hours of the second day. Qin Yanjin swiftly traversed the forest like a swallow, appearing and disappearing, her form flickering in and out of sight, seemingly just before her eyes, only to reappear 100 meters away in an instant. The speed was astonishing. Upon returning to Qinglian Temple, she immediately spotted the now considerably larger bandit and the 2 eggs that had grown feathers. Qin Yanjin's expression darkened. Have you consumed all the elixirs I provided? It should be noted that those were meant for spiritual beasts. Ordinary animals could very well explode upon ingestion. She quickly inspected the 3 non-human creatures and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they had absorbed some spiritual energy while being near her. Otherwise, trouble would have surely ensued. The bandit, undeterred, blinked its large, innocent eyes, sparkling with excitement. It chirped a couple of times before unfurling its wings, which spanned over 2 meters,
And flapped them a couple of times.
Under Qin Yanjin's scrutinizing gaze, she watched as the dust on the stone steps, paved with blue stones, was swept up by a gust of wind, spiraling into the air. Observing the pristine blue stone slabs beneath her feet, devoid of even a speck of dust, her lips curled into a smile. She patted the bandit on the head. Well done. Since you possess this ability, I am assigning you an additional task. From now on, you shall be responsible for cleaning the entire temple. The bandit tilted its head. It seemed to grasp the meaning, yet also appeared not to comprehend. After all, it was merely a bird. What did a bird understand? Thus, it ignored Qin Yanjin's words and flapped its wings, flying back to the Bodhi tree, out of sight and out of mind. Witnessing its feigned ignorance, Qin Yanjin couldn't help but let out a soft snicker. On Saturday, after completing her morning lessons, Qin Yanjin opened a live stream at 7:55 a.m. She noticed that only 5 days had passed since her last broadcast, yet during this time, her follower count had surged past 1.5 million, with her popularity reaching a staggering 5 million. Raising an eyebrow, she observed the overwhelming messages in the Tiger Leap backend, indicating that her live stream had begun to generate buzz as early as yesterday. Anyone entering the Tiger Leap live stream would automatically see her account pop up. Lost in thought, she suddenly found the live chat inundated with messages, rendering her own face invisible amidst the flood of declarations from her admirers. Good morning, Master Qin. Master Qin, you finally started your live stream. I've missed you, thought of you, and still miss you. I've been waiting in the live stream since early this morning, eager to see you first. If I didn't see you, my longing would surely become unbearable. Master, my love for you is akin to a mouse's love for rice. Qin Yanjin's lips twitched. Why did it feel like these people had become so fervent after just a few days? With a gentle smile, she greeted everyone. Good morning. As I mentioned last time, I will be selecting 10 lucky individuals to receive talismans. Are you all ready? Ready. Master, please begin. I just prayed to the Bodhisattva. She has already opened the back door for me. What a coincidence. I also prayed to the Bodhisattva, even though it was the goddess of childbirth. She also mentioned opening a back door for me. Humph. What do you all count as? Last night, The Buddha appeared in my dreams and said my ancestral grave was smoking. I suspect Master Qin must have added fuel to the fire. Hey, is your ancestral grave alright? Have your grandfather and great-grandfather come to find you? Ha ha ha. Retreat. Retreat. Just because you know a few deities, you think you're impressive? Let me tell you. I worship Master Qin. With Master Qin here, all of you can stand aside. Qin Yanjin's lips twitched as she observed the lively atmosphere in the live stream. A hint of a smile unconsciously dancing in her eyes. Chapter 55. Oh no, it's that heart-fluttering feeling. Alright, let the 10 consecutive draws commence. As the Wheel of Fortune spun, moments later, 10 lucky winners were revealed. Congratulations to Old Purple Shoe Dao Mountain. The mountain moon knows the heart. The evening breeze teases. Socially awkward child. Studying medicine can't save baldness. High-quality woman. Rebellious spirit. Seconds to male. Macaron chokes. And I should be under the car. You have all won today's free talismans. Please send your addresses to the back end, and I will dispatch the talismans individually. Those who received rewards were elated, while those who did not could only sigh in disappointment, lamenting their poor luck. Ha ha ha. I'm over the moon. I actually won. It feels like I've hit the jackpot of 5 million. Hey, are you selling it? I'll buy it at the original price. If it weren't for Master Qin allowing original price orders, I would have wanted to throw money at you. Master, I'm rebellious spirit. May I choose a specific talisman? I would like a wisdom talisman for my child. Is that possible? Tears of envy cascaded uncontrollably from the corners of my mouth. To be honest, I too yearn to acquire a talisman, yet unfortunately, Master Qin does not sell them, which is truly regrettable. Without further ado, let us commence with the rewards. In an instant, the gifts flooded the live stream, particularly the complimentary ones, nearly overwhelming the entire screen. Qin Yanjin, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "All right, everyone, let us pause the gifts for now. Otherwise, I won't be able to see your comments." Following this, she addressed those interested in a contrarian spirit. If you have a specific type in mind, feel free to message me directly. For those who are indecisive, I can select based on your personal circumstances. For instance, for those who are drawn to romance, I will provide a peach blossom talisman. Now, we will select 100 individuals who wish to purchase the slimming pill. To clarify, each slimming pill costs 10,000 yuan and lasts for a year. During this period, regardless of what you consume, you shall not gain weight. It is suitable for those with an average weight of 95 to 180 jin. As long as you do not exceed 180 jin, the slimming pill will yield remarkable results. Please be prepared, everyone. Here it comes at long last, the slimming pill. For a gathering, I made the bold decision to purchase a size I had always hesitated to try on. If I manage to win the slimming pill, I shall undoubtedly be the most stunning one at the event. Why is there a cap of 180 jin? What if I weigh 200 jin? Master, you cannot be biased. For newcomers who have just entered the live stream, they express curiosity about the slimming pill, feeling as though they have stumbled into a pyramid scheme. To the one above, you are correct. You may leave now. Indeed, do not purchase it. You will surely regret it. How amusing. This is sheer malicious competition. Qin Yanjin swiftly updated the numbers on the spinning wheel. Alright, everyone can begin selecting. The bright red wheel spun rapidly, and moments later, it came to a halt. Qin Yanjin smiled and announced, "Congratulations to these 100 fortunate individuals. There are too many names to read aloud, so if anyone does not wish to keep their prize, they may sell it at the original price to others. Once the winners are confirmed, please message your addresses in the back office." I won. How incredibly fortunate. Ha ha ha. I am beyond excited. I must buy a lottery ticket tonight. Perhaps I will win a fortune like I want to be alone from the last live stream. I won too, but I am already quite slim. I wonder if any users would like to buy it. Please message me in the back office. I want to buy it. I will message you in the back office. Master, I recall today's theme is about calculating romantic fates, correct? When do we start? I am eager to discover which rascal will be holding my future wife. Sigh, my mother has been pressuring me to go on blind dates. The first question they ask is whether I have a car, a house, how much savings I have, and it drives me utterly mad. You're fortunate. I recently had an online romance with a girl who is beautiful and sweet-voiced, and she cared for me daily. I thought I had found true love, only to discover that when I finally met her in person, she turned out to be a cross-dresser, which utterly disgusted me. I felt as though my soul had been tarnished. Ha ha, a cross-dresser. Brother, as long as they are good-looking, who cares if they are male or female? To the one above, your perspective is quite perilous. Meanwhile, the viewers continued to engage in discussion while showering the live stream with gifts, surpassing the previous amounts. The barrage of comments flew across the screen. New users who accidentally stumbled and assumed there was a glitch in the platform, but upon realizing the situation, they found it unbelievable. Some even went so far as to report it, alleging that someone was engaging in superstitious practices on the live stream. Ironically, some of the police officers handling the case were fans of Qin Yanjin, who, under the pretense of conducting an investigation, openly watched the live stream and even won a prize themselves. Seeing that the time was nearly upon her, Qin Yanjin addressed the viewers. All right, let us proceed to the next segment. Today's focus is on romantic fates, as I shall play the role of a matchmaker. Those seeking partners, remember to participate. Of course, if you wish to calculate the likelihood of marital discord, I can do that as well, so those hoping to maintain their marriages should contemplate carefully. Soon, the spinning wheel made its appearance, with over 1.5 million online participants seeking romantic connections. Some viewers were merely lowering the odds of winning. Others were simply there for the spectacle, while some were idly bored, and others sought a change. In any case, there were indeed few sincerely seeking a partner. The wheel came to a stop, and Qin Yanjin smiled, congratulating, find a boyfriend, rich lady look at me, and, just for fun, as the three fated individuals. Now, let us connect with the first participant. With that, she initiated the link with find a boyfriend. Hello, Master Qin. I am your fan. I never imagined I would be so fortunate today, not only winning the slimming pill, but also getting to connect with you. You are so beautiful. It feels as though you are glowing. On screen appeared a girl of striking beauty who seemed to understand the live stream's etiquette, promptly turning off all beauty filters and even fumbling to remove her makeup. Master, I apologize, but could you please wait a moment? She smiled shyly. I just came from an interview, and didn't he expect to be chosen? It's all right, take your time, Qin Yanjin reassured her. As the girl awkwardly removed her makeup, the viewers began to liven up. The little sister is both beautiful and pure. Someone remarked, she gives off the vibe of a beauty blogger. This makeup remover is excellent. It's gentle on the skin, though a bit pricey. Watching her, my heart raced suddenly. Oh no, this is the feeling of infatuation. To the brother above. I am a medical student. I advise you not to act impulsively. What you're feeling is not infatuation, it's arrhythmia. You might be having a stroke. I suggest you get your brain checked. Ha ha ha, arrhythmia, and you need to check your brain. I recommend that school never let him graduate. The online banter continued. And soon the girl finished removing her makeup, appearing on camera with a radiant smile. Master, I am ready. We can begin. Just as she adjusted her phone, a well-dressed girl suddenly appeared beside her, smiling brightly. Tongyan, my boyfriend said thank you for taking care of him all these years. He wants to treat you to dinner. You must come. Tongyan quickly pushed her away, whispering, Jinjin, I'm live streaming. Can we discuss dinner later? The girl named Jinjin's eyes lit up. Live stream? How did you start streaming? She didn't even look at the content, turning to the camera instead. Hi everyone, I'm Zhao Jinjin, Tongyan's best friend. Our family is a single-parent household with a younger brother and my mother favors boys. I kindly ask everyone to treat Tongyan well, considering her difficult background. Thank you all in advance. Chapter 56, The Good Best Friend of Daxia. She is truly sweet, with a good heart. This little sister is both beautiful and kind. Within a minute, I want all her information. What the hell? You guys have in a moment. The online community became polarized. The male users predominantly rallied behind the kind-hearted and beautiful Zhao Jinjin, while the female users collectively sided with find a boyfriend. Fortunately, Zhao Jinjin, having a slight nearsightedness, was oblivious to the comments swirling around her. Just then, she received a phone call, greeted her audience in the live stream, and cheerfully departed, entirely unaware that this marked the beginning of her nightmare. Master, I apologize, but I think I shall refrain. Zhao Jinjin's scars were laid bare. And find a boyfriend, felt the sting of tears welling in her eyes. Too self-conscious to meet the disdainful and mocking gazes of the online community, she meekly uttered, Darn it! Just moments ago, she was brimming with confidence, and now, after her friend's meddling, she must be questioning her very existence. Indeed, that woman harbored ill intentions. After delivering a barrage of belittling remarks, she simply walked away, leaving me infuriated. Isn't this a bit extreme? Perhaps she merely wished for her friend to receive some genuine care from the viewers? A voice from above interjected. If you cannot even discern human from ghost upon entering, how could you accept such goodwill? Thankfully, Master Qin's livestream was devoid of trolls, or else the young lady would surely face a public shaming. Yes, Master Qin. We request a divination for this young lady as friend. Nothing more is needed than to ascertain whether she harbors any ill will toward her. Indeed. We will cover the 500 yuan for the divination. I concur. Observing the fervent discourse among the netizens, Qin Yanjin cleared her throat. Dear viewers, please remain calm. It need not be so complicated. Given that she is connected by fate to her friend, there must exist a karmic bond. The outcomes derived from this connection will undoubtedly relate to her. Master, find a boyfriend, anxiously bit her lip. I merely wish to inquire about a potential boyfriend my friend introduced me to. I seek to know if he is my destined partner. If not, I kindly ask for your guidance. Detecting the underlying tone in her words, Qin Yanjin smiled. Very well. Let us adhere to protocol and first examine your past. All right. Your father was an alcoholic, a domestic abuser, who met his demise in a car accident when you were merely 6 years old, resulting in a compensation of 290,000 yuan. Your mother favored your brother, consistently disregarding your feelings and indulging him. All the funds for your education were earned through your own efforts. Despite her bias, you exhibited remarkable maturity and kindness, loving your family deeply, thus silently shouldering the burden. However, not all sacrifices yield rewards. You possessed exceptional talent, earning a place in a prestigious university upon high school graduation. After working tirelessly over the summer to accrue tuition, your mother, in a fit of favoritism, stole your hard-earned money to buy your brother the latest phone, prompting you to leave home in tears and work tirelessly to earn more. Though you fell short, with your friend's assistance, you managed to enroll in university. During your studies, your perseverance paid off with scholarships and financial aid, alleviating your burdens. Yet, due to various factors, you struggled to build relationships at school, facing isolation, with your only ally being your friend. You experienced a brief infatuation during university, but for reasons unknown, it became common knowledge, leading to a barrage of negative commentary aimed at you. The boy you admired even turned against you, forcing you to retreat into solitude to nurse your wounds. After enduring until graduation, your thesis was maliciously tampered with, preventing you from obtaining your diploma. Feeling both wronged and exhausted, just as you were on the verge of giving up, your friend introduced you to an interview opportunity, which is today's event. As for the boyfriend your friend recommended, I must caution you, he is your romantic calamity. Should you agree to date him, your future will be relegated to the dark, damp recesses of despair, ultimately leading to your obscurity and, tragically, your demise by self-inflicted harm. This is your fate. The live stream chat momentarily halted before erupting into chaos. Indeed, this friend is no good. Dear sister, distance yourself from her lest your fate becomes grim. How terrifying to have such a venomous friend. Surely tonight will bring nightmares. I suspect the isolation you face stemmed from your friend's treachery. She must have whispered poison behind your back. Even Master Qin acknowledges your kindness and maturity. How could your classmates not appreciate you? Moreover, regarding your thesis, how many could have accessed it? I fear today's interview may not proceed smoothly. Dear sister, turn back while you can. Yes, cherish your life and steer clear of toxic influences. How outrageous. You women possess vivid imaginations. After all, they are friends. How could she wish her harm? Perhaps the netizens have crossed some line. Without evidence, do not wrongfully accuse. Let us heed the master's words. Find a boyfriend. Upon hearing Qin Yanjin recount her past, was left in shock. Master, will I truly perish? Panic surged within her, tears streaming down her face. Her trembling voice filled with a terror of death. Master, I do not wish to die. I have so much left to accomplish. Can you not show me a path to survival? Qin Yanjin, feeling sympathy for her, recalled a previous viewer's wise words, cherish life and avoid toxic individuals. Do you realize that the money you earned from working was, in fact, revealed to your mother by the very friend you trust? After borrowing money from you, she spread rumors that you were unable to repay, forcing you to subsist on mere bread. Behind the scenes, she engaged in numerous underhanded schemes, which contributed to your isolation. Later, as you received scholarships and aid, she frequently borrowed money from you, never returning a single cent. All those funds were spent on gifts for her boyfriend. The boy you admired was also sabotaged by her, driven by jealousy of your potential to become affluent. As for your thesis, it was her doing. She aimed to prevent you from graduating. Regarding today's interview, she had already paved a path for you, directing you towards cleaning toilets. The man she introduced you to is a distant relative of hers, with the intention of bringing you back to a secluded, miserable existence, ultimately leading you to despair and self-harm. The color drained from "find a boyfriend"'s face, disbelief etched in her features, a chill rising from her feet to her head. In that instant, she forgot how to breathe. Not only the protagonist, but even the viewers gasped in horror. Goodness! What a truly wicked friend. How can such malice exist in the world? It gives me goosebumps. My scalp is tingling. I must reevaluate my own friendships. How terrifying. Reflecting on her sweet smile. I thought she was a friend. Now it feels like a cold bucket of water has been thrown over me. Master, what happens next? Surely such a vile friend must face retribution. Chapter 57, A Blind Date. In other live streams, seeking to hear the continuation of the story would be akin to chasing phantoms. But here with Qin Yanjin, one could even delve directly into the coffin. She married her wealthy boyfriend and bore him a child, but within a mere 2 years,
He strayed.
to avoid being cast out of the affluent circle, she quietly endured the betrayal. Eventually, as their disputes escalated towards divorce, she orchestrated his fatal car accident, seizing a substantial portion of his family's fortune. With newfound wealth, she abandoned her child and wed a recent university graduate. Qin Yanjin recounted this tale, delicately sipping her tea, her demeanor unhurried, which left the online audience in anxious anticipation. Master, please, tell us what happened next. She truly is remarkable, eliminating her husband only to pursue a young,
handsome man.
While her actions may be ruthless, one cannot deny her exquisite taste for enjoyment. Is this what they call a calamity that endures through the ages? Qin Yanjin set her teacup down and continued, her voice steady. In time, the young university student replicated the very actions she had once directed towards her best friend, claiming all her wealth and leading her to a secluded place, gifting her to his bachelor uncle, thus embarking on a life of blissful contentment. The online community erupted. I knew there would be a twist, but I never anticipated it would be so abrupt. Last time, the master spoke of a happy life where someone unexpectedly became a father, and this time it's even more direct. Master, you are quite the trickster. Is this the essence of 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West? The outcome mirrors that of the young lady perfectly. It's more riveting than any novel could dare to be, truly a tale of retribution. Now, let us return to the main topic. Qin Yanjin turned her gaze to the individual known as Find a Boyfriend. Dear soul, should you wish to alter your fate, much must be done. Besides distancing yourself from your so-called best friend, you must remain vigilant of your family. In truth, you are not their biological child. You were destined for great wealth and status, a true daughter of nobility, yet you were swapped at birth. The false heiress is now basking in the glory that rightfully belongs to you, and your so-called friend is her agent, sent to torment you, ensuring your noble spirit is dragged into the mire. The audience gasped in astonishment. Wait a moment, let me process this. I was just reading a novel about true and false heiresses last night, and now it unfolds in reality. Master, if the young lady returns to her affluent family, will she not face opposition from the false heiress, leading her to a dark transformation, ultimately facing disdain and hardship from her wealthy parents? Oh, how life imitates art. This is utterly ludicrous. They fretted, speculating on how the young lady's biological parents would react, fearing they might be as oblivious as characters in a novel. At that moment, Find a Boyfriend was struck dumb by the unexpected revelation, her disbelief evident in her wide eyes. Master, this is too absurd. How could I possibly be the child of a wealthy family? She struggled to articulate her thoughts, her mind clouded and unable to think coherently. For years, she had believed her mother and brother treated her poorly due to a preference for sons. She had complained and fought against it, only to be met with violence and scorn. No matter her actions, she was always deemed at fault. After so many years, she had resigned herself to her fate, even preparing to marry an older man to secure her brother's dowry. Yet, in that moment of revelation, learning that she was not their biological child lifted the immense burden she had carried for so long. Qin Yanjin observed as she emerged from her confusion, a faint smile gracing her lips. Dear soul, if you wish to return to your true family, simply be at the designated place I will provide you tomorrow at 7 a.m. You need not do anything, your biological mother will see you. Find a Boyfriend bore a striking resemblance to her true mother, rendering DNA tests unnecessary. Once revealed, the truth about the child swap orchestrated by her adoptive mother would come to light, and imprisonment would be inevitable. Furthermore, the schemes of the false heiress who had incited Zhao Zhenjin to act against her, would also be unveiled. How could Find a Boyfriend's biological father allow such injustices to go unpunished? As for the matter of romance, in 3 years, she would encounter her true love, and together they would share a life filled with children and happiness, free from doubt. The audience felt a pang of envy. Initially sympathetic towards the young lady, they were now inundated with a wave of jealousy at the prospect of her future happiness. This feels like a narrative of a true heiress reborn. It seems even the master enjoys such gratifying tales. That false heiress has known all along that the young lady is the true heiress, yet she allowed others to bully her. It's infuriating. Find a Boyfriend felt a tightening in her chest, anxiously glancing at Qin Yanjin. Summoning her courage, she cautiously inquired, "Master, will they welcome me back?" Having grown up in an unhealthy environment, she had harbored fantasies of familial love, yet as those dreams faded, all that remained was instinctual fear and aversion. Of course, they love you dearly. You have worked tirelessly, and in 3 years, you will take over the family business. During a collaboration, you will meet your true love. And through your mutual attraction, you will become partners and eventually enter into matrimony. This is your true destiny. Go forth and reclaim your life. Find a Boyfriend covered her mouth as tears streamed down her face like a torrential flood. Please don't cry. The master has assured us that your family loves you. Hurry back. I can hardly wait. Endure the hardship, dear sister, and do not weep. There will be many who love you in the future. You should rejoice. Find a Boyfriend sobbed uncontrollably. Master, thank you. I am sincerely grateful. For years, I have struggled in darkness, often questioning what I was holding on to. Now I understand. My perseverance has not been in vain. At the very least, it has led me to someone who will truly love me. It has all been worth it. Having wept, the weight of her anguish lifted, her eyes reddened yet brightened with a smile. Master, thank you. Had I not encountered you, I would have remained ignorant of my true heritage. Thank you. She stood, bowing deeply before gifting 5 rockets before exiting the broadcast. The 5 rockets, worth 500, represented her expenses for 2 months. She had previously counted every penny with trepidation, but now, she no longer needed to fret over small coins. Thus, she departed with grace and ease. Qin Yanjin smiled gently, clearly in good spirits. Now let us connect with the next destined individual. Rich lady, help me out. Upon hearing the username, the audience stirred with excitement. Young man, if you wish to avoid hard work, just tell the Annie. She has plenty of money. To be honest, I am indeed a wealthy woman, and I am online to find a docile, obedient young man with considerable prowess, salary negotiable at 1 million, depending on stamina. Interested parties? Please message me privately. Goodness, is this an advertisement? The kind you stick on walls? At that moment, the screen connected with a strikingly handsome man with sharp features, exuding an air of dominance simply by sitting there. Hello, master. I am here for matchmaking. The crowd was left in utter bewilderment. The man possesses an extraordinarily imposing presence, seemingly intent on courting the master in Chapter 58, the tyrannical CEO's domination. His strikingly long legs are crossed elegantly, while his distinctly structured hands rest upon his knees, exuding an unparalleled aura of monetary allure. Particularly noteworthy is the opulent office behind him, replete with golf paraphernalia, epitomizing extravagant indulgence. Qin Yanjin nods, understanding that familial pressures for marriage may be at play. A gasp escapes her. Although the domineering CEO appears aloof and ascetic, he remains an ordinary individual. While our Master Qin embodies a semi-divine essence, far too elevated to be matched by mere mortals. Of course, had the individual across from her not been Master Qin, the persona of the tyrannical CEO might have incited a frenzy among women, and even men, across the internet, igniting a wave of infatuation and romantic longing. Alas, Master Qin remains impervious to such sentiments. Hey, Master Qin is still present. Please do not desecrate his dignity. An inexplicable urge to laugh arises. Indeed, even a domineering CEO faces familial pressure regarding marriage, yet she cannot fathom why such a golden bachelor remains unattached. There are 2 possibilities. Either he has been overlooked by others or he possesses an excessively high standard, finding fault with everyone. Is it only I who notices the incongruity between the CEO's username and his true self? He is undeniably a commanding figure. Yet he resorts to calling himself a rich lady, a contradiction indeed. One cannot presume to decipher the CEO's thoughts. The more one tries, the more confounding it becomes. Qin Yanjin's lips twitch slightly, and she clears her throat before inquiring, "Let us assess your past, dear fate, establishing a foundation of trust."
Good.
Truly, the CEO speaks sparingly, his demeanor exuding an aura of superiority. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yanjin remarks, "Ji-sun, you are the sole heir in your family. Following your mother's death, your stepmother quickly took her place, and your father has continually suppressed you. Yet, you have inherited your mother's and grandfather's legacies, establishing your own sect. Moreover, your father's authority is not absolute. Your grandfather's will stipulates that marriage and offspring are prerequisites for inheriting the position of head of the Ji family. Initially, your reluctance to pursue romance stemmed from a lack of desire and time, but as you later sought love, you found yourself thwarted at every turn, with your father actively obstructing your marital pursuits. Thus, you resorted to using a subordinate's phone for this live broadcast. Truly, Master Qin, your insights are impeccable." Rich Lady Kong Kong nodded, further solidifying her faith in Qin Yanjin's abilities. So that explains why the CEO seems so superficial. He has commandeered a subordinate's live streaming platform. I can only imagine the psychological impact on that poor subordinate. A sudden blackout ensued, extinguishing all hope of further introspection. In these times, if the CEO is seeking a match, surely I may do the same. Upstairs, the individual is a CEO. "What are you, a kingpin?" Qin Yanjin inquires casually. "Now, dear fate, do you seek a marriage of convenience or a genuine romantic connection with someone to share your life?" Without hesitation, the CEO responds, "A lifelong companion."
Indeed.
Those with capability possess an inherent confidence, eschewing the notion of mere alliances. Qin Yanjin chuckles softly. "This matter is rather straightforward. Simply procure a peach blossom talisman. Alternatively, if you choose to forego it, wait for a year, and you shall encounter a remarkable woman who captivates you at first sight, an individual of exceptional character, purity, and an aura of literary grace. You are destined to be intertwined, like a pair of mandarin ducks. And if I buy the peach blossom talisman, will it hasten our meeting?" "Indeed, it will. I shall buy it. Master, may I also request 2 jade tokens? I wish to present them as tokens of affection." The CEO chuckles, his expression revealing an unexpected lack of seriousness. The audience swiftly transformed into envious spectators. This is quite different from the CEO falls in love with me narratives I have encountered. What could possibly be amiss? Does the CEO not have a pure love? Is this a substitute narrative? Confusion reigns. The CEO should not behave in this manner. Witnessing his seemingly frivolous laughter, I suddenly find my perception of the CEO blurred. No, I must revisit the CEO-themed literature. Those upstairs seem entranced. Typically, the CEOs in tales of romantic pursuit are portrayed as simpletons, unable to discern between the human and the supernatural, leaving one concerned for their financial stability. Rich Lady Kong Kongwa, observing the discussions in the comments, could no longer restrain herself from defending her stance. "In truth, I have read several CEO novels. To be frank, I do not consider myself a CEO. Nor do I have any inclination towards those overly naive characters. It is an affront to my identity. As for the romantic pursuit narratives, I cannot fathom their motivations. But I would never engage in such foolishness. Prior to any action, I would ensure thorough investigation, of course, as forcibly drawing blood, harvesting corneas, or extracting kidneys are all criminal acts. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. This is not a CEO, but a tyrant. Novels are for entertainment, not to be taken literally." Finally, a discerning CEO emerges, almost rescued from the clutches of fictional delusion. Over the years, my mind has been clouded with phrases such as, "Woman, you are playing with fire. Woman, you have successfully captured my attention. Woman, do not dare to challenge me. You ignited this fire. You must extinguish it. Do not move. If you do, I cannot guarantee what may transpire. You mischievous little enchantress." Stop. My friends, cease your chatter. My embarrassment has reached such a level that I could excavate a seaside villa with my toes. How did I never realize how absurd these lines are? Now, reflecting on it, I am covered in goosebumps. Upon witnessing these comments, Qin Yanjin managed a rare smile, her expression transforming the very atmosphere of the live stream. Suddenly, the room fell silent. "Wow, Master, your smile is enchanting," one exclaimed. "Mother, why am I kneeling on the ground? I told her I have witnessed the celestial maiden. The Master's smile is truly captivating. She ought to smile more often. Yet, she is a master. If she does not maintain an air of seriousness, who would fear her? There is no need for such solemnity. The master possesses great abilities and need not be so rigid. The master smiled at me. She smiled. Then, an avalanche of gifts inundated the stream. Previously, the top contributor was Brilliant Pearl, yet today, they were swiftly surpassed by a user named My Child Returns. Treasure maps exploded every 5 minutes, as a steady stream of miners flooded the live broadcast, and the follower count surged from over 1.5 million to 2 million at an astonishing pace. Qin Yanjin glanced at the backend statistics, her heart racing as she realized the accumulated earnings had reached an astounding 20 million. Most of this comprised 1 yuan lottery transactions, implying that each of the 1.5 million followers contributed just a single yuan, an astronomical figure. Moreover, some individuals, eager to enhance their odds of winning, had contributed more than just a single yuan. Notably, the user, My Child Returns, alone had spent no less than 2 million, showing no signs of slowing down. As she examined the ID account of the generous contributor, realization dawned upon her. The individual showering gifts was none other than Mr. Fu, who had been searching for his lost son. At that moment, a sudden surge of insight enveloped her. Instead of hastily refining it, she chose to store it within, intending to refine it post-broadcast. This was one of the advantages of her recent advancement. Qin Yanjin cleared her throat, smoothing her expression, and addressed Rich Lady Kong Kongwa. Very well. Please send your address and desired talismans to the backend, and I will ensure they are dispatched together. Excellent, Master. May I add you on WeChat? I might seek your expertise in feng shui in the future. Qin Yanjin nodded, granting her consent. True to form, the CEO generously rewarded the broadcast with 5 treasure maps just before the stream ended. Certainly, this represents the utmost limit of livestream gifting, were there a larger sum available. One can be assured that the domineering figure would not hesitate to opt for it. Now, let us connect with the final fortunate individual, true love for a lifetime. Shortly thereafter, the live stream reveals an elderly lady, her face adorned with wrinkles, yet her smile radiating warmth. In an instant, the barrage of comments ceased. Chapter 59. Her Youth. Grandma, are you here to set up a match for your granddaughter? Grandma, how old are you this year? Grandma, shall we go dance in the square tonight? Grandma, how about I introduce you to my grandfather? My grandmother has been gone for over a decade, and my grandfather has remained unmarried. This is rather excessive. Although grandma is of advanced age, everyone has the right to pursue love. In our esteemed nation, we hold deep respect for the elderly and care for the young. Please be considerate. Fortunately, true love for a lifetime had poor vision and could not see the playful jests of the netizens. She leaned closer to the phone, her age spots and deep-set wrinkles distinctly visible. Are you a master? A fortune teller? Qin Yanjin patiently inquired. Indeed, dear soul. What would you like to inquire about? Perhaps we should first reflect on the past to build a sense of trust. Reflect on the past? Very well, let us see if you are accurate. Replied, true love for a lifetime, with a cheerful smile. It was evident that she held little faith in Qin Yanjin, or rather, she was entirely unaware of her capabilities. Having never watched a live stream before, the mere chance of entering the stream and winning a fortune-telling opportunity was purely coincidental. Qin Yanjin paid her skepticism no mind. She activated the secret methods of fate and glimpsed the elderly woman's life. Her existence could be aptly described as one of solitude, a subtle ache forming in her heart. Your name is Deng Xixia, hailing from Lushan village, born in 1959. You are the youngest in your family, with 3 older brothers and 1 sister. You entered the world during a time of famine. Your father and eldest brother ventured out to hunt and never returned. Your second and third brothers took on the responsibility of finding food, while your mother managed household affairs and your sister cared for you. At the peak of the famine, your mother married off your 16-year-old sister in exchange for a small bag of grain. Later, your second brother fell from a tree while gathering bark and perished. Subsequently, your third brother married, exchanging a bowl of rice soup, but his competent wife devoured all the rice in no time and then eloped. In the final year of the famine, your mother succumbed to illness, and your third brother, unable to bear the hunger any longer, traded you for a bowl of corn. Thus, you became a sickly child bride, yet you survived. 3 years later, your young husband died, and that family sought to drown you as a ghost bride. To save your life, you fled into the night. You wandered for several years, and during that time, you encountered a boy who would forever remain etched in your memory. He rescued you, brought you home, treated your ailments, helped you grow, taught you to read and write, and even took you sightseeing. Under his attentive guidance, you blossomed into an exceptional individual, resolved to courageously confess your feelings to him. Yet unexpectedly, he vanished and you never saw him again. At this point, the once distant expression of true love for a lifetime transformed into one of melancholy and solitude, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Her visage portrayed anguish, struggle, longing, despair, helplessness, and profound sorrow. Qin Yanjin paused briefly before continuing. After his disappearance, those days became the darkest period of your life. Devoid of the boy's companionship, you were plagued by nightmares each night, awakening in tears. Even to this day, you cannot forget that painful time and the boy you cherished. Decades have elapsed, and you remain unmarried, still waiting for him in that city, through storms and rain. In your quest to find him, you penned countless articles, placed advertisements, and issued missing person notices. You have never relinquished hope. During this time, suitors have approached you, yet your heart is solely devoted to that boy, leaving no space for others. Thus, you have turned away every man who sought to draw near. The child from the neighbor's house felt pity for you, and thought of me. Although the Livestream account belongs to him, it was you who took the initiative to participate. Am I correct, dear viewers? You can see how moved she is. How weighty this is. Is this what love entails? A lifetime without marriage, once again. I find myself believing in love. This is true love. I am unworthy of it. The love of that time was pure, untainted by the materialism and treachery of today. A fool has entered their eyes. The upstairs must be filled with lunatics. I cannot endure such sorrow. Even if I waited 3 years, I would lack the courage. Grandma is truly remarkable. Waiting a lifetime, just hearing it brings anguish to my heart. I remember this grandmother. A few years ago, an internet celebrity attempted to help her find that boy, but their efforts proved insufficient, and after nearly a year, they found nothing. This matter even made it to television. Now that you mention it, I seem to recall a program dedicated to finding missing loved ones, though they too ultimately failed. Master, please assist her in finding him. The grandmother has endured too much suffering, spending her life in waiting. She has dedicated her finest years to awaiting her boy. Now that she is older, might we spare her from lingering regrets? Indeed, Master, please help her find her boy. In truth, I harbored an ominous premonition. Yet I could not accept that fate would perpetually conspire against the grandmother. Upstairs, one must convey that they believe the grandmother will eventually reunite with her boy. Fortunately, these comments were soon pushed down the feed, and true love for a lifetime remained oblivious. Wiping away her tears with a handkerchief, her eyes, cleansed by the passage of time, shone brightly as she gazed at Qin Yanjin. Her aged lips quivered slightly, her voice choked with emotion. Master, can you truly help me find him? If you do, I would give you my entire fortune. Qin Yanjin furrowed her brows, her throat constricted as though something lodged there. To prevent utter disappointment, she resolved to lend her aid. If you genuinely wish to know where he is, perhaps you should inquire of him yourself. What do you mean? Master, do you know where he is? True love for a lifetime abruptly stood, her eyes wide with excitement, her breaths rapid. Qin Yanjin quickly employed her mystical voice to soothe her. Calm down. You are of advanced age and cannot withstand too much excitement. If something were to happen, you would truly never see him again. All right, I will not become agitated. I will breathe and stabilize myself. Master, where is he? True love for a lifetime resembled a misbehaving schoolchild as she promptly sat back down, inhaling deeply several times to force herself to regain composure. The viewer's emotions mirrored those of true love for a lifetime, filled with both anxiety and anticipation, eager to uncover the whereabouts of the grandmother's beloved. After all these years, had the boy forgotten her? Or worse, had he passed away? How could the boy, who had once cherished her so dearly, allow her to suffer in silence for so long? An inexplicable heaviness descended upon the viewers' hearts. They longed to know yet feared the truth. Should the boy still be alive? There might be hope for the grandmother. However, if he had perished, what hope remained for her? Their hearts constricted, and they fervently prayed that the boy was indeed alive. Qin Yanjin remained silent, instead invoking her powers, manipulating true love for a lifetime, as past memories to reconstruct and implant within her mind. As the viewers in the live stream witnessed, true love for a lifetime momentarily lose her composure while gazing at a certain direction. Tears began to cascade down her cheeks fervently.
Shenya, Ashia.
Shanga, is it truly you? True love for a lifetime trembled as she rose to her feet, her gaze fixed upon the radiant youth before her, tears streaming down in torrents. Ah, Xiao, I apologize for my tardiness. I kept you waiting. The young man gazed at her with profound affection, his eyes imbued with warmth and tenderness, his cool fingertips gently brushing away the tears from her face.
Shenye.
I have finally awaited your return. True love for a lifetime, beamed with a radiant smile. Chapter 60. My arsenic, his confectionery. What is happening? Why is Grandma conversing with thin air? Has she succumbed to hallucinations? Oh, dear. My heart aches for Grandma. Yet I believe it is far better for her to find solace in this illusory world and reunite with her youth. It is heart-wrenching. Grandma has endured so much. Master, is there danger in her current state? Qin Yanjin, fully aware of the concerns surrounding her, contemplated and chose to speak the truth. In fact, the young man from years past had perished, sacrificing himself to save her, a truth she knows but struggles to accept. Trapped in her own memories, she finds herself unwilling to emerge. This fantasy I have extracted from her recollections signifies a heartache that requires a remedy. If it were anyone else, she might remain ensnared for a lifetime, but with that young man, I believe he can heal her wounded heart. Oh, why must it be so? Master, you could allow her to remain in her delusion. If her heartache is mended, what hope would she have to continue living? Misfortune often seeks out those already suffering. It is truly distressing. Grandma is so pitiable. Qin Yanjin sighed and elucidated. She has harbored emotional turmoil for years, already afflicted by an ailment. If this continues, she may not survive another year. By confronting her past, she may gain a few more years of life. I can only imagine that the young man would not wish for her to wait indefinitely. The viewers fell silent, observing true love for a lifetime, as expression of bliss, their hearts tightening with emotion. It is no wonder they say love can lead one to enlightenment or madness. Grandma has spent her life ensnared in her infatuation, and it is time for her to live for herself. Perhaps she has lived for her young man all along? 10 years of life and death, 2 realms apart. Unthinking, one cannot forget. A solitary grave 1,000 miles away, where sorrow cannot be uttered. Even if we meet again, we may not recognize one another. Dust upon our faces. Our hair turned to frost. I once failed to comprehend why love could entangle one so deeply, but now I do. Yet the price of such understanding is too heavy. Perhaps Grandma and her young man are laughing at the Grim Reaper, who foolishly believes that separating them would suffice, while in truth, he is the one who appears a comical fool. Though such love is profoundly moving, I perceive it as a poison chalice. One sip and death ensues. I fear death. Thus I dare not taste it. Love, a word both cruel and sweet. My arsenic, his confectionery. Time passed, and true love for a lifetime waved at the air, her countenance now devoid of the previous sorrow, as if she radiated newfound vitality, youthful as a maiden. Observing the ephemeral shadow dissipate into the atmosphere, she felt as though she had shed her shackles, her entire being liberated. Turning to the live stream, she offered a benevolent smile. Master, thank you. I am aware that Shango has passed, yet I cannot release myself from this longing. I have endlessly fantasized about seeing him once more. He left so abruptly without a proper farewell. All I desire is to speak with him again, yet I cannot find him. Her eyes glistened with tears. Yet her smile was one of genuine joy. Master, let us exchange WeChat. I will offer you all my savings as gratitude for guiding me out of this abyss and allowing me to glimpse him once more. Qin Yanjin shook her head. The fee is 500. It would be wise for you to keep your savings for your own use. Your health has deteriorated over the years. Take heart, move about more. Indulge in good food, and behold the splendor of the world, leaving no regrets behind. True love for a lifetime wept. Her voice choked as she replied, Understood. After severing the connection, Qin Yanjin exhaled softly and addressed her audience. Today's live stream concludes here. We shall reconvene next Saturday. Goodbye, Master. What to do? Even before departing, I find myself missing the Master. Please do not leave. Chat with us a while longer. Master, you haven't revealed the next episode preview yet. What series will we explore next week? Upon reading one particular comment, Qin Yanjin contemplated before responding. Let us delve into the realm of eerie tales. The viewers erupted in excitement. What do you mean by eerie tales, Master? Are we to recount ghost stories? Is it possible that ghosts truly exist in this world? Master, let us just discuss horror films. Please don't summon any real ghosts, or boss who may issue a yellow card. The prospect of next week's live stream seemed thrilling, prompting a suggestion that those with heart conditions, hypertension, or myocardial infarction should refrain from joining the fray. Qin Yanjin nodded in agreement. This viewer speaks wisely. Next week's stream may indeed be intense. Those with cardiac ailments, hypertension, or other urgent conditions should consider their participation. Alright, everyone, see you next week. Goodbye, Master. Farewell, Master. After concluding the live stream, Qin Yanjin exhaled deeply, feeling the abundant spiritual energy within her. She rose and made her way to the training room. Upon opening the door, she beheld Tong Xhao nestled in the arms of a woman who had lost her leg. Upon noticing her, Tong Xhao hurriedly approached. Qin Yanjin's eyes flickered with surprise as she gasped, Tong Xhao, why have you brought your mother here? She had intended for him to return and bid his mother farewell, not to bring her spirit back. Was it a failure in her communication? Or had this child inadvertently frightened his mother to death? Seemingly sensing the faint reproach in Qin Yanjin's gaze, Tong Xhao sheepishly rubbed his nose. That master, and I came to say goodbye to you. Thank you for helping me seek justice. My mother and I have no need for the compensation, so we shall donate it to the temple as a token of gratitude. His mother bowed deeply, sincerely stating, Master, thank you for clearing my daughter's name and ensuring that the wrongdoers received their just punishment. Now, I can find peace with her father. I will not accept the compensation. I will donate it in your names, accumulating merit for you both. With merit at your side, you may find a favorable rebirth. Qin Yanjin joined her hands in prayer, swiftly forming a seal. An entrance to the underworld opened before them, and Tong Xhao and his mother clasped hands as they walked through. As the entrance closed, a golden light of merit enveloped her, causing her to tremble as her very soul felt elevated. Emerging once more from the training room, Qin Yanjin encountered 5 unexpected guests at the temple, 2 of whom she recognized, Yuyou and Yuyou. Yuyou approached with a smile. Master, Yuyou and I have come to assist you. After watching your live stream today, we anticipated an influx of packages and thought we would lend a hand. Qin Yanjin raised an eyebrow. That is very considerate of you. It is my honor to deliver packages for the master. Qin Yanjin then turned her gaze to the remaining 3 individuals, her expression becoming distant. Master, they have come seeking you. They have not said much, but they do not seem like they are here for fortune-telling. And given their fierce appearance, you should be cautious. Though Yuyou believed his voice to be suitably hushed to the 3 individuals, it was akin to a loud conspiracy whispered directly into their ears. The trio regarded Yuyou with complex expressions, their lips twitching involuntarily. One even touched his cheek. Inwardly musing, my face is quite fair. How can I appear fierce? Filled with indignation, Qin Yanjin realized that this person was merely spouting nonsense. She had a vague understanding of their identities and did not wish to squander time. If you have something to say, please speak directly, she urged. The slightly older man spoke up, Master Qin, your recent fame has eclipsed even that of your master. Qin Yanjin merely smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying the statement. This is the era of the youth. Naturally, one must start with the young. I wonder what has prompted the esteemed Special Affairs Division to expend such effort on me? The expressions of the 3 men stiffened, unsure of Master Qin's intentions. They were clearly attempting to maintain their composure. With a knowing smile, Qin Yanjin remarked, Oh? Are you not the ones guarding me from behind recently? The 3 men exchanged awkward glances. Indeed, she was aware. Chapter 61. The Special Affairs Division Visits. After a fleeting moment of embarrassment, the 3 quickly composed themselves and spoke earnestly. Master Qin, may we have a private conversation? Qin Yanjin glanced at them and nodded indifferently. Very well. She gestured towards a side hall. Let us converse there. In the side hall, the 4 took their seats. As they prepared to introduce themselves, they suddenly recalled that Qin Yanjin was a fortune-telling master and might already know their names. The older man cleared his throat and said, Master Qin, we represent the Special Affairs Division. I am uncertain if you have heard of this department. Qin Yanjin nodded. My master mentioned the Special Affairs Division during his lifetime. However, given her master's fledgling status, he had never been able to enter the division, remaining merely on the periphery. The Special Affairs Division is a peculiar department of an unofficial organization dedicated to handling supernatural events involving strange forces and spirits, such as the video where you drained someone's lifespan and burned their soul. Such actions severely contravene our division's regulations. Qin Yanjin narrowed her eyes. a faint smile curling her lips. And what crime do you intend to accuse me of, Mr. Chu? As she spoke, an undeniable aura of pressure emanated from her, causing the tea tables and chairs around them to tremble slightly. This was merely her controlled display of power. After all, it was her territory, and damaging any furniture would be a loss. At present, her cultivation level was at the foundation establishment stage, while the three men before her were merely at the second and third levels of qi refinement, a significant disparity. Xu Huai had initially intended to assert his dominance, but upon realizing Qin Yanjin's formidable strength, the three found themselves gasping for breath. Their gazes towards her were tinged with newfound respect. Sensing the shift, Qin Yanjin eased the pressure she had exerted, and with an air of nonchalance, she remarked, "I am well aware of your purpose in coming here. However, I have grown accustomed to a carefree existence. My master entrusted the temple to me, and I am determined to uphold its legacy. Regrettably, I cannot spare time for other matters. Furthermore, if certain things cannot be conducted with fairness and justice, I shall not hesitate to intervene. Rest assured, heaven shows mercy and does not harm the innocent. But should the world be unjust, do not blame me for meddling." Despite her polite demeanor, her words carried a resolute edge. Xu Huai quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced a dry smile. "Master Qin is jesting. We did not come to admonish you, but rather to sincerely invite you to join our Special Affairs Division. Of course, the organization understands your attachment to the temple and has made accommodations. You may hold a nominal position within the division. Should there be matters requiring your expertise, we would greatly appreciate your assistance." Qin Yanjin waved her hand dismissively. "I prefer not to associate with you. It would be best if we could see each other less in the future." Xu Huai furrowed his brow, taken aback that Qin Yanjin would disregard even their Special Affairs Division. A surge of frustration welled up within him, but he dared not express it, caught in a predicament that left him feeling suffocated. Taking a deep breath to suppress his discontent, he ventured, "May I ask why, Master? I understand the principle of learning dragon-slaying techniques to sell to the royal family, but my ambitions lie elsewhere. I relish live streaming and engaging with ordinary people. Your Special Affairs Division already boasts many capable individuals. Surely, you do not require my presence." Xu Huai was momentarily at a loss for words. While his statement was valid, the Special Affairs Division was currently in dire need of someone with Qin Yanjin's profound skills. However, with the conversation diverted, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. "In any case, Master Qin, should you change your mind, do not hesitate to call me. The doors of our Special Affairs Division are always open to you." Qin Yanjin nodded. Xu Huai pondered for a moment before adding, "By the way, I hope Master Qin can maintain a low profile in your actions. Some matters are too esoteric and could incite societal panic. Please understand our difficulties." "I will do my best." After sending off Xu Huai and the others, Qin Yanjin turned her gaze to Qiao Yangyuan and Yuyou, who were playfully entertaining Diya and Dan. "Did you two come here merely to assist me with deliveries?" she inquired, her keen eyes discerning their intentions. Qiao Yangyuan managed to hold his ground, but Yuyou, not as composed, felt the weight of her gaze and averted his eyes in guilt. "Of course, Master. We were simply bored and wanted to keep you company on the mountain." Qiao Yangyuan attempted to engage in small talk, but upon meeting Qin Yanjin's eyes, he quickly fell silent. "Very well, we sought to befriend you and see if we could become your disciples." He silently cursed himself for being foolish. Realizing how transparent his intentions were to a fortune-telling master like Qin Yanjin, he lowered his head, occasionally glancing up at her, anxious that his previous fibs might anger her. Qin Yanjin raised an eyebrow. "Disciples?" she added. "Did you not mention deliveries?"
Come here.
Qiao Yangyuan grinned, exchanging a triumphant glance with Yuyou, as if to say, "See? Master Qin did not object, which means there is still hope." Qin Yanjin handed them her phone with a smile. "Here is the address. Please organize it and let me know." Qiao Yangyuan eagerly accepted the phone, his mind racing with thoughts of how fortunate he was to have the master's phone, exclaiming internally, "I must be the fabled child of destiny." However, his expression froze as he glimpsed the 1.7 million unread messages. "Master, is this all? How long will it take to sort through these? A year?
2 years?
Or even 10? He forced a smile that was more sorrowful than a frown. "This is far too much, Master. How are you, Yuyou, and I supposed to manage this? We wouldn't want to delay your affairs." Qin Yanjin nodded. "Indeed. That is a valid point." Just as Qiao Yangyuan felt relieved by her understanding, she continued, "Yes, You are correct. It is indeed time for me to purchase a new phone, one for work and one for communication. Xiao Yangyuan pondered. Was that what she meant?
All right.
I shall get to work now. The rest is up to you. With that, Qin Yanjin waved her hand, leaving without a trace of hesitation. Xiao Yangyuan's expression was akin to someone suffering from constipation, as he pitifully looked at Yu Junyi. What are we going to do? 7 million messages? How long will it take to filter through them? Yu Junyi sighed. What can we do? We must sift through them. The boast has been made. He too felt helpless, knowing his brother's impulsiveness had landed them in this predicament. No, we cannot simply wait idly. The best course of action is to gather a group of people who can share the burden. Perhaps my father's company. There are plenty of people there. Let's refrain from that. If we are genuinely committed to learning under the master's tutelage, it would be wise to avoid any shortcuts. What should we do? The thought of 7 million private messages is quite overwhelming. I will devise a plan. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Junyi suddenly snapped his fingers, exclaiming, I've got it. We can use the master's account to issue a WeChat ID, allowing those individuals to reach out to us directly. Xiao Yangyuan's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement as he threw his arms around Yu Junyi's neck, saying, Brother, you are truly my kin. This is a brilliant idea. Let us proceed with it. As the two of them were engrossed in their WeChat strategy, Qin Yanjin took out the ink jade. In ancient times, ink jade was associated with warfare and slaughter, making it particularly suitable for crafting weapons designed to vanquish demons and subdue malevolent spirits. Contemplating the form it should take, she narrowed her eyes, searching her memory for images of various divine weapons, ultimately settling on the blood jade fan once wielded by an ancient enchantress. Thus, she resolved to create an ink jade fan inspired by that. Chapter 62. Do bandits attain intelligence? Qin Yanjin meticulously shaped the ink jade into a fan, gathering spiritual energy at her fingertips. With each meticulous replication, she infused it with a measure of spiritual energy, intricately etching complex patterns that constituted various formations. Defensive arrays, offensive arrays, and gathering arrays. Any formation with potency and utility was inscribed upon it. Upon completion, the fan appeared to shimmer with layers reminiscent of soft feathers, glimmering and emanating a faint luminescence that was mesmerizing to behold. Indeed, there was a hint of illusion magic within. Too much exposure could leave ordinary individuals feeling dizzy and disoriented. Qin Yanjin gazed at the translucent ink-colored fan in her hand, lightly touching it. The cool texture felt akin to the finest silk. She focused her mind, gradually closing her eyes to meditate. As time passed, an increasing surge of spiritual energy flowed from within her, coalescing at her fingertips. With a swift flick of the fan, a resounding whoosh erupted, conjuring a tempest of spiritual blades that surged forth at an unimaginable speed, akin to celestial maidens scattering blossoms. The blades sliced through the air with a piercing sound, whistling as they darted into the distance. The sound of several sharp cracks echoed as trees were severed, their fragments cascading to the ground like raindrops, creating a symphony of clattering sounds. As a gust of wind swept through, the spiritual blades vanished, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Qin Yanjin blinked and waved the fan once more. With a sweeping motion, a fierce wind erupted, stirring the dust into a whirlwind, and the remnants on the ground were blown away, only to gradually settle into stillness once more. The bandit, who had been observing intently, tilted its head, its large, innocent eyes mirroring the astonishment of a reader engrossed in a novel, exuding an undeniable charm.
Cool.
Qin Yanjin cast a glance at it, a slight smile gracing her lips. As if to boast, impressive, isn't it? The bandit flapped its wings and soared over, spreading its wings wide to mimic her earlier motion, generating a gust of wind that paled in comparison to Qin Yanjin's display. She scoffed, unabashedly mocking it. The bandit's large pupils widened, filled with questions, as if to inquire why it could not do the same. It approached her feet, gazing up with earnest, dark eyes that spoke of its eagerness for approval. Bending slightly, Qin Yanjin reached out to pet its head, but it circled away, seemingly reluctant to be touched. Little creature, you eat my food, drink my water, and dwell in my abode, yet you refuse my affection? Do you still wish to learn?
Cool.
Are you upset? Upset that I mocked you?
Cool.
How petty. After the playful exchange, Qin Yanjin pondered and recalled a technique from the secrets of celestial mechanics that could awaken the intelligence of young spiritual beasts. Hold still. Let us see if you can gain sentience. With that, she concentrated her spiritual energy at her fingertips, drawing the symbol of awakening intelligence upon the bandit's head, then gently placing her palm atop it. Waves of white mist seeped into its being. As the incantation burned away, she withdrew her hand, her complexion slightly pale, likely due to the energy expenditure from her first attempt at remote symbol drawing. The bandit blinked, still appearing quite bewildered. Qin Yanjin's lips twitched. Perhaps it was best for it to remain an ordinary creature, as forcibly awakening its intelligence might not suit its nature. She ruffled its fluffy little head, then rose to depart, having exhausted too much spiritual energy and needing to replenish it. As evening approached, Qin Yanjin emerged from the training room. Drawn by the tantalizing aroma of barbecued meat wafting through the air, she raised an eyebrow and strolled leisurely toward the source. There, beside the Bodhi tree, a large sunshade had been erected, under which a barbecue grill was set up. Yuyou, clad in a chef's outfit, was skillfully flipping skewers, the sizzling meat releasing a savory scent that enveloped the entire temple, accompanied by the crackling sounds of flames. Upon seeing her, Qin Yanjin immediately beamed, rushing over with a dogged enthusiasm. "Master, you must be hungry. Come, try this delectable fare." He busied himself clearing a space for her, serving skewers, and pouring her a glass of red wine. Qin Yanjin glanced at the bottle of wine, estimating its worth to be at least 30,000. The combination of red wine and barbecue struck her as incongruous. Was this merely a quirk of the affluent? She shook her head. "I do not drink." As she picked up a skewer of grilled meat, the bandit descended onto her lap, extending its short neck toward her, sniffing the enticing aroma of the barbecue, its golden black eyes shimmering with longing as it fixed its gaze upon her. Noticing this, Qin Yanjin eagerly inquired, "Master, it seems this fellow wants to eat as well. Should I give it some raw meat? After all, being a raptor, it would naturally prefer its meat uncooked." He reached for a skewer of raw meat to offer to the bandit, only for it to swat it aside, continuing to gaze longingly at Qin Yanjin. Perhaps the aroma was simply too enticing, as even Dia and Air Dan, who had been observing the garden in the backyard, were drawn to the scent, flapping their wings and flying over. Recently, the two little creatures had been overindulging, consuming beast pills and bathing in the celestial energy that had descended upon them, quickly shedding their juvenile down for strikingly beautiful white feathers. Regardless of being human or animal, beauty ensured one's appeal in any setting. Qin Yanjin's eyes lit up as he abandoned the bandit, eagerly presenting 2 skewers of raw meat to the 2 little ones. Being young and naive, they accepted whatever was offered without a hint of discrimination. The bandit cast a sideways glance at the 2 fledglings, a flicker of disdain passing through its eyes. What was so delectable about raw meat? Cooked meat had flavor. If only it were seasoned with cumin and chili, the taste would be unparalleled. Especially considering the human's culinary skills were quite impressive, the meat was undoubtedly the freshest and most tender it had ever tasted. Indeed, it had once been an ordinary owl. Having tasted barbecued meat on a previous occasion, it had mistakenly flown into a party where the hosts had graciously offered it a platter of grilled meat. At that time, it had been a naive fledgling, still learning to navigate life, its instincts dulled by the enchanting aroma that had led it astray. Later, it had been taken to the police station, accompanied by a team of officers who claimed they were releasing it back into the wild. Back then, it had been too young to grasp the concept of being a nationally protected species, but it now understood that, in essence, it was more precious than humans. If a human perished, it was of no consequence, but if it perished, the world would be in turmoil. Thus, it now stands proud and dignified, seemingly dismissing even the affluent Qin Yanjin. Perceiving a touch of arrogance within it, Qin Yanjin's calm gaze gently settled upon the creature. The bandit flinched slightly, though disregarded. It would at least hold its presence in her heart. Craving a taste? Qin Yanjin tapped its head. It wished to retreat. Yet the thought of its benefactor's formidable power restrained it, leading it to nod its own head while casting a longing gaze upon the skewers in her hand. "Be good. This one is spicy. If you desire more, I can prepare a non-spicy version." It shook its head vehemently, its large eyes fixated intently on the skewers. Qin Yanjin raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of golden light flashing in her eyes as she spoke in a melodic tone. "Bandit, can you handle spicy food?" Instinctively, the bandit nodded. With a playful smile, Qin Yanjin grasped its beak, compelling it to meet her gaze, and teasingly inquired, "Can you comprehend my words? Is this a sign of enlightenment?" The bandit yearned to shake its head, but alas, its beak was firmly restrained, rendering it immobile. "Silence will be deemed consent," Qin Yanjin cheerfully declared. "From now on, You shall guard the homestead, deliver packages within the city, meditate with me during morning sessions, and occasionally partake in training. The bandit appeared utterly bewildered. It was an owl, a nationally protected species, and yet here it was, facing the audacity of being enslaved. Indeed, it could only roar in protest within the confines of its mind. Chapter 63. When did I wet the bed? The following day, as Qin Yanjin and the bandit concluded their morning meditation, a cacophony of voices erupted outside. The sound, though not particularly loud, resonated like a whisper in the ears of Qin Yanjin, who was in the foundational stage of her cultivation. Smoothing out the creases in her attire, she approached the door, which creaked open, revealing her ethereal presence, as if she were descending from the heavens. The master has emerged. Upon the door's opening, a throng of individuals surged toward her. Taken aback, her first thought was whether the barrier had been breached. Yet, the gathering consisted solely of ordinary folk. How could they possess the ability to dismantle such an array? They likely had no understanding of formations at all. Esteemed guests, what brings you here? Master, we beseech you to intervene on our behalf, cried a woman in her 40s, tears streaming down her face. Qin Yanjin, displaying patience, inquired, kind soul, please elucidate the matter at hand. I must grasp the circumstances before rendering an accurate judgment. It is as follows, she explained. These individuals were homebuyers who had invested in a property within a community called Happiness District. Having signed contracts, they awaited the completion of their homes, only to discover that the developer had absconded with their funds. Not only had they lost their life savings and homes, but they were also burdened with repaying bank loans. What was once a joyous occasion had spiraled into a grim reality, casting these already struggling individuals into a future devoid of hope. Master, we implore you to help us locate that developer. We merely wish to reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. Alternatively, any clues you could provide would be invaluable. Indeed, Master, we are at our wits' end. Please, you must assist us. Oh, that was my entire fortune used to purchase my son's wedding home, and now, due to this upheaval, his fiancée has called off the engagement. Yes, my grandmother even sacrificed her funeral funds for my down payment, and now I have nothing left to repay the loan. I cannot face her again. The crowd clamored, each recounting their dire circumstances. Their faces were etched with anxiety and despair, their eyes brimming with hope as they awaited Qin Yanjin's response. Qin Yanjin nodded. If one of you could step forward as a representative and provide the divination fee, I shall ascertain the whereabouts of the developer. Divination fee? How much? A hesitant voice queried. 500. Qin Yanjin declared, extending her palm. Is that 500 each? Qin Yanjin waved her hand dismissively. No need for everyone to contribute. Your objective is to find the developer. I only require one who has encountered him. Who among you has seen the developer? I have, exclaimed a man in his 30s. I once caught a glimpse of him from afar. Does that count? Yes, indeed. Very well. Here is your divination fee. The man promptly produced 500 yuan and handed it to Qin Yanjin. Thank you, she replied, accepting the money. Please wait. I shall commence the divination now. With that, she closed her eyes, activating the secret method of heavenly insight, delving into the man's memories to uncover the identity of this elusive developer. The process was somewhat lengthy, but she was determined not to return empty-handed. At last, following the trail, Qin Yanjin identified the culprit. The developer was currently indulging in lavish excess, surrounded by opulence, and oblivious to the anguish of those he had deceived. Have you found him? The crowd's anticipation was palpable, their eyes fixed on Qin Yanjin, brimming with tension and uncertainty. She smiled gently. Indeed, I have located him. You may rest assured, you can now report him to the authorities. She provided them with an address, and instructed them to contact the local police, citing the reason for the report as drug-related activity. In light of the urgency, the local authorities responded swiftly, catching the developer red-handed. Qin Yanjin reassured the crowd. Do not worry, your funds will be recovered. He is a habitual offender, having previously defrauded many homebuyers with unfinished buildings. He possesses ample resources to repay you. That is a relief. Thank you, Master Qin. Had it not been for you, I fear I would have considered drastic measures. Indeed, Master Qin, you are a true savior. As Qin Yanjin absorbed their praises, a hint of bashfulness washed over her, prompting her to clear her throat to mask her discomfort. With the developer located, the crowd hastily bid farewell, eager to leave the temple. Just as she saw them off, a tiny figure scrambled up the steps with great effort. Qin Yanjin paused. A child? At that moment, The voice of Qiao Yangyuan echoed from below. What on earth is a child doing here? This is far too dangerous. Where are her guardians? What if she slips and falls? Yu Junyi remained composed, responding, what is there to do? She is already here. Who knows whose mischievous child this is? Perhaps she was drawn by the beautiful scenery and decided to sneak up. I wonder if her family is frantic looking for her. Should we not return her? Of course we should. Why else would we keep her here? Are we babysitters? As Qiao Yangyuan and Yu Junyi ascended, they beheld Qin Yanjin standing before the door, with a cherubic little girl clinging to her leg, leaving smudged traces on her attire. Master, do you know this child? Qin Yanjin looked down, struggling to articulate. I do not recognize her, but she has come for divination. Qiao Yangyuan instinctively raised his voice. Divination? She looks barely 4 or 5 years old. What could she possibly seek to divine? Is it when she will stop wetting the bed? To their surprise, the little girl pouted, her dark eyes flashing with indignation as she retorted in a high-pitched voice, I have grown up. I don't wet the bed. Her irate demeanor was both adorable and spirited. Seeing her seemingly truly upset, Qiao Yangyuan quickly surrendered, saying, all right, it was I who misunderstood the little one. Can you forgive your big brother? The response he received was a simple, humph. She added, just so you know, my sister charges for fortune-telling. Do you have any money? Of course. I've brought all my New Year's money with me. All right then, what do you wish to inquire about? The little girl lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Big sister, can you tell me why my daddy doesn't want me and mommy anymore? Is it because I'm not obedient? Or because I'm not good? Why won't daddy even come back to see me and mommy? Mommy cries under the covers every day, and I don't want her to cry. Big sister, can you help me please? Listening to the little one's tearful lament, Qin Yanjin found herself at a loss for words, so she squatted down and gently stroked her small head. Little friend, your name is Yan Jejia, isn't it? Can you tell me what your daddy does? Yan Jejia proudly lifted her little head, resembling a proud little peacock. My daddy is a firefighter. Mommy says he is a hero who isn't afraid of even great fires. Do you love your daddy? Yan Jejia, not fully understanding the concept of love, instinctively nodded. I miss my daddy. I want him to come home and see mommy, to see me, but he hasn't returned for a long time. As she spoke, her small lips quivered in a way that suggested she was on the verge of tears. Well, Jejia, would you like to see your daddy just once? Yes. Chapter 64. Hero Daddy. Qin Yanjin glanced at the charred soul floating behind Yan Jejia and sighed softly. Why must you cling to the mortal realm when your merits could allow you to be reborn into a better life? Moreover, even if you expend your merits, their duration is still fleeting. Yan Feng was taken aback. You can see me? Qin Yanjin fell silent for a moment, then pointed to the plaque of Qinglian Temple. Did you not notice where this is? This is a Taoist temple, and I am a Taoist nun. Why would I be surprised to see a mere soul? Yan Feng found himself at a loss for words, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he managed to utter, I thought Taoist temples were all a scam. Qin Yanjin remained silent, noting that in this age of decline, spiritual energy is scarce, making such manifestations inevitable. Would you like to see them, to say goodbye? Is that possible? He asked, his voice trembling with excitement. Then, as if realizing something, his expression froze. The light in his eyes dimmed instantly. But in my current state, they would surely have nightmares upon seeing me. Perhaps it's best if I just quietly accompany them. That alone is enough for me. His words were filled with difficulty, and his eyes brimmed with helplessness, bitterness, and deep regret. Qin Yanjin looked at him and said, I can restore you to your original form, but I have one condition. Upon hearing that he could return to his former self, Yan Feng's eyes immediately brightened. As long as it allows me to see them one last time, I will agree to any condition. He readily accepted, without hesitation. All right, Qin Yanjin replied, taking out her phone to call Yan Feng's wife. Hello. The voice of the woman on the other end came through, laced with cautious tension and trembling, as if afraid of disturbing something. Is this Yan Jejia's mother? Yes. I am Jejia's mother. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. Can you please return my daughter to me? Hearing the fear and pleading in the woman's voice, Qin Yanjin was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that she misunderstood and thought she had kidnapped the child. She chuckled softly and said, Madam, you have misunderstood. This is Qinglian Temple, not far from your home. The child just came to find me. She wanted to have her fortune told. You should come here first. Oh. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. And thank you for calling. I thought my child was lost. The woman, clearly not expecting to have created such a misunderstanding, was apologizing profusely. Her voice still choked with emotion. All right, we will wait for you here. Please come quickly. After hanging up the phone, Yan Jejia looked up with her chubby little face and asked in surprise, Big sister, I just heard mommy's voice. Were you talking to her? Qin Yanjin crouched down and looked at her seriously. Jejia, you must always tell your mommy when you go out. Otherwise, she will be very worried if she can't find you, and you wouldn't want to make her anxious, would you? Yan Jejia nodded repeatedly, her face serious. I don't want to make mommy worry, but I want daddy to come back. If daddy comes back, mommy won't cry every day. The floating Yan Feng's eyes reddened. He closed them tightly, forcing a painful smile. Qin Yanjin gently patted her little head and comforted her. Jejia, has anyone told you that your daddy is a hero? Yes. Mommy often tells me that daddy is the bravest person in the world. A great hero who has saved many, many people. He is the person I admire the most. Yan Jejia said innocently. Hearing this, Yan Feng was already at a loss for words, tears streaming down his face. Perhaps he regretted that fleeting moment, but he would never regret choosing this profession. The moment he donned that blue uniform, he had envisioned this moment. He regretted not being able to be by his wife's side, not being able to witness his child's growth. Ultimately, what he regretted the most was leaving them behind. Yet, if given another chance, he would still choose to serve the nation. It was his mission. Qin Yanjin sighed silently. Good child, you must remember that no matter where your daddy is, he will always love you and your mommy. He will protect you in another way. You are still young and may not understand. But just remember that your daddy will always reside in your heart, guarding you when you are scared, accompanying you when you cry, and sharing in your joy when you are happy. So if I am happy every day, daddy will be happy too? Yes. He is the person who loves you the most in the world, just like your mommy loves you. If mommy cries, wouldn't Jejia feel sad too? The little one nodded vigorously. When I see mommy cry, it hurts here, she said, pointing to her heart, pouting her lips. Exactly. If little Jejia is unhappy, it may hurt daddy's heart too, and mommy's as well. So from now on, you must grow up happily and joyfully, alright? Okay. 10 minutes later, a woman with red, swollen eyes and a weary, anxious demeanor hurried over. Upon seeing her daughter joyfully playing airplane on a young man's shoulders, her heart, which had been suspended in worry, finally eased. Perhaps due to recent sorrow and lack of sleep, as she relaxed, her body swayed unsteadily. Fortunately, Yu Junyi was beside her, gently supporting her and asking with concern, Are you alright? The woman quickly waved her hand, steadying herself as she thanked him. No, thank you. I was just a bit anxious. Mommy, Yan Jejia, spotting her mother, struggled to climb down from Qiao Yongyuan's shoulders. Her little legs scampered over to her mother, excitedly pointing at Qin Yanjin and exclaiming, Mommy, Big sister said she can let us see daddy. At the mere mention of her husband, the woman felt a pang in her heart, and tears threatened to spill over. She quickly lifted her head to prevent them from falling. Jejia. Her eyes were red, and it took her a moment to compose herself before she could embrace her child, her voice choked with emotion, unable to articulate her thoughts. Daddy. Dear Jia Jia's mother, I share a profound bond with Jia Jia. She has just bestowed upon me the offering for divination, her wish being for her father to return and see you all. I have accepted the offering, thus I shall ensure that you will meet. Qin Yanjin spoke with an air of certainty, yet Jia Jia's mother could only manage a bittersweet smile. My dear, Jia Jia's father has already, as I understand. This will be your final reunion, so let us bid a proper farewell. As Qin Yanjin spoke, she gracefully waved her hand, gently brushing over the eyelids of both Jia Jia and herself. They felt a refreshing coolness sweep over their eyelids, as if a clear spring had flowed through them. Upon reopening their eyes, a familiar figure floated before them. Daddy. As Jia Jia beheld Yan Feng, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she exclaimed joyfully before attempting to break free from her mother's embrace, yearning to rush towards her father. The woman, witnessing Yan Feng's ethereal form hovering in midair, felt her pupils constrict sharply and instinctively tighten her hold on Jia Jia, her voice trembling. Yan Feng? Is that truly you? Shao Qing, Qin Yanjin, and the others stepped back, allowing the family of three their moment. Master, do ghosts truly exist in this world? Qiao Yonyuan inquired, observing the mother and daughter as they wept and conversed with the air. Unable to quell his curiosity, Qin Yanjin immediately furrowed her brows. What nonsense are you speaking? How could there be ghosts in this world? You must trust in science. In quantum mechanics, in the movements of the universe, in biological technology. Do not dwell on the realm of the supernatural. Qiu Yangyuan and Yujuni exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of unvoiced lament as they regarded Qin Yanjin. They could not help but reflect that they were almost persuaded by the master's solemn demeanor. Of course, this was contingent upon the scene of familial reunion before them and the subsequent moment of Yanfeng being sent away. Perhaps then, they might have been able to convince themselves otherwise. Chapter 65. Is this name a bit hasty? Meanwhile, Tong Yan feigned illness, declining Zhao Xinjin's invitation, and boarded the high-speed train early, heading towards the address provided by Qin Yanjin. As she gazed at the swiftly retreating scenery outside the window, a myriad of emotions swirled within her. Once, she had yearned for family, yet the superficiality and favoritism of her kin had drained her spirit, leading her to occasionally harbor the dark thought of wishing them dead. Yet, every time such a terrifying notion crossed her mind, it was met with an overwhelming tide of self-reproach and guilt. She reassured herself that her mother merely favored sons over daughters, a fact she could gradually learn to accept. Thus, for all these years, she had never questioned anything. Had it not been for Master Qin, she would have remained oblivious to the sordid truth lurking beneath the surface. Taking a deep breath, her gaze suddenly hardened with resolve. If all of this were indeed true, then Zhao Xinjin, the false heiress, her hypocritical mother, and her ungrateful younger brother would not escape her reckoning. Upon disembarking from the high-speed train, she swiftly took a taxi to her destination, arriving just 5 minutes shy of 7 o'clock. Closing her eyes, she steeled her emotions, and when she opened them again, her gaze had lost its luster, becoming numb and hollow. It was a fractured beauty, as if she could vanish at any moment, evoking an involuntary sense of pity in those who beheld her. Tong Yan calculated the time until she overheard the melancholic conversation of two women nearby. Li Min, Tang seems to be in a bad mood lately. Do not take her words to heart. Lanjia, I've been too indulgent with Tang over the years. I do not understand why she harbors such resentment towards me, as if she is deliberately opposing me. You are simply too sensitive. She is your own flesh and blood. What mother and daughter does not have their quarrels? When she comes to terms with it, everything will naturally improve. But then, the conversation abruptly ceased. Though Tong Yan did not turn her head, she caught sight of two elegantly dressed women staring at her in shock from the corner of her eye. Her heart tightened, palms sweating as she fought to suppress her racing heartbeat. Li Min, that girl resembles you. I feel my heart racing, Lanjia. Why do my eyes feel so sore? It's strange, but I feel an inexplicable warmth when I look at her. Should we go and say hello? Yes. With trepidation and nervousness, the two women cautiously approached, while Tong Yan remained calm, glancing in their direction. Oh. Upon recognizing Tong Yan's visage, their expressions transformed into sheer astonishment. Even the prepared Tong Yan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the face that bore an uncanny resemblance to her own. She parted her lips, yet no words emerged. Zhang Limin covered her mouth, disbelief etched across her features. Child, we look remarkably alike. Tong Yan nodded in a daze, biting her lip before finally uttering, You resemble my mother even more. Subsequently, silence enveloped them. Observing this, Guaxinlan clutched Tong Yan's arm, urgently asking, Child, what is your name? How old are you? Where do you live? Who else is in your family? Tong Yan responded sweetly. My name is Tong Yan, I am 24 years old. I live in Yu City, and I have my mother and younger brother at home. Auntie, you feel so familiar to me. May I hug you? The latter part was directed towards Zhang Limin, her tone cautious, her eyes brimming with longing and uncertainty, reminiscent of a little rabbit. Zhang Limin's heart melted instantly, and she opened her arms to embrace Tong Yan, instinctively caressing her lustrous black hair. Tears streamed down Tong Yan's face unbidden, her voice trembling as she said, Auntie, your embrace is so warm. It's so comforting that I am reluctant to let go. Guaxinlan, witnessing this, felt a flicker of excitement in her eyes as Zhang Limin stroked Tong Yan's hair, secretly plucking a strand for herself. Tong Yan felt a sharp tug at her scalp, yet she understood the intent behind it. After achieving her goal, she reluctantly withdrew from Zhang Limin's embrace, revealing a broad smile. Auntie, thank you for your embrace. It has greatly lifted my spirits. But time is of the essence, and I shall not intrude further. I hope we may meet again by fate. With that, she departed briskly, for she was aware that her affluent mother would soon seek her out. However, she underestimated Zhang Limin's swiftness. Within 2 hours, a procession of Rolls-Royces appeared at the high-speed train station, flanked by rows of impeccably dressed bodyguards standing in formation. Onlookers, unaccustomed to such grandeur, eagerly whipped out their phones to capture the spectacle on video. "Child, you are my child."
Zhang Li minuts exclaimed.
Stepping out of the vehicle with tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at Tong Yan. Beside her stood a middle-aged man, his expression serious, yet his eyes fixated on Tong Yan, glimmering with unshed tears, betraying a deeper emotion than his stoic facade suggested. Tong Yan appeared momentarily stunned, her expression blank. Indeed, she was somewhat overwhelmed, feeling at a loss. Zhang Limin grasped her hand, tenderly stroking her head. "Child, you are my child. Come home with me and share with me what you have experienced all these years." She had not forgotten the hollow and desperate look in her daughter's eyes. Had it not been for the trials and tribulations of life, those eyes would not have lost their luster. Thus, Tong Yan was brought back to the Tang family, where the true heiress reclaimed her place. Upon witnessing the return, the counterfeit Tang's pupils dilated in shock as she instinctively shrieked, "How did you get here? You wretched spawn!" Tong Yan, undeterred, realized that she need not lift a finger. This fool was digging her own grave. Tong Yan's return to the Tang family signified the true heiress's emergence, and at that moment, Qin Yanjin received a divine revelation. As she quietly processed the information, she began to inscribe defensive formations upon the jade stone, and once completed, she pointed in a specific direction. "Bandit, place this stone there." "Goo." The bandit nodded, clutching the jade stone with its paws and soaring away. Master, does the name of this bandit seem a bit hasty?" When Xiao Yangyuan first heard this name, he thought he had misheard. However, upon learning that the bandit's 2 offspring were named Daya and Erden, he realized that this bandit was indeed aptly named. Yet, he remained perplexed about the significance of this name. After much contemplation, he could no longer suppress his curiosity and finally inquired. Qin Yanjin, without lifting her gaze, continued her intricate work of replicating the formation, casually responded, Hasty? I pondered over it for quite some time. So, after much deliberation, you settled on calling him a bandit?
Daya?
Erden? Very well. One cannot fathom the depths of a master's thoughts. No amount of guessing would suffice. By the way, master, Yuyou's stepmother has been behaving rather strangely lately, her gaze ominous, as if she harbors intentions to devour him. Is there any way to quell her demeanor? Ever since Yuyou recovered, his stepmother had been up to no good, attempting to poison him with a substance that could damage his nerves. Had it not been for Yuyou acquiring the master's jade talisman, he might have fallen victim to her schemes again. Thus, they had no choice but to seek Qin Yanjin's assistance. Qin Yanjin waved her hand dismissively. No need to worry. Your jade talisman contains a backlash symbol. Anyone who harbors ill will towards you shall face repercussions. So that's how it is. By the way, Yuyou, your father may soon make a move. Be cautious. He might tamper with your vehicle. Xiao Yangyuan grew anxious. What should we do? Is Yuyou in danger? Do you think my talisman is merely ornamental? Qin Yanjin cast him a cool glance, and he offered an awkward smile in return. Suddenly, Yuyou, who had been silent, spoke up. Master, do you have any suggestions? Yes, install a camera in your car. Having evidence will facilitate discussions. Furthermore, your father is not a man worthy of forgiveness. Yuyou's expression grew serious.
What do you mean by that?
What do you mean by no forgiveness? Xiao Yangyuan, impatient, pressed for clarification. Yuyou also looked at Qin Yanjin with eager eyes. His fists clenched, his complexion pale. Sighing, Qin Yanjin remarked, Surely you don't believe your biological mother truly passed away from illness? With that single statement, Yuyou's mind buzzed, nearly causing him to collapse.
Goodness!
Xiao Yangyuan exclaimed, jumping up like a monkey, indignant. Aunt Chao couldn't have been harmed by him, could she? Well, it's close enough. He tacitly allowed your stepmother to poison her food, knowing your mother would leave all her assets to you after her death. Otherwise, you wouldn't have survived to this day. Yuyou swayed, his face as pale as a sheet. The once sunny and bashful boy now filled with profound disbelief and resentment. Seeing his distress, Qin Yanjin softened her tone. Do not grieve too deeply. In truth, your mother suffered from breast cancer before her passing. The pain was immense, but after being poisoned, her death was perhaps less agonizing, which allowed her to arrange everything for you in advance. She had hoped to use her guilt and remorse to compel your father to treat you kindly, yet she underestimated the allure of wealth. At that moment, Xiao Yangyuan squinted and interjected, Master, Have you found anything that could bring down Yufeng? Qin Yanjin remained silent, her gaze turning to Yujunyi, seemingly seeking his consent. Taking a deep breath, Yujunyi gritted his teeth and asked, Master, I wish to see him utterly disgraced and stripped of everything. It is what he owes my mother. Very well. Qin Yanjin was equally determined to prevent scum like Yufeng from continuing to wreak havoc. Isn't he a philanthropist? He owns over 10 orphanages. Investigate there. You will uncover what you seek. Xiao Yangyuan and Yujunyi exchanged glances, unable to remain seated any longer, and hurriedly took their leave. Qin Yanjin sighed softly, returning to her meticulous task of replicating the complex formation on the jade. Half an hour later, the defensive formation was fully replicated, and the bandit had arranged all the jade stones in their designated locations. Positioned at the center of the temple, Qin Yanjin closed her eyes and pressed her palms together. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, her fingers dancing through intricate hand seals as she chanted incantations. As the spell transformed, an extraordinary force emanated from her, enveloping the entire mountain. In the next moment, dark clouds gathered above, the heavens shifting ominously, thunder rumbled, and fierce winds swept across the landscape, shaking the earth. The bandit squawked nervously, hastily sheltering his offspring beneath his wings, his round eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Unfazed, Qin Yanjin continued to alter her hand seals. After a considerable time, the tempest subsided, the violent energy gradually dissipating, replaced by a gentle breeze, reminiscent of a warm spring sun, seeping into her body, slowly mending her injuries while replenishing her energy, rendering her even more robust. With the defensive formation activated, Qin Yanjin embarked on her journey for further cultivation. As dusk fell, she retrieved an old, faded tracksuit from her collection, one she had worn during her school days. Though she had grown up in a temple, she had not neglected her 9 years of compulsory education. It was only after graduating high school that she truly encountered the heavenly secrets of this extraordinary technique. Regrettably, her master had always prohibited her from practicing it until his passing, when he bestowed upon her a live-streaming account, revealing the true potential of this extraordinary art. Walking down the mountain, the surroundings were eerily silent as she contemplated her destination when her phone chimed unexpectedly. Pulling out her phone, she saw a photo from Tang Yi. The image depicted him with a girl who appeared somewhat boyish, their hands intertwined as they gazed sweetly at one another. Tang Yi was the fellow who aspired to be a rich second generation but unexpectedly became a kept man. The girl beside him was a good friend he had previously called a brother. It seemed they had officially announced their relationship. Indeed, the next moment, Tang Yi excitedly sent a voice message. Master, we're together now. I've become the small white FAC. The carriage was impeccably clean, spotless to the extent that not a speck of dust could be found. Yet, Qin Yanjin could still detect a faint whiff of blood in the air. The man flashed a grin, tossing aside his cigarette as he remarked, What is there to think? It's not easy for anyone out here. So any help I can offer is but a small gesture. Qin Yanjin remained silent, merely nodding gently in response. The man, seemingly casual, inquired, What is your name? Little girl, where are you headed? You still seem to be of school age. Why aren't you in school? Aren't you afraid of encountering any ill-intentioned individuals out here in the wilderness? With a shy smile, Qin Yanjin replied, I'm not in school anymore. I'm working now. I just had a quarrel with my boyfriend, and he left me stranded on the road. The man frowned, a flicker of indignation crossing his face as he said, Your boyfriend is utterly unreasonable. It's dark now, and he abandoned a young girl like you here. What if something dangerous were to happen? Though his words were stern, a glimmer of mischief sparkled in his eyes. Qin Yanjin managed a fragile smile, assuring him, It's all right. Yes, just angry. He'll surely call me soon. Just as she finished speaking, her phone chimed, and she waved it with a light-hearted grin. See? He does care about me. In truth, the message was from Tang Yi, who, having grown impatient with Qin Yanjin's silence, urged, Master, please send us your blessings. I feel quite anxious without them. Oh dear. Qin Yanjin's lips twitched, yet the performance must continue. She summoned her spiritual energy to redden her eyes, then feigned a furious phone call, exclaiming, What a scoundrel! How could you break up with me after everything I've done for you? I'll have you know that I'm the one ending this. Even if you beg on your knees in the future, I want to look back. With that, she hung up, covering her face, as she began to weep softly. The man said nothing throughout, but a smirk crept upon his lips. Don't cry, little girl. Too much weeping isn't good for your eyes. If you don't want to break up, go find him. Perhaps if you soften your stance, everything will be fine. Qin Yanjin wiped her tears and defiantly responded, "You're right. Just because he said we're breaking up doesn't mean it's over. I need to clarify things with him." She then pulled out her phone and began typing earnestly, her face a canvas of emotions, predominantly anger and urgency. The man observed for a moment and discerned that she clearly did not wish for reconciliation, a wicked grin forming on his lips. "Take your time, don't rush. Here, have some water." Without looking up, Qin Yanjin accepted the bottle of mineral water he offered. As she took a sip, her gaze flickered to the rearview mirror. Noticing the quiet girl reclining in the back seat, the man, pleased, whistled softly. What fortunate luck to return with a little rabbit, though it seemed a bit dry. It should be tender and fresh. The vehicle meandered into the city and halted in front of a deli. The man exited, opened the garage, and drove in the Wuling Rongguang. He didn't rush to check on Qin Yanjin but instead took a leisurely stroll around his domain, logging into his computer and meticulously examining his surroundings before stepping into the cold storage. This was a warehouse specifically for storing frozen meats, filled with an array of frozen products. Hanging from hooks were 2 sides of pork and 2 sides of beef, gruesomely bloody and somewhat terrifying. Yet, the man paid no heed, walking straight to the cutting board where a half-cut piece of raw meat had already begun to freeze. With a pleased demeanor, he dipped his fingers in water and smeared it onto the meat surface. Once it thawed slightly, he sliced off a piece so thin it was nearly translucent. Without any dipping sauce, he savored it directly, squinting his eyes in delight as he chewed. The taste was decent, albeit a bit tough. Women over 30 simply didn't compare. But that was all right. He had just brought back a little rabbit, tender and undoubtedly delicious. No, the more he thought about it, the more his mouth watered. He ought to prepare a soul-dipping sauce first, then arrange for a candlelit dinner. The freshest meat is best enjoyed while it's still alive. With that, he returned to the garage, hoisting Qin Yanjin into the dining room, seating her in a specially designed chair equipped with leather straps to secure her hands and feet. Once she was firmly restrained, he moved into the kitchen to prepare the dipping sauce. Observing his retreating figure, Qin Yanjin calmly unfastened the straps, placed her palms gently on the table. And in an instant, the surrounding air warped, the scenery transforming dramatically. Yet, upon closer inspection, it appeared as though nothing had transpired. The dipping sauce was quickly prepared, and the man, brimming with excitement, brought it over, meticulously arranging the cutlery, lighting candles, and dimming the lights. Once everything was set, he sat beside Qin Yanjin, casually splashing a glass of ice water onto her face. Leaning back in her chair, Qin Yanjin regarded him with a cool detachment, her expression one of mild disgust as she watched him douse her with water. In the man's eyes, Qin Yanjin, startled awake by the splash, wore a face of sheer terror, her voice trembling as she asked, "Where am I? What do you intend to do to me?" She struggled fiercely, crying out like a small rabbit pinned down by a wolf, panic-stricken and helpless. "Little girl, you're finally awake. Don't be afraid. My methods are quite gentle. You won't feel a thing, I assure you." The man grinned in a lewd, sinister manner, brandishing a dining knife as he approached Qin Yanjin. With a swift motion, he sliced a piece of flesh from his arm, the bloody morsel landing gruesomely onto the plate before her. Beaming, he eagerly dipped a piece in the prepared sauce, bringing it to his lips, savoring the taste with a look of rapture as he exclaimed, "Truly, you are a delightful little rabbit. The meat is so tender." As he slowly chewed, sitting upright with grace, one might mistake him for some privileged young master if not for his ghastly appearance and the dismal surroundings. Qin Yanjin, observing the blood oozing from his arm, wore an expression of indifference. The previous captives who had occupied her current position had met a gruesome fate, enduring a similar fate of being butchered and consumed. Now, it was time for, as they indulged in their fanciful musings, the door of the delicatessen swung open, and moments later, they all emerged, doubled over and retching. The convulsions were so intense that it seemed as though they might expel their very souls. What was the matter? Surely, it didn't consume something amiss, did you? Wasn't it said that a murder lurked within? The officer guarding Qin Yanjin appeared utterly bewildered. Another wave of dry heaving ensued, drawing the attention of onlookers from nearby shops, who, upon witnessing the spectacle, began to indulge in idle gossip. What could possibly be happening? Could it be that old Gao had gotten himself into trouble? Undoubtedly, he had always been rather secretive, and the tantalizing aroma of meat wafting from his establishment led many to speculate that he had been using inferior oil, ultimately resulting in a tip-off. Surely not. I have dined on his fare, and it was quite delectable. Besides, old Gao, despite his burly appearance, is rather fastidious. Indeed. Quite severely so. How could he resort to such unsavory practices? He often consumes his own culinary creations. It would be utterly out of character for him to use substandard oil. Yet, with the police now present, they couldn't simply be passing by for a snack, could they? After a bout of retching, a few officers took a deep breath and, with a grim resolve, re-entered the establishment. Meanwhile, the man remained seated at the dining table, his complexion ashen, mechanically slicing into his own flesh, seasoning it with condiments before consuming it. Even having witnessed this once, the sight was enough to churn the stomach anew. One individual could no longer contain himself and almost vomited again, but managed to stifle it just in time. Call for an ambulance. The rest of you, come with me to search for additional clues. Shortly thereafter, a gasp echoed from the cold storage. Captain, we have something suspicious here. In the restroom, Captain, there appears to be an issue. In the kitchen, Captain, there are problems here as well. Before long, the ambulance screeched to a halt outside the delicatessen, and the medical personnel, upon seeing the blood-soaked man, were met with expressions of shock and horror. After recovering from their astonishment, they cautiously lifted him onto a stretcher. And the moment they moved him away from the table, the man jolted awake, unleashing a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig.
Ah!
Who is trying to kill me?
Who?
The onlookers, witnessing his battered state, paled and recoiled in fear. Oh dear, what a calamity! Who has old Gao offended? The cruelty is simply unfathomable.
Who can say?
It's truly dreadful, simply dreadful. The officers who had gathered evidence approached Qin Yanjin with grave expressions.
Comrade,
Please accompany us for an inquiry. Qin Yanjin nodded, certainly, but please wait a moment as I see off a few individuals. The officers were taken aback. Who are you sending off? With a glint of inscrutable intent in her eyes, Qin Yanjin replied, a few victims. Chapter 68. Unable to hold back tears. What victims? The captain of the police was visibly perplexed. They had just conducted a search and found no victims aside from the dismembered remains. Moreover, the case of missing persons had been under investigation for years, only to be inadvertently uncovered by a young girl. Qin Yanjin smiled without offering an explanation, striding into the delicatessen. As she walked, she formed hand seals and murmured incantations, and upon reaching the dining table, a chilling wind swept through the air. In the captain's astonished and bewildered gaze, a vortex, exuding an eerie and terrifying chill, materialized, resembling a tear in the very fabric of space. He seemed to glimpse shadowy figures flickering within, revealing their true forms amidst the swirling chaos. The captain stood frozen, recognizing these as the very missing persons they had sought for so long, 7 in total, their features unmistakable. Yet, confronted with their skeletal visages and the abyss-like vortex that loomed behind them, he found himself engulfed in disbelief. His voice trembled as he uttered. They are. Qin Yanjin responded with an air of nonchalance. Oh, they have passed on, burdened by heavy grievances. The perpetrator has received just retribution and has been apprehended. It is time for them to return to their rightful place. The captain, he was not inquiring about that, yet found himself at a loss for words. He wished to ask how such entities could exist, but their tangible presence before him rendered him speechless. He also yearned to question Qin Yanjin's identity and how she could perceive spirits, as well as the bizarre events he had witnessed on the surveillance footage. Initially, he had pondered the killer's mental state for inflicting such self-harm, but upon witnessing Qin Yanjin's abilities, he recalled her earlier gesture of striking the table. Ultimately, he arrived at a singular conclusion. Qin Yanjin was enigmatic, formidable, and profoundly terrifying. At the police station, in the interrogation room. Name, Qin Yanjin. Gender, female. Age, 18. Origin, Jiangyang City, 78th generation abbot of Qinglian Temple on Qingfeng Mountain. The officer in charge of the questioning glanced up at Qin Yanjin, his expression a mixture of confusion and astonishment. What does it mean to be the 78th generation abbot? Suddenly, one officer sprang to his feet, animatedly gesturing. I remember now. You are Master Qin, aren't you? Hey Lu, what are you talking about? Who is Master Qin? Lu, brimming with excitement, struggled to articulate. She is Master Qin. The fortune teller I told you about, the one who reported the S-Class, wanted criminal. Master Qin, I'm your fan. I've been following your live streams and Weibo. Could you sign an autograph for me? Qin Yanjin smiled with a hint of exasperation. Officer, this is an interrogation. Let us maintain a sense of seriousness. Lu, embarrassed, scratched his head and muttered, "Sorry, master, I got too excited and forgot my place." He composed himself and was about to continue the inquiry when the door to the interrogation room swung open. "Captain, what brings you here?" "Ahem. I have business with Comrade Qin. You all may step out for a moment." "Understood." As Liu exited, he cast a lingering glance at Qin Yanjin. His eyes filled with admiration and reverence. Within the interrogation room, only the captain and Qin Yanjin remained. "Greetings, Master Qin, I am Fan Yongjun. I just watched the replay of your live stream and have gathered some insight into your profession. However, this is a police station, and we must adhere to proper procedures. My apologies." "Not a problem." Fan Yongjun seated himself in Liu's former place, hesitatingly asking, "Master Qin, I observed on the surveillance that you struck the table. Were you casting a spell?" Qin Yanjin paused. "Casting a spell? That is not entirely accurate. It's more akin to a technique." "How did you come to be in the delicatessen?" "I was out on a journey for practice and hitched a ride. During the trip, he offered me a bottle of water." "Ahem. As far as I know, you're a fortune teller." "Indeed. So when I saw him, I knew instantly that his fate was sealed." 10 minutes later, Qin Yanjin and Fan Yongjun emerged from the interrogation room, and upon opening the door, they were met with a row of onlookers. Their eyes were fixed upon Qin Yanjin, filled with suppressed admiration, sparkling like stars. Even the deputy director stood nearby, eager to engage, yet restrained by various concerns, refraining from interrupting. Evidently, these individuals were aware of her identity. Fan Yongjun's eyes widened as he barked, "What are you all doing? Get back to work at once, you little rascals. No one can control you now, can they?" Seeing their captain's ire, the crowd dispersed in haste, leaving only the deputy director by his side. It was then that Fan Yongjun noticed him, exclaiming in surprise, "Deputy director?" The deputy, with his serious square face, revealed a hint of embarrassment as he cleared his throat and addressed him earnestly. "Yes, Xiao Jun, you carry on with your tasks. I have a matter to discuss with this comrade." "Very well, Master Qin. May I have a moment of your time?" Qin Yanjin, observing the aura of prosperity and integrity surrounding him, nodded in agreement. "Certainly." In the deputy's office, he wasted no time in stating, "Master Qin, I have heard from my subordinates that you are a master of divination, possessing remarkable skills in the mystical arts. Might I request your assistance in divining the fate of an individual?" The deputy did not beat around the bush, but instead went straight to the point. Qin Yanjin countered with a question, "Do you believe in such matters?" The deputy fell silent. He certainly did not, yet he was fervently eager to uncover the truth. The appearance of Qin Yanjin felt like a last glimmer of hope, even if he did not believe in fortune-telling. The prospect of her providing the answers he sought ignited a flicker of optimism within him. However, he seemed to forget that not all answers are ones he could bear. "Are you wishing to know if Yuyou is alive?" The deputy stiffened, shock evident in his gaze as he turned to Qin Yanjin, then took a deep breath. Before he could finish, Qin Yanjin sighed softly, "I am sorry." The deputy swayed slightly, his complexion turning ashen, and he suppressed the pain swelling within him. His voice trembling as he inquired, "What of his remains?" "You would not wish to know, and even if you did, it would serve no purpose." Qin Yanjin shook her head, her eyes reflecting a mix of compassion and reverence. Yuyou had been an undercover agent sent out a decade ago. Originally, the task was assigned to the deputy, then a mere junior officer, but at that time, he had just married. As a good brother emerging from the same dormitory, Yuyou had volunteered for the mission without the deputy's knowledge. It was only after Yuyou's departure that the deputy learned the undercover agent had been replaced. At that moment, he felt a mix of anger and urgency, vowing that if Yuyou returned, they would sever ties. Yet, this wait extended for 10 long years, transforming his initial fury into a profound worry, a fear that robbed him of sleep, haunted by nightmares of Yuyou's disfigured corpse. He immersed himself in work, believing that upon Yuyou's return, he could be his pillar of support. Eventually, he and his wife sold their home and moved next door to Yuyou's family to better care for the elderly couple, treating them as his own parents. Though he had a premonition that Yuyou might meet with misfortune, hearing the news still brought tears to his eyes, allowing sorrow to seep into his very being. At that moment, Qin Yanjin spoke again. "However, he has left behind an orphan, and you must act swiftly to rescue him." The deputy's eyes suddenly brightened, as if a glimmer of hope had been ignited, and he exclaimed, "Where is he?" "In an orphanage. You have only 15 minutes. If you delay, it will indeed be too late." Chapter 69. Bandits Clash, Victory Achieved. As Qin Yanjin exited the police station, the clock had struck midnight. For reasons she could not quite fathom, a weightiness settled upon her heart, reflecting on the likes of Shiao Yi and Yu Tao, alongside countless others who silently sacrificed their lives. She gazed up at the bustling metropolis, suddenly reminded of a popular saying, "What tranquil times are there? It is but the burden borne by others that allows you to tread lightly." Indeed, beneath the beautiful neon lights, how many lost souls lingered in obscurity. Perhaps only in the depths of hell would one truly comprehend that the mortal realm was their true purgatory. Wandering aimlessly down the street, Qin Yanjin cast a long shadow beneath the dim streetlights. An inexplicable solitude enveloped her. Just then, a surge of profound insight descended upon her, enveloping her in a veil of ethereal mist, as if lost in a dream. She swiftly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy into her being, storing it within her dantian. Yet the magnitude of this celestial energy was overwhelming. She could only hastily vanish from sight, seeking refuge behind a nearby lush tree. As she absorbed the heavenly energy, she became aware of its source. In addition to Yu Tao's child, there were also Qiao Yangyuan and Yu Junyi, those two youngsters. Coincidentally, the deputy had leveraged his connections to mobilize the local police, among whom was the orphanage benefiting from Yu Fang's donations, where Qiao Yangyuan and Yu Junyi happened to be investigating. Subsequently, the deputy learned of this development, accelerating Yu Junyi's investigation. It turned out that in any orphanage funded by Yu Fang, the children were regarded not as humans, but as commodities. Most individuals adopting these children harbored various hidden afflictions, such as pedophilia, mania, and mental disorders. The children endured inhumane torment at their hands. Some did not survive beyond 6 months, while others met with tragic ends. And some even had their eyes and hearts extracted. Naive children believed that being adopted by their new parents meant they would be cherished, only to be met with endless despair and suffering. No matter how they pleaded for mercy, they were met with even harsher beatings. Yu Tao's child was among them, under the care of a sadistic director who had previously tortured cats and dogs. Upon becoming director, he began to inflict cruelty upon children. The local police raided the orphanage without warning, witnessing firsthand the director hanging Yu Tao's orphan and beating him. The brave little child, despite his skin hanging in tatters and blood staining his body, held his ground without shedding a tear, defiantly glaring at the director. This incident garnered considerable attention, and with Qiao Yangyuan's intervention, Yu Fang was quickly apprehended, coming face to face with Yu Junyi as he was led away. "My mother has been diagnosed with breast cancer, and has little time. Perhaps it is due to the bandit gaining sentience, but its actions and demeanor have become increasingly emotional, as evidenced just moments ago." Qiao Yang lay beneath the Bodhi tree, engrossed in a nap, perhaps a bit too loudly, which caught the attention of the bandit who was feeding the fish nearby. The bandit cast several glances in his direction, observing Qiao Yang with a foolish grin. Suddenly, it tossed all the fish food into the pond, disregarding the splashing koi, and hurried over to Qiao Yang to join him in watching the app. By some twist of fate, Qiao Yang stumbled upon a video of a pharaoh owl hunting a fox. In the footage, a small fox darted across the grass, pursued by the massive owl hovering above, poised to strike. The owl swooped down with astonishing speed, capturing the little fox with seemingly effortless precision. At this point, Qiao Yang swiped away the video, but the bandit was not pleased. It pecked him on the forehead with its hard beak. Wincing in pain, he glared at it. "Bandit, what are you doing? My head is not a watermelon. Why are you pecking me?" The bandit ignored him, instead trying to seize his phone with its claw, attempting to rewind the video. However, its claw could not navigate the screen, and after a futile peck, the device shattered into a spiderweb of cracks. The bandit paused, perhaps realizing that the phone was not as resilient as Qiao Yang's head, and disdainfully tossed it back. Qiao Yang instinctively reached out to catch it but failed, sending the phone plummeting into the pond. Now, not only was there nothing left to play with, but all the precious videos he had painstakingly purchased online were gone, intended for a clandestine viewing with his good friend that evening. Now it was all ruined. Quite literally, as it turned out. Fuming, he shouted, "Bandit, give me back my phone." The bandit, with an air of aloofness, refused, thinking it was ridiculous to blame it for Qiao Yang's clumsiness. Seeing the unrepentant look on its face made the veins on Qiao Yang's forehead throb. He was, after all, a pampered heir, accustomed to adoration and flattery wherever he went, leading to a naturally spoiled temperament. Now, bullied by this insufferable owl, his temper flared. But given that it was the pet of a master, he could not retaliate. After pondering for a moment, he decided to splash the steaming water of the pond onto the bandit. The bandit, being fastidious about cleanliness, possessed a kind of aversion to dirt akin to human obsessive-compulsive disorder. After a fierce battle with a falcon, it had painstakingly made its way here, ignoring its wounds to meticulously wash its feathers. Unfortunately, Qiao inadvertently struck a nerve. Thus, a water fight ensued. Initially playful, it escalated as the bandit took flight, making it impossible for Qiao to reach it, while the bandit would occasionally launch surprise attacks. Furthermore, with its recent enhancements, the bandit's speed far exceeded that of any animal capable of creating afterimages while flying. Just as Qiao began to doubt his existence under the relentless teasing of the bandit, Qin Yanjin appeared out of thin air. At which point the bandit had its claws caught in Qiao pants. With a sudden rip, Qiao felt a chilling breeze. Chapter 70. The Soul-Eating Infant. The person seeking the jade talisman was a father and his daughter. The young girl merely 6 years old, her expression vacant and lifeless, resembling a puppet. Upon entering the side hall, Qin Yanjin immediately spotted an exceedingly grotesque soul-eating infant clinging to the girl. The infant was entirely black, save for 2 white flesh balls on its head, incessantly gnawing at the girl's mind, its movements grotesquely disturbing. Qin Yanjin understood that it was siphoning the girl's soul. Those 2 flesh balls contained her essence, and once consumed, the infant could be reborn within her body. Thus, the soul-eating infant was also known as the reincarnation technique. This was a form of malevolent sorcery, one that required a bond of blood to enact its vile purpose. In the past, some emperors, in their quest for immortality, had clandestinely employed such dark arts, yet as sovereigns, their own dragon energy made them difficult to control. Therefore, to create a soul-eating infant, emperors needed numerous test subjects, with countless princes perishing under this wicked sorcery. However, for ordinary people, the soul-eating infant was much easier to manipulate. Take, for instance, the ordinary little girl before him, who had fallen victim to this vicious sorcery at the hands of her grandmother, who favored males. At this moment, the girl's father turned to Qin Yanjin, clasping his hands in a respectful bow, his eyes pleading as he hoarsely inquired, "Master, may I request a jade talisman that can save my daughter's life?" The man's face was etched with exhaustion, his complexion slightly pale, indicating that he had been through a trying time. Qin Yanjin shook his head solemnly, stating, "Even with a jade talisman, it would be of no use. Your daughter is not afflicted by illness. Rather, someone has cast a malevolent spell upon her." The man staggered back, disbelief etched across his features, clearly struggling to accept this revelation. After a prolonged silence, he finally found his voice, trembling as he asked, "A curse? Is there any hope for my daughter?" Qin Yanjin nodded earnestly. "Of course, you have come to my temple. I shall not disappoint you." Upon hearing this, the man's hope reignited, and he immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Master, please save my daughter. I am willing to pay any price to ensure her safety." Qin Yanjin pondered for a moment before replying, "Do not celebrate too soon. If you understood who is truly behind this curse, you might not be so eager." The man blinked, his expression freezing. "What do you mean? Stand up and let us speak." "The curse afflicting your daughter is known as the soul-eating infant, also referred to as the reincarnation technique. May I ask, Mr. He, does your family have a tendency to favor males over females?" He Fengsheng's breath hitched, a bitter smile crossing his lips. "Master, you speak truthfully. My mother indeed favors boys, but she treats Sui well, with no reproach at all, truly." He hastily defended himself, panic coloring his face, though his eyes remained earnest, devoid of guilt. Qin Yanjin shook his head, casting a sympathetic glance at him. The mindset of preferring males over females is not easily altered. It is deeply ingrained in your parents' very essence, and cannot be eradicated. But they have indeed treated Sui well. He Fengsheng insisted, his voice pale. "Has their attitude towards Sui changed since your wife's miscarriage?" He Fengsheng reflected for a moment and found that the master's words held truth. It seemed that from the moment Sui was born, her grandparents had never held her. At times, when his wife was absent, they would even speak harshly to Sui. Fortunately, they restrained themselves due to his wife's family background. Later, the old lady urged his wife to have a second child, but she was unable to conceive, leading his mother to seek various remedies. His wife, who had been nurtured in comfort, endured it all for his sake, and after several months, she finally became pregnant. The family had barely managed to celebrate when she suffered a miscarriage. Upon investigation, it was revealed that the numerous remedies she had consumed had harmed her body. And the doctor had warned that, even without the remedies, her chances of conception were slim. However, now her body was damaged, and it would be difficult for her to conceive again in the future. For this reason, his wife remained sorrowful for a considerable time. Deep down, she harbored resentment towards the elderly lady. He was aware of it. Yet what could he do? After all, she was his mother. Fortunately, following this incident, the couple exhibited a remarkable change in their attitude towards Sui Sui, which somewhat alleviated his wife's distress. But what does that have to do with the master? Shouldn't his parents treat their granddaughter well? Moreover, given that his wife could no longer conceive, it was entirely understandable that they would dote on their only granddaughter. This was how he reassured himself, though inexplicably, upon catching a fleeting glimpse of derision in Qin Yanjin's eyes, an unsettling premonition stirred within him. How could it be irrelevant? Your mother expended a significant sum to employ dark arts to turn your aborted son into a soul-devouring infant. The transformation of your daughter into her current state is precisely due to that malevolent being clinging to her. He Fengxing's pupils dilated suddenly, as if struck by a thunderbolt, causing his entire being to tremble uncontrollably. What does this mean? It implies that the child's grandmother wishes to resurrect her deceased grandson within her granddaughter's body. Despite the vessel being female, the soul would be that of a boy. Qin Yanjin scoffed coldly, her tone laced with scorn. Does your family have a throne to inherit? Must it be male? Do you not realize that if the old lady's desires are fulfilled, this child might not live long? And as for you, you shall never have children again in this lifetime. Even if you were to be with another woman, your fate is sealed. He Fengxing's complexion drained of color. Master, you just stated my daughter still has hope. Please, you must save her and rid her of the impurities afflicting her. The impurity you refer to is your son. He Fengxing opened his mouth, rendered speechless. Very well. I can eliminate the soul-devouring infant, and your daughter can revert to her former self. However, can you guarantee that your parents will acquiesce? Qin Yanjin retorted with a chilling smile, her gaze inscrutable. He Fengxing fell silent once more. After a moment, as if coming to a resolution, he declared firmly, Master, rest assured, I will not allow them to harm Sui Sui any longer. Previously, my inaction led to this predicament. I will change. At worst, I will prevent them from seeing Sui Sui and send them back to the countryside. In a hesitant tone, he added, unless they come to their senses, they shall never see her again. Qin Yanjin couldn't help but shake her head, her eyes filled with disapproval. Your actions will only breed greater hatred from them towards Sui Sui and your wife. If you truly wish to address the root cause, you must alter their ingrained preference for sons over daughters. This, she feared, would be no small challenge. Not to worry, since I have proposed addressing the root cause. This issue can certainly be resolved. Qin Yanjin waved her hand dismissively, then continued, Now, let us discuss the cost of lifting the dark spell. Very well. Master, please proceed. 100,000. Agreed. He would pay any amount, even 1,000,000, for he had no desire to face extinction. 2 Huangliang dream talismans, capable of inducing nightmares, will be employed on your parents. To instigate a shift in their deeply entrenched beliefs, they must personally experience the consequences of their actions. Each talisman costs 20,000. Do you have any objections? It is merely a dream. He Fengxing immediately shook his head vigorously. None. None at all. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a Huangliang dream is not an ordinary dream. Chapter 71. How could I know I'm incapable without trying? After agreeing on the price, Qin Yanjin beckoned to Sui Sui. The latter stared blankly, neither acknowledging nor responding, as though oblivious to her gesture. Qin Yanjin chuckled lightly, releasing a hint of spiritual energy. The soul-devouring infant perched atop Sui Sui's had suddenly lifted its gaze towards her, its ashen eyes brimming with longing. It compelled Sui Sui to approach, extending its half-meter-long tongue to lick Qin Yanjin's palm, the flesh atop its head quivering as if in a good mood. Qin Yanjin smirked coldly, her movements swift as lightning, and with a single strike, she sent the soul-devouring infant flying. With a resounding thud, a puddle of viscous liquid materialized on the ground, shocking He Fengxing to his core, draining the color from his face. After all, he could not see the soul-devouring infant. It appeared as though Qin Yanjin merely swatted at Sui Sui's head, and yet a disgusting puddle had formed beneath them. This strengthened his belief in Qin Yanjin's words. After being knocked away, the soul-devouring infant instinctively sought to return to Sui Sui's head. However, Qin Yanjin would never grant it that opportunity. With the emergence of the Mo Chuiyu fan, a tremendous pressure ensnared it tightly. It thrashed, howled, and writhed in agony, emitting a piercing, chilling scream that sent shivers down the spine, reminiscent of the wails of lost souls from the depths of hell, evoking an instinctive reaction of goosebumps. He foam-shung, terrified, pale to the color of paper, hastily hiding behind a pillar with his hands clamped over his ears, unable to bear the sound. As if this would shield him from the soul-devouring infant's cries. Qin Yanjin's gaze was deep and penetrating as her fingers traced intricate patterns in the air. Mystical runes began to bloom on the Mo Chueyu fan. The runes multiplied rapidly until they covered the entire fan. With a fierce command, she declared, "Break." With a resounding boom, the soul-devouring infant exploded, its screams abruptly silenced. A soul and a spirit burst free from their restraints, drifting like transparent ribbons back to their rightful host. Qin Yanjin immediately channeled her spiritual energy to stabilize Sui Sui's restless soul, infusing it with a touch of healing energy. After all, the soul had been separated for some time, and it surely bore wounds. If not addressed promptly, it could lead to lingering aftereffects. Once the restoration was nearly complete, Qin Yanjin withdrew her hand and looked at Sui Sui's somewhat dazed eyes, smiling as she gently ruffled her little head. "Hello, little one. What is your name?" Sui Sui's vacant eyes gradually regained their sparkle. Upon hearing the gentle voice, she instinctively replied, "Sui Sui. My name is Sui Sui."
Sui Sui.
He foam-shung rushed out from behind the pillar, overwhelmed with excitement upon witnessing his daughter speak, embracing her tightly while repeatedly exclaiming, "It's wonderful that you're awake. Wonderful."
Sui Sui chirped sweetly, "Daddy."
At that moment, he foam-shung was overcome with tears of joy. After settling the payment, the father and daughter expressed their gratitude profusely before departing. Once they were gone, Qiu Yangyuan timidly entered, awkwardly adjusting his new pants, wishing to disappear into a crevice after recalling the embarrassing scene from before. However, upon entering, he was met with the sight of an unidentified puddle on the floor, which filled him with disdain. "Master, what is this?" Qin Yanjin did not respond, but casually tossed out a dust-clearing talisman. The talisman flickered briefly, and the entire side hall was instantly rendered spotless, devoid of any dust. Qiu Yangyuan gaped in astonishment, his eyes filled with fervor as he scampered to her side. "Master, about that matter I mentioned last time. Have you given it any thought?" Qin Yanjin cast him a sidelong glance. "Consider what?" "To take us on as disciples. My friend Yuyou and I." "When did I ever say I would take you as disciples?" Qiu Yangyuan grew anxious. "No, Master. You can't do this. We had already discussed coming to seek your guidance. You mustn't play tricks on me. To be my disciple?" Qin Yanjin scrutinized him from head to toe, her expression one of disdain. "You are unqualified. Your aptitude is far too lacking." Qiu Yangyuan nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, forcing out a smile, even more miserable than tears, his voice tinged with desperation. "Master, how can you know I'm incapable if you haven't tried?" "In truth, I'm quite capable. Really, you can give it a try." Qin Yanjin, despite her long-standing isolation from others, frequently indulged in online browsing and often encountered the outside world during her excursions for experience, ensuring she was not utterly ignorant. Qiu Yangyuan's words were undoubtedly laden with ambiguity. The possibility of taking him as a disciple was out of the question. There was no mentor-student bond between them. If not a disciple, then perhaps an outer disciple would suffice. As long as you can impart some spells or teach me about talismans, fortune-telling, anything will do. As long as you possess some skill, Qiu Yangyuan suggested, retreating to a more palatable proposition while twisting his body in a playful manner. This elicited a slight twitch at the corner of Qin Yanjin's mouth. In truth, accepting them was not entirely out of the question. At the very least, having someone to assist with deliveries would be beneficial, and there would be someone to watch over the temple while she ventured out for training. Moreover, when important patrons arrived, they could assist in receiving them. However, Qiu Yangyuan's aptitude was indeed rather lackluster, and Yuyou was only barely competent. They were, after all, carefree second-generation heirs. And if they were to truly come under her tutelage, it remained uncertain how long they would persist. Noticing that Qin Yanjin did not hastily reject his proposal, Qiu Yangyuan felt a glimmer of hope. "Master, rest assured, Yuyou and I will surely manage the temple with utmost diligence. Besides, Master, you need to send out deliveries every week, and we would be a helping hand. Furthermore, Yuyou can cook. Your time is invaluable. So we can entrust the cooking duties to him." He had completely sold out his good friend, leaving himself unscathed. Qin Yanjin let out a cold laugh. "Not wanting to be a rich second generation anymore?" Coming to my humble temple to be a novice? Qiao Yangyuan waved his hands dismissively, feigning an air of simplicity. Not anymore. It's boring. Yu Junyi has already handed over the company to my father, and all he has left are these meager dividends. Moreover, the substantial fortune left to him by his mother ensures he will never have to worry about food and clothing in this lifetime. So we wish to pursue something more meaningful. Qin Yanjin truly could not comprehend the thought process of the wealthy. Why abandon a throne to run errands at her small temple? Nevertheless, since there is free labor available, it would be unwise not to accept it. You may intern for a period to assess your performance. If you excel, I shall find you a proper master. After a moment's contemplation, she added, as for talismans, I can teach you. Qiao Yangyuan was taken aback by the master's agreeable disposition, leaping with excitement. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, master. I will inform Yu Junyi immediately. He dashed out as if fearing Qin Yanjin might change her mind. Meanwhile, He Fengsheng did not take Sui Sui home but temporarily placed her in a friend's house. Upon returning home, he found his parents seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television program. Noticing his return, his grandmother instinctively glanced behind him, only to see emptiness. Her brow furrowing slightly. Fengsheng, where is Sui Sui? Why hasn't my granddaughter returned? He Fengsheng pinched his throbbing brow and casually replied, I left Sui Sui at a friend's house. Their child is of a similar age to Sui Sui, and I thought it would be beneficial for them to interact. Perhaps it might help with her condition. His grandmother harbored no suspicions and after a moment, her eyes darted mischievously as she beckoned him over. Come here, son. About that girl I mentioned before. He Fengsheng's expression stiffened as he recalled the master's warning, even if he were with another woman. He would not have that fate, and he certainly did not wish to leave no heirs behind. With that thought in mind, he nonchalantly said, I'm tired. I'll rest first. That night, while his parents were deep in slumber, He Fengsheng stealthily placed 2 Huangliang Yiming talismans beneath their pillows. As he tiptoed away, the previously relaxed expressions of his parents twisted into deep furrows, beads of sweat breaking out on their wrinkled faces. In the dreamscape, Chapter 72, Huangliang Yiming. Within the dream, the soul-eating infant was successfully manifested. The elderly couple's granddaughter had finally transformed into a grandson. They were filled with excitement and joy, taking their grandson out for strolls and proudly proclaiming him to be their kin. However, the bliss was short-lived. The grandson developed 10 small lumps on his back, pulsating as though something were contained within. Initially, they paid no heed, as the master who had crafted the soul-eating infant claimed it was a normal occurrence. Yet, as time passed, the small lumps grew into larger ones, causing the grandson to wail in agony. In desperation, the couple took the child to the hospital for examination, and after thorough assessments, the doctors ultimately decided surgery was necessary. Their son and daughter-in-law rushed back from afar, unleashing a torrent of reprimands upon them. Both were exceedingly proud individuals. While they could tolerate their son's scolding, their daughter-in-law's words pierced their pride, igniting a furious fire within. The elderly man was the first to lose his composure, raising his cane to strike at his daughter-in-law's head while venomously cursing, "You wretched woman, bringer of misfortune. If it weren't for your inability to bear sons, our He family would not have become extinct. You've brought us nothing but disgrace." The daughter-in-law felt a ringing in her ears as warm liquid streamed from her scalp. Before she could process the situation, the elderly woman lunged at her, delivering a slap that drew blood from her mouth. With a murderous glare, she spat, "You ungrateful wolf. My son is so exceptional. How did he end up with a wretch like you? Why don't you just die? You can't even bear a son. What worth do you have in this life?"
Yusti.
Seeing her mad in-laws and her husband, who had remained silent, the daughter-in-law could no longer contain herself. She pulled out a divorce agreement from her bag and slapped it onto He Fengsheng's face. "Divorce. You won't get a single penny from my premarital assets. If you refuse, you know my family's methods. I'll make sure your He family ends up as beggars with nothing." The frigid river water surged from all directions, invading their ears, noses, and throats, enveloping them in a suffocating agony that rendered life unbearable. The realization that they were drowned due to the archaic preference for male heirs filled them with a profound sense of unease. What was wrong with being a girl? It was not as if they had chosen to be female. Though they harbored such thoughts, they recalled having uttered similar sentiments in the past. They had believed that this time they would finally be liberated, yet fate played a cruel jest upon them as they found themselves reborn once more. Surprisingly, The old man was reborn in the body of his daughter-in-law, while the old woman found herself inhabiting the form of her granddaughter, Sui Sui. Thus, they were subjected once again to the torment inflicted by their former selves, drained of all strength, unable to wrest control over their own bodies, powerless to resist, and left to be consumed by the deep-seated resentment and hatred buried within their memories. It was only with the emergence of the soul-devouring infant that they realized the extent of their grievous errors. That night, they lost count of how many times they had been reborn, how many times they had met their demise at the hands of a family that favored sons over daughters. The cycle repeated endlessly, and they could no longer remember the specifics. All they knew was that if given another chance, they would unequivocally reject the notion of gender bias, treat their daughter-in-law with kindness, and cherish their lives. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, causing the elderly couple to bolt upright in bed, their expressions marred by an unprecedented fear and dread. "Old man, I had a terrifying nightmare," exclaimed the old woman. "I had a nightmare too. It was dreadful." They echoed in unison, their astonishment leading them to gaze at one another, suddenly recalling something that left their faces pale as parchment, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads. I dreamed," the old woman stammered, her voice trembling with unrestrained terror. The old man felt a jolt in his heart, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Old woman, my dream was just like yours. Do you think it pretends something?" "Pretends what?" "Fool, have you forgotten how we died in the dream? We must never again favor sons over daughters. We must treat Sui Sui well and be kind to our daughter-in-law, or we shall face retribution." At the mention of their daughter-in-law, the old man shuddered. After becoming the daughter-in-law himself, he had endured relentless exploitation and oppression, and reflecting on it now, he realized that he had been the unreasonable one all along. "Indeed, we must treat both mother and daughter with kindness," the old woman concurred, suddenly recalling something. "I must hurry and prepare breakfast. Our daughter-in-law needs to go to work. Old man, get up quickly and tidy the house. Oh, and we must seek that master. We cannot allow Sui Sui to suffer that fate again." The thought of their granddaughter transforming into a monstrous being that devoured their flesh sent a chilling tremor through them, leaving their sallow faces ghostly pale. "All right, let's divide the tasks." The old man scrambled out of bed, hastily dressing. Then a thought struck him, and his expression darkened. "Wait. We need to wake that scoundrel He Fengsheng. This worthless man, if he were my son, I would have chopped him into bits and fed him to the dogs. All these years, he has shown no understanding of his wife, allowing us to mistreat her. From now on, he must be her devoted servant, or I will not find peace." The old woman nodded fiercely. "You're right. If he mistreats our daughter-in-law or disobeys, we shall seek out a master to cast a curse upon him, ensuring he never dares to be a mama's boy again." "Agreed, let it be so." He Fengsheng never anticipated that his misfortunes were of his own making. When he realized something was amiss, he attempted to find Qin Yanjin but could no longer enter the Taoist temple. He could only lament, the higher the skill, the greater the devilry. Chapter 73. I am not interested in money. As the flowers bloom in pairs, each tells its own tale. Meanwhile, Qin Yanjin was preparing for her early class when she received a message from He Fengsheng's parents, a smile curving her lips. The bandit, forced to squat on a mat nearby, involuntarily shook his feathers, sensing the tension, and instinctively inched away. Qin Yanjin shot him a glance, coldly stating, "Focus. I will conduct random checks. Failed to answer correctly, and beware your feathers." The bandit glared defiantly at her, emitting a series of protest sounds. Qin Yanjin rolled her eyes. "Your protests are futile. As a member of Qinglian Temple, you must possess self-awareness. If you cannot even pass this minor assessment, who will safeguard the temple? Your two chicks?" The bandit seemed to realize that his offspring were unfit for such responsibility and could only lower his head, reluctantly flapping his wings as he settled down to study. Of course, the early lessons Qin Yanjin prepared for him were not those of the temple but rather techniques for cultivating spiritual beasts drawn from the secrets of divination. Though this was an era of diminishing spiritual power, where even humans found cultivation arduous, she was convinced that if he mastered this technique, it would yield unparalleled benefits. At the very least, he could soar confidently in the animal kingdom. An hour later, the early class concluded, and upon stepping outside, she found Shiao Yangyuan and Yu Junyi had already set a lavish breakfast on the table. Ever since the temple implemented the formation, the air, sunlight, and temperature within seemed purified and adjusted to the most comfortable levels for humans. Moreover, Under the formation's influence, the temple experienced a perpetual spring, as if isolated from the outside world. The 3 humans and 3 birds enjoyed their breakfast in harmony when Qin Yanjin's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello. Master Qin, hello. I am Chu Huai from the Special Affairs Department. We have met before. Yes, Mr. Chu. What can I do for you? We recently received a special task. Beneath a certain city's Chenghuang temple lies a 1,000-pound copper Buddha. This Buddha is inscribed with many talismans to suppress evil spirits. But due to improper actions by developers, the Buddha has been damaged, allowing the malevolent spirits within to escape their seal, wreaking havoc on many lives. The crux of the matter is that we wish to invite you to assist us in subduing it. And what are the benefits? The compensation is a sum of 100 million. What do you think? Qin Yanjin replied nonchalantly, I am not interested in money. As soon as she finished speaking, Qiu Yangyuan and Yuzheni exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with unspoken meaning. Qin Yanjin subtly shifted her gaze away. Master Qin, please feel free to state any conditions. We will do our utmost to fulfill them. I have heard that the Special Affairs Department has a history of over 200 years. Surely you possess some rare treasures or artifacts. Chu Huai hesitated. I cannot make that decision. I will need to consult my superiors. Go ahead. After hanging up, Qiu Yangyuan approached with a playful grin. Master, those fellows from the Special Affairs Department you mentioned earlier, are they the same ones from before? What exactly do they do? They sound impressive. Qin Yanjin did not hide the truth. They are a special department dedicated to handling supernatural phenomena. Supernatural phenomena? Yuzheni chimed in, curiosity piqued. Master, do demons and monsters truly exist in this world? I have never seen one in my life. Qin Yanjin set down her utensils, adopting a serious demeanor. There are no such things as demons or monsters. If they did exist, they would be overshadowed by the guilt within our hearts. Besides, have you forgotten the 9 years of compulsory education we received? We live in an age of science. Refrain from incessantly mentioning ghosts and monsters, lest you be labeled as superstitious. Master, don't you feel guilty saying that? Qiu Yangyuan couldn't help but mutter. Last time you said we should trust the stars of 9 years of compulsory education, but it seems your single Weibo post has tarnished that reputation. I've heard they lost quite a bit of money and have now returned to the countryside to farm. How tragic. Qin Yanjin remained silent. After all, it was her own misconduct that led to her downfall. She could hardly be blamed for it. All she had done was to caution others against stirring up trouble online. Qiu Yangyuan quickly flattered her. Indeed, indeed. Master, you are both beautiful and kind-hearted. It is entirely their fault. If they had not engaged in wrongdoing, they would not have faced such misfortune. Qin Yanjin cast him a sidelong glance. Today, you shall clean every statue enshrined in the temple. Consider yourself the overseer, bandit. The smile that had lingered on Qiu Yangyuan's lips instantly froze, and he hastily pleaded for mercy. Master, I was wrong. I shall never be greedy again. The temple is vast, and there are so many statues. With my slender arms and legs, it would take until the year of the monkey to finish. You possess that dust-clearing talisman, don't you? A mere wave of your hand could accomplish it far more effectively than I could, and it would save time and effort. How impractical. Qin Yanjin let out a cold laugh. Bandit, the task is assigned to you. Should you fail to complete it, I shall relieve you of your feathers. The bandit immediately stood at attention, chest out, glaring fiercely at Qiu Yangyuan, as if to convey, dare not do a poor job, or I shall strip you of your trousers. Qiu Yangyuan shrank back, seeking help from Yuzheni, but this heartless fellow had buried his face in his bowl, refusing to spare him a glance. How infuriating. All right, very well then. One bird bullying me is one thing, but even my brother in the same trousers has betrayed me. Just wait, I shall not rest until I avenge this grievance. As he seethed in indignation, Qin Yanjin's phone rang once more, the same number as before. Hello, Master Qin. We have agreed to your terms. When can you come? Please provide me with the address, and I shall make haste. All right. Master, are you going out? Qiu Yangyuan leaned in again, curiosity piqued. Yes. I have some matters to attend to. Master, are you going out on a mission with the Special Affairs Bureau? Do you need someone to carry your bag? Look at me. I can endure hardship and... Qin Yanjin interrupted him with a smirk. Endure hardship? Very well. Then clean all the statues in the temple, and perhaps if I'm in a good mood next time, I shall take you with me. Yuzheni stifled a laugh nearby, fearful of Qiu Yangyuan's potential retaliation, and struggled to keep a straight face. Ultimately, Qin Yanjin departed alone. utilizing a teleportation array that placed her directly in a stall at the airport restroom. Her arrival was utterly unremarkable, as if she had been lingering in the restroom all along. After purchasing her ticket, she settled in the waiting area and began to play on her phone. At that moment, she donned a tracksuit and a baseball cap, her long, smooth hair tied into a high ponytail, presenting a youthful and vibrant student appearance.
Hey.
You in the tracksuit, step outside. Someone has reserved this seat. A sharp, piercing voice erupted above Qin Yanjin's head. She looked up to see a middle-aged woman with short hair glaring at her, brimming with arrogance. Confused, she scanned her surroundings and replied, "This is a public space." "What do you mean by reservation? Besides, there are so many empty seats around. Why target mine?" The woman pointed at her and, hands on her hips, spat, "Hey, you little brat, do you know who I am?" Qin Yanjin regarded her with pity, shaking her head. "How pathetic. A person who doesn't even know their own identity. Are you foolish?" The surrounding crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. "What did you say? Have the courage to repeat it." The woman's face flushed crimson as she glared at Qin Yanjin, raising her hand as if to slap her pale face.
Stop.
A deep, magnetic voice rang out from behind. Chapter 74. That's a different price.
Stop.
The crowd instinctively turned to see a tall, handsome young man striding hurriedly towards them. "Sister Zhu, what are you doing?" Zhu Jia rolled her eyes.
Can't you see?
"I'm teaching this inconsiderate girl a lesson." The man furrowed his brow, wanting to say something but ultimately refrained. He turned to Qin Yanjin, his expression apologetic. "Miss, I apologize. Sister Zhu has a sharp tongue but a kind heart. She didn't mean to offend you. Please allow me to extend my apologies."
Yuyou?
She was taken aback. It was indeed Ji Jingchen, the recent champion of the singing competition. His voice was incredibly melodious, and her dormitory was currently obsessed with him. If her dorm mates were to learn that she had encountered Ji Jingchen, they would surely envy her to no end. "Oh my, I didn't expect him to be this handsome, and without any makeup at that. I'm so excited. Can I ask for his autograph?" He was so gentle and approachable, his manager must have made a mistake, for he personally apologized. Who wouldn't adore such a beloved idol? The surrounding crowd murmured excitedly. Yet Qin Yanjin frowned slightly and looked up at Ji Jingchen. Before she could speak, Zhu Jia, seething with anger, shoved Ji Jingchen.
What kind of apology is that?
"Ji Jingchen, are you trying to drive me mad? What is your status compared to hers? Has your head been kicked by a donkey?" She then glared at those taking photos, her expression darkening as she scolded. "Put your phones down. No taking pictures. If I find out you've secretly uploaded them online, Jiamei's PR team will not be lenient." As she spoke, she shot a glance at the bodyguards behind her. Several bodyguards immediately stepped forward, forcibly making the onlookers delete their photos. Ji Jingchen's face turned pale with suppressed anger as he said, "Sister Zhu, can you please be reasonable? This is a public space. Everyone has the right to be here. It's not our territory." Zhu Jia's expression darkened. "Ji Jingchen, do you dare speak to me like that? Do you think you can act however you please just because you've gained some fame? Don't forget who lent you the high-interest loan, who helped you rise to fame. You are ungrateful. How could you dare to argue with me for the sake of outsiders? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs?" Ji Jingchen's face turned awkward as he clenched his fists tightly by his sides. The surrounding fans could no longer tolerate it and immediately stood up to confront Zhu Jia. "Hey, you old hag, are you going through menopause or what? Why are you bullying our idol? This situation is clearly you taking advantage of your position. Our idol apologizes. And you don't appreciate it? There's no need to be so harsh." "Exactly. What's wrong with Jiamei Media? Why would they assign such a terrible manager to Ji Jingchen? Isn't that clearly dragging our idol down? Look at her acting all high and mighty. It's disgusting. Her nostrils are practically visible. It's revolting. And when she shouts, her mouth is so wide open, I can see her throat." Hearing the loud whispers and criticisms from the crowd, Zhu Jia's face turned green with fury. While she might not be able to control others, Ji Jingchen was different. He was her artist, and she was the one who called the shots. Thus, she unleashed all her pent-up anger on Ji Jingchen, abruptly slapping him, without warning. Although the slap landed on his chin and neck, it left a distinct red mark. A sharp intake of breath echoed throughout the crowd. No one had anticipated that a manager would dare to strike their own artist in public. It was utterly outrageous. If they could act so brazenly in public, one could only imagine how they would behave in private. In a moment of chaos, Ji Jingchen's fans could no longer contain themselves. their fervor igniting as they yearned to pounce upon and tear apart the sister Zhu. Fortunately, at a critical juncture, bodyguards intervened. Otherwise, the fans who adored Ji Jingchen would have relished the opportunity to dismember Sister Zhu. Even so, Sister Zhu's current appearance was hardly any better. Her makeup was smudged, her clothing torn amidst the struggle, and her hair was a tangled mess, resembling a victim of assault. "Everyone, please remain calm. Exhibit restraint," Ji Jingchen urged, striving to soothe the crowd. "Do not distress yourselves. Sister Zhu did not act with intent. I appreciate your loyalty and support."
Yuyou.
Have you been suppressed by the company? If so, speak up, and we shall rally to your side, one fan retorted. Indeed, this old woman dares to behave so arrogantly. It must be the company's directive. This is utterly unacceptable. I must expose this matter, another exclaimed. As the crowd's emotions surged, Ji Jingchen inhaled deeply, desperately seeking composure, and spoke in a measured tone. "I kindly ask that you refrain from disseminating news of today's incident. After all, I am under contract with Jade Media. Should the company become aware, I fear I would be liable for exorbitant compensation. I hope for your understanding." Suddenly, a light laugh pierced through the tension. The crowd instinctively turned their gaze towards Qin Yanjin, who had been seated quietly, puzzled by her amusement. Sister Zhu and Ji Jingchen exchanged a furtive glance. Their lips pressed tightly together, a sense of shame washing over them, as if someone had seen through their facade. Qin Yanjin glanced at the time and declared, "You too. If you have business to discuss, I shall grant you 5 minutes." Amidst the crowd's bewildered stares, Ji Jingchen managed a bitter smile. "Sister Zhu, I previously warned you that Master Qin is not easily deceived." Sister Zhu, feeling guilty, touched her nose and muttered, "I merely wish to test your acting skills." Qin Yanjin interjected, 4.5 minutes remain." Sister Zhu immediately grew anxious, sitting beside Qin Yanjin with a troubled expression. "Master, I must apologize. This ill-conceived idea was mine, and Ji Jingchen had no part in it. We were utterly at our wits' end, and devised this foolish plan. Your time is limited. Get to the point," Qin Yanjin urged. Sister Zhu hastily articulated, "Jade Media is corrupt. Its artists often vanish without explanation. Not only do the higher-ups neglect to search for them, but they also extort the families of the artists through contracts. Moreover, those unscrupulous executives exploit artists, recording videos for blackmail, and bind their lives with exorbitant penalties, particularly targeting unsuspecting newcomers and young girls who have yet to graduate. They even resort to vile tactics to compel them into selling their bodies. Master, Ji Jingchen and I lack the means to help. We implore you to assist in rescuing them, if you would be so kind." Although Qin Yanjin was not fond of their approach, she felt compelled to intervene. Given Ji Jingchen's unfortunate fate, without her assistance, he might leap from the building in despair. Indeed, Ji Jingchen was on the verge of being coerced, with the perpetrator being a high-ranking official's son. Yet, unbeknownst to Ji Jingchen and Sister Zhu, they were unwittingly stepping into a perilous situation. Mistaking it for a mere dinner party, recognizing their fortuitous connection, she felt a moral obligation to lend a hand, especially since it was a matter of celestial intrigue, an opportunity not to be overlooked. Moreover, she had just consulted her divination, confirming that Jiame indeed harbored significant issues. 500 for the divination, she stated.
"Ah?"
Sister Zhu was taken aback, unable to comprehend her meaning. Ji Jingchen, quick on the uptake, retrieved his phone, and hesitantly inquired, "Master, I have no cash on hand. May I add you on WeChat to transfer the funds?" Qin Yanjin produced her phone, and the two exchanged WeChat details, after which Ji Jingchen promptly transferred 500 yuan. "Master, I wish to find a way to bring down Jade Media, to locate the missing artists and eliminate those videos. Is that possible?" Qin Yanjin frowned, casting him a sidelong glance. "There are methods, but deleting the videos will incur an additional fee." "An additional fee? How much?"
Yuyou probed consciously.
Despite his newfound fame, 85 of his earnings were allocated to the company, with the remaining 15 divided among his manager, assistant, and living expenses. If he could scrape together a few thousand, he would have to seek loans for anything more substantial. "I've already specified 500. With this, it will total 1,000.
"Ah?"
"Oh, understood." Ji Jingchen promptly transferred another 500 yuan. Qin Yanjin acknowledged the payment before dialing a number. "Hello. The Jade Media's main secretary's office has a ledger detailing a record of crimes committed by the executives. Please send someone to retrieve it. Additionally, the CEO of Jade hails from a certain region, and the missing artists have been trafficked there. While they cannot be saved, we can suppress operations in that area. I will handle the aftermath. Please also contact Drug Enforcement Captain Wang Changming and inform him that certain KTVs, clubs, and hotels are transaction hotspots, primarily involving GMA media artists who are being coerced. I trust you will handle this matter fairly. As for the evidence, it is concealed beneath the floor of the restroom storage room. It is extensive, so take more personnel. She delivered her instructions in one breath, leaving not only the recipient of the call astounded but also Ji Jingchen and Sister Zhu in a state of disbelief. In truth, they had suspected the higher-ups were corrupt and negligent, yet they had never fathomed the depths of GMA Media's depravity. The extent of their illegal activities was staggering, including the trafficking of artists. No wonder so many had disappeared. It was all orchestrated by the company. The two exchanged a furtive glance, a chill racing down their spines, a wave of dread washing over them. How could they not be afraid? Had Ji Jingchen not attained fame, his fate might have mirrored that of the missing artists. Yet, even now, he remained merely a cog in the company's machine, hardly worth consideration. The deputy chief on the other end gasped, "Master Qin?" Qin Yanjin replied coolly, "The evidence is in place. You simply need to retrieve the individuals." "Understood. I will issue the order immediately." As the call ended, Qin Yanjin rose and regarded the dazed Ji Jingchen. "Today, you face a life-threatening ordeal. If you trust me, turn off your phone and rest at the hotel. When you awaken, everything will have passed."
Right.
Ji Jingchen nodded instinctively, not questioning the veracity of her words. In merely 3 minutes, Qin Yanjin had resolved this intricate dilemma. As she prepared to depart, she cast a final glance at Ji Jingchen. "If you wish to achieve great success, consider changing your name to Ji Jingchen. Your destiny is lacking in water, whereas the entertainment industry is dominated by fire. Though water and fire are inherently incompatible, excessive flames can cause harm. Thus, you must maintain balance. Success is not beyond your reach." Ji Jingchen was elated, promptly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I shall change my name forthwith." To him, a name held little significance, and the distinction between Jingchen and Jingshen was negligible. Since the Master had indicated a deficiency of water, he would remedy that accordingly. Upon boarding the plane, Qin Yanjin appeared to be resting, but in truth, she was refining the celestial knowledge that had just manifested. As the plane descended, the influx of celestial insights remained incompletely assimilated, likely due to GMA Media's impending downfall, as waves of divine revelations continued to pour in. Reluctantly, she could only temporarily store them within her dantian. However, with her cultivation progressing, she had reached the 4th level of foundation establishment, soon to ascend to the 5th, a pivotal juncture in her quest for advancement. Just as she disembarked from the plane, Chu Huai's call came through. "Master Qin, I have arranged for someone to pick you up from the airport. Would you prefer to rest first, or shall you come directly here?" Although Chu Huai suppressed her anxious emotions, she could still sense the urgency of the situation. "There's no time for rest. I must return quickly." "Very well. We shall await your arrival." Upon entering the vehicle that Chu Huai had arranged, Qin Yanjin continued to silently refine the spiritual energy within her body as they sped along the road. After an indeterminate amount of time, the car reached a rugged mountain path, jolting violently. Qin Yanjin opened her eyes to survey her surroundings. The desolation was palpable. The highway had transformed into a treacherous trail. Narrowing her eyes, she wondered, "Isn't this supposed to be the city god temple? Where are we?" The sudden voice startled the driver, who quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Master. A mudslide occurred on the previous stretch of road, blocking the way, so we had to detour through the mountain path." Qin Yanjin furrowed her brow, commanding, "Stop the car." "Master?" The driver, though perplexed, complied and pulled over. Stepping out, Qin Yanjin surveyed the barren landscape and summoned her ink-green jade fan. To the driver's astonishment, the fan expanded from the size of her palm to that of the vehicle. The young woman gracefully leaped onto the fan's surface, sitting cross-legged, and waved to the driver. "You may return now. I can manage on my own." Before he could fully comprehend, Qin Yanjin had already soared far into the distance. At that moment, a transparent barrier enveloped the city god temple. Personnel from the Special Affairs Bureau and several sorcerers in various attire gritted their teeth, resisting the malevolent spirits and ominous energy threatening to burst forth from within the barrier. These individuals were all practitioners from the martial world recruited by the Bureau. Inside the barrier, dark mist swirled ominously, and the air was filled with the chilling wails of vengeful souls and malevolent spirits, desperate to break free but continuously repelled back. As the barrier began to show significant cracks, the situation grew dire. Mr. Chu, when will that master you mentioned arrive? Can we rely on them? If things go awry, we might need to summon Xianzhen. Do not panic, brother Du. Taoist Wu and the others are on their way. We must hold on a little longer. I can't hold on much longer. Just as those words left his lips, the barrier could no longer withstand the pressure, bursting open with a resounding crack, allowing a multitude of spirits to surge forth, scattering in all directions. Chu Huai's pupils constricted, her expression shifting dramatically as she exclaimed, "This is bad. They are breaking free. Quickly, eliminate them. This is impossible. Their speed is too rapid, and they are incredibly powerful. We lack the manpower." An elder in a Taoist robe lamented with a look of remorse and pity. Chu Huai felt a rising panic, insisting, "We cannot simply stand by. Everyone, rally together to deal with those outside. I will seal the breach." As she prepared to act, someone suddenly pointed at the barrier, exclaiming, "Look, what is that?" Within the barrier, a vortex had inexplicably manifested, expanding rapidly, as if a tornado had been unleashed, sweeping up the wailing malevolent spirits and dark mist into its grasp. Many spirits, caught off guard, were swiftly absorbed into the vortex, vanishing as if cast into a black hole, awaiting their annihilation. A flicker of hope ignited in the hearts of Chu Huai and her companions. Though the origin of this bizarre vortex was unknown, they welcomed anything that could eliminate the malevolent spirits. "Chu team, what about those spirits that escaped?" A worried member of the Special Affairs Bureau inquired.
Chu Hu, so may what Zhao
Replied, "What else can we do? We must recapture them quickly. Leaving them in the mortal realm will only bring disaster."
Hey?
Is that a fan? Wait. Is that spiritual energy? Goodness. Which Taoist has reached the Foundation establishment stage to fly with objects? It appears to be a young girl. Could she have created this vortex? Surely not. The distance is too great. Chu Huai was taken aback, gazing at the girl standing alone atop the ink-green jade fan. Her emotions a mix of shock and elation.
Master Qin?
Is it truly Master Qin who has arrived? Master Qin? Mr. Chu, who is Master Qin? I have not heard of her before, a curious sorcerer asked. Chu Huai excitedly explained, "This is Qin Yanjin, the head of Qingfeng Mountain's Qinglian Temple, a fortune-telling master who has recently gained immense popularity online. You may not recognize her name, but surely you remember the 130-year-old Qinglian Taoist. She is his disciple."
What?
The Qinglian Taoist? But I recall him being at the early stages of Qi refinement. How could he have a disciple of such high caliber? Indeed, Mr. Chu. You must be mistaken. Or perhaps Master Qin's prowess is so elevated that she still appears to be 18. Yes, as practitioners, their appearance remains youthful as their cultivation progresses. Looking at Qin Yanjin's astonishingly youthful visage, one might instinctively perceive her as an ancient being. Chu Huai countered, "No, you are all mistaken. Master Qin is indeed only in her teens. I encountered her several times during her childhood when she journeyed with the Qinglian Taoist. As for her remarkable cultivation level, it is simply the hallmark of a prodigy. Otherwise, I couldn't possibly explain it." The crowd gazed at the girl, poised regally atop the ink-green jade fan, their eyes brimming with a complex blend of admiration, reverence, and, undoubtedly, jealousy. However, given Qin Yanjin's extraordinary prowess, even those who wished to feel envy found themselves lacking both the qualification and the courage. Unbeknownst to Qin Yanjin, her entrance had left a profound impression on the onlookers, as she was presently engrossed in dealing with the malevolent spirits. After all, each spirit represented an opportunity for merit. By sending them back to their rightful place or annihilating them, she could amass a wealth of virtue. In her eyes, these spirits were a bountiful resource. None could escape her grasp, especially those that had recently fled. Watching the colossal vortex voraciously devouring the surrounding malevolent spirits, it resembled a vacuum cleaner clearing out refuse, leaving hardly a trace behind. Yet, a few stubborn spirits, endowed with higher cultivation, attempted to resist, but alas, they were no match for the might of the celestial forces. Once the barrier had been thoroughly cleansed of its malevolent inhabitants, the eerie vortex gradually diminished, finally closing and vanishing as though it had never existed. The ink-green jade fan descended gently, and Qin Yanjin leaped down lightly, standing effortlessly before the assembled crowd, the fan returning to her hand as though it possessed sentience. Though clad in athletic wear that made her appear as a mere high school student, she radiated an aura of reverence, particularly with her deep, dark eyes that conveyed an arresting power. Chu Huai approached excitedly, Master Qin, we are immensely grateful for your timely arrival. Otherwise, we would have been utterly overwhelmed. I previously thought that you only practiced fortune-telling, yet I am astounded to learn that your cultivation has surpassed the foundation establishment stage. Truly remarkable for one so young. Qin Yanjin, unsure of how to respond, merely replied, "It is but a superficial understanding." Ha ha ha, that is hardly superficial. It is no exaggeration to say that your cultivation, Master Qin, rivals that of the real person of the celestial cauldron and may even surpass it. This is no mere boast. The venerable Master Xianding has now reached the venerable age of over 300 years, which signifies that his current cultivation is at the foundation establishment stage. In stark contrast, Qin Yanjin, though still in the bloom of youth, has already attained the same level of cultivation, an undeniable distinction. Master Xianding? Qin Yanjin's gaze flickered with intrigue.
Chu elucidad?
Indeed, he is the protector of our great Xia kingdom. However, due to his advanced age, he prefers to remain aloof from worldly distractions, only emerging for matters of great significance. Oh, by the way, Master Qin, allow me to introduce a few individuals. This gentleman is the 102nd generation leader of the Maoshan sect, Taoist Sun Muyun. Sun Muyun appeared as a middle-aged man in his 40s, adorned in a purple Taoist robe, wielding a whisk and crowned with a golden purple cap. His figure was slender, lacking the ethereal presence one might expect, yet radiating a refined and amiable aura. This is a member of the Huang family of the Exorcist sect. This is a practitioner from a martial arts lineage. This esteemed individual is Master Wufan, the abbot of Thunder Sound Temple. And this is a master of formations. This gentleman specializes in feng shui. And this is a practitioner of exorcism. Chu Huai took a breath and introduced everyone present, then turned to the assembled crowd to present Qin Yanjin. This is Qin Yanjin, the 78th generation master of Qingfeng Mountain's Qinglian Temple and the renowned fortune-teller who has recently gained considerable acclaim online. Esteemed guests, as fellow cultivators, I encourage you all to engage with one another in meaningful discourse. As soon as Chu Huai completed his introduction, a throng of individuals surged around Qin Yanjin, nearly engulfing her. Fortunately, a member of the Special Affairs Bureau was there to steady her, preventing what could have been a rather embarrassing fall. Qin Yanjin greeted each person warmly, displaying no signs of aloofness, engaging in conversation as the situation warranted. Master Qin, spoke Chen Hua from the Formation clan. I heard from Mr. Chu that you are a master of fortune-telling. Might I request a reading? Though his cultivation was modest, at the first level of qi refinement, his skill in formation had been passed down through his family, earning him a respectable position within the Special Affairs Bureau. Qin Yanjin smiled and replied, "Of course. A reading will cost 500 for the divination fee." As members of the same circle, they were all aware of the customary fee for such services. He chuckled, naturally. However, he was taken aback by the modest fee set by Qin Yanjin, which was significantly lower than others in the field. What should I inquire about? Perhaps whether I have a destiny to take on disciples, or if there are talented individuals suited to be my students. Qin Yanjin shook her head with a bemused smile. Friend Chen, if my calculations are correct, you already have a disciple. Moreover, your fate only allows for this singular student, who indeed will inherit your legacy. However, he is a variable in your life. Allow me to advise you, human hearts are inscrutable. In times of uncertainty, it is wise to keep some matters to oneself and not reveal everything. Chen Hua's expression darkened. Not from being exposed, but because he believed his disciple was beyond reproach, having raised him from a young age and trusting in his character. Naturally, he would not openly dispute Qin Yanjin's words before the crowd, opting instead to listen humbly and nod earnestly, stating, "Your warning, Master Qin, shall be taken to heart." Qin Yanjin chose not to linger on the matter, knowing that whether or not one chose to heed her advice was ultimately their prerogative. She had no desire to engage in fruitless endeavors. Hey, Qin. Step aside. It's my turn. I too wish to consult the master. Master Qin, may I also seek your guidance? Since everyone is here, I might as well join in. Thus, what had been a scene of life and death conflict transformed into an impromptu fortune-telling session, leaving Chu Huai and the others from the Special Affairs Bureau utterly astonished. Qin Yanjin worked swiftly, almost instinctively responding to the requests presented to her. Yet, the rapidity of her predictions led to questions regarding their accuracy. She remained unperturbed, effortlessly revealing the various misadventures of her clients from birth to the present. As Yuyou would say, Master Qin may not excel in every regard, but she undoubtedly reigns supreme in unearthing secrets. At that moment, Qin Yanjin's phone chimed, and she smiled apologetically at the gathering. Pardon me, I must take this call. It was Qiao Yangyuan on the line, and upon answering, a wave of excitement and urgency flooded through. Master, you've trended again. You must check it out. Chapter 77. Those lacking virtue shall suffer calamity. Qin Yanjin raised an eyebrow, perhaps already aware of the reason for her newfound notoriety. Excuse me, I need to check my Weibo momentarily. With polite grace, she opened Weibo amidst the collective astonishment of those around her. The most prominent search terms leapt into her view. Champion of the Song King competition, Ji Jingchen, has a serendipitous encounter with Master Qin at the airport. Was it fate or mere coincidence? Master Qin and Ji Jingchen have exchanged WeChat. What a sweet couple.
Shock?
The relationship between Master Qin and Ji Jingchen that must be discussed. Senior executives at Jiamei Media have been apprehended. Master Qin. The weather has turned cold. Jiamei Media is on the brink of bankruptcy. Qin Yanjin scrolled through the posts with a stoic expression until she reached the final trending topic, causing her lips to twitch in disbelief. Shocking. Is the man daring enough to stir rumors with Master Qin still alive? Casually, she clicked on it, revealing a cascade of comments. Brother, had you been kidnapped by Jiamei Media, who forced you to stir rumors with Master Qin? If so, please blink. Heavens. I wonder if Brother Ji can survive until tomorrow. Such worry. Hey, aren't you all missing the point? Shouldn't we focus on the misfortunes befalling Jiamei Media? It seems they are courting disaster by allowing Brother Ji to ride on Master Qin's coattails. This clearly puts him in peril. Thankfully, Master Qin has divine insight, or Brother Ji would be in serious trouble. LOL, are you sure divine insight isn't an affront to Master Qin? By the way, I was in the airport waiting area at the time. They were arguing until Master Qin made a call, and suddenly Jiamei Media was finished. According to insiders, Jiamei Media is a den of iniquity. Recall the artists who went missing or committed suicide.
Guess the outcome this time.
My goodness, this is chilling, folks. I remember a minor artist died at a banquet last year, and Jiamei Media claimed she suffered an allergic reaction to alcohol, an accidental death. What kind of nonsense is alcohol allergy? If she truly was allergic, she wouldn't have been foolish enough to drink. Now I understand this time. It's likely that kind-hearted Master Qin reported them. Otherwise, who else could dismantle a top-tier media company with such ease? I truly wish I could give Master Qin a shout-out. 666. LOL. Once again, it's kind-hearted Master Qin. I bet the Jiamei Media staff are crying in the restroom. They deserve it. Qin Yanjin smiled faintly, giving a thumbs up to the netizen who had called out 666 and proceeded to navigate to her Weibo homepage. Those lacking virtue shall suffer calamity. In just 8 words, she conveyed a thunderous decree, as if a weight of immense gravity pressed upon all. As her post went live, the entire entertainment industry trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Qihong Entertainment. Quick, anyone with scandals, hide. Let those with clean backgrounds step forward. Tianhe Bird Entertainment. Mind your actions and character. If any artist is found lacking virtue, we will terminate contracts immediately. The Voice Entertainment. Those who previously engaged in unfair competition. Pack your bags and return, and reinstate the eliminated contestants. Although Qin Yanjin's reputation had not yet reached the level of widespread recognition, it was undeniable that Jiamei Media was a significant company, often featured prominently in the entertainment section. It was nearly impossible to overlook them. Moreover, the ability to bring Jiamei to its knees in just half an hour spoke volumes. Qin Yanjin was indeed a formidable figure. Several esteemed cultivators, known as masters in their respective fields, observed her as she fiddled with her Weibo account. Quietly, they retrieved their own phones, navigated to Qin Yanjin's profile, and promptly chose to follow her. As the online community buzzed with discussions regarding the implications of her Weibo post, a flurry of new followers left the netizens astounded. Maoshan's son Muyun follows the master of Qinglian Temple, Qin Yanjin. Fengshui master Chao Gui follows the master of Qinglian Temple, Qin Yanjin. Lane Temple's Wu Fan follows the master of Qinglian Temple, Qin Yanjin. Chuma Xian. Eventually, even the Special Anomalies Bureau took note of Qin Yanjin, causing an uproar across the internet. Qin Yanjin glanced at the others with mild surprise, smiling as she realized that her fellow Taoists also had Weibo accounts. Wu Fan, slightly embarrassed, rubbed his bald head and remarked, "Well, it's just a way to pass the time. The internet is paramount now. We must adapt. This Weibo was set up by my grandson, and I occasionally check it. Master, please follow me. I might occasionally seek your guidance." Considering their eager expressions, Qin Yanjin deliberated. Being still young and with limited experience, it would be beneficial to foster good relations with these individuals, possibly gaining insights from them. Certainly. Thus, the astonished netizens witnessed Qin Yanjin following each of these prominent figures in turn. Wow, it seems like people of the same kind can truly connect. We can only spectate. Master Qin is truly remarkable. Even those from the Special Anomalies Bureau are eager to follow her. It seems she is indeed a true master. Come on. Didn't the earlier bloody lesson resonate? If she is not a true master, I'll stand on my head and eat my own words. Hey, I advise the one above to cherish their health. Eating cold food can lead to an upset stomach. It's better to eat it hot. As the discussions reached a crescendo, Chu Huai made his timely entrance. Master Qin, thank you for your prompt assistance. As for the agreed-upon remuneration, we shall send it to your temple shortly. We still need to handle the aftermath of the city god temple. Would you mind accompanying us to the Special Anomalies Bureau to gather some evidence? Qin Yanjin regarded him with a bemused smile. Evidence? What kind of evidence? A sudden jolt ran through Chu Huai. He inwardly cursed himself for being so presumptuous. After all, she was a divination master. Surely she could perceive his thoughts. He hastily explained, "You see, Master, the Special Anomalies Bureau exists not only to address supernatural phenomena, but also to document the cultivation levels and primary fields of cultivators, essentially a personal profile. Please don't misunderstand. This is not to surveil you or restrict your freedom. It serves as a form of personal protection. Your file will be stored in a highly confidential archive and will not be easily accessible." Qin Yanjin nodded in understanding. Although her cultivation was formidable and she paid little heed to external dangers, she was not one to take lightly the potential for her background to be easily investigated by anyone. Naturally, if Chu Huai were to discover that her acquiescence stemmed from this concern, he might very well faint from shock. By the way, Taoist Qin, in 3 days, there will be a cultivator auction and exchange in Yinshui City. If you have time, I highly recommend attending. It could be mutually beneficial. Yes. The auction will feature various elixirs, magical artifacts, and treasures related to cultivators and metaphysics. You can exchange your items or purchase with money. It's a fantastic trading venue. As a rising star, attending this exchange would undoubtedly be advantageous for you. Given Qin Yanjin's current level of cultivation, she was akin to an earthly immortal. Sure. She replied without hesitation. Having missed opportunities to attend such events with her master in the past, she was determined to elevate the reputation of Qinglian Temple now that she could participate. Moreover, she needed to broaden her horizons and not confine herself to a small temple, gazing at the sky from the bottom of a well. Wonderful. I will have my disciple deliver an invitation to you. Thank you for your trouble. No trouble at all. All right, everyone, it's getting late. I'll have my subordinates before Chu Huai could finish. A sudden clap of thunder reverberated through the sky, and a bolt of purple lightning descended like a dragon pouncing on its prey, striking directly at Qin Yanjin. Boom! As the thick purple lightning surged downwards, Qin Yanjin, who usually exuded a serene demeanor, was momentarily stunned. Wait, didn't the tribulation for the Foundation establishment stage already pass? Why is this happening again? Is it a supplementary strike? Indeed, during her Foundation establishment tribulation, she had endured only 2 strikes, and now it seemed she was to face a third. Yet, she had never heard of a supplementary tribulation. It felt like a cruel twist of fate. However, she had no time for contemplation. Swiftly, she activated the celestial mechanism's secret art, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that sent the surrounding cultivators flying several meters away. Simultaneously, she channeled all her spiritual power into a protective barrier above her head. Boom! Though this was an age of waning magic, the heavenly Tao still retained its formidable presence, a force not to be trifled with. Boom! The overwhelming might of the thunderstorm engulfed Qin Yanjin, an unyielding and terrifying aura emanating from her, as if it sought to tear her asunder. Boom! As the thunder grew increasingly ferocious, a massive crater formed, with Qin Yanjin ensnared within, enveloped by the blinding white lightning. She felt the intensity of the electric currents escalate, branching into countless streams that lashed mercilessly against her body, tearing flesh and fracturing bones. With a sharp expulsion of blood, this was the first time Qin Yanjin had experienced such excruciating devastation. Fortuitously, she had not lost her wits. To survive, she needed to think quickly. Once her mind cleared, she began searching for a solution within the celestial mechanism's secret art. After a moment that felt like an eternity, she finally discovered a method of resolution just as her consciousness began to wane. This method was one she had contemplated previously, but had been unable to attempt due to her insufficient cultivation level. Now, with the heavenly Tao presenting her with this opportunity, it would be foolish not to embrace it. With that thought, she bore the excruciating pain and activated the celestial mechanism's secret art. Initially, the agony caused beads of sweat to form on her forehead, and her entire body trembled. Yet, as she continued to channel the secret art, she felt herself merging with the lightning. This intimate connection with the natural forces, the process of refining and mastering them, culminated in her ability to wield them. Gradually, Qin Yanjin grasped the subtleties, transitioning from harnessing natural power to intertwining her fate with it, ultimately comprehending the heavenly Tao and perfectly mastering the power of thunder. In that moment, Qin Yanjin felt an inexhaustible energy coursing through her being. Even her previously severely injured body began to heal at a visible pace, revitalizing her spirit. Suddenly, she perceived that all of creation had become an extension of herself, a sensation akin to a long-imprisoned captive suddenly tasting freedom. At this moment, she epitomized a true master of control, wielding the power of life and death effortlessly with an air of unparalleled supremacy. Qin Yanjin soared from the depths of the massive pit, her fingers gripping a pulsating orb crackling with violet lightning. The Thunder Pearl? Is that truly the legendary Thunder Pearl? Wu Fan, the host, gasped in disbelief, his eyes widening. What? The fabled Thunder Pearl? It condenses the essence of heavenly power, commanding thunder and lightning. And any tribulation that strikes it will be absorbed, providing a means to summon lightning in the future. Hiss. So, the Thunder Pearl is a product of the heavenly tribulation, a treasure of supreme significance? They gazed up at the mysterious maiden releasing bolts of lightning from the sky. Who could she be, and how did she possess such terrifying strength? In this moment, Qin Yanjin left an indelible impression on all the prominent figures present. Suspended in midair, Qin Yanjin slowly raised her gaze, surveying the surroundings. Upon spotting the 10-meter-tall Buddha statue sealing the malevolent spirit in the distance, a faint smile graced her lips. She pointed towards the giant Buddha, her crimson lips parting as she commanded, "Let the thunder come." Boom! The heavens roared in response, and torrential rain fell as if in answer to Qin Yanjin's call, cascading like the Milky Way inverted, like the thunderous rumble of the ninth sky, like a serpent of lightning, like tumultuous waves. Lightning intertwined, coalescing into a silver bolt of lightning 3 zhang long, crashing down with a deafening roar, instantly obliterating the Buddha statue, scattering its remnants like fireworks amidst the swirling smoke. In that moment, silence enveloped the world. Qin Yanjin stood aloft, her garments tattered and stained with blood, yet her ancient, tranquil black eyes shone with extraordinary brilliance. She gazed down upon the crowd beneath her, exuding an air of disdainful authority that seemed to declare her as a divine being come to earth, impervious to challenge. Each individual present was a practitioner, possessing a keen intuition towards the celestial forces. The overwhelming majesty emanating from her made their hearts race with trepidation. Sensing something, Qin Yanjin swiftly retracted her formidable aura, concealing the Thunder Pearl within her dantian, before gracefully descending before the crowd. With a slight bow, she expressed her apologies. "My esteemed friends, I am truly sorry for the trouble I have caused. I hope for your understanding." Upon hearing her words, the crowd snapped back to reality, hastily shaking their heads in denial. "Nonsense. We are not worthy. The realm of Master Qin is beyond our reach. We dare not claim to be your juniors." They all respectfully clasped their hands in salute, their faces adorned with reverence. The earlier display of thunderous power had left them shaken, making them reluctant to exhibit any airs. Qin Yanjin humbly replied, "It was merely a stroke of luck. I hope you do not find it amusing." The crowd forced out dry smiles. "Amusing or not? Can't you see?" Turning to Chu Huai, she suggested, "Mr. Chu, we should take our leave. My appearance is rather unbecoming." "Of course. I will have a helicopter arranged immediately," Chu Huai quickly replied, snapping back to reality from his earlier astonishment. "A helicopter?" Qin Yanjin raised an eyebrow. At her age, she had never flown in one and was curious about the experience. Before long, the sound of rotors filled the air. 40 minutes later, the helicopter landed on the rooftop of the Bureau of Anomalies. A middle-aged man in sunglasses and a suit approached first. "Esteemed friends, thank you for your hard work. Welcome to the Bureau of Anomalies in Tian City. I am the director, Shiao. I have prepared a banquet to welcome you. Please take a moment to rest before we begin." This must be Master Qin. You are even more beautiful in person than on the live stream. It is an honor to meet you, Li Xiao remarked, shaking her hand with a polite smile. Thank you. Director Li, Qin Yanjin replied with a faint smile.
All right.
I will lead everyone to their accommodations. Upon arriving at her assigned room, Qin Yanjin indulged in a refreshing bath, changing into a comfortable set of sportswear. She then sought out Chu Huai. Mr. Chu, let us first attend to the files. I have matters to attend to and cannot join the banquet. She was not being arrogant. She genuinely had pressing affairs to resolve. Having previously promised Ji Jingchen to handle certain matters, she was not one to procrastinate. The sooner she could address them, the better. Moreover, having tasted the benefits of the Thunder Pearl, she was eager to travel to Nanhai City, where typhoons frequently occurred, to acquire a wind pearl. With this thought, impatience surged within her. Chu Huai nodded. I will consult with the director and provide you with an answer shortly. Very well. 5 minutes later, Qin Yanjin arrived at the testing hall, surrounded by bureau personnel, all curious about the extent of her power. Chu Huai held a detection device, stating, Master Qin, this is a scanner. We need to conduct a scan on you. Qin Yanjin nodded. Proceed. As Chu Huai activated the device, a piercing alarm blared before he could even approach. Chapter 79. That night Chu Huai stared at the rapidly ascending red alert, rendered speechless. The others, including Li Xiao, rushed forward, their faces paling as they witnessed the alarming spike on the device. Their gazes towards Qin Yanjin were laced with a hint of fear. My heavens! Master Qin has reached double SS level, equivalent to a walking nuclear bomb. This is terrifying. Qin Yanjin remained composed, unfazed by their astonishment. Unbeknownst to them, this was merely a result of her suppressed cultivation. She still had 2 stages to ascend to the Jiadan stage. However, advancing in cultivation became increasingly arduous. As she had previously drawn the 3rd tribulation, she initially thought it was due to a missing phase in her foundation establishment. Upon reflection, it seemed that her rapid accumulation of merit from subduing numerous malevolent spirits had precipitated the descent of heavenly thunder, refining her golden body. Indeed, her current physique had transcended mere mortal limitations. She could withstand even the most lethal weapons, such as assault rifles, Gatling guns, and rocket launchers. With ease, she could even catch them barehanded. Well, have you completed the assessment? Qin Yanjin inquired, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding discussions as she focused on Chu Huai. Chu Huai trembled slightly, clearing his throat as he quickly shut off the device, relieved to silence the blaring alarm. The test is complete, Master. Now we must discuss your areas of expertise. Qin Yanjin smirked, fortune-telling. Chu Huai replied with a forced enthusiasm, excellent. He dared not refute her. After all, she was a formidable entity on par with a nuclear bomb. He would not risk offending her, as she could easily reduce him to dust with a mere wave of her hand. Once the files were archived, he said, Master Qin, the matters here have been resolved.
Good.
I must take my leave now. Of course, the reward for this task will also be sent to the Taoist temple. Qin Yanjin nodded and turned to depart. As she stepped outside the bureau, she summoned her jade fan, ascending swiftly into the sky amidst the astonished and envious gazes of the bureau personnel, vanishing into the clouds. Li Xiao and Chu Huai intended to accompany her, but upon reaching the entrance, they beheld the gigantic black fan shimmering with a mysterious glow, soaring into the heavens. There was no need for them to see her off. As for Qin Yanjin, she headed straight towards the location she had previously researched online, where she had unearthed many tales about it. Among them was a phrase that resonated. That place is mysterious and perilous. The region is abundant in natural resources, yet beset by intricate ethnic and political disputes, serving as a vast hub for telecommunications fraud and an underworld rife with human trafficking. It is often referred to by many citizens of the Great Xia Empire as a land of sudden wealth, while simultaneously being dubbed the purgatory for pigs in a nightmare. Upon reading this sentence, Qin Yanjin felt a deep sense of discomfort. To speak candidly, she holds no concern for other nations, nor would she intervene, even in the face of their ruin. At most, she would harbor a fleeting pang of sympathy. However, the Great Xia Empire is different, particularly in regard to the actions targeting its citizens and the practices of Jeme media, which have thoroughly enraged her. If she does not vent this pent-up frustration, she would be unworthy of her identity as a citizen of the Great Xia. The ink-green jade fan moved with astonishing speed, akin to a shooting star, leaving a fleeting trace in the sky before vanishing beyond the horizon. In the dead of night, amidst profound silence, Qin Yanjin stood upon the jade fan, seemingly merging with the encompassing darkness. From her elevated vantage point, she surveyed the brilliantly lit city below, a sly smile curling at the corners of her lips. With a flourish of her hand, she summoned the storm. Thunder, come forth. With a resounding roar, the night sky above the region was engulfed in tumultuous thunderclouds. That night, the thunder dragon obliterated countless structures. The relentless downpour of thunderous rain persisted throughout the night. Before dawn broke, a shocking news story dominated international media outlets. The region had been struck by lightning, transforming it into a desolate ruin almost overnight. Particularly, several clandestine smuggling strongholds were annihilated by an enigmatic force. Although there were no casualties, the destruction of buildings and equipment amounted to an astronomical loss. But that was not all. The organ trafficking syndicates mysteriously vanished overnight, their whereabouts unknown, leaving only the knowledge of monumental upheaval within the region. An international news outlet released a video depicting an enormous, illusory handprint descending from the clouds. This formidable force directly flattened dozens of high-rise buildings, razing the entire urban area to the ground. In an instant, the city lay in ruins. Witnessing the devastation, all who beheld it gasped in horror, deprived even of the chance to flee. That day, the obliteration of the region spread like wildfire across the globe. A wave of astonishment rippled worldwide as major media outlets scrambled to report the unfolding international news, fearful of being outpaced by rival nations. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Yanjin had meticulously sifted through layers of information to identify the leaders of the underground syndicates and the high-ranking officials who shielded them, individuals cloaked in sheep's clothing, yet harboring hearts of beasts. Thus, she showed no mercy in dealing with these perpetrators. With a mere thought, she wove a dream that enveloped them, merging into their very souls, compelling them to relive their transgressions of organ harvesting and trafficking in a tormenting cycle. Did they not revel in such heinous acts? Then let them be consumed by their own desires. These individuals mistakenly believed Qin Yanjin sought their demise. In truth, she had merely tapped their heads once before departing. They presumed the ordeal had concluded until night fell. No. To be precise, the moment they closed their eyes, they were met with an unending nightmare. A torment intertwined with profound agony. Just as they had deprived the innocent of anesthesia to save costs, their own suffering would be amplified. Accustomed to luxury, they found themselves ill-equipped to endure the relentless torment of their own making. Within a day, some appeared to age a decade. At this juncture, they finally grasped Qin Yanjin's true intentions. The events surrounding the region stirred incessantly, becoming a daily topic of discussion within the great Xia Empire. If it were possible, they would have wished to commemorate such a splendid day as a national holiday. As the situation intensified, Chu Huai knocked on Li Zhao's door, bearing crucial documentation. Enter. In the office, Li Xiao was engrossed in addressing various supernatural occurrences from recent years. Chu Huai placed a tablet before Li Xiao, his demeanor grave.
Directly.
Please take a look at this. Li Xiao accepted the device and opened the video. This was captured by the heavenly eye, a fleeting shadow amidst the clouds. I suspect it is Master Qin? Indeed, and her path leads directly to the region. Moreover, Chu Huai swiped on the device, revealing another video showcasing the enormous handprint and the cascading lightning. She just subdued the thunder pearl. He licked his dry lips, speaking with difficulty. What relevance does this hold for us? Do you possess any concrete evidence linking her to these events? Furthermore, have you completed your own assignments? What about the supernatural incident that arose at the scenic area a few days prior? Have you devised a solution? Not yet, no. Li Zhao's brows furrowed in irritation. You have yet to finish your primary responsibilities, and you still have the leisure to concern yourself with other matters? Your salary for this month will be halved. After receiving a reprimand, Chu Huai could only retreat to his office, crestfallen. Team Chu, we have filtered the compensation for Master Qin. Shall we deliver it now? Wait. I shall personally see to it. Chapter 80. Explosive News. Having exacted her retribution upon the wicked, Qin Yanjin felt an overwhelming sense of relief. She received a surge of profound celestial insight, rich yet tempered from prior trials, flowing into her like a river into the Yellow River, making further advancement challenging. Standing upon the jade fan, she allowed the wild winds to whip her garments fiercely, remaining steadfast. Half an hour later, she appeared atop the highest hotel in Nanhai City. Gazing upon the sprawling urban landscape with a serene mind, she checked the time on her phone. I have arrived quite punctually. With hands clasped, she murmured an incantation. her hair beginning to sway as if stirred by an unseen breeze, enveloped in a soft halo, resembling a celestial being descending into the mortal realm. Qin Yanjin pricked her fingertip, and her form abruptly vanished, leaving only an ephemeral silhouette. Upon her next appearance, she had inscribed blood symbols at the four corners of the building. With the prior experience of the Thunder Pearl as her guide, the wind-summoning formation posed no significant challenge. The greatest concern lay in the arrival of the typhoon, which would draw the tempest into the formation, a process slightly beyond comprehension. Nevertheless, Qin Yanjin was fully prepared. As long as she concealed her identity, she would not fear the ensuing spectacle. As time passed, she stood at the very center of the rooftop. Poised upon the focal point of the wind-summoning array, her expression solemn. Suddenly, the winds above stirred ominously, her eyes gleaming with determination. Wind spirit, arise with haste. With a commanding voice, Qin Yanjin formed a seal, resonating with authority. As her words echoed, the heavens above transformed, gales howling as a colossal tornado spiraled forth. Akin to a beast descending from the skies toward her. She lifted her gaze toward the heavens, her delicate lips pressed together, striving to relax her body and merge with the winds. Indeed, the swiftly flowing currents. The typhoon intensified, its eye enveloping her, and standing at the tempest's heart. Qin Yanjin felt as though she were being cleaved by a blade. The storm grew ever more relentless, accumulating strength and ferocity, yet her expression remained composed. As if embracing the wind's baptism, the bizarre phenomena atop the rooftop soon drew attention. Audacious onlookers gathered nearby, captivated by the towering vortex that spun wildly above the skyscraper. My heavens, this tempest must have reached at least level 134, a truly astonishing phenomenon. A storm of such magnitude could effortlessly topple an entire skyscraper. How is it possible that someone is dancing atop the rooftop? Dancing atop the rooftop? That metaphor is indeed remarkably apparent. It feels as though this tempest is being guided by some unseen force. This is my first time witnessing a storm of this caliber up close. It is a spectacle that occurs but once a century. Look! At the eye of the storm. Is there not a shadow? What could that be? Ah! I see it too. The shadow appears to be moving. My goodness, could it be a person? Impossible. An 8th level typhoon could easily sweep a person away. And this is a 12th level super typhoon. If it truly were a person, they would have been reduced to mere fragments by now. Some individuals are enlarging the image on their phones, while others have set up telescopes. Even the military personnel maintaining order have pulled out binoculars. Some astronomers, equipped with their telescopes, are equally astonished to the point of breathlessness upon realizing that, indeed, there's a person within the eye of the storm. This cannot be. How could a human withstand the forces of nature? It is utterly inconceivable. Yet there stands a person. Could it be that someone is undergoing a tribulation? Please. This is a typhoon, not a thunderstorm. If you told me that someone was undergoing a tribulation last night in some remote place, I might entertain the thought, but this is unprecedented. Thus, the mysterious figure in the eye of the typhoon has once again taken the internet by storm, complete with images and videos, generating yet another sensational news story. Meanwhile, within a secluded villa in Nanhai City, Master Lu, there's a situation. A man in a sharp suit rushed to the study door, his voice laced with urgency. What is it? The tempest has appeared. And there is someone in the eye of the storm. The man swiftly retrieved his phone and pulled up the video. A middle-aged man, exuding an aura of celestial grace, was seated calmly, his piercing gaze fixated on the shadow displayed on the screen. The man's expression darkened instantly. After a moment, he scoffed disdainfully. Merely a practitioner of trivial arts, despite possessing some strength. However, their brilliance is too conspicuous. Such a person is beneath my notice. With that, he cast aside his phone. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, a frail, aged voice trembled through the line. Hello, is this Master Lu? I am willing to offer 50 million for your assistance, with an additional 1 billion upon completion of the task. What task? A flicker of greed danced in Master Lu's eyes, though he had not yet succumbed to the folly of immediate agreement, for the greater the reward, the more perilous the undertaking. You have heard about the events in that remote place, I presume? Standing within the eye of the storm, Qin Yanjin gradually acclimated to the bone-chilling winds that initially assaulted her. She began to harmonize with the tempestuous winds through the cultivation of her secret arts. It is said that subduing a heavenly wind pearl is far more arduous than obtaining a heavenly thunder pearl. This is because the heavenly wind pearl relies on external factors, leading to a slower integration, whereas the heavenly thunder pearl evolves from one's own merits, inherently containing a part of oneself, thus requiring less effort to merge. Time slipped away, long enough for Qin Yanjin's hands to grow numb, until finally, her internal saturation reached its peak. Swift winds, return. Her hands danced gracefully, weaving intricate seals. In that instant, the once roaring tempest seemed to be drawn away by an unseen force, converging towards a singular point, the center of the vortex where Qin Yanjin stood. More precisely, within the heavenly wind pearl she had conjured. The young woman stood proudly, her visage akin to a flawless gem, radiant and without blemish. Her hair billowed in the wind, fluttering like butterfly wings, and her exquisitely beautiful face radiated confidence and pride. At that moment, the hotel was teeming with spectators, countless eyes fixated intently on the rooftop. Even the live streaming platforms were fervently broadcasting the scene, with viewers eagerly anticipating the point from which the tempest was being drawn away, as if awaiting some momentous event.
Look.
The storm seems to be dissipating.
Goodness.
This is utterly breathtaking, as though we are witnessing a science fiction film. Could this be the apocalypse? How terrifying. I feel I have yet to live enough.
Oh.
If only it were the apocalypse, then I could escape my mortgage, car loan, and all my debts. Not to mention avoid the burden of a bride price and the scrutiny of others. To the person upstairs, while I sympathize with your plight, I am in a similar situation, save for one thing. I truly do not wish to bear a second child. Amidst this discussion, Qin Yanjin summoned her ink green jade fan, vanishing within the heart of the tempest, departing without a word. She has flown away? After watching for so long, I have even lost my wife, who inexplicably took flight. All because I heard a cry from above. I stepped out, and she just vanished. Meanwhile, the fleeing Qin Yanjin received a video from Yuyou. In the video, Qiao Yangyuan was seen scrubbing a deity statue, while a bandit stood nearby, overseeing the task with an air of authority. The video, seemingly mundane, took a comedic turn when Qiao Yangyuan turned around, causing Qin Yanjin to burst into laughter. Chapter 81. The Nuahila Bandit. Qinglian Temple. Damn it, Yuyou. I am severing ties with you for sending such an embarrassing video to the master. Qiao Yangyuan fumed, trembling with rage, and raised his mop to strike at the loathsome Yuyou. Upon witnessing this, Yuyou exclaimed, "Mother," and promptly fled. It turned out that Qiao Yangyuan, rather than cleaning, had whimsically decided to repaint the deity statue, thus serving a dual purpose of both renovation and cleanliness. However, the bandit, now far from the former caricature of a rogue, with wings that possessed incomprehensible strength, sent Qiao Yangyuan tumbling into a bucket of paint. Fortunately, the paint he used was of the highest quality, resistant to fading. Yet it left his face smeared and adorned in vibrant colors, transforming him into a ludicrous sight. Qin Yanjin beheld the sight of a vividly painted pig head, utterly devoid of the charm he once possessed. Though the bandit sensed it might have erred, it remained blissfully ignorant, continuing its antics with brazen impunity. Whether it be negligence or mischief, the bandit would sweep him away. Even when simply displeased, the bandit would give him a nudge. Qiao Yangyuan had never endured such indignity in his life. He wished to retaliate but found himself powerless, and to lodge a complaint would only lead to further humiliation. After all, who else in the world could claim to be bullied by a bird in such a manner? Thus, he sought an outlet for his frustration. And upon discovering that Yuyou had shared his most embarrassing moment with the master, he was incensed, leaping into action with his mop raised high. At that moment, voices were heard from outside, and 3 imposing men entered through the door. The leader was familiar to both Qiao Yangyuan and Yuyou, having visited once before, and was from the Department of Anomalous Affairs. Upon seeing Qiao Yangyuan's painted face, Chu Huai was taken aback, momentarily mistaking him for a pig demon, only to realize upon closer inspection that he was, indeed, a human. He immediately exhaled in relief, then donned a polite smile. "Hello, young gentleman. I am Chu Huai, here to deliver a package to Master Qin. May I inquire if Master Qin has returned?" Qiao Yangyuan instinctively glanced at the peculiar box held by a member of the Special Affairs Department behind Chu Huai and curiously asked, "What have you brought for the master?" This, Chu Huai hesitated to reveal, is a token of gratitude for Master Qin. It was not that it was confidential. He merely felt that they were ordinary individuals who would not grasp its significance. Qiao Yangyuan did not press further, nodding and saying, "Very well, I shan't pry. The master will return shortly. If you wish to wait, please go to the side hall. If not, You may leave the package and depart. Let us wait a while longer. All right, feel free to do as you wish. Qiao Yangyuan resumed his work, while Yujuni took charge of preparing the meal.
Zhu,
Perhaps feeling bored, began to wander around the temple. Upon witnessing the ethereal mist rising from the Qinglian pool, he was left utterly astonished. Heavens, is this spiritual energy? Such a rich concentration of it. Chu, do you feel it? The air here seems distinctly different from that outside. Of course, it is different. This is pure spiritual energy. Chu, should I take a vial of water back for testing? Spiritual energy is of paramount importance to cultivators, yet in this era of dwindling spiritual resources, their cultivation levels had suffered greatly. However, what was unattainable for them seemed to be a commonplace occurrence for Qin Yanjin, leaving them in a state of shock. Suddenly, a loud splash drew their attention. A magnificent black and white koi leapt from the water, its tail flicking and sending a spray of water that struck their faces with a sudden force. With another splash, it dove back into the water. The trio, caught off guard, received a stinging slap on the face, leaving their cheeks flushed and their vision momentarily blurred. Chu Huai clutched his swollen left cheek. Disbelief etched on his face. Could that fish possibly have attained sentience? Moreover, it was merely a fish, yet they had been utterly unprepared, which was an embarrassing display, particularly for the Special Affairs Department. Fortunately, this scene went unnoticed. Otherwise, they would have wished to vanish into the ground. Oh, what happened to your faces? Upon returning to the side hall, Yujuni noticed their visibly swollen cheeks and inquired with curiosity. Chu Huai instinctively touched his reddened jaw and awkwardly chuckled. Ah, it's nothing. I just accidentally bumped into something. Yujuni's expression transformed into one of peculiar intrigue. Accidentally bumped into the same spot? Haha, yes. I didn't see the path clearly. Just as Chu Huai attempted to change the subject, Qin Yanjin unexpectedly appeared outside the side hall. He paused slightly before nodding. Master Qin. Master. The group promptly bowed in respect. Once everyone was seated, Chu Huai hurriedly produced a bank card. Master, here is 100 million. The password is 123456. Qin Yanjin nodded, setting the card aside while directing her gaze toward the small box beside him. Master, here is the spiritual seed you requested. Please have a look. Upon hearing this, Qin Yanjin quickly opened the box and extracted a golden spiritual seed. Chu Huai eagerly explained, this seed is a golden spirit seed, known for its remarkable efficacy in restoring bodily functions and healing wounds, particularly for ordinary individuals, with almost immediate results. However, cultivating this seed is exceedingly challenging. The Special Affairs Department expended tremendous effort and could only produce the lowest quality, naturally diminishing its miraculous properties. At this point, he felt a tinge of guilt creeping into his cheeks. If the Special Affairs Department could not cultivate it despite their significant resources, how could Qin Yanjin, a mere fortune teller, possibly compare to their professional cultivators? His ability to present this seed was undoubtedly not out of altruistic intent. Yet, Qin Yanjin appeared unfazed, inspecting the golden spirit seed meticulously and smiling as she accepted it. She was unaware of how the Special Affairs Department cultivated spiritual plants, but her mind was brimming with methods for doing so, and she believed that nurturing a small golden spirit seed would not pose any difficulty. Very well. I shall accept this. Is there anything else? Chu Huai's lips twitched. It seemed she intended to dismiss them after this exchange. A scenario the members of the Special Affairs Department had never encountered before. However, he did not dare voice his thoughts, merely offering an awkward smile as he expressed his concerns. You see, recently there has been an unknown internet celebrity who encountered a supernatural event at a scenic area. This entity does not harm anyone. It merely enjoys possessing others to consume food, indulging in a variety of dishes, as if sampling them. Initially, this was not concerning, but someone reported it and we cannot turn a blind eye. However, when it came to addressing the situation, we found ourselves at a loss. Not even knowing what it was or where it resided, only that it returns to the scenic area at midnight. Moreover, I sense that this entity possesses considerable power. We have previously sought assistance. And so? Qin Yanjin looked at him with an expression that was both amused and enigmatic. Chu Huai steeled himself, stating, this is purely my personal invitation, hence there is no remuneration involved. Previously, we consulted Master Chao for feng shui and sought assistance from the Huang family of diviners. Yet they achieved nothing. Qin Yanjin fell silent, her fingers lightly tapping the table, producing a rhythmic sound that instilled a sense of unease. Just as Chu Huai believed she would refuse, she smiled. I can agree to assist you, but I have one condition. What condition? Chapter 82, The Pig Demon Man? Provide me with 2 sets of cultivation techniques suitable for ordinary individuals. Is that agreeable? Qin Yanjin possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding various techniques. Yet her own methods were unsuitable for the general populace. As for her secret arts, they were not meant for just anyone to inherit. Such techniques required a chosen successor. Otherwise, her master would not have departed so early. Since she had agreed to take in Qiao Yangyuan and Yujunyi, it was only reasonable for her to assist them in finding appropriate techniques. May I inquire, Master, what do you intend to do with this? Chu Huai hesitated to agree immediately. The techniques of the Special Affairs Department were not to be casually shared. Once disseminated, they could invite countless complications. In this age of advanced connectivity, should such information become public, it would inevitably disrupt the delicate balance of society. At that point, maintaining their comfortable and tranquil environment would be exceedingly challenging. Just for the 2 outer disciples, Qin Yanjin shrugged. They won't be able to learn my fortune-telling skills. So I figured it would be beneficial for them to start with martial arts. At least they won't need to carry bodyguards when going out. Chu Huai's lips twitched. Master, you could easily obliterate a mountain with a mere gesture. Why would you need bodyguards? Nevertheless, he discerned that the pig-headed man he had seen earlier and the young man cooking outside had already been accepted as outer disciples by the master. This suggested that, rounding up, the master was indeed taking on disciples. Master, are you accepting disciples? He instinctively asked. Qin Yanjin smiled. For now, I am only accepting these 2 outer disciples. As for an inner disciple, one who will inherit my legacy, there is none at the moment. Does the master have any specific requirements? Chu Huai presumed that Qin Yanjin found the criteria for accepting disciples too stringent, hence he tentatively inquired. Qin Yanjin shook her head. No, on the contrary, as long as they catch my eye, I will consider taking them on as disciples. However, I have calculated, and my destined disciple has yet to be born, so I shall refrain from accepting disciples for the time being. Since Master Qin has made such a statement, Chu Huai naturally refrains from further inquiries. As for the matter of the cultivation technique, he pondered for a moment before responding, I cannot provide you with an answer at this time. I must first consult directorly. Very well. However, I have a live broadcast tomorrow, so let us discuss this the day after. As Chu Huai and the others departed, Qiao Yangyuan, draped in a piece of clothing, knelt and slid forward, clutching Qin Yanjin's thigh, weeping sorrowfully as if mourning a lost love. Master, you must advocate for me. Although I do not rely on my looks for sustenance, at the very least, my visage could serve to please the eye. Now it is all ruined. Thanks to that brigand. You must stand up for your beloved disciple. Veins throbbed on Qin Yanjin's forehead as she contemplated whether to reconsider the acceptance of this external disciple. She rubbed her temples and, with a hint of exasperation, replied, All right, I shall clean you up. Cease your tears. It is unbecoming for a young man to weep so. Qiao Yangyuan sniffled, lifting the cloth from his head to reveal a face splattered with vibrant colors. Master, do you think I still have hope? Qin Yanjin inhaled sharply, halting the foot that nearly kicked him away, and, suppressing her discomfort, produced a dust-clearing talisman, waving it before his face. Instantly, the paint vanished, yet the irritated, swollen skin remained frightfully disfigured. Channeling her spiritual energy into his face, a cooling sensation coursed over him, akin to applying a refreshing mask to a fiery countenance. Much better, she declared, withdrawing her hand. Qiao Yangyuan promptly retrieved his phone, and upon seeing his handsome visage restored on the screen, he struck several poses in front of the camera before contentedly putting it away. He then looked up at Qin Yanjin, his large eyes glistening with a pitiful plea. Master, I refuse to play with that brigand. It constantly bullies me, being a rude and unreasonable wretch. Look at my injuries. They are all it's doing. He began to unfasten his clothing, and Qin Yanjin's eyelids twitched as she barked, Qiao Yangyuan out. Why, master? I speak the truth. Allow me to show you evidence. That wicked bird has left me battered and bruised. Seemingly oblivious to Qin Yanjin's insistence that he leave, he continued to lambast the brigand's cruelty, energetically shedding his garments. However, when he finally bared his torso and glanced up at the master seat, he was met with an empty space where Qin Yanjin had been. When did the master leave? How did I not notice? That evening, Chu Huai called Qin Yanjin, confirming that the details of the cultivation technique had been finalized, and the transaction could proceed. Qin Yanjin provided a specific time, Sunday morning. The following morning, Qin Yanjin, accompanied by 2 external disciples and 3 additional hangers-on, conducted the morning class in the hall. Xiao Yangyuan, unable to remain still, began fidgeting and glancing around restlessly within mere minutes. Yuyou, a shy and meticulous young man, transformed into an extroverted and cheerful boy only in the presence of Xiao Yangyuan. Unlike Xiao Yangyuan, he approached matters with utmost seriousness, including the morning class. Despite its tediousness, he diligently fulfilled every task assigned by Qin Yanjin, never resorting to shortcuts. An hour passed, marking the end of the morning lesson. Yuyou hastily prepared the meal, and they all gathered to eat together in a warm and convivial atmosphere. Master, during this live broadcast, will you really discuss that bizarre tale of exorcism? Aren't you afraid of being banned? Xiao Yangyuan inquired curiously during the meal. Qin Yanjin nonchalantly swallowed her food. Not at all. What nonsense. Does boss who wish to enter the ICU? Or does he long for bankruptcy? How could they be so reckless? Will the Special Affairs Bureau not intervene? Didn't they previously advise you to maintain a low profile? If such supernatural matters were to be broadcasted, would they not be displeased? For now, they are preoccupied with other matters. What do you mean? Xiao Yangyuan, puzzled by her words, blinked and leaned closer. Before Qin Yanjin could respond, the brigand's wing swooped down. At 7:55 a.m., Qin Yanjin retrieved her phone, expertly accessing her live broadcast account. The moment she initiated the stream, the viewer count skyrocketed like a rocket, surpassing 2.5 million within a mere minute, with a trend approaching 3 million. Such a staggering figure is difficult to fathom. Even top celebrities lack Qin Yanjin's influence. Meanwhile, the comments section erupted in a frenzy. Master Qin, I finally see you again. I'm so excited. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Master Qin, you are truly heartless. Even if you don't broadcast, you could at least post something on Weibo. Just a simple greeting to us fans would suffice. I agree with the above sentiment. However, I believe that even if Master does not host a fortune-telling livestream, she could occasionally share snippets of her daily life. Yes. I'm eager to know what Master's daily routine is like. Upon reading this comment, Qin Yanjin considered her fans' wishes. A weekly livestream indeed made their wait arduous. Sharing glimpses of her daily life might serve to pass the time. She nodded. Very well, if time permits, I shall share some daily moments. The comments erupted in cheers. Just then, several treasure maps exploded across the live stream. Simultaneously, a conspicuous red comment floated by. Thank you, Master, for saving my life. Thank you, Master, for saving my life. Thank you, Master, for saving my life. Chapter 83, The Paranormal Livestream. Qin Yanjin glanced at the ID username, Deep, featuring a guitar icon. Without a doubt, it was Ji Jingchen. That day, Ji Jingchen heeded Qin Yanjin's words, cancelled his flight, turned off his phone, and returned to the hotel with Sister Zhu, unaware of the tempest brewing online. However, while he obediently switched off his phone, Sister Zhu discreetly used a backup phone to check Weibo, keeping a close watch on the developments at GMA Media. Sure enough, within half an hour, news of the arrest of GMA Media's upper management surged to the trending topics. Sister Zhu's eyes widened in shock, her heart racing with excitement. To verify the reliability of the news, she immediately contacted a colleague with whom she had a decent rapport. Xiao, is the news on Weibo true? Yes, Sister Zhu, it's true. The big boss and all the upper management have been taken away. The company is now leaderless. A scattered mess. By the way, I heard that the son of the shareholder named Fong was also arrested. A large stash of contraband was discovered in the hotel where he was staying, and... Xiao lowered her voice. I also heard he is quite the libertine. The hotel room was filled with all sorts of items for both genders. How disgusting. Sister Zhu's mind reeled, nearly causing her to falter. She urgently asked, Xiao, is this true? Who told you? The hotel manager is a classmate of my boyfriend. He was the one who brought the police to the room. Apparently, there was also a male artist present at the time. Thankfully, your artist wasn't targeted. Otherwise, the outcome would have been dire. Sister Zhu turned pale. They had attended a banquet hosted by the very Fong in question. Had it not been for Master Qin, she could hardly imagine the fate that awaited Ji Jingchen. At this moment, Sister Zhu recalled the meaning behind Master Qin's phrase regarding the calamity of death. Thus, it can be said that Ji Jingchen's ability to escape disaster was largely due to Master Qin's timely reminder. Noticing that the time was ripe, Qin Yanjin remarked, All right. Before we draw the fated individuals, let us first select 10 fortunate souls to receive talismans. Wow, Master. The last time I drew a talisman, it was a fortune-changing charm. During my interviews, I was rejected by several companies, but after wearing the charm, I was directly accepted by a Fortune 500 company for a position I had never dared to dream of. Thank you, Master. You are like my reborn parents.
Sobi.
Ha ha ha, I received a peach blossom talisman. On a whim, I decided to work part-time with my roommate and almost fell victim to a scheme. It was the goddess who helped me out of that predicament. Subsequently, I developed feelings for her and became a devoted admirer, confessing my love 99 times. But she never responded positively. On the 100th attempt, I wore the peach blossom talisman, and as fate would have it, the goddess's friend, unable to stand it any longer, accepted my flowers. Sob, the goddess's friend is also a goddess. Although my initial intention diverged from choosing her, she turned out to be my true romantic fortune. After spending 2 days together, I discovered the truth. It was actually the goddess's friend who had resolved my troubles. I had misjudged the situation.
Now,
everything has returned to its rightful order, and I no longer need to conceal my identity as a wealthy heir.
wow.
Was this guy just waiting to say that last line? Is this a display of affection or a flaunting of status? I'm truly impressed by your antics. I'm quite curious about the goddess's expression when she discovers your true identity, perhaps one akin to an elderly gentleman checking his phone on the subway. Hold on. There's still me. I possess a talisman for warding off illness. My grandmother had previously shown signs of a stroke, but ever since I gave her the talisman, she hasn't had any more incidents, and her mobility has improved significantly. Previously, she needed assistance to get out of bed. Now, she can even go downstairs for a stroll. What you experienced pales in comparison to mine. I have a safety talisman. Let me tell you, during a friend's birthday, we went bungee jumping, and when it was my turn, the rope suddenly snapped. Although I fell into water, under normal circumstances, that would have surely resulted in a serious injury.
Yet,
I emerged unscathed, with only a splash. However, my safety talisman disintegrated into ashes, which truly terrified me. I took several days to recover from the shock, but ultimately, I received a compensation of 200,000. Wow. Surviving a catastrophe surely brings future blessings, my friend. Those who had previously drawn free talismans began to recount their vivid experiences, igniting envy among the online viewers. I can't possibly stand by. I must offer up my 20 years of romantic fortune to ensure I draw a lucky lot. Who among us doesn't have a few good brothers? I'll contribute my own 50 years of romantic fortune. Hey, that's going too far. Such offerings are not encouraged. What if it actually works? Who will you cry to then? Should the master compensate you with a girlfriend? Enough chatter. It's starting. Before long, the lottery will emerge, and nearly 3 million viewers surged forward eagerly. It was fortunate that the Yuyou platform had added several accelerators on the day of Qin Yanjin's broadcast. Otherwise, they would surely not withstand the frenzy of these eager netizens. Half a minute later, the results were announced. Qin Yanjin clicked on a few usernames, smiling as she declared, "Congratulations to these 10 fortunate souls. Please send me your addresses." Finally, it's time for the body slimming pills. I drew one last time, and just a few days later, I went from 130 pounds to 100 pounds, and I'm still losing weight. My relatives saw this, and insisted I get them one. Where am I supposed to find that?
I am genuinely thrilled.
I was set to marry this month, but at 157 pounds, I couldn't fit into my dress. I was considering abandoning the wedding, but after taking the Master S body slimming pills, I've slimmed down significantly. My fiancé can't take his eyes off me. Fearing I might change my mind about marrying him, my mother has high blood pressure, but after taking the body slimming pills, she now dances at the square with such vigor that she hardly returns home. Master, with so many fans in our live stream, and even more to come, could we perhaps increase the number of body slimming pills? The odds of winning are almost worse than the lottery. Yes, Master, we beg you. Blink, be cute 1. Be cute 10086. We kneel and request an increase in quantity. The barrage of requests from eager viewers prompted Qin Yanjin to ponder for a moment. Fine. Let us increase it to 500 pills. However, with so many addresses, mailing will be inconvenient. Thus, let us tally the cities. And I'll send them to designated post offices in those cities. You can collect them later. In an instant, the live stream's rockets erupted like fireworks, dazzling the viewers. No problem. We'd even take a flight to retrieve them, as long as they're as stock. Long live the master, long live the master, long, long live. After an enthusiastic shower of praises, Qin Yanjin adjusted the number on the lottery wheel to 500. All right, let us draw. Half a minute later. Joyous exclamations and sighs of disappointment filled the comments, yet overall, it was a scene of jubilation. Qin Yanjin glanced at the time and realized she had already spent half an hour. All right, time is of the essence. Next, we will proceed with the selection of fated individuals. As per usual, those who are wicked or engage in criminal activities need not participate, for the consequences will not be borne by us. Furthermore, I must inform everyone that today's live stream may involve supernatural phenomena. If anyone suffers from heart conditions, high blood pressure, or mental illnesses that could be aggravated by stimulation, please refrain from watching. Thank you for your cooperation. Supernatural? But last time, the master said we should believe in science. Hey, just because you're quiet doesn't mean you're mute. Is it so wrong to want to rebel a little after following rules all your life? I love watching supernatural content. Although I don't believe in ghosts. I have faith in Master Qin's eloquence. Master Qin interjected, I feel somewhat offended. Wait a moment, let me check back. In the previous live stream, Master Qin earnestly told us to believe in science, quantum mechanics, and a prosperous democracy. Let us not expose the underlying truths. It's pointless to dig deeper. The master still has his dignity.